3, 2, 1, and go! Let it fucking burn! It's not too late to walk away from the ledge and face another day without a tragedy. What you are driving towards will lead to your demise. You are losing yourself, howling into my voice. I'm watching you die, but my hands are fully tied. But how could I make you see through my eyes? If I can make you see through my eyes, there's something in us I have always despised. If only I could see all your lies, there's something inside us that's prone to demise. Head in the woods, you shouldn't heard it all, but turning into what you say you would never become. If I can make you see through my bleeding eyes, you could see all your lies, knowing everything. With back against the wall, body folded and scuffed, we're forced to forget what we seem to have lost. Now do you feel your days are done? How would you be remembered? But what you set out to be, or defeated by this disease? Yeah. Perished by this disease. But if you choose the right means to carry out and pursue a plan to create and beyond the beginning, you can still see what's left of you.
Got back from the club with a baddie or two. She was looking in my eyes cause she wanna be my boo, be my boo, be my boo. Call me tripping in the stew. If they tryna get a bag, then they might've got the loot. Cops all the bands, now I'm about to buy a chain. If the Cuban's talking to me, I might get up from my lane. Just in black while we spinning so we never feel the shame. Gotta light up when we do it so we don't gotta feel the pain.
I was trying to tell you about that real shit, boy. You've been steady capping on that fake shit, toy. I was trying to tell you about that real shit, boy. Real shit, boy. Real shit, toy.
Been around, burn out, flow into the penthouse. Shotty's going crazy, then they quiet like a church mouse. Land up with the customs, then we never get to get it out. Match it when the engine, so we see what it's about. Always wanna talk, but you never want the smoke. If you flashing all the guns on your live, you a joke. Dosing up with artists when you never ever roll. I'll be pressed to find a shooter who be lacking in the soul.
I was trying to tell you about that real shit, boy. You've been steady capping on that fake shit, toy. I was trying to tell you about that real shit, boy. Real shit, boy. Real shit, toy. Trying to tell you about that real
it cannot erase. What you done was never okay. Still went with it with your bad ways. Though you can never be replaced. Yes, I need a time. Damn it, girl, you changed. You're the only type, but no matter what, now I'm better off alone. You're the devil.
Play with just like to play. Working hard. Hey, hey. Play with just like to play. Working hard. Hey, hey.
Solo, about to give up, could've known more. Not the same as a photo, yeah. You're the devil, you're the devil, no. Photos light, it's a mask of the fake smile. See me like it's fun, like it's alright. But it's fake, like a comet, left me burned like a comet. On the stars, what you wanted, so forgone, it's the phone. Made me cave in, earthquake, locked exit. Been a long way, tied it cannot erase. What you done was never okay. Still went with it with your bad ways. Though you can never be replaced. Yes, I need a time. Damn it, girl, you changed. You're the only type, but no matter what, now I'm better off alone. You're the devil.
Play with just like to play. Working hard. Hey, hey. Play with just like to play. Working hard. Hey, hey. Play with just like to play. Working hard. Hey, hey. Play with just like to
Hello everyone and welcome to the Ultimate Guard Regional Championship Day 2. We are ready for the first round of the day, which is going to be round 9. Over 500 players competed to be here this weekend and only around 75 players made it into day 2. So let's take a look at a structure. I'm here with my co-host Arne and I'm Filipa. So we are very excited to bring you some Pioneer action today. So as I said, day 1 we had over 500 players, 8 rounds of Swiss, 18 points or more qualify the players for day 2, which is today. Today we're going to have 6 rounds of Swiss, followed by a cut to top 8 single elimination. And let's see what these players are competing for, because in the end of the day, it's all about what they bring home. So let's take a look at our prizes for the weekend. And Arne, I know that you were in the World Championship 2 weeks ago, and some of these players can also make it to the World Championship, because the top 2 players here this weekend get an invitation for the Worlds. Top 4 get an invitation for the next 3 RCs. Top 36, an invitation for the Pro Tour, and top 38, an invitation for the next RC. And Arne, how does it feel to qualify for the World Championship?
Absolutely amazing. I think that's the pinnacle of the game. But first step is to get to Pro Tour, and actually with 75 players here on day number 2, that means almost exactly half of them will qualify for the Pro Tour and get there. Looking at the cash prizes, we have the winner takes home a whole $20,000 US. Finalist gets 12,000, semifinalist 7,505K, and then we have prizes down to 64th place. Pretty good stuff.
It's over $130,000 in prize pool, which is amazing. And we have here a little social call out, so you can also participate at home in this event that we are having so much fun here in Lille this weekend. So let's take a look at our social call out. You can post your photo to your X or Instagram with the hashtag UGEMS photo and hashtag RC Lille at Ultimate Guard and add Funfinity. So show us the action and participate as well from home. We want to see your pictures posted there. Now, one thing that I love, Arne, is to see the meta for the day and how the decks performed, and who better to do that than Frank Karsten? So let's pass to Frank Karsten and Gabriel Nassif in the interview area with the meta breakdown for day 2.
Well. Another day 2, another metagame breakdown, and who better to do it than Frank Karsten? Frank, what was great? What was unplayable? What did well?
Well,
tell us everything.
Well, a lot of decks did well actually. Let's take a look at the day 2 metagame breakdown to get a feel for it. Because last night I crunched all the numbers to feel how many players made day 2 and how they did on day 1. So here you have the full overview. The most played deck in day 2 is going to be Rakdos Demons. This deck overperformed on day 1, a 54% non-mirror win rate across all the rounds. And, well, it looks like there are many different versions on how to build this. You know, you can either build it kind of as like a Rakdos mid-range deck with Unholy Annex thrown in, or more like a Mono-Black Demons deck with the whole Bloodletter and Slasher combo with a Red Splash. There wasn't really like a clear distinction in terms of performance between all of those versions. Anything seems to be viable, but Rakdos Demons certainly did well. The second most played deck in day 2, 10 players, is Celestia Company. This had the highest win rate on day 1 out of all major archetypes, so it certainly overperformed.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to talk to the French team. They told me it was unplayable, and it was actually like the punishment in their testing house was you had to play White-Green Company as a punishment. It was apparently they were wrong, or is it possible that it's just variance?
It feels like such a fair deck in a format with so many unfair combos, but when I looked at the numbers, it seemed to hold its ground against all the other mid-range control decks. Whereas it really crushed all the combo decks in the format, when you have like main deck Thalia and Archon of Emeria and even Interrupter, like all that kind of sort of disruption. You have all the tools to prevent the opponent from enacting their plans. And this Enduring Innocence, even though it is, again, like a fair card, it makes sure that you never run out of gas. So it was a pretty big upgrade from Duskmorn. One deck that did not do so well was Azurius Control, though. How are you feeling about that, Gabe?
Not a big surprise, honestly. There's nothing that surprises me personally in these numbers. I was hoping Zur would do a bit better, but not too bad, 48%. I also see these 15 other decks. What's that about?
Yeah. So what you see here to round out this graph is that pretty much anything is viable, with almost all the win rates so close to 50%, indicating that you can just bring any viable strategy to a Pioneer tournament and find success. But in these 15 other decks, that is felt even more, because we had 76 players on day 2, and in total like 25 distinct archetypes, which is an incredible number, and it just shows to the diversity of Pioneer. I have just a couple of examples. There were a bunch of like singleton decks, players who were the only one in the tournament who brought a deck, and then managed to make it into day 2. Like there's Rona Lucke combo, Jeskai Creativity, Jun Citadel, Boros Burn, and also like some other under the radar or not so expected decks that also managed to get into day 2. So for fans of, say, Quintorius Combo, Azurius Spirits, Izzet Creativity, Golgari Food, or Gruul Prowess, there's also a player in day 2 trying to make it to the top 8.
Yeah, we saw a couple of these decks in the future. We might have one actually this round. And the last thing that struck to me is that Phoenix didn't crush the tournament. It did fine, but nothing special. So we'll see if things go better for the Phoenix players today. But I think we're ready for round 9, round 1 of today, and gonna send it back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Gabriel and Frank. I always love to see these meta breakdowns and how things panned out for the players. I remember we did predictions. You chose Rakdos Demons, and I chose Izzet Phoenix to be the decks to perform well. You clearly did better than me, as we saw there. But now let's take a look at the standings to see how things are looking out here on the first round of the day 2. Always curious to see the standings. So first we have there Andrea Mengucci with that Gen Sacrifice, such a good deck. Then Mark Tobias. And that's actually going to be our feature match for the day, right, Arne?
Yeah, absolutely. The king of the hill, the 8-0 against 8-0. Who's going to be the last player standing with an undefeated record? And both players, Cat Oven, Scavenger's Talent, the whole food shenanigans. So, yeah.
Let's see what's the best food deck as the players get ready here, and we are ready to kickstart day 2 here of the regional championship, and we see both players ready to start. Gen Sacrifice versus Golgari Food. And tell me, who do you think is favored here in this matchup?
So we had this matchup yesterday, I believe, in round 5, and Mark Tobias was able to take it down pretty swiftly in 2 games. Again, from that, and also speaking, just sort of looking at the deck list, the Golgari Food deck is faster. It plays... All right, here we can take a look at Andrea Mengucci's list. This is a pretty stock version of Gen Sacrifice. We have the Igra Cauldron Familiar combo, and then just the rock-solid Rakdos Sacrifice package that we've seen for the last couple of years, rounded out by Scavenger's Talent. And if we can take a look at the deck list by Mark Tobias real quick.
A very interesting also list, because not the gen that we see from Mengucci, but much more of a food synergy with one Vraska Golgari Queen. We also see the Vine Reap Mentor instead of the Blood Tide Harvesters, and a very interesting list here this weekend. And I think our players are already kickstarting the day here. Scavenger Talent, which I would say it's quite the card of the moment, performing quite well yesterday, Arne.
Oh, absolutely. I think card of the day yesterday for me was that Talent. Did so much work for these guys. Now they're sitting at 8-0. And yeah, the deck by Mark Tobias, very interesting. A lot of 4-offs, Cash Grab, Vine Reap Mentor, a bunch of cards I did not expect to see today, to be honest with you. But they all work very well together. And also Traverse the Olden Vault, Delirium fan favorite, to find you either Cat or Igra. And here we see Fable of the Mirrorbreaker hitting the battlefield on turn 3. Mengucci has to feel pretty good about this.
Some very strong enchantments here in Pioneer this weekend. So we see here Mark Tobias playing that traverse.
Yeah, that's not really where you want to be. You don't want to traverse for a basic land. But hey, in a pinch, if you're low on mana, that is what the card also does.
Getting that swamp there. And I mean, getting access to that third land drop, which is crucial. But Fable is one of the reasons that these Gen Sacrifice is running red. I mean, it's one of the strongest cards of the format. We saw how it performed so well this weekend. And now we have Mark here casting that cash grab, milling 4 cards. And there's an Igra there.
Yeah, he has options Igra or Vraska. It's actually kind of interesting. His hand is 2 cats and another cash grab. So he does have the combo. He kind of just needs mana here. And he does go for the Overgrown Tomb. And trying to use that Scavenger's talent later down the road to return the Igra. I believe that is his plan. In the matchup, at least in game 1, there's no way of getting rid of enchantments, nor is there a way of getting rid of artifacts from Mengucci's side. Tobias actually does have 3 ways. They're hidden in the mana base. He has 3 copies of Boseiju, Eternal Old Star, in his deck, so he can actually interact with the combo from Mengucci's side. Well, not interact with the combo specifically, but he can interact with the talent, which is very, very important because the talent is so good at enabling the combo, finding it.
And we see here Mengucci paying 3 mana to play Mayhem Devil. Another reason why this deck is running red. A card that is particularly good when your opponent is also sacrificing things. And we see the Bloodtide Harvester sacrifice to take care of the Vine Reaper Mentor. But that means that Mark Tobias makes 2 foots, one from the Scavenger Talent and one from the Vine Reaper Mentor dying. Attacking there with the Shaman, making a treasure and passing the turn.
Yeah, this is a lot of pressure building here from Mengucci. And he has the Fable in play, the Devil in play, so really building up a good board presence. The Kiki can copy the Devil in the course of 2 turns.
Look at that, 2 cats, and let's start milling cards there with the Scavenger Talent now on level 2.
Yeah, and this does represent a kill on the next turn because he can level up to 3. There's 2 cats in play, Igra in the graveyard. Gonna sack these cats, sack a couple of food. Doesn't really matter what you sack at that point. Well, you have to sack 1 cat at the very least, to be honest, to start the combo. But then you just get the Igra into play in the end step and win the game. So it's face up. Mengucci knows, and he just has to accumulate enough, I suppose, Devil triggers to get the job done. But it's going to be very difficult to deal enough damage here with the Devil, considering there's 2 cats that can just come back with these foods, that can jump block these creatures. There's 4 foods in play, 1 more food when a creature dies from a talent as well here. So it's going to be very difficult to actually kill. What could do the trick is a second Devil.
Yeah, I was thinking exactly that, because yesterday when we had exactly this matchup, you made this point that 1 Devil is not enough to stop the combo, but 2 Devils are, right?
Absolutely. The cat gains a life every time it comes into play, so if there's a Devil in play, it could shoot 1 damage, but that is equal, right? Gain a life, shoot 1. But if there's 2 Devil in play, and Tobias doesn't have enough of a life advantage, which he doesn't right now, the 2 Devils should shut off the combo.
And eventually this Reflection can just copy the Devil, right? So now we have Mengucci thinking here what to do exactly. We see that there's a Bloodtide Harvester, but as we saw before, that doesn't do much. At least not preventing what Mark is going to do potentially next turn.
Yeah, Mengucci going through his options. He does have a blood type, he has a first talent, and he has an oven, but he doesn't have the cat yet. Remember the Kiki just came into play, so Summoning Sickness. I think, I don't know, it's a tough situation because like the cards that he has access to don't really get the job done here. If Tobias goes for it, Mengucci will be in trouble.
So let's see here what Mengu is able to do. I mean, it's starting to count.
Yeah, but I don't think he has enough damage here. He could sack. He could play the Blood Tithe, sack the Blood Token, and try to find potentially a cat. He could try to. I honestly don't know. Like he can't interact with the talent. Interacting with the cats doesn't do anything. There's 4 food in play, and there's no interaction for the Igra as well. Both these decks can't interact with a resolved Igra. There's a devil.
But there's no mana.
Wow, that is exactly what he's needed. That might actually turn things around here.
Oh yeah, because if
he has 2
Mengu now
treasures.
attacks, he will have 2 treasures. That's right. So that's exactly 3 mana.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and I was just told by production that we have a little bit of a problem with the life totals. We're trying to get that fixed, but don't be surprised if the life totals don't update.
I mean, that devil is definitely doing a lot of pinging there. So we see the cats just blocking there.
Getting another food. 2 damage to Tobias. So I think Tobias is like at 13, 12 or something like that. And there's another devil. That was huge.
That was exactly what Andrea Mengucci needed here. Just going for the out and finding it. Sometimes it is like that, right?
Yeah, he was going through the options. I think that might have been the only card that could save him there, because like even if he finds a cat plus the oven, that really isn't doing a whole lot. It could have. Thoughtseize doesn't do it, Fatal Push doesn't do it, so I think he might have hit his one out. I mean, he has 3 copies of it in the deck, but I mean, again, to win a tournament like this one with tough competition, you do have to get lucky at some points.
And we see here,
and
I mean, tough position. Let's see. All of these sacrificings are a lot of damage from
that is 6 damage.
Devil.
That is 6 damage to Tobias. So he goes down to like 6 life. Again, sorry, the life totals, we're working on it. But yeah, so he's got a mill 6, but like, how is he getting out of this? Because next turn, Mengucci has triple Devil with the Fable copy.
And anything that Mark Tobias can do does require him to sacrifice things, which is going to help the Devils ping even more.
Yeah, I think Mengucci has it. Like Tobias realizing he can't go for the combo because of that second Devil. That was an incredible turnaround.
And Red really paying off here, because these Devils did some solid work. Now looks like Mark Tobias trying to get that cat back from the graveyard, but Mango is putting an hold on that. Both players have a lot of experience with these decks. They are difficult decks to play. Both players undefeated, the only 2 undefeated players in the regional championship at the moment, 8-0.
Yeah, and Mark Tobias is one of the best combo players, I'd say, in Europe, and he brewed up a sweet one right here. Not sure exactly what is going on here. So they're talking about Devil triggers, and Mengucci is deciding what to do. Maybe there was a missed food trigger or something like that from the Scavenger's talent. In any case, I think this is just game. The life totals have not been updated yet, so Mark Tobias is something like 6 life right now. And with the ability to copy Devil and an Oven in hand, this is game.
And there are so many triggers right now happening. Both of these decks have a lot of triggers, but with those 2 Devils and the Scavenger talent also milling cards, and the cats coming back from the graveyard.
Oh, it looks like that Mark is trying to go for it, but again, he's gaining 1 life and he's taking 2, so it's not a positive equation. Yeah, and he lets Mengucci draw. I think Mark might have needed Andrea to just miss the Devil trigger there. That's maybe what he was going for.
We saw that Andrea Mengucci does have quite a bit of experience with this deck.
Yeah, Mengucci is going to copy a Devil now, and this is just lights out. They're both sitting at 8-0. Mark is gonna make him play this out, but he sees the writing on the wall.
A very tricky situation, and both players know as well that just a simple misstep can change the outcome of the game. So even though Mengucci might have it, he needs to play this correctly.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you want to make sure that you don't mess up anyhow. Okay, no devil copied quite yet.
Attacking there, making that treasure from the Goblin Shaman.
I think Tobias is at like 5 life right now. It's like 5-14.
Sacrificing it.
But the treasure triggers on the stack. I think that's what's happening here. But I mean, either I'm missing something, but like Tobias is tapped out. The only option he has right now is to get some cats back and grow this Igra. But every time he does get a cat back, he makes 2 devil triggers, and even.
The only thing that we might not be considering is Mengucci's life total, because we are not quite sure if the life total was correct.
The last time we saw it and it was working, he was at 15, and since then maybe a couple cats have entered, so he could be in that like 12 to 15 range, but nothing near close to being dead, and Mark is quite low already. Again, this game would have been decided for Mark if that second devil wouldn't have come on the last possible draw from that blood token, so this was huge.
And we have a judge call there.
Again, a lot at stake, so Mark and Andrea just want to make sure, or I guess Mark is calling right now, that there's maybe a way for him to win this game.
You know, both of these players have practiced the deck so much, maybe they see some lines that we are not seeing, maybe some way.
Oh, I think I know what he's asking. He's potentially asking about the way triggers stack. So like, can he just kill Mengucci in response to the devil triggers? So basically have a bunch of devil triggers on the stack and still have Mengucci die. The problem with that is, though, I think that no matter what Tobias does, as far as I understand the rules, is every time he goes for that, the first thing that goes on the stack are the 2 devil triggers on top of the cat returning. So no matter what he does, the 2 devil triggers will always come first. Then he will get 1 life back and 1 damage to Mengucci, but he cannot. I don't think there's a way for him to control the triggers anyhow that he does not die. And that's just what he's trying to make sure here, I think.
And the judge also there making sure.
Yeah, and when you're a judge, it's always a little tricky. You can't like advise the player on the play here, but you have to sort of give information, and then Mark is just asking everything.
I feel like in these tournaments it's good to see the judges as a resource, and if you have a question on rulings, they are there to help you. So that's the case. I feel like the players need some help there, just making sure that they are doing things properly. And the judge is there to explain how things work, so no mistakes are made.
Yeah, they're trying to figure it out right now. Tokens are being put into.
I actually was playing this deck a lot last year or 2 years ago, and it's an extremely difficult deck to play in paper because there are so many triggers. The Jund sacrifice one. So it looks like the judge is giving some instructions there. We are starting the day with a full stack here.
Oh, absolutely. And what a stacked match. On the one side, Mark Tobias, which you really have to call out for being incredibly consistent, incredibly successful. Oh, it does look like Mark conceded the game there, realizing there's no way for him to combo through those devils, and yeah, on to game 2. What I was going to say is Mark is an accomplished player. He has been a champion of Pioneer and a champion of combo decks, going 9-0 at the Athens Regional Championship, 8-1 in the Sophia, both times with this weird Storm Herald combo deck. So always a treat to see what he comes up with in Pioneer, and he doesn't miss a beat.
On the other side, we have Andrea Mengucci. I mean, a full list of accomplishments and ready to take off this day. Already starting with a win here on game 1, but still needs to win one more game to get the win in the overall match. So I have some stats here. Frank Carson, big shout out for providing. So Andrea Mengucci won the 2015 World Magic Cup as a member of the Italian national team, won the Mythic Invitational in 2019, 3 Pro Tour top 8 finishes, which is incredible. Also member of the team Channel Fireball Ultimate Guard. So tell me about the sideboards, Arne. How are these players prepared for these? Not a mirror, but almost.
Yeah, so looking at Mark Tobias' sideboard, he has 4 copies of Leyline of the Void in there, 3 copies of Abrupt Decay. They also will come in handy at blowing up pretty much all the important permanents, most importantly Talent and Devil. And then we, 4 Thoughtseize, 3 Paw Patch information. I doubt he's going to bring those in. 7 cards to bring in is also already quite a lot. If you're playing a combo deck like he does, you don't want to overboard. Usually you want to keep your deck as intact as possible. So he's probably going to trim a little bit on something like Gilded Goose, maybe Winereap Mentor and Cash Grab. For Andrea Mengucci, we are looking at 2 copies of Haywire Might in the sideboard. That one is certainly going to come in to blow up Scavenger's Talent and Witch's Oven. There's also 2 copies of Unlicensed Hers. That one is a bit debatable due to the cat able to come back if there's a second food in play already in response to a Hers activation, even if you're going through the loop. The Hers isn't that effective, but it could still disrupt the Traverse the Ultimate Delirium and just be a little bit annoying. Then we have 2 Torch the Towers. I think they will likely come in over Fatal Push because they're just strictly better here. And that's about it. Maybe Thoughtseize to take an Egra out of hand. But again, Thoughtseize not that great because of Scavenger's Talent. It's so good.
That card is so good. You can just return the Egra eventually, maybe even doing a favor by putting it in the graveyard. And again, we talked how Scavenger Talent is such a great card. And honestly, Arne, if you told me there's one talent that would be the talent of this tournament, I would say Artist Talent in Izzet Phoenix, right? But right now I'm thinking Scavenger Talent might actually be the best talent.
Oh, I'm with you, Philippa. We are just so on the same page that. I mean, I've been so impressed. Both our undefeated players left in the field are running 4 copies of the Scavenger's Talent. And I think they really did a great job in the game design in Bloomborough. Also noteworthy, Innkeeper's Talent, the green one. Also very constructed playable. Seeing a lot of play in Gruul Prowess in Standard. So, and then there's also the Storm Chaser's Talent, which enabled the Team Sanctum combo deck.
And actually the green talent also has a combo in Standard. If you just level up the talent until the end, and then you play a Vraska, and then you just poison your opponent.
Yeah, 18 poison in one shot.
Exactly.
It's pretty sweet.
A lot of good talents from Bloomborough. It's nice to see. Yesterday, me and Frank were talking about the most played cards of the tournament, and then the most played cards of Bloomborough and of Duskmourn, and quite a bit of cards from Bloomborough and Duskmourn making his way into Pioneer. So that's really nice to see new cards into the format, feeling a bit fresh. And honestly, Arne, I'm a bit sad that we are going away from the Pioneer wave right now into Modern and then Standard, because Pioneer feels really good right now.
It does, and I hope they keep the support going for this time where it's not one of the RCQ seasonal formats in the stores. Keep the format running. I mean, there's always going to be the Pioneer challenges and Explorer on Magic Arena, which is pretty much the same as Pioneer, close to. Some decks are missing, but 90% of them are already on Arena, which is awesome. So you can get into Explorer, you can get into Pioneer, and really enjoy yourself.
And I think players are ready now for this game 2. As a reminder, this is round number 9 of the Ultimate Guard Regional Championship, first round of day 2. Both players are the only players undefeated at the tournament at 8-0. Andrea Mengucci is up a game playing Jan Sacrifice against Mark Tobias playing Golgari Food, which is also kind of a sacrifice deck, but more of a combo with Egra.
Yeah, Tobias really going all out on the combo, ramping that out, especially with Gilded Goose. That seems like a very nice synergy that I haven't really thought about. But yeah, 5 drops and Gilded Goose go well. I remember playing that standard format where Gilded Goose and Oko were Liga, and we played Nissa, who shakes the world, ramping that out on turn 4. That was a powerhouse Planeswalker. And I said this yesterday in round 5. I was like, this deck looks great. I think this might be here to stay. And now Mark is at 8-0. Down a game, to be fair. Losing to that combination of Devils. But, you know, I like him in this matchup. I favor him. And he might be able to take down the next 2 games. But, of course, his opponent is no sloucher either. So he has to battle uphill from now on.
Let's see if the players keep or mull, always an important decision. I think here Mark ends up mulligan to 6. And I think Andrea Mengucci is still deciding 2 very good players. And good morning, chat, or good afternoon, or good night. Let us know where you are watching from. I always want to say good morning because it's morning here in Lille for us. But I know there's people watching from other places. Also, good morning, Twitch and YouTube, because yesterday YouTube said they don't recognize YouTube, just Twitch. So hello for everyone on YouTube as well. So we have Gilded Goose right away from Mark Tobias, and now Andrea Mengucci dropping that Thoughtseize, and we are revealing 2 lands, 1 Igra and 1 Vine Reap Mentor. So let's see here what Andrea Mengucci decides to take. One of the lands is Boseiju, which also is important to know. Taking that Vine Reaper Mentor, and Mark Tobias just playing the 2nd land and passing here. On the other side, Andrea Mengucci, we can see already a Fable of the Mirror Breaker. This Blood-Tide Harvester is going to enter the battlefield and create a blood token.
The classic Thoughtseize Blood-Tide Fable curve.
Seems pretty good right now. And there's also that Awire Might that came from the sideboard.
Yep, and Tobias running 3 copies of Boseiju, a legendary land, has 2 in hand right now. One of them he can still play, and the other he might be able to use effectively on that Fable. Oh, look at that. He jumped. Oh, no. So, yeah, makes sense. Blood-Tide killed the Gilded Goose, preventing Igra coming down a turn earlier. Nice play there. And Tobias doesn't even consider blowing up the Fable here with the Boseiju. He wants to keep the Boseiju in hand to just deploy Igra here on turn 5.
So Fable now doing some good work, discarding 2 lands, but to pick up 2 new lands. Attacking with the Goblin Shaman, making a treasure. So now Andrea Mengucci will have access to 5 mana.
Yeah, he's got to feel pretty good about this game. I mean, so far his way of spending mana has been fantastic. Tobias was able to make a couple of foods with the Goose, but besides that didn't deploy anything to the battlefield yet. And then Mengucci just used 1, 2, 3 curve, and now Blood-Tide, a Witch's Oven, maybe the Haywire Might. Oh no, Blood Token sacrificed. He might be looking for a Thoughtseize. I could see that being a good idea here.
Yeah, and Mark with 2 Igras, but no Scavenger Talent. The card that really makes it possible to try to get some cats in the graveyard.
Yeah, so Andrea is considering Kragnos Blood to find the Thoughtseize because he doesn't know about the 2nd Igra. He saw the 1st Igra, discarding the Blackleaf clears, maybe finds the Thoughtseize. Nope.
Playing land and immediately using it for that Witch's Oven.
Now we see the Boseiju tap for mana and an Igra entering the play.
And since Boseiju is legendary, one of the Boseijus needs to go into the graveyard.
This Igra is very, very powerful, of course, but just the Igra itself might not quite be enough. I mean, this is going to be interesting to see how this will play out. Mark Tobias just drew a Leyline of the Void, so that's another dead card in hand with the 2nd Igra, so that's not great. I mean, it's not entirely dead. Leyline he can cast, it does something, but it's not great. And Mengucci drew a Fable into Mayhem Devil here, so has 2 strong planes lined up, going for the Fable first.
I mean, we did see how strong that Devil can be, and there's already a reflection of Kiki-Jiki that next turn will be able to just play Devil and copy it.
Yeah, Mengucci's sort of slow rolling the Devil because he knows he's going to have a 2nd Leyline of the Void here. Mark Tobias has to feel. That's
that's a card that you really want in your opening end, but not when you just stop decking.
Yeah. Tobias really running out of luck here. And yeah, Mengucci setting up for the double devil turn next turn and then just dealing a ton of damage with the copied devil.
But look how these Igra, just one card, it's actually scaring Mengucci right now quite a lot, which does have a full board of cards and synergy.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. So we have like common removal spells in the format being Fiery Impulse, Lightning Axe, Fatal Push, and Igra goes around all of them. Fatal Push only hitting four less mana cost, and Lightning Axe only hitting. So it's just it's in the perfect spot to be very, very difficult to kill in this format.
And we do have that Mayhem Devil that we already know about.
Yeah, and Mengucci drew a Deadly Dispute, which is just the perfect card here. He already has the treasure. He's now making math. He might be able to kill Mark here. Gosh, all right, so he's playing the devil, then he's going to copy the devil, then he's going to attack with everything, making 2 treasures. He has then access to 3 additional mana, the Deadly Dispute as well, that's another treasure. So he has like 2 treasures, that's 6 damage, plus 2 more from Deadly Dispute, that's 8 damage. The Blood Token he can sacrifice, that's 10 damage. With the Witch's Oven he can sacrifice again, that's 12 damage.
You only need 6 more.
Yeah, and with all the creatures getting through, this should be plenty of damage. I think he got it. It's 12 damage from sacrifice alone, and there's if he blocks the Harvester, he takes what, 5, 6, 8 damage, so he goes to 10, and then takes 12 damage from sacrificing things. So this is game.
I don't think Mark Tobias can do much here, and that Gen Sacrifice just winning game after game, such a strong deck, and Mayhem Devil MVP both games.
Absolutely, yeah, and I was wrong with my prediction here. I was going in, I thought, Marcus is going to have the edge. To be fair, he would have won that game number 1 if not for the second Mayhem Devil. But yeah, Mengucci is taking it down here.
And congratulations here to Andrea Mengucci, which now is the only undefeated player here at the Ultimate Guard Regional Championship. 9-0, the only 9-0 player of the weekend, and it has to feel good.
Well, no, trust me, it does feel very good to be 9-0 in a tournament. He's got to feel great about it. Yeah, excellent work. He played that very, very well, and congratulations to him. And Mark is still in the running, 8-1. Fantastic record, and both are looking great for top 8 still with how many rounds to go? 5 rounds to go after this one.
And yesterday I interviewed Andrea Mengucci after one of the wins that we did cover, and he was telling me he's already queued for the next Pro Tour. So right now what he really wants is that World Championship invite. So let's see if he can grab it. Only 2 players get that invitation to be in the biggest event of the year, and for me to get the potential to win the World Championship and get a Magic card of you, it must be a dream to everyone.
Oh, it absolutely is.
Do you already know what card would you kind of choose, what colors or what kind of strategy if you did win the World Championship?
I would probably go with a blue one.
Oh,
Yeah.
A blue one like Nathan as well. Nice, very cool. I think Andrea is now ready for an interview with Gabriel Nassif. So let's hear it out from the winner, the only undefeated player of today, and we'll be back soon.
Yeah, this is turning into the Mengu show. I'm with Mengu, well, me the first time, but well, your 20th time in the interview booth this weekend, so...
Yeah, this chairs are very comfortable. I get to see this trophy that I aim at bringing home, so yeah.
Yeah, so why John Sacrifice?
Yeah, why not black-green? Why don't I cut Fable of the Mirror Breaker from my deck?
Or why not mid-range or Phoenix?
Oh, yeah, for sure. A lot of decks available to me. So Phoenix, I'm a Phoenix hater. I just can't live the life of keeping a one-lander, cantripping, breaking, and losing that way. I just always hated Phoenix in Pioneer. It's always been one of the best decks, but I just never played it. Not because it's a bad deck. I think it's one of the best, but because losing that wave would make me feel very bad.
Yeah, did that RC result, was Levunga and 2 other players making top 8, was that like kind of when you started thinking about John Sacrifice, or?
No, I was already locked. I was already locked because my friend Lolo, he told me, oh no, we should play Sacrifice. I was watching him, he streamed the challenge. He went undefeated in Swiss the week before, so I watched his aura, and then I feel like I can play this deck. It doesn't feel as hard as advertised. And yeah, so yeah, I guess.
And you get to play Fable. Yeah, no, it is a really scary deck. All right, 9-0.
I want to ask you a question. So, if you've been following the coverage, you know, the commentators first picked a player. And Gab was like, oh, wow, Philippe, I was rewarding for first picking you over Canister. And I was like, you know, why would she pick Canister over me? Why? Why do you think
Well, maybe not Canister, but Depraz, you would pick yourself over Depraz?
Yeah, no. Well, I beat the France tournament, so.
No, I like to mess with you. I like
No, me and Gab are a great friend.
I remember the Naples challenge, the Mengu challenge.
Yeah.
That worked out.
Yeah.
Little extra motivation for Mengu seems to work. Well, awesome. 9-0. You can win a few more for top 8 and then maybe the world slot. So.
Yeah.
Good
yeah,
luck.
that's the goal for today. I'm having fun. I'm having a good time. If you want to interview me more, it's always nice to be in this chair. So yeah, say hello to all my fans at home. I'm sure.
All right, there you have it. Mengu, 9-0. Back to the casters.
Thank you so much. I'm definitely not regretting my decision for picking Mengu first on our caster fantasy draft. Looks like it turned out to be a pretty good choice for me, but we are ready for some more magic because we know that's what you want to see. And we have quite a backup feature match. So Arne, why don't you tell us what are we going to watch next?
Yeah, so we have fan favorite Izzet Phoenix, streamer, French streamer, infinite positivity guy, great energy. You know, whenever I go on Twitch, he's live usually, and very fun dude. He is on Izzet Phoenix. That is a little bit of the, you know, we know Izzet Phoenix, nothing special there, pretty standard stock list. He seems to have tested with Depra. I think it's the exact same 75. Although he does not play that one mountain, he's playing the 4th island, which I appreciate. On the other hand, we have a spicy deck, a really cool deck, Jeskai Creativity, with a very, very heavy splash on white. We're playing 3 copies of Wandering Emperor. We're playing Deduce and, Normalize as another white card, and 2 copies of Dovinsvita. So 4 copies of Normalize, a High Noon in there as well. Then of course the normal package of like Volcanic Spite, Torch the Tower, Deduce, all 4 offs. 3 copies of 3 Steps Ahead as well. Fable, we got some Fountain Ports in there in the mana base, and yeah, really innovative take on creativity. And one last thing I have to say about the deck list. The creatures, you're probably curious about this, are 1 copy of Atraxa Grand Unifier and 1 copy of Valgavoth Terror Eater. So we can go for that juicy creativity X equals 2 if we want to and get 2 big giant angels. And I think that is a difference maker, because a deck like Phoenix can bounce one of them, right? They can bounce their tracks and sort of buy enough tempo to then still win the game. Or Demons can have Unholy Annex going and have a go for the throat at the ready for one of them. But if both of them hit the battlefield, that's going to be very difficult to beat.
Exactly, and I mean, Valgavoth's such a nice new card from Duskmourn, making also his way into Pioneer here. Curious to see that card in play. I haven't seen it yet this weekend, at least here from our feature match, but looks like our players are already going in, not much happening yet. I mean, Izzet did consider just having some draw spells here.
Phoenix doing its Phoenix thing, crafting their hand, getting enough land drops.
Exactly, and
Phoenix nowadays is really about finding that artist talent. I mean, you don't need it, but you kind of do, because that's where your deck really starts to fire on all cylinders. Going with Riverglide Pathway over Steam Vents, interesting play. I kind of like getting my colors going, but perhaps he's aware that he doesn't really need much red here. So this is not the only creativity deck having a successful weekend. Actually, we're going to have a segment with Frank later about this, but the Australian Regional Championship was taken down by Junt Creativity with 4 copies of Paw Patch Formation. Really sweet deck list. That just happened overnight, over the European night. And yeah, creativity is I guess, making a little bit of a comeback perhaps here. We'll see. We'll see.
I love to see it. You know that I actually played the regional championship last year in Lille, and it was also Pioneer, so exactly 1 year ago. And I got defeated by Creativity, so looks like the deck now is back on the menu, and there's always some nice Creativity fans. I do like that this player in specific brought Jeskai to be a bit different.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a very innovative take on it. I mean, we've seen Jeskai Creativity decks. We had Team Sanctum played one in Proto Chicago, but that was an 80-card Yorion version, and they didn't have a great tournament there. This version with 4 Torch the Tower especially, I kind of like that. Torch the Tower seems excellent, in an excellent position in the meta game, and Deduce and Normalize just give you a very nice early game package.
Exactly, that exiling part of the Torch the Tower being fundamental against a lot of the key matches in this meta.
Yeah, it's almost like a really a mashup of Blue-White Control, the best cards in Blue-White Control, Wandering Emperor, Deduce, Normalize, Dovinsvido, and then sort of the best red interaction spells, plus Fable of the Mirror Breaker, and then the creativity to go over the top.
And here, Jorge de Santiago just passing the turn. I mean, this is a combo deck, so after all, you really need to make sure that your opponent doesn't have much interaction, which is difficult against Izzet Phoenix.
Yeah, at this point in the game, if you're Elliot, picking up a Picklock Prankster, you're milling a Phoenix, which is nice. 2 talent, less nice. He wanted to draw those. But at this point, when you're Elliot, you're like, okay, so he doesn't have the Deuce, he doesn't want to play a Fable. Maybe he has Fable, maybe he's afraid of the 2 Spell Pierce copies I have in my deck. But certainly it seems to have a lot of reactive cards, maybe an Indomitable Creativity, maybe lots of lands. So you can sort of like explain a little bit of what's going on over there. Notably, only 1 white source, so maybe stuck with Wandering Emperor in hand, but can't cast it. I mean, that is certainly a downside. The Pioneer mana bases are not great.
And we see here
for 3-color decks
that Picklock Prankster coming back from the adventure, now a 1/3 flyer.
Oh, that's an interesting play as well. Elliot does have Free the Fae in hand, but chooses not to go for that and just playing a 1/3.
Why do you think that might be?
Well, he might be really planning ahead. Did we see 3 steps ahead? This kind of cards drawing something. Like, George is clearly looking for something. So that might be because he's understanding the texture of how this game is going to play out, and he's sort of understanding that this game will take like 6, 7, 8 more. Like it will go long, and that's why he just wants to get some chip damage in. Like if this game goes very long, this Prankster could actually deal 5 damage, and that will add up with the Phoenix haste attacks. So I think that might be his idea behind playing this Prankster here on turn 4, which is very unusual.
There's also the Prof's ADIC memory that Elliot is running that might come into play and make that fairy suddenly very big.
Absolutely, absolutely. With Prof in your deck, it's very nice to have a flying body in play already.
And we see George picking up creativity in hand. Now Fable of the Mirror Breaker being played. That's going to resolve and making a 2/2 Goblin Shaman. And that card is really dangerous, especially in creativity.
Absolutely. Very, very good here. The Goblin makes tokens, which then can be used. But, you know, we're playing game once here, so no surprise. Elliot has one of the many, many red removal spells already at the ready for the Goblin. And happy to use that. Nonetheless, the Fable can fix George's hand, and it does, you know, the Kiki Jiki also has to be dealt with. It's another creature, it's another body for creativity. Heads up play by George, waiting until turn 5, playing around Spell Pierce effectively.
And more card selection here for Elliot with this opt, scrying into the bottom, drawing a card.
You see a little neat trick by Elliot. He has the Picklock Prankster face down in his hand right now, or like upside down. That is just because he revealed it with his own Picklock Prankster and his opponent knows about it. So this way he remembers that his opponent knows about that information by having it upside down.
That's actually a very good trick. I never thought about it, but maybe someone at home might also benefit from this little tip that might actually influence in this game. So we have that.
He's putting it upside down on the battlefield as well. And he has a treasure cruise as well. Yeah. Picked up a treasure cruise.
Treasure Cruise got much better since the Artist Talent.
Oh,
I feel
absolutely.
like.
Well, he's really good at milling Artist Talent with these free-to-face. He's got to be a little bit frustrated about that. But his deck is working well. Again, if you have enough picklock pranksters, you mill over these Phoenixes, and you can work without the talent.
4 damage already with that Phoenix and that Prankster. And as you said, like playing that picklocked Prankster before, now allowing to deal that extra damage every turn, which might be relevant later in the game. Only 1 mana up though. And here George considering what to do. That 1 mana up can represent a lot of things in the Phoenix deck. And discarding that creativity to draw 2 new cards from the second chapter of the Fable.
Yeah, discarding your creativity, that indicates to Izzet that there's probably a second one coming.
Torch the Tower, we talked about this card.
Yeah, it's a really well positioned in the metagame. I think it's a great call. Ooh.
And I mean, now Izzet is tapped out.
I love that play though. I think, oh wow, he lets that resolve. Okay, he does have a Normalize in hand, but he didn't want to counter that. Interesting. Oh, the one of High Noon. That is huge. Although actually, there's a bounce spell in never mind. Izzet does have a 1-turn answer at least with that Into the Floodmoor, and yeah, he's surely gonna. He has to go for it here and then go for the Treasure Cruise. There's no doubt. Some fishes are being gifted.
Very generous of Izzet. The dragon giving some fishes to the opponent. But let's see here how Izzet decides to sequence this turn, because the sequence is going to be quite important and relevant on how this game ends up playing. Taking a look at George graveyard there, and this is open deck list, so both players are aware of what might be in the opponent's end.
So Izzet is certainly afraid. He saw this creativity being discarded with the Fable, so there's likely a second one in hand, and that cannot resolve at any cost, of course.
So returning that High Noon, as you said, giving a fish, which against creativity can be dangerous. That enters tap though.
True. That's also a really good point. The fish gives an extra target. That is pretty annoying. He did pick up a Spell Pierce though, so he can interact with a creativity for X equals 2 quite well right now. So, and if George just goes for X equals 1, he runs into a red removal spell.
And look at that, Izzet Vusa already representing the SpongeBob collaboration with that little fish there.
Oh, that's funny.
And 1 mana draw 3 is pretty good.
Oh yeah. He did not find another cantrip. He really wanted to find that, so he has to use a Fiery Impulse on his. Oh, on the fish. Yeah, that's actually pretty convenient. Yeah, right. I was thinking, I was ignoring the fish. I was thinking he had to use it on a prankster, but here he can kill the fish. And now
7 more damage.
Yeah, and he has a Hall of Storm Giants as well. So if he draws an untapped land, that represents another 7 damage just out of the mana base.
And just as a quick note, unfortunately our life totals are not working, but we can see the phone there with the corrected life total. So right now George is at 7 and Izzet at 16 life.
That fish wasn't long for this world.
It's like you're giving a gift and then taking it back immediately.
I think what I would have liked to see there from George, I think he has 2 copies of Normalize in hand, if I am not mistaken, and he could have cast one of them last turn on that Fiery Impulse, just to sort of annoy Izzet a little bit. But yeah, it is like the game turns out to be a tempo game. You can anticipate there's 2 Phoenixes coming back. He goes down to 7 life, so he kind of wants to use cards out of his hand. And sure, the fish is not that important, but I think I would have liked to see one of the Normalize being cast there. And now George is thinking about what to do. And to me, looking at the hand, it does look like he just has to go for the creativity here. Oh, he's going for the deuce.
Going for the deuce, making a clue.
He's afraid of a removal spell, clearly, which, you know, you're playing as Izzet Phoenix, there's a lot of removal. Yeah, but like the problem here is that this alternative line of play, it doesn't leave him in a great spot either. Like he's staring down at 7 power in the air, being at 7 life. So what is he? He's trying to look for a torch the tower, I assume.
Yeah, because at this point countering is not enough because Iliad is threatening exactly 7 damage in the air with those 2 Phoenixes and the Picklock Prankster. And by the way, that earlier play of playing that Picklock Prankster actually made the difference to now have one turn earlier little.
Iliad just being a genius. I think George might be beating himself up a little bit also about that normalize he could have cast on the Lightning Axe a couple turns earlier, where that would have killed the Phoenix completely off. Looks like he drew a torch to tower though, so that is helpful, but yeah.
There's a Spell Pierce there.
Yeah, the double Spell Pierce is going to seal the deal. And Iliad knows it.
And another one, and Iliad taking the win here on game 1 of round 9. Both players are 6-1-1, and now Iliad taking the first game. Now post-sideboard, I'm assuming George was prepared for this particular matchup since Phoenix is the most popular deck of the weekend. What exactly can he do here against Iliad?
All right, looking at George's sideboard, he has 2 copies of Anger of the Gods he might want to bring in against the Phoenix Swarm, and also Iliad is playing 3 copies of Third Path Iconoclast, and that's usually a card that these Phoenix decks bring in against slower decks, against more controlling decks, to diversify their threat base. So Anger of the Gods, good against Phoenixes, good against the Iconoclast plan, so I think that's a great one to bring in. 2 copies of Nazet, Pater of Veils. That's a banger as well that he's going to bring in, very, very likely. It shuts off Artist Talent completely. Usually Phoenix lists don't run like great removal for it, like in the past we had stuff like Fry, but nowadays it's just bounce spells and Mystical Dispute, to be fair, post-board. So Nazet can be very, very strong. And then also 2 Mystical Dispute from George's side, and 2 additional copies of High Noon, which is another really strong sideboard card here. So yeah, George clearly had this matchup in mind when configuring his 75. And yeah, I'm curious what he's going to take out. I assume maybe some free steps ahead. I could see him shaving on Wandering Emperor perhaps. Maybe a couple copies of Volcanic Spite actually. Volcanic Spite, definitely less good than Torch the Tower. Torch the Tower hits both Iconoclast and Phoenix. Volcanic Spite is sort of a more clunky version of that. Maybe he goes down to 2 copies there, and then maybe trims a couple free steps ahead, maybe a Wandering Emperor or 2. And he could also shave on the Indomitable Creativity, which kind of runs into, and that's a good segue to Iliad Busseau's deck, which runs into the Spell Pierces and the 2 copies of Negate that Busseau is going to bring in from the sideboard. Busseau also has access to 3 copies of Annul, which hit Fable, and hit the High Noon. That's 7 cards he can hit, potentially bringing 1 or 2 copies in. 2 copies of Mystical Dispute as well that he might consider to win a counter war. They're not that great here though, because both Fable and Creativity are red. Wandering Emperor is also just white. So Disputed can be a little bit awkward, but it does counter the Nazet Part of Veils.
That's true. And yesterday Frank was again telling us about the most played cards of the weekend, and he talked about the most played sideboard cards, and Mystical Dispute was on the top 3. Does that surprise you? Not
at all. Mystical Dispute is a great flexible card, super efficient. Are you kidding me? 1 mana. It's sort of like Pyroblast, of course nerfed, but Pyroblast is a big one in Legacy and a mainstay in Eternal formats like that one. And this is sort of like a fixed Pyroblast, still Pyroblast, very, very good. Yeah, and looking at the rest of the sideboard, he has a Brazen Borrower. That one's certainly going to come in, good against token decks, and he might consider bringing in the Profts. But that's a lot of cards he has access to that he could bring in, like 8 to 10 cards that he could consider. So he will perhaps shave some of these Artist Talents. I would look to do that. Both Nazet and High Noon are exceptionally good against Artist Talent, so I might shave some of those, maybe go down to 2 copies. Then trim on Lightning Axe, that one is pretty bad here. And then perhaps also trim on Arclight Phoenix, because if you trim on Talent and Lightning Axe, turns out putting Phoenix in the graveyard is not that easy anymore. And with adding Third Path Iconoclast to your main deck, you have plenty of threats to work with, so you don't need to return the Phoenixes.
And yesterday, on one of our feature match, we saw how these third pad Ironoclast changed the game. As well, after that, in one of the matches that Gabriel Nassif and Martin Yuza were covering, the same happening, like this post-sideboard strategy really winning the game. So let's see if that happens here again. And both players drawing now 7 new cards. This is game 2. Izzet Phoenix 1 game ahead.
Taking a mulligan here on the draw, George keeping.
Izzet, also known as Izzet Dragon, which is also a Magic the Gathering streamer that streams in French, so very well-known member of the French community and the Magic community overall.
Yeah, I do remember my very, very first Grand Prix that I attended was Grand Prix Prague in 2015, and it was won by none other. I didn't know him going in, but it was won by Izzet Phoenix. He's been around, he's a very talented player, and he's been trying hard to get back onto the Pro Tour. And honestly, I think he really deserves it because he puts in a lot of work and he's very talented.
Let's see if today is the charm. We do have 36 invites for the Pro Tour, so let's see if Izzet is able to grab one of them.
Happy with the 6?
Try 'em and go.
It's been a while I've seen Rocker and Triumph, although I guess the enigmatic decks, they do play Triumphs.
Land and go for Izzet.
So 3 steps ahead, I see 1 copy, so George decided to keep that one in.
Shocking in for 2 damage. George down to 18 and
Oh.
passing the turn.
I see something there in his hand that I didn't even mention during sideboarding. There's 2 copies of Hullbreaker Horror, and he decided to bring those in and just turn into this really Jeskai control deck. I assume he's trimming down on creativity as well. Exchanged the 2 big Demon Angels package to Hullbreaker Horror, apparently.
That's quite a big threat as well.
Yeah, very difficult to deal with for Phoenix if it ever comes down. And we see a copy of Annul at the forefront of Eliot's hand. Looking very nice here. Gonna copy this Fable, likely.
So let's see here what Izzet decides to do with that Fable on the stack.
He does have Negate as well, so he's considering his options. Does he want to use the Annul? Does he want to use the Negate? I kind of like the Annul, honestly. As I said, there's only 7 targets, and there's stuff like Wandering Emperor, Creativity, and Nazet that Annul doesn't counter that you want to have Negate for, so I like the decision there.
That makes sense, and now we have 3 mana and passing the turn. We see a Prankster, Negate, Mystical Dispute, Arclight Phoenix into end, and I think Otawara.
Yeah, and that makes Phoenix pretty tough to play against with such a combo deck like the Creativity deck. They just have such a nice array of counterspells post-board to play into active. A Braid coming in. Did I miss something? Huh. I guess he just wants to be able to blow up a clue in response to a Creativity. I think that's the main thing here, because the Deuce producing a clue is kind of good against all the Fiery Impulse and so on. There we see, again, the upside down Spell Pierce in hand now.
And let's see here what Izzet decides to do, playing that Otawara, tapping for 2, and that Prankster is back on the battlefield from the adventure.
The clock has arrived, and this time there's a Proft in hand, so the Prankster is going to grow by 1 next turn at the very least, likely.
2 mana, High Noon. We saw how that card was scary last turn, but Izzet was able to deal with it. Negate, not even letting it resolve. And 3 steps ahead.
Yeah, High Noon is very strong against Phoenix, and
George winning the counter war there, and that is on the battlefield, and it's going to be difficult to deal with. We do have here the Profs. That's going to start putting some counters on that Prankster, which now attacks for 2. Tap land and go.
yeah, George really just wants to slow this game down. He has 6 mana in play right now. He needs 1 more for that hardcast Hullbreaker Horror, which is going to take over the game. And now the High Noon really does slow down the game. So I like George's position here. If we had an advantage bar, I would put it in George's favor.
We know about the Spell Pierce in hand.
casting the instant main phase, importantly because of that high noon. You want to do it main phase so you can cast another spell in the opposing turn. And
just as a reminder, the Allbreaker Aura cannot be countered, which is quite important in this matchup.
Oh, interesting. He's using a Dispute. Yeah, I would just pay for that. There's nothing crazy that can happen with High Noon in play, so George is just like, yeah, sure. I wonder what... don't forget to put a clue in play. Yeah. I wonder what Izzet was thinking there. I guess he really wants this Cruise to resolve. Oh, an Iconoclast, but unfortunately he can't play that before the Cruise.
So we are cruising now, exiling 7 cards from the graveyard, which is exactly what Izzet does have access to, drawing 3 cards. But because of Ainun, that's going to be the only thing that Izzet can do this turn. It's going to put quite a bit of counters on that Prankster, though, because of the Prof's Edict Memory.
Yeah, that is
attacking for 5.
That is a really nice synergy.
And Izzet is like, okay, I can only cast 1 spell a turn, so let's make it count.
All right, big draw step there. It was not a land, so he's sitting on 4 spells.
And down to 9 life.
Down to 9 life already, and he doesn't have a great answer for this Picklock Prankster right now. It's a really nice avenue that Busseau is taking here, because if I look at the deck list from Jeskai Creativity, the removal is all for small creatures. And there's no bounce spells whatsoever besides the Hullbreaker Horror ability. And the Wandering Emperor only hits tapped creatures. I think this Picklock Prankster is gonna be only removable by multiple burn spells, but at 7 toughness, that is requiring 3 burn spells.
Also, you cannot do multiple spells a turn because of the High Noon.
Right. Oh, what he can do is he can cast 1 burn spell and then High Noon it. But yeah, that's a pretty desperation play. So Elliot is sneaking this out again here with a nice plan of just Picklock and Proft.
The Deuce. And that's the 1 spell a turn here for George.
Yeah, I really was thinking that George might be able to slow this game down enough with the High Noon, but that Proft into Treasure Cruise line was exactly what he didn't want to see.
Land, and I mean, next turn we can have the Allbreaker Aura, but is it a bit too late?
It will be, because he's going to take 5 and go to 4, and then even if he casts the... Oh, wait. If he draws another untapped land here, that will work. Oh, wow. Yeah, this is absolutely still in the running. So if George draws another untapped land, he can cast a Torch to Tower after casting the Hullbreaker Horror and then win the game that way. Or survive. Winning the game, perhaps not quite yet. That is down the road.
Is that Sozakan? Because that's 2 more damage as well.
Yeah. If he goes for Zokan-san here, that is putting George down to 2.
It's not quite enough yet, but that's not a spell even, so
yeah,
perhaps Izzet can do something else, draw some cards.
That's pretty nice, actually, yeah. But he's just attacking for 5, putting George to 4. He also has Arclight Phoenix in hand, so he could have put him to 1. Huh.
2 mana. That's... Ooh, Artist Talent.
To be fair, George has 3 cards open, so casting Arclight Phoenix into 3 mana that's open is probably not the best idea against like Torture Tower and Volcanic Spite. So I can see his line of reasoning there. Although I'm not sure, I feel like... I guess he's afraid of a big creativity here. But there's no permanence now in play, and there's the 8th land drop. That was huge. Main phase Hullbreaker Horror, right? He has to do it main phase as well, because he can't double spell with the High Noon. Good point. A little bit of an awkwardness there.
Yeah. It's like, what is that? Oh no.
Yeah, Elliot knows now that he's a little bit in trouble. If Elliot would have had a Brazen Borrower here, he would have won the game on the spot. But he does not. And now he's just freeing the Fae and trying to look for a Borrower. But that will still mean that the picklock prankster will be bounced.
This aura does not fly.
It's a lot of spells, but not the Brazen Borrower or the Floodmore he was looking for.
There is a Treasure Cruise in end as well.
Someone in chat pointing out that if Elliot casts the Phoenix, he wins on the previous turn. You know, we have all the information. We know what is in everybody's hand, but Elliot does not. George had 3 mana open and 4 cards in hand, so always keep that in mind.
Magic would be a very different game if you always knew what your opponent had in hand.
Oh yeah. Elliot bringing in all 3 copies of a Null, really respecting the High Noon and the Fable, of course. Transforming into this sort of like blue tempo control deck, taking out all the red removals. I mean, that's lovely to see out of a deck like Phoenix. That flexibility and that is one of the aspects that makes it so strong.
Definitely, and we see another Profs here in hand, I believe.
Yeah, brought that in from the sideboard, the second copy, and he's going to combat here. And there's the Torch, bouncing it essentially.
That's bounced. Now Iliad can cast that Phoenix, but that's 1 damage off. Interesting choice here by Iliad. Going with the 3rd packed Iconoclast as the card for the turn.
Yeah, this is turning out to be an interesting game now. He does not play that Sokensan, he wants to keep that around. I like the Iconoclast. The Iconoclast making multiple bodies is annoying, and especially with the Proft in play, every creature can turn big next turn with that Cruise and also the Talon in play. So he's making his way around the High Noon. So what do we got for George? We have the Deuce, I think.
There's also another Torch the Tower, I believe.
Another High Noon.
Ooh.
Okay. Well,
that's the card of the turn. Bouncing the 3rd pad Iconoclast here into Iliad Busa hand. But we are going to have a response for that to try to make at least a 1/1 token.
yeah, Iliad considering his options, going for a picklock. Again, the most important card here is the bounce spell. If he can bounce the Hullbreaker for an entire turn, that's going to be very good. And again, he has 5 looks at it.
Discard draw, there's a Spell Pierce in there.
There you go. He's already picked it up. He didn't need to see the last card. Okay, George getting aggressive, and now Elliot has the option to jump block. Remember, these High Noons, they have an additional ability down on the bottom. They can just be sacrificed for 5 damage to anything. So there's like 2 lava axes in play right now.
Yeah, that's pretty scary.
That is definitely scary.
And I mean, the Brazen Borer sure is good, but at the same time, there's still the Ainun, so that would be, PD Theft would be your spell for the turn.
Yes, that is true. But I think, you know, it's still quite a tempo swing, because if the Soulbreaker Horror stays for another turn, I think the game will end. So he really, really needed that to buy himself some time. But yeah, we see the High Noon just doing immense work this game. Elliot is sitting, his hand is full, he has a bunch of spells, he could double spell, triple spell, probably play 5 spells this turn, but nope, only 1.
So I was thinking that maybe something that George can also do is when that PDTF is being cast to just use some spell to just then return the target spell you don't control to its owner's end to then return again the...
Oh, you're absolutely right about that. Yeah, of course. Well, that makes it very awkward. Oh, right. I mean, at that point, I'm not even... Okay, Treasure Cruise on the stack. Yeah, you're totally right. And now we have that interaction where George knows, okay, this is your one spell for the turn. You've cast it already. I can just cast a Torch the Tower and bounce your Treasure Cruise. And I think George is just going to take this down. Yeah, bouncing your Treasure Cruise. And Elliot is probably realizing he's in big trouble. These high noons. I assume, yeah, George has enough 5 mana exactly here to crack one of the high noons, steal 5 to the face, putting Elliot down to 6. Oof. Hullbreaker Horror.
Such a card.
Yeah, love this sideboard plan by George. Really nice stuff.
I have to admit, I love to see when sideboard plans come to life, because that's exactly why you have 15 extra cards in your sideboard to be able to then do fun things like that post sideboard and see these nice interactions.
And there we see Elliot making 2 Zokensan tokens, trying to chump block. He can put a counter. Well, if I'm George, I just take the 5 and then I just go to 1, I mean, and then deal 5 to Elliot. There's nothing Elliot can do. Yeah. George seeing the line, and Elliot is done here. I think what Elliot could have done there is he could have just Zokensan in George's turn to double chump block, or like to try to chump block.
And we see here a win from George. The Santiago Bold player is now 1-1. So we are going to have a game number 3, and Hullbreaker Horror, the card of game 2, I would say. I love to have third games. How do you think now that Elliot is going to approach these, knowing that George might bring these Hullbreaker Horrors from the sideboard?
I think with that extra information, he's certainly going to make good use of it. He's a very smart guy, good player, and he's going to craft his game plan around knowing this noon horror shenanigans, because he wasn't sure about that. He didn't know that his opponent would take out the demon and the angel package for the Hullbreaker. So very nice. I liked already how Elliot boarded there. He had 3 copies of Annul, realizing how incredibly important this high noon was. Here we see the deck list by Elliot. So I would think that he stays on track with that. He has the Iconoclast in, he has that Borrower in, he has the Dispute, the Negate, and Knowles Profts in. He probably trimmed on the Arc Lights, and then trimmed on all the red 1 mana removal spells, maybe cut some of the talents, although he did at least have 1 in the deck still, and we're gonna run with that.
And let us know, Twitch chat, who do you think is going to win this game number 3? Is it Phoenix or is it Jeskai Creativity? Let us know who do you think is advantage here in this game number 3. Just as a reminder, we are in the European Championship, round number 9. And now talk us about this Jeskai Creativity.
Sweet deck, a mashup of blue-white control, which had a pretty poor weekend. Unfortunately, we saw that Frank telling us about that in the last segment. But yeah, this is a sweet mashup of this combo of creativity, getting 2 angels / demons into play, and then the Emperor as a controlling card, and Normalize as one of the best counter spells in the format. You know, he's come well prepared for the Phoenix matchup. Nazad in the sideboard, the Hullbreaker Horror to side in, Mystical Dispute, Dovin's Veto perhaps, and especially those 2 copies of High Noon down there. And I think the Anger of the Gods honestly should come into the deck as well.
I'm curious to see how this game 3 is going to play out. I want to see Valgavoth into play. I haven't seen that all weekend long, so I think it's about time. So let's take a look at this game 3 and our players getting ready to start here. A very important game for all of them, because they are 6-1-1, so a loss would really negatively impact their chances to make it into the Pro Tour, right? Or even the top 8 eventually.
Yeah, if I had to take a guess right now, you need, for a top 8, you probably need 11-2-1 or 11-3. So they're 6-1-1 right now in the tournament. If they take 1 more loss is fine. But with 6 more rounds to go, of course, you don't want to lose your first round. That's losing the first round of the day is usually quite bad for the morale, you know. I've been there, and maybe we've all been there. And yeah, but really cool deck for sure here in day 2 with that Jeskai creativity build.
And just while our players are shuffling in, I have a curious question for you. Are you like superstitious? Do you have like any ritual that you follow when you go to a tournament? I have a friend that says that every time he sees me, he starts losing. So he literally avoids me on conventions because all the time he's like, oh no, I saw Philippe, I'm going to lose from now on. And yesterday he was 4-0, he saw me, and then he went 4-3, I believe. So I'm so sorry.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
Do you have any superstition, Arne?
Honestly, not really. No, I try to get enough sleep, which I feel like is very important, and then have some small snacks with you, stay hydrated, drink a coffee in the morning, and really try to go match by match.
Okay, looks like our players are already here to start this game 3 here of round 9 of the Ultimate Guard Regional Championship. And looks like George decides to take a mulligan here. We are going to have Izzet on the play since he did lose that last game. Being on the play here, quite good for Izzet to also be able to start getting the engine earlier before those Ainuns hit the battlefield, before and even being able, for example, to spell Pierce an Ainun or counter an Ainun.
Absolutely. And looking at his hand, he has an Iconoclast there. That's a nice one. And otherwise, Phoenix, you don't want to have Phoenix in your opening hand, especially in a post-board game, and a Treasure Cruise. So maybe I'm spotting an opt in there as well. I think there's an opt in freelance. Okay, without that opt, the hand would be a little bit shaky, sort of not having any cantrip to start the card flow. But with one opt, he's just going to play the Coast tap turn 1 here, and then play an Iconoclast and start producing 1/1s.
Okay, so we have here land tapped, go, and now we also have the Triumph, go. 2 mana available for Izzet here on turn 2, and starting right away with this amazing sideboard card, the 3rd pad Iconoclast.
Absolutely, and he just picked up a free defay as well, so that's amazing. Very, very nice draw there for... Oh wow, High Noon hitting the battlefield on turn 2 again.
We know how powerful this card was last game.
Absolutely, and then here we see main phase, free defay, but now Bissot has that pressure, that Iconoclast untouched on the battlefield. I couldn't quite spot George's hand, but there's a consider to the hand. If he would have been able to kill the Iconoclast, he would have probably chosen to. And from the body language that George has right now, he doesn't look too thrilled. And looking at his hand, there's a Wandering Emperor, there's 2 more lands and no more lies in the Hullbreak Aura, so he has nothing for this Iconoclast. Bissot is going to make another token here end of turn.
No Torch the Tower is going to be crucial here, considering now. And that soldiers are going to keep raising the army, and Izzet is going to start dealing some quite serious damage here. Yeah,
I think we're going to have a quick game on our hands. Izzet has Spell Pierce and Mystic Dispute. He's not gonna let this one slide away at this point, I think. He has another opt he's gonna cast here to trigger again, and then he has a bunch of counter spells up. Next turn he can Treasure Cruise. He's looking fantastic. And the problem is, like, a combination like Mystical Dispute plus Anger of the Gods could get George back into this game, but the High Noon prevents him from protecting his own Anger of the Gods.
Exactly.
So he's drawing really slim here. I feel like he has to draw like a Torch the Tower on this draw step. That's the one spell that goes around both Mystic Dispute and Spell Pierce.
Let's see what the top deck is going to be, and George not letting us see, but I think it's a land.
I think it was a Steam Vents, yes.
4 mana, I mean, there is the Wandering Emperor, but we know that that's not going to resolve.
Passing the turn.
5 damage, it's already what Izzet is here representing. And George will have to take going to 9. Maybe hoping that Izzet plays a spell for the turn, so then he gets the chance to play that Wandering Emperor without being opposed. Taking 2 damage here. And passing. Look at that patience, really rewarding, knowing that the game is under control. And George does draw a card, and it seems like Dovin's Veto. Dovin's Veto cannot be countered, but...
However, George had an interesting decision there. He did not choose to cast the Emperor, trying to prevent more soldier tokens from being made, but yeah... I don't really know what he's drawing. I mean, he's really drawing towards Anger of the Gods and hoping that that one resolves. And I guess it will, actually, because if he has another land untapped, the Mystical Dispute is not enough. And I think Izzet just has Mystical Dispute as sort of the highest counter. He can't go Mystical Dispute plus Spell Pierce because High Noon prevents the double spelling. So maybe Anger of the Gods and we have a game. Otherwise, it's probably over.
Although then Izzet does have an Arclight Phoenix in hand that he can just ace out to deal some additional damage next turn.
Yep.
5 damage here for George, meaning that he would go down to 4, which doesn't make Phoenix quite lethal next turn, if that's the case.
I mean, we know the hand. I actually think George is supposed to probably just take it. Knowing Idiot's hand, I'm not sure what I would do if I don't know the hand. In George's position, I might just play the Emperor and hope that there's just nothing. It's like you're so far behind. Sometimes you just gotta pretend your opponent doesn't have it, you know? Because if you just play afraid constantly, you're just gonna lose the game anyways. And he's so far behind already.
And George is looking for a token there.
He has some sweet painted token, it looks like.
Already ready for the secret lair SpongeBob, looks like.
He took the 5 and now end of turn Emperor.
Okay, so we're going to see a Spell Pierce there, taking care of the Wandering Emperor, making 1 additional soldier.
Yeah, and it's down to Anger of the Gods.
Draw a card. Another Dovin's Veto.
That ain't it.
That is not exactly what George was looking to see right now.
I love the way Izzet played this game. George mulliganed and didn't have access to a 1-mana removal spell for that Iconoclast, and just that was the story of the game. Because yeah, High Noon is a great hate card, as we saw there in game 2.
Yep.
But against an Iconoclast that is unanswered, it will just lose.
We did see, though, both sideboard cards being impactful. Last game it was the Hullbreaker Horror. Now it's going to be the Ironclast. And we have the Chekhovens, Ilyar Busa winning this game here and locking a win for round 9. That means that now he's 7-1-1 and 1 step closer to making in the Pro Tour. I know that you've talked with him and that is a goal of him, right? To make it back in the Pro Tour.
Oh, absolutely. 7-1-1, looking pretty. He played that game beautifully. You know, he's on top of his game as far as I can tell. You know, George did get a loss here, but he has a sweet deck. He looks to be very well prepared with that deck for especially Phoenix and maybe some of the other top decks as well. Torture Tower looking like a great meta call, and you know, the tournament's far from over from him. We might still see him in the top 8, or he is definitely fighting for a Proto top in the running for that.
And this was an amazing round full of magic, Carne. It was a blast to cast it with you here. In the end, a lot of fun matches, but we have a lot more magic to you. Now we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back for round number 10 of the Regional Championship.
Welcome to one of the craziest Magic events ever. A vintage cube draft with cards worth over $65,000, but the twist is you get to keep whatever you open.
Let's do a vintage cube where you keep the cards. This is the most exciting event in a really long time.
They're giving away what? A black hook?
We are basically cutting off an edge. The beauty.
That part should not be on camera.
Adrenaline's pumping.
I was just kind of in shock.
It will take lots of luck.
We haven't even sleeved the cards yet.
I'm a little nervous, yeah.
My watch detected a shock, and it was like dialing 911.
Hello and welcome back to the Ultimate Guard European Magic Series. Sitting here with the Hall of Famer Gabriel Nassif. Gabe, how are you doing?
I'm doing great.
We're here live with round 2 of the regional championship in Lille, and I think we're ready to jump straight into action. We picked a couple decks we haven't seen too much of yesterday. One of them is Celestia Company, which actually Frank Karsten highlighted as one of the decks that had the best winning record out of a larger sample size. So while there might have been decks that were represented by just 1 or 2 or 3 players, Celestia Company actually did really, really well from the tier 1 and tier 2 decks.
Yeah, we saw it a tiny bit in the feature yesterday, but our player got stuck on land, so it wasn't super interesting. We're going to see if David Denitsa can do a little better. He's going to be up against Phoenix, piloted by Stefan Schutz, arguably, top 5 player in the room. So I'm assuming this is not the greatest matchup for Company. It should be somewhat close. It does seem like we're looking at pairing specific, and the Company players got way more than their fair share of combo opponents.
Oh yeah.
which might have inflated that win rate. It's always hard to say on one event, even though 550 players, decent sample, but it's still, you can still have that variance, and you can have Company win 56% this round, and then next RC win 45%. It's not uncommon to see these numbers. So either way, it's going to be interesting to see if the Company deck can keep up with Phoenix at all, or if it's going to be kind of a one-sided affair. I think
Pioneer is great. I was looking at Frank's metagame numbers from the Metagame Mentor series, and John Sacrifice was actually trending down only about 2% of the metagame in the last couple of RCs. Then the last one in South America had 3 copies in the top 8. Yesterday we had 2 food decks at the top of the standings, 8 and 0. So it's really cool how in Pioneer the metagame kind of shifts around all the time, and what's a great deck one weekend can certainly change to being the 10th most played deck in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, one of the most interesting numbers to me in that meta breakdown and the win rates was just Phoenix winning quote unquote only 49%. I thought it might just be the best deck in the field. There was a chance it was just sometimes there's not a best deck, or it's not clear, and maybe this time people have been hyping up the artist talent, how Phoenix was already a really good deck and it got an upgrade, and it didn't really show in the numbers. And we all, some of the best players in the room are playing Phoenix. So despite that, 49% win rate, a little disappointed.
Yes.
A bit of a surprise.
Meanwhile, David with his perfect opener, turn 1 Llanowar Elf, but Stefan is ready with Torch the Tower. And yeah, Llanowar Elf is so important in the Company deck because there's so many 3-drops and obviously 4 collected companies that sometimes your draw can kind of fall apart if the Elf dies on turn 1, because then you're going to be a little bit slower if you don't have that turn 2 Talia or some of the other 2-drops.
Yeah, Denitsa didn't have the follow-up Thalia or Kennen or another Elf, so kind of just passed turn 2, did nothing, huge swing. Stefan gets to deploy Artist Talent with no threats in the board right now.
Skyclave Apparition gets rid of the Artist Talent. And we actually mentioned this in our team chat a few times, that in open decklist tournaments, playing lateral decks is actually a lot worse than normal, because people know they should be mulliganing against you. I remember this discussion from one of the previous RCs where the mono green devotion deck was really popular, and I think we decided to just add one extra land into the deck because we expected people to just mulligan aggressively against us to try to find that fatal push or towards the tower or fiery impulse.
Yeah, I think the general philosophy is that reactive decks get better in open deck lists because you're not going to keep a hand that does nothing. If you're playing a control deck and you're playing against a creature deck, you're not going to keep a slower hand. And the more streamlined deck, like Company, a deck with all creatures, they don't really have that flexibility. Let's say their hands are kind of all the same. I mean, maybe some creatures are better than others in matchups. So yeah, you would expect aggressive winner decks to be a little worse in open deck lists and control decks to be a little better, but we saw Zarya's control just worst deck in the format, 40% win rate.
That's true. That's true.
I think the control decks are just not in a great spot in Pioneer. The other decks are just too powerful. They have too many good cards. Fable, Annex, Artist Talent, Collected Company.
Yeah, it's true that you don't really have to play control anymore to play the powerful cards, because all the mid-range stuff like Fable is just so powerful these days. In the meantime, Stefan uses Picklock Prankster, mills 4 cards, gets a Slate of Hand. I like the old version from Portal, and follows up with one of the absolute best cards in the format, Treasure Cruise. 1 mana, draw 3 cards, no big deal. And we have the Enduring the Enduring Innocence, which is one of the best cards for these white company decks, blue-white spirits, and it's one of the reasons why these decks are so good now.
Yeah, I think it's the best card in the deck. I think it's the most unique card. It doesn't care as much about removal unless it's a card like Torch the Tower that exiles, and it's just provides so much value. It lets you win long games. It has lifelink for good measure, which come up in some races, in some spots, which is super nice. So just great card, and definitely took that deck from like not really a top tier contender to a good deck in the format.
Yeah, just having this card draw engine that is so hard to get rid of just turns the deck into a contender.
Yeah, quick look at the deck list. Looks like mostly stock for the white-green deck. There is that one Tristani Free Whispers, which is 4/4 for free mana that gives Death Touch, Vigilance, and Double Strike. And I actually lost the one time someone put that into play against me. I lost it. I thought I was in a spot where I almost could not lose. They played that card, and I was like, "What? Like that's just way too much. Way too many good abilities, and just singularly turned the game around." So that could be a cool one, even though it's a little weak to a card like Lightning Axe, I guess. And on Stefan's side, 4 Artist Talent, 2 Profs in the main deck, no Ledger Shredder, decent amount of interaction, 7 red removal spells plus 2 Brazen Bar. So not quite the 10 we had out of Depra's main deck yesterday, but still 9, which is good.
David, with the second copy of Enduring Innocence, it's going to be pretty hard to stop him from drawing a lot of cards this game. Stefan is trying to do his best to find the Phoenixes. He's going to need to turn the corner really quickly, because otherwise he's going to get buried in card advantage thanks to the 2 copies of Enduring Innocence.
Yeah, only 1 Torch the Tower in Stefan's main deck, so you can exile 1 but not the second one. It's going to be interesting to see if he can go over the top. Maybe was Profs in combination was Artist Talent to start, having these massive fairies, whatever creature he hasn't played, but maybe the Nitsa can just keep up with extra card advantage and keep exiling threat after threat. Maybe start resolving some company to out-tempo Stefan. It's going to be really interesting to see how this game plays out, because they both had a good start.
Yeah, they're both pretty much doing exactly what their deck is trying to be doing, right? David had a turn 1 Lateral Elf, 2 copies of Enduring Innocence. He's going to be drawing a lot of cards. He did miss his 4th land drop, though, so he's going to need to find some extra lands to be able to play all the cards he's going to be drawing. And in the meantime, Stefan is using his Artist Talents to dig through his deck trying to find the Phoenixes, but I think there's only one copy in the graveyard so far.
Yeah, no, definitely a big deal. Definitely not ideal for David to miss these land drops. Especially when you have Enduring Innocence in play and you start drawing cards, you basically want to make a land drop for the rest of the game, kind of.
Oh, well, there is a second Phoenix. Never mind. Didn't see that one in the graveyard, so... Yeah, swing for 6 available for Stefan. He can also leave them behind to try to block. Goes for the damage race, so David goes to 16. And now he's going to need to draw a land to start deploying all the cards in his hand.
Yeah, and I kind of missed it. What's the card was the counter on it?
That's the Skyclave got killed.
Oh, right. 2/2 token.
It was a 2/2, yeah.
Gonna trade.
Oh, David actually trades for the token. Interesting.
Yeah, I guess he cares about the lifelink. He just...
Yeah.
You know, his token, there's no point in it attacking for 2 if your opponent is just lifelinking for 2 every turn. And big company. We've seen these companies break pretty hard yesterday in some matchups, so David's really looking for maybe another Skyclave would be nice. A third Curiosity would be awesome. Maybe something like a Thalia is not the worst, but...
And you might be thinking, why is David playing company on his main phase, right? It's an instant speed card. Why doesn't he just wait to Stefan's turn? This is a tournament with open deck lists, so both players know that what exactly is in the other person's main deck. So if there are cards like Spell Pierce or some other counter magic, they know what to expect. So David just chose to run that company out.
Yeah,
on his main phase.
Yeah, you don't get too punished for main phase company. The only card where it might matter is Aven Interrupter, which he hit, but you know, a flying creature might be okay. That's the only card that cares about. You have
that would have been good here, though.
Yeah, it would have, but you know, if Stefan has a Spell Pierce here, that might just be the game.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It is hard to.
Yeah, it is a judgment call you have to make.
Yeah, now I would definitely make the same play if I was...
There's a Proft.
All right. Profts can mean like big turns for Stefan and present almost lethal threat out of nowhere.
Yeah, you highlighted how important this card is, especially in the sideboard games, right? When you have to fight through all the unlicensed Hers, Rest in Peace, Leyline of the Void, you know, all these cards that people have.
Yeah, Stefan kind of a little stuck there. He was, quote unquote, only able to, I think, cast that Treasure Cruise because of the Archon of a Myriad, decided to pass back. And we're going to see a removal spell in response to a Voice of Resurgence, not give a token, probably targeting that Archon, I would imagine.
Another missed land drop for David.
Yeah, despite the extra card drawns. Let's see.
Oh wait, he's still in. Okay, never mind. He still has a land drop available. I think there's a Gunjo in his hand. There we go. Another Enduring Innocence. Okay.
I think that's the one maybe that got bounced, but yeah, it is.
Oh, you're right. Okay.
Yeah, I honestly have no idea who's ahead. I would just assume the Phoenix player is ahead in these spots. That's what I always assume, but maybe I'm biased, and it's really hard to say, honestly. If you haven't played the matchup, if you haven't played these games like 2 or 3 times.
I think the thing here is that David is mostly casting 3 mana cards, while Stefan's deck, everything basically costs 1 or 2, right? He's casting Treasure Cruise, draw 3 cards for 1 mana. He has all these Lightning Axes, Torch the Tower, Fiery Impulses. So he's able to answer David's cards much more efficiently. And that might be the reason why the advantage bar might actually be on Stefan's side, despite David having a better board right now, because his cards are just so much cheaper and he has access to just more plays every turn.
Yeah, and what was that is that somewhat of a misstep from Stefan, just not using Free to Fey in response to Voice of Resurgence? He got rid of the Archon, but I don't know if it's like a brain fog moment or if he just wanted to keep the mana up to give himself more options. Kind of like doesn't care that much about the token and can ignore it. And it almost feels like for David to win this game, he just needs to kind of decks, Stefan. Just make him run out of win cons, present too many, make him run out of removal.
Well, another treasure cruise. Yeah, I mean, that's certainly possible. Like you did say there was only about 8 copies of removal spells in the main deck, and I think David's going to do a pretty good job of presenting multiple creatures every turn.
Does feel like it might be hard to do if you can't exile any Phoenix at any point. Yeah. So let's see, treasure cruise. A little lifelink and flyers on the side of the company deck, but not a ton, and no flyers that can just break Phoenixes. It's just creatures you can trade, but then the Phoenixes come back. It's kind of tricky to get a Phoenix with Skyclave Apparition. Stefan can kill his own Phoenix in response.
Wow, Stefan discards that Brazen Borrower. That's interesting.
Yeah, a little surprised as well, especially with that
clean answer for the token.
Yeah.
He did find a lot of removal spells. I see a lot of red cards in hand. I think there is another copy of Arclight Phoenix as well. Discard to the Artist Talent.
Yeah, I guess you don't care about the token that much if you can just kill every creature.
That's true.
Looks like he was just going for max efficiency with his spells, trying to find all 4 Phoenixes as soon as possible and just kill David in a couple swings.
Yeah, Stefan, one of the best players, not just online anymore. He was the Magic Online Championship Series 2024 Season 1 champion. Then he followed up with a 2nd place in Season 2, but he's also a member of Team Handshake Ultimate Guard, having some really good results in Paper Magic as well.
Yeah, repping Ultimate Guard and the nerdy nuts.
Yeah, pretty good.
Here's the props. He's already drawn what Treasure Cruise was for. Another spell was another card. Props, another card. So he's drawn 6 at least. 7 counting the props itself, maybe. And he still hasn't made a land drop. So it's 9 was the free Phoenixes. If he has his land cantrip just lethal?
Is that 9?
Is that 9 plus 9? Or is he one short? Looks like it's just 9 plus 9. He's got lethal.
It is crazy how many cards the Phoenix deck sees every game.
Yeah, it is really silly that not only Artist Talent is a great card and Props is a really good card in Phoenix deck, but combined together, they're just like a solo win the game engine kind of. 9 and 9, yeah.
Wow, that's crazy. So David at 18 life passes the turn back to Stefan with 2 Phoenixes, and he just finds a way to attack for 18 thanks to that Props eidetic memory. What a game.
Yeah. I guess, yeah, Phoenix was in a good spot. I do think that if David has the same draw but doesn't miss land drops and gets to play a few more threats, that could have made the difference. But
yeah,
I mean, once again, that's why we think Phoenix is such a good deck. Just a little more consistent than the other deck almost always. Always feels like, oh, he didn't stumble, he did this, that, but that's just what the deck's designed to do.
Exactly. I think if you play a fair game against Phoenix, it's usually not going to end up well for you. You're just playing, creatures. Sure, you're drawing some extra cards thanks to the Enduring Innocence, and maybe Collected Company gets you a 2/4/1. But in the end, I think Stefan cast 3 or 4 Treasure Cruises that game. That's being up 12 cards, plus all the card selection, Artist Talent. Phoenix has come back for free from the graveyard. Just so much card advantage, so much card selection, so much efficiency.
Yeah. We'll look at the sideboards for the company deck. And David, he's got a couple on licensors. Those will definitely be coming in. He has access to 2 portable hull if he wants them for the Artist Talent and potentially a Wandering Emperor. But I think that card, the exiled part is nice, but that card is a little clunky at times. An Anointed Peacekeeper, that doesn't seem that great. So yeah, probably 2 Hearst, 2 portable hull, and I would assume that's about it. And on Stefan's side, we've got 2 Anger of the Gods, which will almost definitely be coming in. He has the option of Third Path Iconoclast, but I'm assuming you don't bring that in with your sweeper. Maybe a Braid, or almost definitely a Braid removal spell kills the Hearst. Maybe Prismari Command also gets rid of the Hearst.
Towards the tower.
Yeah, definitely the second torch to tower, and yeah, that should be it. 2 angers, 1 abrade, 1 torch.
Stefan has a copy of
one
Alsace Oracle in his sideboard. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's some games just devolve into drawing your entire deck. So especially with Artist Talent.
Okay.
The slower matchups. I don't know if it comes in the mirror match. I would assume, you know, against a control deck or against maybe a mid-range deck, a very grindy mid-range deck, not too aggressive. Yeah, I haven't seen someone cast it yet, but maybe even against a deck like Zur Overlord, I really don't know. I've been playing mostly Ninja Overlord online, and I've never had anyone cast the Oracle. You know, there's some games where they got the decked, and I was like, you know, if they have Oracle, I just lose. But I guess they assume it didn't make a ton of sense. You never know how the game's going to play out. So.
You mentioned the Wandering Emperor being a sideboard choice possibly for David. Do you think he's expecting Stefan to keep his Spell Pierces in, even if the only targets are the collected companies and the unlicensed hearses he's bringing out of the sideboard?
I would assume Stefan to at least have 1 Spell Pierce just for company and hearse. And I think Wandering Emperor is probably more for the burn decks, prowess, control. I would not, you know, when I play Blue-White Control against Phoenix, it's a card that's fine at times, but it's nothing special. And yeah, we saw Depra keep 1 Spell Pierce against, it was not White Green Company, I believe it was the combo deck, but I would expect Stefan to maybe keep 1 in, yeah.
All right, looks like both players are just about done shuffling for game 2. Stefan up 1-0.
Yeah, Stefan was on the play in game 1. David, A, didn't have a 2-drop. B, missed a few land drops. So we still haven't had, or we haven't seen you and me, the company deck just kind of
go off,
stumble at all yet. So
turn 1 elf live.
Kind of hoping to see that this game.
A reminder for everybody, we're playing 14 rounds of Swiss. So yesterday we had 8 rounds. Andrea Mengucci and Mark Tobias were the 2 undefeated players. Today we have 6 more rounds. This is round number 2. So round number 10 overall before we cut to our top 8 and later on crown the European champion for the first season.
Yeah, and we expect that the players are going to need a record of X2-1, so 2 losses and a draw. Was maybe a couple players on 3 losses making the cut. The ones with the best breakers. So every match, even though those 2 players are off to a great start, they're like still a really long way to go.
All right, turn 1 Llanowar Elf and just land go from Stefan. So for the first time, I think, this weekend, we see Llanowar Elf make it through the opposing player's turn. So let's see what David can cook here. Wow, just attack for 1. Are you kidding me?
Underwhelming.
What is happening? Oh, is he Llanowar Elf flooded this game? Shock myself. Cast another elf. 3 elves. What are the odds of that? The one time Stefan doesn't have removal turn 1, you're just Llanowar Elf flooded, and that's when you wish they would have actually killed your elf.
Yeah, exactly. It's like somebody shaking his head and like inside, you know, interiorly just.
I mean, still good for him. He's, you know, able to develop his mana quite nicely. I think I saw a collected company in his hand, so if he's able to find an Enduring Innocence, start drawing some cards, he can definitely run away with the game.
Yeah. Stefan passes back, couple mana up.
Yeah, now Stefan certainly has cheaper cards with all the opts and all the, you know, considers and 1 mana removal spells, but David has so much mana advantage right now that he can certainly leverage that into putting too much pressure on Stefan too quickly.
Yeah. Company main phase here could be a little awkward, you know, no targets for the Skyclave if you kept those in, no target for the Interrupter as well, so we might just see David just attack was an elf for 2 and just pass the turn.
How much do you want to play around Spell Pierce here? if you just pass with all the elves on tap, you're kind of telegraphing what you're doing. But I guess you're doing that either way. Like, if you're not going to cast anything here on turn 3, it is pretty obvious that you didn't just keep, 6 lands and 3 elves. I think David's just decided the 2 points of damage are not worth playing around not playing around the spell pierce here.
Yeah, I like it. I don't mind it. It's a really tough call, honestly. You could sing 2 damage, not gonna matter. It's one side's gonna snowball, but you honestly never know when it's game's gonna get a little scrappy, or you just missing these 2 damage to push for lethal before Phoenix takes over. Definitely kind of a tough spot.
Yeah, one of the nice things about Phoenix is also you just get to play at instant speed most of the time if you want to, and that at some point you turn the corner, you start casting your treasure cruisers, get the Phoenixes back, but most of the game you just have untapped mana, you're ready to either play a removal spell, or you have some card selection spells to play. But back to David, end of turn collected company, what do we get?
I don't think he hits super well. I think it's just a voice and I thought it was voice and elf, but voice and Thalia is decent.
Okay. Thalia is one of the better cards against Phoenix.
Yeah. It's one of the cards you're hoping not to see, because then your spell's a little more expensive.
And Stefan says, before you untap, I don't want to get you a free token from the Voice of Resurgence, so he's going to kill the Thalia right away, but that takes his entire turn. So advantage bar certainly in David's.
Yeah, let's see if he has a follow-up company or Enduring Innocence, maybe at least a couple of reasonable threats. Maybe a second Thalia would be nice. Ooh, here's the Tristani.
Let me put that up on the screen. Tristani 3 Whispers.
We see Lightning Axe in Stefan's hand, so it might not be the most impactful this game, unfortunately.
That was an attack for 4, and David curiously left up a Llanowar Elf.
Yeah, repping Interrupter. Potentially Bodyguard, saving your own creature is an option, getting a Phoenix, but I would assume Interrupter if I was Stefan here. I would expect my spell to be delayed, be sent into the plot zone. Fortunately, in these spots, what you usually want to do is just pass the turn back and play in their upkeep, but the Voice of Resurgence is making that play very unappealing for Stefan. So it looks like he's in a spot where he's going to, Dunitsa's going to get to use his mana really efficiently and use Interrupter on Stefan's turn, get to untap with all his creatures, all his mana.
But I really miss the old days when Voice of Resurgence was one of the best cards in Modern. Electrolyze was one of the best cards, and the Birthing Pod decks were what you wanted to be doing if you were playing green.
Yeah, Gideon Jura was
a
playable card. Probably still not, but yeah. I remember playing some Modern PTs with, medium Jace, what you call like Architect
of Thoughts,
Thoughts and Gideon Jura. My powerful planeswalkers.
Sphinx's Revelation, end of turn, draw 4 cards.
Yeah.
Those were the days. All right, Lightning Axe kills the Trostani.
No Interrupter used.
I think that's a Treasure Cruise, or is that Artist Talent?
Dunitsa showing some discipline here.
Wow, actually, lets that resolve. So
resolve, yeah.
3 cards for Stefan. Land opt.
Maybe it is just a Bodyguard?
I think Stefan is really trying to dig for that Anger of the Gods. Like, that would be the perfect card for him. He's going to have a couple more turns to try to find it. If you're David, like, how much are you scared of Anger? Are you thinking, well, clearly my opponent doesn't have it right now. I should just add more to the board and try to make this game end as fast as possible? Or do you think this is the type of situation where you're thinking, okay, maybe I should be sandbagging some creatures just to have something left over if that happens?
Every spot is different. Usually in these spots, you kind of have to go for it. You can't afford to not put max pressure on the Phoenix player, especially when you've stumbled a bit. And I wonder if Denitsa just didn't keep that 1 mana up. You know, he sacrificed that 1 point of damage to rep Interrupter, to rep Bodyguard, and make Stefan's turn a little trickier. Make, you know, Stefan maybe sequence in a suboptimal order. Stefan got, or Denitsa got a Hearse into play. But it's going to be answered by Prosperity Command.
2 damage to the Voice of Resurgence, and I'm going to destroy your artifact, which is a License Hearse. Pretty good play for Stefan. I do think there is an Aven Interrupter in hand. I think I do see it in those 2 cards that David's shuffling. He could be thinking that, yeah, I kind of just want to save it for the Anger of the Gods, but
yeah, it's a tough spot. It feels like it doesn't matter too much which spell you get. I'm surprised he didn't play it as soon as he could and just kind of shove and pray and hope he gets there before Stefan turns the corner.
Stefan passes the turn with a Petty Theft available.
Yeah, I decided to actually go after the Voice instead of getting rid of an Elf. And we see why he just has the bounce spell for the token.
I think if David has the Interrupter, this has to be a forced play pretty much, right? Like you just want to keep pressuring the opponent.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems like David just has big plans for that Interrupter, but yeah, finally
there it is.
And he plays it.
And that's a lot of extra damage, right? Now the token is dealing with 5 damage, so that's attack for 8. Stefan goes to 6. Yeah, there was a lot of patience with that Interrupter, but you know, it looks like it might have paid off.
Yeah, I still have my Phoenix bias. I feel like Stefan's going to be just fine. I'm not even exactly sure what he has in hand, but
he has a couple of card draw spells. I think he's going to start by casting Opt, maybe try to see if there is an Anger of the Gods anywhere near the top of his library, because that would be the perfect card to get out of the situation.
He's got an Artist Talon, but he's choosing not to play it first. You would think maybe you wanted to dig to some Phoenixes and get the card selection of the Talon, but I guess with Treasure Cruise in hand, he feels like maybe he can't afford to spend the 2 mana right away this turn. And
even a Lightning Axe would be, you know, fine to give himself another turn, because that would still kill the token. He's at 6, so he can afford to take 5.
Does look like the wheel might be falling off for Stefan this game. We see Spell Pierce beat a draw, which is one of the worst cards he could have drawn right now. Still does have Brazen Bar as Spade at 2 mana. Goes in Adventure, potential blocker. No choose to play Steam Vents tapped, and pass the turn was
with Opt and Spell Pierce available, so no removal. What does David have? I think that's a Boseiju and a land, I think. Attack for 5.
Yeah, it looks like Stefan decided he needs to set himself up to play towards Anger of the Gods, basically. His plan is like, okay, I'm not going to win this game if I don't find Anger of the Gods, so might as well max my chances of winning if I do find that Anger.
Yeah, and that's pretty reasonable. Sometimes you just have to make a play that is the winning play, right? Like sometimes, you know, better than playing not to lose when you're kind of just killing the creatures one by one, but you're still taking a bunch of damage. Maybe it's better to just make the winning play and say, hey, if I draw the Anger, I think I'm going to win. And otherwise, it's unlikely because I'm so far behind.
Yeah, right now it does look like he's getting punished for not playing that Artist Talon at some point. But it's obviously easier for us to say in hindsight.
Yeah, exactly. We see both players' hands, and yeah, perfect information. He does start by Lightning Axe, kill the Interrupter, Treasure Cruise to get enough cards in the graveyard. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think. Yeah, draw 3 cards.
He has to do that even though he's still looking for Anger, so he's kind of like, quote-unquote, wasting that axe just to put a spell in the yard. And we see a bunch of bricks, 2 lands, and a torch.
Yeah, I think that might be it. Wow, so the Letterworld Elf beatdown for David does the job in the end. Stefan fails to find his Anger of the Gods, and we're moving to game number 3.
Yeah, somewhat of a good read from Stefan. There was a Boseiju in Denitsa's hand, so he did have the answer to Artist Talent. So it looks like deploying Talent would have not made that big of a difference.
All right, back to sideboarding. Do you think anything changes here based on play or draw? Like, for example, if you're the Phoenix player, how about third path Iconoclast? Is that something that Stefan might be considering having on the play, just to kind of, give himself a bunch of chump blockers, buy himself a lot of time to be able to play all these card selection spells?
The way this game played out, it is tempting. It is a pretty solid card, and David doesn't have a super efficient way to get rid of it. Sure, he has Skyclave, maybe Bodyguard stays in, maybe he gets hit by a portable hold, but all these cards also targets Artist Talent, so that could definitely be an option. I would still think that was, Anger is just so good in this matchup. You don't really want the awkwardness of third path and Anger in your deck, but it is an option,
Yeah, Phoenix is a deck where you gonna have to keep the right balance between all the card selection spells to be able to fuel your treasure cruises, and then make sure that you don't have these awkward situations of, I brought in too many cards, now they don't kind of work together too well. Yeah. It's not that easy to always find the right balance. Like, sometimes you're gonna find yourself with too many reactive cards, and then your treasure cruise is not that easy to play because it's harder to fill your graveyard.
Yeah. It's tough. It's easy to get result oriented, right? Like this game, he drew that Spell Pierce, and if it's a third path Iconoclast, he might have stabilized and won the game. So
that's the power of open deck lists as well. Just David deciding, hey, I'm just gonna play it right now. I'm not gonna give you a chance to even have that Spell Pierce to counter my my Collected Company. And here, being on the draw, Stefan didn't even have a chance to counter the company because David was up to 6 mana on turn 3. Looks like the players are just about done shuffling. Stefan is going to be on the play, which is a huge advantage in the matchup. I mean, I guess just like in any other constructed matchup these days.
Yeah. Just keep looking at the company deck list, and Anger of the Gods just looks so brutal.
Yeah.
You've got so little counterplay, like Interrupter delays a bit, but it's still a fairly cheap card, and yeah. Kind of just have to pray if you're the company deck, hope Stefan stumbles, because it feels like if both decks draw well.
One of the things I love about Phoenix is that you can also keep so many openers. Like, normally if you draw a one-lander, you're like, well, that's not great, being on the play, I don't think I'm going to risk that. If you draw a one-lander with Phoenix, you typically have an Opt or a Consider, or some 3 or 4 cards you can play. I see a Spell Pierce, I see a Fiery Impulse, I think. So it's a deck that also allows you to keep a much wider selection of opening hands.
Yeah, no, it does. And we see people are kind of pushing it these days. Stefan only playing 19 lands.
Wow.
No Spike Field Hazards, no Jar's Disruption, just straight up 19 lands.
You don't want to get flooded, yeah.
Yeah. You assume Artist Talent's a little more resilient than a Ledger Shredder, so you can rely on it a little more. So really, I guess the Phoenix players feels like all they need is 2 lands on turn 2, and then after that they should be good. They've got also Prof's Idyllic Memory that cantrips. Interesting. It's always tough to know. You could argue, okay, you have all these cantrips and stuff, so you want 1 more land. But you could also argue Artist Talent lets you loot lands away, so you kind of want to give yourself your best chance to not miss that second land drop, and then you're going to be able to get rid of the extra lands, and there's fine balance there.
David with a multi-6. I see a Llanowar Elf, a couple lands, and a lot of 3-drops. So this is going to be one of those situations where he's going to play the Elf turn 1, and then he's going to hope that it survives till his turn 2, but I don't think that's going to be the case based on Stefan's opening hand. I think there was an Enduring Innocence. It might have been a Trostani. I think there was an Aven Interrupter Elf, and I think what seemed to be like 2 lands. There's a Forest and a green-white duel. I think the players are waiting for the judge to give them the go-ahead. But I think we should be ready to play.
Yeah, we see David both players kind of looking to the side.
And if you're wondering, why do the players have headphones? What is happening? The way the whole setup here is built, the caster booth is relatively close to the playing area, and we wanted to make sure that there is no You know, no funny business going on with some players possibly hearing what we're talking about. So they have headphones with white noise.
Yeah, it's honestly kind of nice to just have the white noise and not have the room from the crowd and whatnot.
Exactly. Plus, they also have a way to talk to the judges this way without any distractions. Turn 1, Sleight of Hand. I think there is a third path Iconoclast in Stefan's hand. So he did bring it up, bring it in on the play.
Yeah, or maybe just had it for game 2 and we just didn't see it.
Right.
I also see the Spell Pierce still in.
Turn 1, Land or Elf, so the perfect start for David. And now, what do you like here? Turn 2, you go for the Iconoclast, and you're going to try to set up being maybe more aggressive this game, or are you just always killing the Elf?
You really don't want a Lightning Axe and Elf if you don't have a Treasure Cruise, some kind of card advantage to make up for it. So
I think there is a...
my instinct would just be third path, hope I don't get Skyclaved in and I'm in a really good spot.
So not with Lightning Axe, but what if you have Fiery Impulse? Yeah, I think there is one.
Yeah, if I have Impulse plus Spell Pierce backup for potential Hearse, I kind of like that as well.
Wow, and Stefan makes the judgment call that going with the Iconoclast here is gonna, you know, possibly give him a lot bigger advantage down the road.
Yeah, you're
Sets
right.
up for the future.
Yeah, he does have the Impulse. He did have the option, so he's really going for it. And if he gets to on tap with that third path Iconoclast, that might just be like...
Yeah, that might be game. That's a Plains into Enduring Innocence. All right, so
solid.
Both players with a great opening draw. Let's see who's going to come out on top. No card selection for Stefan, though. This is what we talked about. Like, now he has Iconoclast, he has a Spell Pierce in hand, so he has a lot of cards that don't really necessarily help him get cards in the graveyard quickly or kind of churn through his deck. Although he does have a third land, I think there is a...
He found a Free to Fade too, so he can start digging towards a Treasure Cruise.
Okay.
We're probably going to see him go... It's tricky. Do you go after the Elf and limit the mana, or do you try to push some damage through, get rid of the 2/1 lifelinker, even though it comes back as an enchantment? And then you lose that ability to exile it forever was an Anger of the Gods or a Torch.
Right.
So that play is really not super appealing. He decides to go for Command, kill Elf, and get a Treasure.
Make it token in the process.
That lets him keep Spell Pierce mana up, which is always nice. Just developing his board nicely.
And now it's a question of, does David have a third land? See a lot of... I think there's 3 Aven Interrupters in hand.
Yeah, if David doesn't have a play here, any play, it's going to be
there
way
it is.
up. There's a third land. That's huge.
Second Brushland, though. That's a lot of, you know, damage he's possibly going to be taking. Trades that off for the token. Interesting.
Yeah, so Stefan wants to get aggressive, be able to actually push some damage, giving up his option to exile the Innocence, accepting it's going to be on the board for the entire game or until he bounces it with Brazen Borer.
Wow, Talia, great play here. Draws a card, doesn't find a 4th land, though, so back to Stefan, who's probably going to waste no time killing it with one of the removal spells, which would allow him to swing with the Iconoclast, start building a bigger board of tokens. There we go. What's the follow-up? Swing for 2. All right, David goes to 18. And I think Stefan is probably going to value sitting on that Spell Pierce. I think the question he's asking himself right now is, do I want to play that land, or do I want to keep an extra card in hand to possibly ditch into that Lightning Axe? Goes for the land, back to David. And yeah, his hand is full of 3-drops.
Yeah, it would have been nice, ideally, for David to have something like maybe Elf on my turn, play a third land, have a creature on your turn. The Enduring Innocence only triggers once a turn, so that's another way this deck's good at, you know, taking advantage of it. You can play cards on your turn. You have some flash creatures. You have company. All right. Second Thalia. Very nice. Not a bad start. And finds a land drop.
Wow, passes the turn again. So only one play a turn available to David so far for the last couple of turns. That is not a great way to try to beat Phoenix.
Yeah, he's probably gonna need Stefan to get a little unlucky here. Maybe, you know, not find Treasure Cruise or another free-to-play of the free-to-play. And, you know, as you said, he's gonna have to start playing more than one card a turn.
There is a collected company in hand, so David is showing a lot of patience, you know, trying to play around that spell pierce, although this turn he is just passing the turn back. Big Clock Prankster goes on an adventure. Now David's thinking, should I just fire off the company here? Like, do you have that spell pierce? Do I want to give you a chance to find it? Wow, goes for it. And Stefan's last card.
Yeah, that's so fast. Yeah, he just flipped that card. He didn't quite windmill slam it, but the sentiment, you know, there was that energy there. Yeah. That's like huge turning point, and probably going to be good enough, honestly, to just snowball from that point. And
look at the Iconoclast, how much value Stefan's getting from it. He gets a Consider here, plays that main phase, gets another token, digging for that Treasure Cruise. Wow, he kept that really fast. That's got to be Treasure Cruise, right? No, that's another Prankster. All right.
Yeah, not the first time we see Iconoclast pop off. Just kind of take over. We saw it actually very first round of the tournament was a Canister brought in against Ragdos Prowess, despite the fact, you know, he knew there was probably a few fatal pushes left in the deck. And it's power of, you know, it's a classic Fred versus reactive card versus removal. Like, make you have it. If you do, well, we traded 1 for 1. If you don't, you know, potentially just takes over the game.
And this might have even been a situation of Stefan deciding, like, maybe I want to have Anger of the Gods on the draw, because I think I'm going to be under pressure a lot more. And maybe I want to have Third Path, Iconoclast, and a more proactive deck on the play.
Yeah. And once again, we just kind of, you know, we want to see that company deck that's been doing so well in the tournament just kind of have that one knotted draw. But Phoenix is also really good at making your deck look bad. You know, whether you're playing a creature deck, even whether you're playing a control deck, you always have that feeling that, like, why am I not drawing well? What? Always something's going wrong. You know, it's just the Phoenix cards are so efficient. You know, we just saw it. Spell Pierce on your company, my 1 mana card on your 4 mana card, my 1 mana removal on your 3 mana creature.
The efficiency of Phoenix is just when it's firing on all cylinders, it really does look like the best deck in the format. But yeah, I mean, we're seeing the games where, you know, Phoenix doesn't mulligan. They always have, you know, those first couple land drops. Everything's going well. You know, the Celestia, they kind of stumbled a little bit, had to take a mulligan. Elf died.
Yeah, to be fair, we did see Stefan, you know, kind of flooding out a tiny bit in game 2 and not finding the
Anger,
proper cards, the Anger, the Iconoclast, just kind of breaking a bit.
That's also the power of Phoenix. Even cards that are only represented in your deck as a one-off or a two-off, you're so much more likely to find them than in other decks because you have so much card selection.
All right, we've got 1 blocker, so the Nitsa not dead on board technically. One of the downsides of the Tristani doesn't trigger the Innocence. We actually see in his deck list, he's not playing any copy of the Peacekeeper in the main deck.
Okay.
And it's one of the reasons why Peacekeeper is a nice card, but it doesn't trigger the endurance, and you might be like, oh, it's not a big deal, it's one of my creatures, but it can add up in some games where you just, you know, instead of playing the best card in your deck, you play that 2/1 lifelink, and then it just doesn't draw you a card for the next few turns. And
Treasure Cruise from Stefan meets an Aven Interrupter. Is that even a big deal?
Slight setback, probably.
Still made a token in the process. Another token, consider in response. Finds another treasure cruise. So that gets exiled.
Yeah. Plotted. Then Izzet draws a card of the Innocence trigger.
Yeah, but Stefan's graveyard is so full anyways that he just doesn't even mind. He can just fire off another treasure cruise if he wants to, try to find that 5th land drop before playing the Upbraid. He can also just play the Upbraid right away, attack, and I mean, it's incredibly unlikely that even if David could stack his library right now, I don't think there is a combination of cards that could get him out of this. Yeah. Obviously, playing a green-white weenie deck, you're not going to have cards like Temporary Lockdown in your own deck. That'd be kind of silly. So incredibly unlikely David is going to be drawing into any kind of sweepers.
Yeah, he would need maybe an Innocence and give it double strike with Tristani, which but that's a lot of mana. That's the most expensive ability on Tristani. It's a white N2, so it feels like he needs the miracle of Company into double Innocence to get these lifelink bodies, right, plus maybe another blocker, and even then I'm not exactly sure that would be enough.
So Stefan attacks, lets David block. After blockers, he kills the Tristani.
Yeah, I decided Iconoclast done its job, and it's time to trade it away.
Oh wow! Yeah, those brushlands also.
Yeah, they did add up
a lot of life.
Yep. Typically, you're an aggressive deck. You're not going to mine as much. You know, it's kind of lands you find in aggressive decks and way more rarely in control decks. But
and Stefan went for the Upbraid here rather than the risky play of I'll play the Treasure Cruise first, hope to find an untapped land, and I think I like that. There's no reason to risk that. I can just play Treasure Cruise next turn.
Cannon Trigger, can he find a Company? That's really his only hope at this point. He's gonna make some maps, but that's just not going to be enough. Yeah, he just kind of plays out his cards and extend the hands.
Congratulations to Stefan Schutz, moving to 9-1, in a pretty good position to make a run at the top 8. As you mentioned, we're looking at roughly an X2-1 record that should be good enough to make the top 8.
Yeah, I think Stefan didn't even want to really be here or come. He was like, I'm already qualified for Worlds. What am I doing here? And
yeah.
I don't want to have to beat my teammates or my friends and crush their dreams and, you know, casual 9-1 start.
Wait, he's already qualified for Worlds?
Yeah, I believe so.
How did he do that?
I don't know. I feel
maybe
like
from the mocks or like from one of the mocks qualifies for Worlds. I think that might be a way to do it. I mean, but we're playing for $130,000, so.
And that's what someone told him. Is like, what about the money? He's like, eh.
Yeah, I mean, even if you are qualified for the Pro Tour like Andrea, you're still playing for the World's invite and a title of European champion, $20,000 for first place. That's a pretty good weekend of Magic. I think we're ready to jump straight into the feature match number 2. So let's take a look who we have for you here. I think we have a Blue-White Spirits deck, which we wanted to highlight.
Yeah, one of the French archetypes of Pioneer, Fiona Way.
Okay.
Against, I believe, I forget.
So Fiona Way, one of the
Rebelle.
One of the names that you are probably familiar with from online play. I think she was.
She qualified for Mox.
Yeah, she played 3 different set championships. She also played, I think, 2 different Magic Online championships on Magic Online. So no stranger to competitive play. Most of that online. This obviously, Paper Magic tournament, slightly different. I think she is playing Blue-White Spirits.
Yeah, she's on Blue-White Spirits, and we're going to be jumping right into game 2. Fiona is up a game, and
she's up against Anton Rebert on what seems to be Celestia Company. So one more chance for the Company deck to show us what it's capable of. Will it finally be the round?
Yeah, not looking good so far. Antoine down a game, but let's see what he can do on the play.
But this is certainly one of the matchups where I mean, you're extremely likely for your Llanowar Elf to make it through round 1, at least. So let's see what's going to happen. Anton does have the Llanowar Elf on the play on turn 1, so perfect opener for him. He did have to take a multi 6.
And he did have to play it off a green pathway, which means no double white free mana play for him. You know, the Skyclave Apparitions, the Enduring Innocence, all these cards, not a play available to him on turn 2 anyway. So that might be an issue this game. Oh, it is Antoine. I was like, thought it was Antoine. I was like, probably French, but then I saw Antoine. I was like, maybe it's like the, you know, Eastern European way of spelling the name.
Hey, you're the French person. You should know.
You're from France. List every French player, you know. Oh, you're French? Please name every French Magic player.
All right, turn 2, that looks like an Archon of Emeria.
Yeah, foil Archon of Emeria. And if you take a look, very similar list to what we just saw. No Peacekeeper in the main deck. Pretty much the same main deck. And after sideboard, he has access to Portable Hull if he wants to. Good against spirits, but can be a little awkward. Sorcery speed removal can be awkward against the hexproof that the 2/1 Flash Spirit can give. He has access to Brutal Cathar if he wants.
Rattle Chains.
Yeah, the Rattle Chains. If he wants extra ways to remove creatures, maybe a late Spellbinder as a flying blocker / disruptive cards, and another Bodyguard if he wants to.
Yeah, these decks are extremely similar. One of them is just using Collected Company to try to get some more value. Fiona is sticking to just 2 colors. She has both Enduring Innocence and Enduring Curiosity. So a lot of cards from the new set. I think there's a lot of Duskmourn cards in her deck.
Yeah, my instinct would be that maybe the Spirits deck is a little better suited. You get to play more at instant speed. You have evasion, and eventually your creatures can get bigger. One thing that Company deck doesn't do is your creatures don't really get bigger. So if your opponent just has bigger threats, bigger creatures, you might be stuck attacking. It is really good at getting rid of, creatures with stuff like Skyclave, stuff like Bodyguards.
And that was Sheltered by Ghosts, I believe, which is yet another new card from, I believe, Duskmourn.
Yeah, that's the 2-mana aura that acts as a removal spell, pumps, I believe, lifelink. Well, it does a lot. If you can stick it into play and get it to stick on the battlefield, it would be a massive swing.
Looks like everything kind of got put into one pile, so that Spectral Sailor is wearing the Sheltered by Ghost aura, and there's a creature underneath.
Yeah. Spectral Sailor literally carrying this game.
Kellen passed the turn, so no third land for Anton. So yet again, Llanowar Elf dies, and the Celestia deck is in trouble.
Yeah, not a ton of sideboard options for Fiona. She might want Portable Hold, but you really want to play the 1-for-1 trading game against someone who has, 4 Enduring Innocence and Collected Company. She might just want to rely on her own synergies. It's kind of tough when you're playing these synergistic deck. How much do I dilute my deck after sideboard? It's always a kind of a fine line and tricky spot to be in.
Kellen swings. Look at the top. I think that was a Thalia.
Yeah, I think we've just jinxed these Company decks, honestly. They're just unable to produce a reasonable draw for us in the future match. Sorry to every Company player we feature for the rest of the turn. Apparently,
yeah, I think it's just an open deck list thing. I think that's the problem. It's just your opponents know they should be mulliganing into those fatal pushes, fiery impulses, portable holes, whatever they have to try to stop you from having that Llanowar Elf opening draw where you can cast your 3 drops on turn 2, Company on turn 3. And yeah, I mean, the deck is playing what, like 20 something lands, 21, 22 maybe. So yeah, sometimes you're just gonna not be able to play that 3 drop on turn 3 or Company or on turn 4.
Yeah, but obvious counterpoint, it had the best win rate yesterday out of
that's true.
All the most played decks. I think it might just be, just classic variance. Where
yeah. You did mention that yesterday. We did go through some of Frank's statistics, and I believe the company deck went 12-3 out of 15 matches against Lotus Field.
Yeah.
So probably a lot of, turn 2 Talia, turn 3 Archon of Emeria, and just kind of like, this really hate bear kind of draw, and they really did a great work on beating up on Lotus Field, but perhaps that kind of inflated the win rate a little bit. Meanwhile, Enduring Curiosity doing great work for Fiona here, and Antoine, despite having a good start, looks to be a little bit behind.
Yeah, I love that card. Yeah, Antoine Mulligan, he stumbled ever since. He's had a couple portable holes. It's nice to slow Fiona down, but doesn't look like enough this game. You mentioned Lotus. I was talking to Panasav, one of my friends in the tournament playing company. He was up to a 7-2 start, and he was also mentioning Red Black Prowess as one of the best matchups you can get as a company deck. So it probably goes like Lotus combo is still what you'd really want to face ideally, but there's not a ton in the field. And out of the most played decks, Rakdos Prowess is another really good matchup apparently for that white-green deck.
Spell Queller, instant speed way to stop some of the cards from Anton.
This game is just gig over.
This game is over.
Yeah. Drawing a million cards. I mean, I guess the Archon of Emira is somewhat negating the extra cards Fiona is drawing, because she can't play as many cards as she wants every turn, but
given that some of them play at instant speed, she can just kind of play one in her own turn, one at the end of Anton's, or just use that Spell Queller. Attack with almost everything. Let's see. Archon blocks that Spectral Sailor. What do we have?
I'm not sure if she has a trick or if it's a spot where she just doesn't mind sending her Sailor to its own demise just to draw the extra cards and get the Spell Queller through.
Yeah, looks like that Mausoleum Wonder is staying back to make sure that there is no collected company, funny business going on Anton's side of the battlefield next turn.
Yeah, good point. That's one of the ways that company that can try and come back, just hit good companies.
So Chumblock the Curiosity, Archon eats the Sailor. That still means Spell Queller gets through one extra card for Fiona. Sailor in my own main phase, so kind of signaling that there might be another Spell Queller in Fiona's hand.
Yeah, because I'm almost sure I saw the white Endurance, so we're going to see. I think you might be right. Or just maybe another Flash Threat. Maybe Rattle Chains is another card. Yeah, it's Rattle Chains, not Spell Queller, but just decided to play it safe, keep up the ability of the Rattle Chains to protect one of her creatures. Note that Rattle Chains cannot protect the Curiosity from Skyclave. I believe Rattle Chains just protects the Spirit, right? So that would have been a really good play for Antoine if he had the Skyclave there.
I think I would have been tempted if I was Fiona to maybe just play if there's a Rattle Chains or Spell Queller, to just kind of just keep adding to the board at this point.
Yeah, I agree. She could have gone just 3 mana, or I always get it wrong, 3 mana Enduring Innocence into Flash Sailor on Antoine's turn and draw like a trillion cards.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it doesn't seem to really matter all that much. Attack for a bunch of damage, 4 points coming through the air, draw 3 cards, Enduring Innocence on Chumblock duty.
Yeah, you get in these spots where as long as you don't do anything egregiously bad, you just know you can't really lose, just do something raisable, and it doesn't really matter if it's not the optimal play. It's going to be good enough 99.9% of the time.
Yeah, that Celestia company, not looking great on the stream yet again.
The Caster's Curse.
The Caster's Curse, Llanowar always dying.
Caster's Curse has fell upon the company deck this weekend.
I think that's a Talia, draw a card.
I'm not impressed.
Yeah. But they're also just kind of always missing land drops. It just seems so unfortunate every time. Just kind of missing that one land.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fiona's just doing all the things, drawing all the cards,
Yeah.
Huge board. Most of the cards have flying.
Yeah, we've yet to see the deck to its full potential. Even the games they won, it was, you know, not even like just the nuts. It was just good enough.
That's an attack through the air for 4. Curiosity also coming in. Skyclave as well. Yeah, let's just send it in.
Yeah, that's just lethal.
Chum blocks the Curiosity. That's what, 2,
Like still
4,
6
6 damage coming through. There might be even the Wonder on top is another point of damage, I think. And yep, looks like Anton is scooping up his cards. Congratulations to Fiona Wei, moving on to 8-2. Reminder, we're playing 14 rounds of Swiss before cutting down to the top 8. So there's going to be 4 rounds left after this round. And as you mentioned, about the X2-1 record should be good enough for the top 8.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're not exactly sure. Some things can always change based on how many draws there are in the tournament and what, you know, somebody runs the tables, like Andrea, for example, who was 9-0.
Yeah.
But maybe some people with X and 3 could also make it. So, plus on top of that, the players are still playing for 36 Pro Tour slots. So even if you do, you know, pick up your 3rd loss, not all is lost, and you still have a pretty good chance of, you know, qualifying yourself for Pro Tour Chicago.
Yeah, Fiona keeping her hopes of top 8 alive. Unfortunately for Antoine, he already had a draw, so that's 3 losses and a draw for him. So probably just going to try and win out and get that top 36. But yeah, that was, I don't know, another cool round of Magic. We got to see the company deck in action. And it'll be interesting to see if the win rate holds up. We know we're not doing them a service in the feature match, but maybe the other players in the field are still doing good. So,
all right, that's going to be it from us for round number 10. As we mentioned, 4 rounds left. We're going to go on a short break, and we'll be right back with round number 11. Don't go anywhere.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Ultimate Guard Regional Championship, and we are back for round 11. So we have a total of 14 rounds and then a cut to top 8. Things are starting to get very interesting and we chose some very nice decks to show you all for this round. I'm joined by the one, the only Arne. And Arne, talk us about the first deck we are going to see, and it's going to be the first time that we are going to see it here this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Quintorius combo is at 8-2 in the tournament. No new cards, no cards from Dustmon nor Bloomborough. Just rocking and rolling that old combo strategy, one of many in Pioneer, and up against none other than Azorius Humans, another, you know, deck that Humans has been around, but yeah, recently Mockingbird, the new addition from Bloomborough, making Azorius Humans here at 8-2. Pretty awesome.
So a very cool set of matches here, for round 11. So we are really excited. We also have a very nice backup match for you all, and looks like players are ready to start. We have here Javier, the Quintorius player.
Yes. So Javier is playing the ramp cards, Greater Tanuki, Beanstalk Giant, that ramp him into the turn 4 Quintorius can't kill. For viewers that don't know, Quintorius can bring it up on a card viewer as soon as we get to the match, and then I'll go through the combo for you, so everybody is up to date what's going on there. It's also one of the few Karuga companions in the entire event.
Ooh, Giganta being like the most popular one, I think, here this tournament, and we haven't seen a Karuga yet.
Yep.
Karuga means that your deck cannot have any cards that cost more than 3, right? Less than 3.
Absolutely. None of the cards can cost more than 3 mana.
So
less than 3, sorry.
Starting here, our Humans player, strong already with 1 drop, making it the way. And this is going to start dealing quite a bit of damage. Already 2 power on the board. Triumph there on the other side, and we know, like as we said, with Karuga being the companion, we know that Javier cannot really cast anything in these first couple of turns. And this is a new card from Duskmourn that we are seeing right there as well, making its way into Humans deck.
That's the Veteran Survivor.
Works pretty well against graveyard decks.
Yes, indeed. So Chirac certainly going to be pretty happy to win the die roll here. This is really just a race. Javier wants to have the combo on turn 4, ramp into it. Quintorius can't, as you can see on the card view there. And then discover minus into Clever Impersonator or Spark Devil, preferably Spark Devil, then copy Quintorius can't. Spark Devil shuts off the legendary rule, so you can have multiple Quintorius can't next to each other, and every time then you discover 4 with the next one, and so on and so on. You'll drain for 2 and drain for more with the more Spark Devils you have. And normally, if you haven't drawn in these clones in your hand, which can happen, you can just draw 3 of them. You should do this process over and over again until your opponent is down to 0 life. That's how the combo works.
But look at this pressure here by Chirac that put Adeline on the board and already attacked for 5 damage. And Javier down to 13. I mean, we know this deck doesn't play very early on the game, but definitely Chirac putting a lot of pressure on the board with all these Humans. That's exactly what the deck wants to do. Now that Mutavault is also going to be attacking, and...
Wow, this is a ton of damage. Is it lethal? Wow, it's a turn 4 kill. That's amazing. Yeah, turn 4 kill on the play here. Look, even if Javier had the Greater Tanuki to ramp himself into Quintorius, it wouldn't have been enough because he lost the die roll.
And it goes like this sometimes. Adeline is such a strong card, a lot of power right away, and I mean the Quintorius deck didn't really have answers for it, but tell me about sideboard. What can Javier bring here against these very aggressive Humans deck?
Absolutely. So Javier has no sweepers in the sideboard. So you could play something like a Deafening Clarion or maybe a Supreme Verdict. None of that, unfortunately, for him. He does have 2 Bedeck Bedazzle, which is on a 2-mana removal. He has 2 Roaring Furnaces, which are more 2-mana removals. That's pretty much... Oh, a Virtue of Persistence, number 3 in the sideboard. He has 1 copy there. So he's going to bring those 5 cards in. Oh, actually, I do see a Dragonlord Dramoka as well. If he wants to go for a big lifelink flyer, that could come in handy. And yeah, he's likely going to take out some of the more expensive stuff. Maybe Trumpeting Carnosaur, some of those things. And then...
What about on the other side? What can Chirac do against this combo deck that now it's going to be on the play, so it does stand a better chance at winning?
So Chirac has 4 Portable Hold, they don't do anything. Declaration Stone, Sheltered by Ghost, both are 3-offs, also not very good here. He really doesn't have anything in the sideboard. He just has 2 Wedding Announcement, 2 Unlicensed, a Containment Priest. None of this does anything. Containment Priest, there's no Garuda on the other side, so it doesn't do anything there. So yeah, he might just submit the same 60 cards. Because honestly, if I look at the main deck, he has 3 copies of Get Lost as his 1 interactive spell, plus a copy of Brave the Avalanche, a minor copy to maybe get a removal spell in response. So the Get Lost is amazing. If you can break up the first Quintorius, that means they will get a clone into play, but there's no Quintorius in play, so they can't copy, and that will stop the combo right there and then. So Get Lost is really good. And another card that is absolutely amazing here, Talia, Guardian of Thraben. The Quintorius deck is pretty much full with non-creature spells, and the Talia will come in very, very handy there.
Just slowing things down, Talia is definitely a great pickup, and it's going to make the Quintorius deck life much more difficult. And I love to see these different decks making it here. 8-2, which is an excellent score on the Ultimate Guard Regional Championship. And it goes to show, like, the Pioneer meta is so diverse, as we saw here and talked many times, and any deck can make it into the top tables. And sometimes just bringing the deck that you really enjoy playing and know all the lines is the best solution, instead of just choosing the deck that is performing the best.
Absolutely, and I'm sure, Quintorius has been around for a while now, for the last years, and so I'm sure that Javier knows his way around the deck. Both of these players don't have, they're both not some of the mainstays in the European tournament scene, so it is great to see them at 8-2, maybe getting their first Pro Tour here.
Yep, and looks like they already started with the action, and we already see that Chirac already with a couple of humans into play.
Yeah, that's a great curve, going 1-drop into Coppercoat Vanguard. That's one of the lords the human deck has access to.
That's going to pump all the other humans, dealing even more damage. And Javier for 3 mana. Okay, so that is an interesting card. Can get a land into play. Goes on the Adventure. Beanstalk Giant. Cards from Eldraine.
Yep. That is, again, he has all the mana he needs for Quintorius on turn 5. If he has the untapped land and Quintorius, this might be a really quick game.
But looks like might be a Talia on the other side that can really delay that Quintorius.
Oh yeah, there's Adeline, which you really want to deploy on turn 3, just to apply the maximum amount of pressure. We just saw that a turn 3 Adeline actually led to a turn 4 kill. That's how powerful that card can be. But yeah, in this situation, Chirac really has to think about this, because if he plays the Adeline, he might just die. If he plays the Talia, slow down his own curve, but he might survive and see the light for another day. I guess the question for him here is, like, he might do some math, sort of like to assess how much damage am I dealing this turn, how much damage can I deal next turn, do I have lethal even with the Talia? And he seems to choose the more conservative line.
There's Talia, but on the other side we see Javier tapping. There's a Leyline Binding in hand.
All right, Leyline Binding doesn't go for it, probably respects the Talia, just doesn't want to use it there, but he did have fully domain. Remember, the Copper Code also gives Ward 1 to all the other humans, so this Leyline Binding costs 2 mana essentially if he wants to kill Talia. I don't think I see a Quintorius in his hand.
3 mana and just bringing Karuga into end. Not exactly what you want to be doing, but 2 mana, that means that Leyline Binding can be used now from Javier.
Yeah, this is really not where you want to be. I think I see a Spark Double and a couple of lands, Karuga and the Leyline Binding, so he only has 1 interaction piece. You know what? I think I would have actually liked to take out the Copper Code there on the previous turn, just prevent more damage. The Talia, with this many lands in hand, isn't as effective, and the Copper Code can deal a lot of damage. He would have prevented 3 damage, would have stayed at 18. And yeah, because, you know, it's just, I think a little bit of a safer line.
And the ward also really rough here for Javier, because now Javier cannot use the binding on that Adeline. It has to be on the Vanguard, right? Yeah.
Am I missing something?
Because of the ward cost.
Why?
Other humans have ward 1.
Yeah.
So that's the only target that right now Javier can get. I mean, it still slows things down a bit, but that Adeline is very concerning.
Yeah, Javier. Javier is in trouble.
That Karuga does draw a card, but that's not exactly where you want to be. I mean, it is a blocker, but Javier down to 10 alive.
Oh, we might have a quick one here. He's making the math. He has Brave the Elements in hand. I saw that earlier, so he can give all his creatures protection from blue or green. And that wins the game.
And that's it. And a quick one for Chirac here at Azorius Humans, now going 9-2 here at the regional championship. I must confess, I would have liked to see the Quintorius deck in action, but Javier, a bit of unfortunate hand there, not getting that Quintorius, and just overall didn't seem like a great matchup, right?
Yeah, he didn't have the Quintorius turn. He would have had the kill on turn 5, to be fair. If he had that card in hand, he would have been able to cast it. But yeah, Chirac making quick work. Doesn't want much feature match time, apparently. Just in and out.
I mean, really good to see, though, that Azorius Humans is a viable choice here. In Pioneer, the deck seemed really strong, really fast, so I hope to see more of Chirac here during the weekend. But we have more Magic for you all. I believe that we also have a backup feature match.
Yeah, we're setting up for that right now. And honestly, I've been really enjoying this. We have Quintorius and Azorius Humans here at 8-2. Round 11 of the tournament, still some sweet brews around. Pioneer looks diverse as ever. It's been a joy to watch so far.
Yeah, I really like these kind of formats when the meta is so diverse and we see actually people shine with decks that we didn't see on day 1, and now day 2 suddenly we are looking at the top tables, and that's the Quintorius, there's the Azorius, but there's also other fun decks. We saw the Rona and Lucas combo doing pretty well, and looks like we are ready for more Magic. Feature match 2 already there, and can we talk us a bit about these feature match that we have?
So we have Rakdos Demons on one side against Zorception. It's the 4-color Zor deck. It's a version of Enigmatic Incarnation where you really focus in on the Zor the Enchanter. We're going to bring that Zor Eternal Schema. Sorry, Zor the Enchanter is the old one. And yeah, we have on the one hand Marco Bellacca, and on the other we have Drew Martin. And they are getting ready for game number 1.
I mean, Rakdos Demons being the deck that you chose as the caster prediction to do well here this weekend, and it looks like based on the metagame that Frank did show us earlier on and how the decks kind of converted into day 2, he did quite well. Phoenix was the most played deck yesterday, but today is the 3rd most played deck. That means that it fell quite down, and Rakdos, I believe, now is the most played deck on day 2.
Yeah. Taking the number 1 spot in the metagame breakdown, that is quite impressive, an impressive feat. I didn't expect Phoenix to not hold on to it, but I guess people were really hating on it, and we're prepared for the blue-red archetype.
Definitely, and I mean, Anolianex showing again that not only in Standard it can be a powerful card, taking over Pioneer as well, doing pretty well, and then Fable of Mirror, I mean, just being a great card overall. So we have Fear of Missing Out, discarding a card, drawing a card. And I see that the rest was the card that Drew picked up there.
Drew has a bit of an interesting list. He has 2 copies of Blade of the Oni, 2 copies of Fear of Missing Out, and 2 copies of Archfiend of the Dross. Seems to be a little bit a mix of everything. Couldn't really decide which 2-drop is the best. And also a Shieldred in there, and 1 copy of Invoke Despair, and 1 copy of Fetus Swarm in the main deck. So he has some enchantment hate in the main deck. That might come in handy here.
Looks like it's been working well for him, going 8-2 so far, and we have that Duress there showing 2.
I believe that's Vanishing Verse? I think so, yeah.
Vanishing Verse, 1 Zur. We also have a Fatal Push, I believe.
Yeah, so 3 removal spells, a Beanstalk number 2, and a Zur. This hand is fantastic. Vanishing Verse is incredibly good against Rakdos Demons. And yeah, Drew is not happy about this hand, I'm sure. He does have a Fatal Push in hand, so he has an answer down the line to the Zur. Maybe you just take the Beanstalk. Remember, is this actually a Yorion list? Let me just double check. Oh, we're playing 60 cards Zur, no Yorion. That is interesting. Okay, that makes the Beanstalk a little weaker, that there's no companion to later on trigger it. And he decides to go for the Fatal Push, trying to aggro Marco out here. 4 damage on turn 3.
And starting to deal quite a bit of damage. Also, it's important to take a look at Drew's graveyard, because once the Delirium is on, that Fear of Missing Out gets even more scary.
Absolutely.
And the 4-color Zur was actually the caster prediction that Gabriel Nassif chose to do well in this tournament. So looks like Marco really trying to make it work. I have quite a friend that came here to this tournament and played this exact deck, but unfortunately didn't make it to day 2. But it seems like a very strong deck.
Yeah, I think our fellow caster, Yellowhat Nassif, picked it as his deck to take down the tournament. It took down the Chinese Regional Championship after all last week.
We have Mutavault here, and now we're going to get the Vanishing Verse on that Fear of Missing Out, 2 damage. And no, just a land following up, but this deck can get quite scary, the 4-color Zur, the more mana that Marco starts to gather, and once that Up the Beanstalk also starts drawing cards.
Yeah, the end game of this deck is very strong, and Drew Martin really needs to pressure, but he doesn't have a great, like a Fable of the Mirror Breaker would have been very nice. Oh, he does have an Invoke Despair in hand. That could come in handy. It looks like Go for the Throat, Fatal Push, and Graveyard Trespasser as well. So he was on a mulligan to 6 here on the play, so he's kind of down 2 cards as well. But yeah, it looks like he can only really cast a Trespasser. He's considering to go for the Mutavault attack there, I guess. But I kind of like the Trespasser there, even though it runs into the Vanishing Verse that he knows about. It still gets an extra card out of the hand.
And I feel like what Marco really needs here might be also one of the Overlords to start drawing cards from the Up the Beanstalk. But we see a Graveyard Trespasser exiling a card there, and that's going to be it for Drew. Drew, that also, like you were talking about the 1 and 2 offs, this Graveyard Trespasser, I believe, is also a 1-off in Drew's deck. Maybe trying to target all the Phoenix decks that we saw on day 1.
All right. He's getting the Vanishing Verse out there.
Discarding a card because of the ward. Discarding a land.
Vanishing Verse is an excellent removal spell in this format as of right now. Lots of 2-color decks, lots of targets, lots of talents to exile as well.
Oh, but speaking of Overlords, that's one that it is really good. He's going to draw 2 cards and discard 1. So we have there the Overlord of the Flood Pits, the blue one, and that starts imprinting as well. And I mean, look at that card draw. Draw 2, discard 1, draw 2 from the Beanstalk, and now Marco has a full hand of cards.
Yeah, 3 mana, draw 4, discard 1. Pretty good. And there's 2 more Overlords and a Zur hiding out. And here's where this deck gets really scary. When it comes 5 mana plus upwards, you can play the Zur and then turn a Leyline Binding or one of these Overlords into a life-linking Death Touch hexproof creature that has the power and toughness of its mana cost. So this Overlord could turn into a 5/5 lifelinker attack, draw another 2, discard 1. It's really, really egregious.
Absolutely insane. I mean, it is definitely I love to see these Duskmourn Overlords making its way in Pioneer. And here, Marco is considering, because these Leyline Binding not only takes care of the cost 2 cards as well.
This is pretty disgusting. Leyline Binding here for 2. 2 more cards drawn, I mean.
Targeting the Blood-Tide Harvester, that's out of the way now. Drawing a card, it's a land here.
Drew Martin has Invoke in hand, but I think at this point it might just be too late actually.
And one Invoke is too late. I mean, you know that things are not looking good, because that usually is a good way to turn things around. Marco does have Zur, and we know that, so Marco can potentially go Zur. And Overlord here, drawing 2 more cards and getting an everywhere land.
Yeah, Marco has 7 cards in hand. I think he's setting up for Zur on turn 7 to double activate and gain a ton of life and attack and make more everywhere tokens. Yeah.
This everywhere token that also works quite well with Leyline Binding, because if before Marco didn't have, in this case he did, but if he didn't have the full discount on Leyline Binding, this makes sure that Leyline only costs 1.
Yeah, and I think you can really point out that you know, the 4-color Zur deck, I think, is a bit of a metagame call deck. I believe it has a favorable matchup against Izzet Phoenix, because they have a tough time dealing with enchantments and then also like animated enchantments by Zur. And they also have and then the Rakdos decks, if you go to the long game against them, you're just going to outvalue them, as you can see right here. So even though Demons and Phoenix are very dominating in the format, you can still fight them with a nice meta call by Marco here.
We have the Invoke Despair here by Drew, and that will provide some value, but as you said, it quite be not enough against Marco that already generated so much value. So sacrificing one of the Beanstalks there and taking 4 damage, Drew is going to draw 2 cards.
Yeah, Martin is fighting a good fight here, but yeah, I'll sack my Beanstalk, sure, you draw 2 cards, put me to 8. Now I'm gonna gain, I don't know, what, 10 life and draw more cards. It's wild.
So we have Zur now, 2 mana. Let's choose there. Overlord of the Ontuts and land for the turn, 2 more mana. Let's also activate it on the other Overlord, and now both Overlords are attacking. We have more triggers, so putting another everywhere land on the battlefield tap, drawing 2 cards, discarding 1 card.
Yeah, the Zur plus these Overlords is truly amazing. They do stay creatures as well, even if the Zur left the battlefield. So it's just a very, very, very strong synergy.
And I mean, Drew did manage to get Marco down to 8 life, but look at it, it doesn't matter because now all the life is gained back and more. Marco back at 18 life.
Yep, and the tables have turned. Now that's 11 power on the other side. And sure, you have Go for the Throat and Fatal Push. Maybe you can remove some things, but you know what? Marco, 7 cards in hand as well. So.
Yep. There's the fear of missing out now, and Drew discarding the Torch Tower and drawing a card here. A land, I feel like it's the pickup, probably not quite what he was looking for. 2 more mana.
Oh, Blade of the Oni making an appearance on the feature match area. It's a card I play tested with a little bit on Wednesday on my stream.
But unfortunately for Drew, didn't stay long. Fatal Push ready to take care of the little demon.
It's a nice one to curve into with Annex on turn 3.
And we do have Vanishing Verse there on the fear of missing out that gets exiled. And now we are just using Zur for Leyline Binding that now becomes suddenly a 6/6 as well. and Drew was like, okay, this is over, let's go for game 2. And I don't know, but tell me, Arne, it seemed like quite a difficult match here for the Rakdos player.
Especially in game 1. So there's cards like Torch the Tower, Fader Push that aren't great. You know, Drew mulliganed. He didn't draw. You know, the Demons deck has 8 incredible free drops, and he didn't draw any of them. So that's a little bit unfortunate with Unholy Annex and Fable, of course. So looking at his sideboard, he does have 2 more copies of Invoke Despair to bring in. He can bring in Go Blanks. He has another Feed the Swarm as well. So he has 5 ways of dealing with enchantments, essentially. The Go Blanks can work on the hand a little bit. And then he might actually bring in Extinction Event, because a lot of these Overlords are the odd number, right? The Floodmore and the what's it called? The green one, the blue one, and the Zur. They're all odd numbers. Yeah, Hornwoods, exactly. And there's also a Caustic Bronco and a Liliana of the Veil as one-offs in the sideboard he can bring in and shave some of those removal spells that aren't great in the matchup.
Very interesting. I mean, definitely an interesting sideboard and a lot of options here. On the other side, what can we see?
On the other side, we have Rest in Peace, no. Knockout Blow, no. Thoughtseize, maybe. Mystic Dispute, no. Thought Distortion, no. Cut Down, Extinction Event, one-offs. I could see those 2 coming in. I'm not the biggest fan of Thoughtseize here. You know, as I said earlier, Marco, I think, like this Zur deck really is a deck that is prepared for Rakdos Demons and Izzet Phoenix. So I'm not very surprised to look at the sideboard here and see not much sideboard, because you're already pre-boarded. But you like the deck is. Look at the main deck. It's just perfectly positioned already against Rakdos Demons. It's a nightmare matchup for the Rakdos Demons player. But there's hope. You know, a timely Thoughtseize into a Blood-type Harvester, into a Fable, on a Holy Annex, maybe an Invoke Despair on turn 5, and the Rakdos deck can certainly fight a good fight.
Yeah, and my friend that was playing this deck yesterday, actually, when he got eliminated of the tournament, he was playing Zur. It was by a Rakdos Demons player, so it definitely can happen. And as you said, a timely Thoughtseize, Invoke Despair can be very strong, especially earlier on before the Zur deck gets to get all that advantage. I feel like Up the Beanstalk is a very difficult card to deal with, though, because you put the first Up the Beanstalk, second Up the Beanstalk, and suddenly imprinting your Overlord is drawing you 2 cards.
Yeah, I think there's a huge difference between games where they have the Beanstalk on turn 2 and where they don't. So in this case, he had 2 Beanstalks. He never ran out of cards. But if, you know, the Thoughtseize takes the 1 Beanstalk and then leaves him with maybe a Zur, a couple removal spells or something like that, and then maybe another discard spell takes the Overlord of the Hauntwoods, at that point, you know, he might have a bit of a shaky draw, and you know how Rakdos does when the discard spells hit the important spells. It just deploys the Fable, deploys the Annex, runs away with the game. The Rakdos player is really hoping for a little bit of a scrappy game, I suppose. They really need to disrupt that early development that Bilaka has.
And just as a quick reminder for the viewers, first of all, good morning, good afternoon, good night from anywhere that you're watching, and make sure that you're following Funfinity and also Ultimate Guard to make sure that you keep up with the tournaments. This is the first one of the Ultimate Guard Regional Championship Series, so we're going to have more of those, and make sure you don't miss anything. You can follow on X as well, on Instagram, here on Twitch, YouTube, all the social media.
Absolutely. The production team, the entire broadcast team is doing a fantastic job. I hope you guys like it. Leave follows and likes plentiful.
It's been such a good experience. I mean, especially being the first tournament back here into the regional championships. Very exciting. Players look to be very happy, and I love to see competitive Magic. And it looks like our players are shuffling and getting ready here for game 2. It must be a lot of pressure to be on the feature match, Arne, but you know that better than me. You've been there multiple times.
Oh, I have. I mean, looking at these 2 guys, they look pretty comfortable, honestly. Maybe that's also due to those amazing gaming chairs. being under the feature match camera certainly puts on a different kind of pressure, especially when you're young, when you're like very excited to be there. Maybe you tell your mom about it beforehand or text them, hey, I'm going to be on camera. So it's very exciting. It can be nerve-wracking. There's lights going on. There's a lot more action on you. But the more you play, the more you get used to it, and the benefits certainly outweigh the downside of that extra little bit amount of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, we see players handling so well this added pressure of being on the feature match, especially because for some of them, it's the first time that they're going to be here, getting featured for over, 1,000 people on Twitch right now, also on YouTube watching. So I'm very happy that all players are doing so well, and it's been amazing. We have seen fantastic games, a lot of eye-level play magic, which in the end of the day is the goal of these competitive tournaments.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I was always very excited to get a feature match. In hindsight, it also means you get to watch yourself play. You can analyze the game. You hear the commentators maybe point out a nice play you made. Hopefully, you didn't make too many mistakes that they pointed out or anything like that. But it's all upside. And analyzing your games in hindsight is nice.
Look at these, Arne. You were talking that the way that Drew can get in this game is with a turn 1 Totsi. Not quite, but the rest might do some help here. So starting well for Drew with the rest, revealing, 2 Overlords, Vanishing Verse, up the Beanstalk, and
Cut down.
And cut down. Oh, interesting.
What are we taking here, Philippa?
It's a very difficult choice. Up the Beanstalk was so good on the other game. I would be tempted, right?
Absolutely, correct. Yeah, I'd be very surprised if it's not up the Beanstalk here. The Vanishing Verse might stop an Unholy Annex, so that could be a consideration. Oh, he takes the cut down. All right, interesting. So he's really going for a low to the ground aggro plan and trying to make that work.
And land go. Tap Triumph. And there we have the 3-1 Demon ready. If there's an Oli Annex, that can be a very good way to start getting some advantage. So that would make sense on why Drew decided there to discard the cut down. Attacking for 3. Leaving Marco down to 17 life.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure about the decision there. I see the reasoning, but it is maybe he's onto something there. I don't know. Like it could go south not taking the Beanstalk.
Well, I think that Marco didn't get a third land, and passing here, there's a Blood-Tide Harvester on the battlefield. So now Drew is able to deal 6 damage. And if Marco does not manage to find a way to draw another card, Vanishing Verse does help taking care of one of the creatures, but there's still Blood-Tide Harvester. Drew shocking in for 2 damage and
all right,
taking care of that up the Beanstalk. So that's a very interesting card that Drew did pick up there, and this probably comes from the sideboard, right?
It's a one-off in the main deck and a one-off in the sideboard. It's Feed the Swarm. We'll bring it up on the card viewer for you guys. I suppose that was the plan. He just wanted to destroy the Beanstalk.
And Marco's still not able to pick up that 3rd mana, so this might be a quick game here now in the other direction.
He does have another Vanishing Verse. Oh, and a Go for the Throat actually. So he has 2 more removal spells, 1 just used, going down to 11. Now Drew has a bit of a decision. Does he want to crack this Blood Token to maybe find something like a Fable? Looks like he's considering it. Playing a Mutavault, extra pressure is nice.
Ooh.
I kind of like that play, honestly. Oh, wow, look at that. There you go, got rewarded.
Fable of the Mirror Breaker entering the battlefield, making a 2/2 Goblin Shaman, and this is very good here for Drew Martin. That ended up getting rid of that Feed the Swarm with the Blood Token.
Yeah, so as I said during sideboarding, Drew wants a scrappy game where Marco misses land drops or doesn't get his synergies entirely together, and this certainly has been a scrappy game, and Drew is capitalizing on that fact. 0 cards in hand. On the other side, 7 cards in hand. It's usually a sign for who's ahead in the game, who has less cards in hand at this given moment in time on turn 5. If it's turn 8, not necessarily maybe, but here definitely.
A very tough position here for Marco.
And Marco is considering to cast Overlord there to get some mana going, and then maybe stabilize with the white Overlord, sorry, the green Overlord here on turn 3, and then the white Overlord making 2 2/1s. But he would take 7 damage going down to 4 against a menace creature. Yeah, he could stabilize, technically speaking. He could also vanish inverse the blade here and then take 4 damage from the Mutavault and the Goblin.
We have there the Cavern of Souls saying Avatar.
It's a tough spot. He's going for the removal on the blade.
Passing the turn here, and we see Drew drawing a card. Now the Fable goes into the second chapter, and Drew can decide to discard the draw or to keep the card that he has in hand. We cannot quite see it. It looks like Drew is hiding it from us. But I mean, it's not a land, right? For sure. If Drew is thinking so much, it's a duress. Decides to get rid of that and draw a new card.
I like that. You really just want to have more pressure here, or like a removal spell.
And
Vanishing Verse on the Goblin. That's interesting.
And we see Drew going for 5 damage now.
I understand. I just spotted a card that's a one-off in Marco's sideboard. Heliod's Intervention in hand, which is an X spell that for white destroys target X artifacts and enchantments. That's why he left a blade in play, so he can draw an untapped land here and blow up both these enchantments and artifacts. But he drew a Zur, unfortunate for him.
Passing the turn there, drawing, and that Fable is going to turn into the reflection of Kiki-Jiki. Marco down to 6 life, and there's also the Mutavault that can be activated, so things are getting quite dicey here. This is a 5 attack, but we see there the Iliad's Intervention that you just mentioned taking care of the blade.
I guess that made that interesting line actually. Like if you go Overlord on the turn, like the 2 turns prior, and then have 4 mana, you can then blow up and get a little bit back. But, all right, he drew Temple Garden.
Taking 2, going down to 2 life. And making 2 1/1s, and here Drew shows the Fatal Push. I will take care of 1, I'll activate my Mutavault. You only have 1 blocker, that's exactly 2. So the game ended here, and Drew taking the win here. What a game, and this means that we are going to have now...
Game number 3 already.
Game number 3, exactly. I love to see game number 3, so I'm happy to show more magic now. Tell me, what do you think that is going to change with the Zur deck being on the play?
Yeah, you could potentially, if you're Drew, decide that something like a Go Blank is a little bit too clunky on the draw and make some changes there. Perhaps play a cheaper card instead. One card he could consider is Hidetsugu Consumes All. Very unintuitive to bring that in, but it does deal with the 2 tokens that are quite annoying that the Overlord of the Mistmoors, the white one, provides. Yeah, I saw he had a Fatal Push still in his main deck there. We saw that just winning him game number 2, to be fair, but I really don't love Fatal Push in this matchup. I would lean towards boarding all of them out, but maybe he kept 1 or 2 in. You could make the argument that it does kill the Zur, but the problem about the Zur is that they always play it when they have like 5 or 7 mana, so they can instantly get that value, and at that point, if you Fatal Push the Zur, you just lost the game because they attacked with like, you know, an Overload of the Mistmoors and generated so much value. So I'm not in love with Fatal Push. He has Feed the Swarm and Invoke Despair and Liliana of the Veil to deal with creatures. An Extinction Event hopefully brought that one in, so he has plenty of ways to kill with Zur in a pinch. And yeah, he's just hoping for a good curve out. Again, another scrappy game where Marco maybe misses land drops. Maybe you can take away that up the Beanstalk on turn 2. He really, I think that what he just did, like that aggro route, that's going to be a little bit tougher to implement when you're on the draw. So now, if we have the same decision, a duress on a hand with Beanstalk and removal spells, I think I'd be inclined to take the Beanstalk here being on the draw in Drew's shoes.
Very interesting. And Arnie, I have a question for you. So me and Frank were talking over breakfast, and Frank said there are 76 different players here on day 2 that made it into day 2. How many different deck lists do you think we have for day 2?
How many different, you mean different deck archetypes?
Yeah.
So we have like 14 Rakdos Demons, 10 Izzet Phoenix. I think I picked up on that. That's like, maybe we have like 20? I say 20.
What do you think, Twitch chat? Let us know, and I will tell you in just 1 second. My guess was 16.
Okay.
Yours, Harney, was 20, and I'll tell everyone the answer very soon. And see, we will be closer here on chat as well. If anyone gets it right on the money. I see 18, 22, 24, 42. Okay, so somebody already got it right on Twitch chat, so I'm going to say the answer is 25.
Wow.
Different decks, archetypes here.
Deck archetypes, wow, that's incredible. The other category in Pioneer is just booming.
Yep, and I love these talks with Frank. He just drops a lot of fun and interesting facts about the weekend and about the stats, so that's always lovely to see.
Oh, Frank's the best. He's the best. He's such a great guy to have around on a broadcast team.
Yeah, a lot of love for Frank Karsten, our math genius, always providing all the facts and numbers and making things even more interesting. So we have players getting ready here for game number 3. Now Mark will be on the play. Looks like Drew Martin on Rakdos Demons decides to take a mulligan here. I feel like Drew knows that he really needs a very good hand, maybe having a Thoughtseize turn 1, as you said.
Absolutely right. He cannot keep a mediocre hand here. This is one of his tougher matchups. He is on the draw. You know, I like to, especially when I'm on a draw and I have a bit of a medium hand, you know, just take a mulligan. It's fine. You just put a card to the bottom that isn't very effective or not very great either, and you're going to have a totally fine game plan, especially considering that he has a powerful free drops that get him out of mulligan situation. Like, you know, a Fable of the Mirror Breaker makes up for a mulligan. An Unholy Annex makes up for so many cards. If he just goes discard spell, and can take 2 important pieces, leaving Marco with like Azure and Fatal Pushes and Cutdowns, drops down an Unholy Annex, that just draws a bunch of cards while Marco sits there, can't really enact his own game plan. That is where Drew wants to be, and on a mulligan to 6, I mean, that's 3 lands, Unholy Annex, 2 discard spells. Easy to do.
And just as a reminder, this is round 11 of the Ultimate Guard Regional Championship. There's 14 total rounds of Swiss and then a cut to top 8. So we're getting close to that point where players start to do the math. Can I make it into the top 8? Can I make it into the Pro Tour? Top 36 qualifies there. And looks like Drew taking the mull to 5.
Oh, it's a mull to 5 already. Oof. But he does have the Annex and he does have a Duress and 2 lands, I think. And there's the 3rd land off the top.
So let's take a look at what Marco does have in hand. We see that up the Beanstalk, which is such a good card.
This is exactly what Drew wanted to see. This is exactly what he wanted to see. So Drew already has the 2 lands in the Annex. Marco kept a little bit of a shaky hand. 5 lands and a Beanstalk, really relying on his Beanstalk to get it done, honestly.
Only Fatal Push
and now he drew another land. Wow, Drew on the mulligan to 5 here. Can he take it down? He also has a 2-drop, so what a curve. He can go 1-drop, 2-drop into Annex, it's just amazing.
And honestly, these mulligan decisions sometimes are really difficult to do. You definitely don't want to go down to 5, but sometimes it does pay off. So we have the push there on the fear of missing out. And now I feel like Marco is kind of hoping for a good top deck. We see Zer there.
And here you see a little bit of the downside of not having Yorion as your companion. You know, Yorion comes in very handy against Thoughtseize decks as being that additional card that you just pick up in a little bit of a grindy game, as all the companions really are. They're great against the Rakdos decks. But yeah, he doesn't have it. So he just has, I believe he has 4 lands in hand.
Sorry, that's it.
But one of them cycles? No, none of them cycle even, so yeah. It's not great, and there's the Annex.
And only Annex making his way on the battlefield, and we know this card can provide so much value, so Drew is going to start drawing an extra card at the end step every time. Now, no demons yet, so that does take a bit of damage, but that Muta Vault can become a demon just for 1 mana. Draw here. Another Fear of Missing Out is the card that drew draw this turn.
Yeah, you can go Fear of Missing Out, discard a land, and then cast the Blade of the Oni and drain for 2. I mean, sure. Oh, wow.
We invoke Despair.
On a mulligan to 5 against maybe the worst matchup in the room here. Drew is certainly drawing well.
And already as a demon, that means that an Oleanex is going to start draining.
Oh my god, another land off the top. This is brutal. He really wanted like an Overlord here. He could already hardcast the blue on the green one. This is brutal. On the other hand, I wouldn't count Marco out. If he finds an Overlord with the Zoo in hand, you know, it's a big life-linking creature. So he might be able to claw back into this game with a timely top deck, especially Overlords and Mistmores.
Let's see here what Drew decides to make. I don't think Drew has 5th mana available yet for that Invoke Despair.
Oh wow, he has Delirium already? Oh, because he has an enchantment creature. That's awesome.
Blocking the Fear of Missing Out with that Zur.
He has a Go for it and a Fated Push in hand. Yeah. Okay, now he activates the Mutavault. He doesn't want to use the Go for the Throat. He wants to keep that for something else. And to be fair, the Zur has 2 damage on it now, so can't really block the Mutavault at this point. So got 8 damage in there with the Fear of Missing Out.
And now draining for 2 more with that Anoli Onyx. Ooh, and that's another Anoli Onyx there from the top.
And a Go for the Throat in the hand. So even if Marco draws and plays an Overlord, which he did, he can in response cast Go for the Throat and sort of, yeah, he's like, I have a respond. And that is game. That is actually game.
That's going to be it here. I mean, I wouldn't say that Drew had a lot of chances on a mul to 5 with Marco being on the play here, but
good old Rakdos, just 50 against 50 against everybody, and even against some bad matchups, you still have game because you can always just go discard spell into an Holy Annex and steal one this way.
And let's see here, Marco does have 3 lands up.
Yeah, I mean, with the Fear of Missing Out, this is just 8 damage. The Mutavault could deal 10, and then the Unholy Annex could deal 2 more, so he's going for all of it, and I like that.
Showing the 2 lands, and that's game here. Drew taking the win in Rakdos Demons, now 9-2 in this tournament, so an excellent score after round 11 of the tournament. And wow, Arne, I'm going to say, I was really thinking that Marco had an advantage there on the play, didn't mulligan, playing the Zur deck against the Rakdos, but that was a great mul to 5. It just shows that sometimes it pays off to risk and to mull. Because nobody likes to mull in Magic, but in this case it did pay off.
Oh, absolutely. He needed that turn 1 discard spell, and he also needed Marco to just have a bit of a shaky draw, as I said, and that turned out to be. He kept a 5-lander, drew, I feel like 3 or 4 more additional lands, so a little bit unlucky, but hey, if you keep a 5-lander, you run into the risk of that. So everything went perfect. Great mulligan decisions from Drew, and well played.
How do you usually go about a mulligan decision? What goes through your head?
I mean, it really is contextual and depends on the matchup, but in this case where it's very important to know sort of like what the games are going to be like, to have a good game plan for the matchup, so that influences your game, your mulligan decision, and then knowing what your opponent is on is great for these reactive, interactive decks like Rakdos and Demons. So in this case, you're really looking for a discard spell here on the draw. You're looking for one of those powerful free drops, which you have 8 of, so there's quite a high likelihood that you find it on a mulligan. And then, yeah, you just go discard spell into an Holy Annex. That's a proven strategy in Standard. It's a proven strategy in Pioneer.
And honestly, I'm really curious because Standard, you were playing it an Oleanex, such a key card. Again, here, an Oleanex being a key card once again. So I'm really excited that we got to see this and we got to see an Oleanex do so well. And I think we are ready for another feature match, I believe. No?
Do we have another feature match? That would be amazing. I'd take Mook.
I think this is going to be it for round 11 of the tournament, but we will be back for round 12 and 4 more Magic, and Gabriel and Martin Izzet will be with you for the next round of the tournament.
Stick around.
Hi everyone and welcome to the Ultimate Guard European Magic Series. I'm Martin Izzet. I'm sitting here with Frank Karsten. Frank, how are you?
I'm doing well. It's a great tournament so far.
We're ready to talk about another RC. We already have results from the New Zealand Australian Regional Championship that is already finished. Frank, what happened?
Yep, it's happening in the same weekend, and due to the time difference, it actually already finished. So let's take a look at the players that made it to the top 8. There's going to be a very happy 8 players from Australia and New Zealand.
Any familiar faces?
Well, I can already announce the champion.
Okay.
The champion is James Moore, who won over at the ANZ Super Series. So 8 players who are going to be happy heading to the Pro Tour. They will be there at that Pro Tour competing against the top players from this regional championship here in Lille. And yeah, that trophy that James is having, like a similar trophy, all players here in Lille also have their eyes on.
So who are in the top 8? Any familiar names, or do you want to talk about the deck lists?
Yeah, we have the bracket overview that gives us an idea of all the players there. So the players in the top 8 are Matthew Guides, Connor McGilvray, James Moore, Kieran Tierney, Luke Mulcarney, James Wilkes, Matthew DeWitt, and Andrew Drake. Big congratulations to all of them. In terms of archetypes, what stands out is that there are 3 Rakdos Prowess decks, or Rakdos Mice decks. So that deck did supremely well over in Australia and New Zealand. Along with like quite a bit of variety. There was, sure, Izzet Phoenix, we were expecting that, but then also Asererak combo making it to the top 8. We've also seen the deck here in Lille like a little bit. It's really on the rise. There was, Rakdos Transmogrify, Rakdos Demons, but the winning deck, oh boy, that one really surprised me. The winning deck, Junt Creativity, actually, no one here in Lille registered it.
That's interesting.
But it worked perfectly, and it just shows the power of bringing an somewhat unexpected archetype that may be very well positioned. Here, this Junt Creativity deck, a standout are the 4 copies of Paw Patch Formation, which is a good reason to go over from Rakdos, Transmogrify / Creativity to a Junt version, because Paw Patch Formation not only acts as a sweet enabler, creating a token, but it can also deal with all those overlords running around, all those big flying demons. So well-positioned cards. And I love the little like one Velgavoth, one Atraxa, one Titan. You never know what you're gonna get with the creativity.
Spin the wheel.
Yep.
See what's gonna happen.
But still, I think there are many decks that can be the Rakdos, or that can be like a Transmogrify, getting 1 big creature on the battlefield. But the possibility for creativity to put multiples, that can definitely help you go over the top and against, say, Rakdos Demons decks or other mid-range strategies. This deck won the regional championship, so we'll see James Moore at the World Championship 31 next year. And I just love this sort of innovation. Just taking, I mean, we all know what Indomitable Creativity does if you've played Pioneer for a bit. But just finding the right combination of cards for the current metagame, I love it. And yeah, James did it admirably.
Pioneer is a great format. Thank you for walking us through the results. Congratulations one more time to James Moore. And with that, we're going to take a little bit of a break. I'm going to run over there to the caster station, and we're going to be back with round number 12.
Welcome to one of the craziest Magic events ever. A vintage cube draft with cards worth over $65,000, but the twist is you get to keep whatever you open.
Let's do a vintage cube where you keep the cards. This is the most exciting event in a really long time.
They're giving away what? A black hook? We are basically cutting off an edge. The beauty.
That part should not be on camera.
Adrenaline's pumping. I was just kind of in shock. It will take lots of luck.
We haven't even sleeved the cards yet.
I'm a little nervous, yeah.
My watch detected a shock, and it was like dialing 911.
And we're back. Welcome back to the Ultimate Guard European Magic Series. We're here in Regional Championship Lille. I'm here with the French Hall of Famer Gabriel Nassif.
I'm here with Czech Hall of Famer Martin Juza.
And we're here to bring you round number 12. I think we have a pretty exciting feature match for you guys. We have Mark Tobias, who started as one of the 2 undefeated players, but he's so far picked up, I think, 2 losses already. And he's playing his Golgari food deck against Adriano Moscato, one of the players on your list of the drafted players that we did on Friday, playing Ragnas Demons.
Yeah, Adriano is also 9-2, so they need to keep winning. They're off to a good start. And we saw Mark lose earlier against Mengu in round 9 in the feature in the Suitor Mirror. This time he's going to be up against Ragnas Demons, and traditionally the John Sacrifice deck is pretty happy to play against the red-black mid-range. There's been a few formats where Ragnas was dominant and you had Ragnas Sack on one side and Ragnas mid-range, and traditionally the Sack deck is good against these creature decks. Tobias has a slightly different angle though with this. He's more focused on the combo. I talked to him a tiny bit. He said he didn't like the red splash. He said the mana was fairly terrible and he felt like he didn't need a card like Fable of the Mirror Breaker. So instead, he has the Force Igra. He has a Vinery Mentor, which is free to for a black and a green that gives you a food when it enters, a food when it dies. He has 4 Traverse the Ulvenwald, as well as 4 Cash Grab to find the combo. He also has Gilded Goose for more mana. He did cut a bunch of lands, 19 lands, because he has Traverse to find the basics. He has the Goose. So I really like his build, really cool. He has one of my favorite cards of all time, 1 copy of Vraska, Golgari Queen.
Okay.
That card's just so cool, versatile, draws cards, gets rid of annoying permanents. So yeah, I think it should be pretty tough for Adriano. I'm not sure he has a ton of great ways to deal with the combo aspect, especially game 1. No graveyard hate, no copy of Go Blank in the main. Obviously no Hearse, not even a card like Graveyard Trespasser. So he's all in on disrupting with Thoughtseize, having the removal at the right time, and trying to kill Mark as fast as possible.
Mark with a tapped land on turn 1, and Adriano with a Thoughtseize. Looking at Cash Grab, Igra, Fatal Push, and 3 more lands. Looks like Cash Grab is the card that Adriano's going to choose, sort of trying to disrupt Mark from playing anything relevant in the next couple of turns.
Yeah, it makes a ton of sense. His hand is a little slow, doesn't have much going on, and Cash Grab can find you some actions, can set up the combo, mill some cats.
All right, Cat, the follow-up from Mark, not the most exciting draw. Another land here. Adriano with a turn 2 Blood Tide Harvester, and I think I saw a third land plus Fable in Adriano's hand for the kind of perfect opener for this Ragdos Demons deck.
Yeah, the Dream Curve on Moscato's side. Is it going to be enough, though? For those of you who haven't seen a ton of the new food deck in action, it does have an infinite loop. If you have Igra in play, the 5-mana black-green mythic, as well as 2 cats in the yard or in play, you can just loop the 2 cats, you sack them to each other, because Igra says that all the other creatures are food, so your cat in play is a food, you sack it to the one in the graveyard, and it just loop forever for infinite damage. You also have a fairly new card from Bloomberg called Scavenger's Talent that fits perfectly in the deck. It's almost not quite a one-card engine, but it does a lot. You self-mill, so you do find these cats. It provides some food, some value, and you can even get milled out, honestly. I got milled out once by the Talent. They didn't quite have infinite, but they just had enough foods. They had made enough foods throughout the game to just eventually sack a bunch and mill me with double Talent, I think. So a couple different angles you can have to kill your opponent with the deck.
When I was looking at the decks earlier, I was thinking, wow, Mark Tobias playing Golgari food. I was expecting like Trail of Crumbs, you know, this grindy deck, and I was thinking, why did he choose this? He's always playing a combo deck. So does that mean that combo's dead? And then, yeah, you explained to me like, no, this is a combo deck. It has the Igra finish with the Talent, kind of, you know, milling yourself, setting yourself up to beat the opponent in one turn with that combo.
Yeah, no, definitely combo focus. I mean, you could see scenarios where Igra just becomes huge, but in general, I haven't seen Igra just kill people that often in this deck. It eventually just ends with the combo at some point. We have Moscato, just really good draw, pressure, second Fable.
Bunch of creatures in play. Mark, I think, gonna untap, and the first relevant play he's going to be able to make is this Igra turn 5. Is that going to be good enough? All right, let me read that. What exactly does that do? Let me put that up on the screen for you real quick.
Adriano probably has a vague sense of what the card does, but always good to double check on these most recent cards. Also, literal wall of text, you know. Don't want to miss one of the lines.
All right, so Adriano's going to crack one of the blood tokens, discards a Takenuma, picks up another land. Fable goes to chapter 2 and 3, so a little bit more card filtering available to him.
Yeah, interestingly, I believe Tobias decided not to use any of his Fable pushes yet to get rid of Shaman token or Harvester. I think he might be worried about I always call it Desecrated Demon, Archfiend of the Dross. Which has the passive ability that can actually stop your combo. You know, it prevents you from just looping cats and killing your opponent because you just die to the the draws triggers before that. So that's why he's keeping all these fatal push in hand. He's like, I think I can deal with your board. I think I can stay alive. I just don't want to be stuck not being able to loop my cats if you do have the Archfiend.
Okay. Adriano picked up a copy of Duress, discarding Fatal Push and a land to the Fable trigger. And he's looking at what? Fatal Push. That's a Giganta that was picked up from the Companion Zone, and a Traverse the Ulvenwald with only one card type in the graveyard so far. Looks like Fatal Push is the pickup. Also, Fatal Push does get better with Igra in play, because every time you kill something, you're going to get your Igra a little bit bigger.
True.
That doesn't actually take that much time to one-shot the opponent with the big cat. Wow. All right, there is a Shield Dread, and as you said, holding on to those Fatal Pushes might be very relevant here, as Mark's now going to have a way to deal with that Shield Dread.
Yeah, he does have a way to deal with Shelly. He can potentially deal with the active Fable if he's worried about, you know, copies of Harvester. He might also just hold on to it if his life total is not threatened and just save it exclusively for the Archfiend of the Dross. We are seeing a bit of the awkwardness right now on Tobias' side, you know, the Traverse just being able to find a land, you know, a little flooded. The Giganta Companion, always nice, but not super impactful so far, even though we might see it come into play. He had the option of, you know, deploying Giganta to potentially trade it with Shelly. but decided to play a goose instead, get a food.
How likely is it that Mark gets Delirium anytime soon? Like, are there no fetch lands? I guess the best draw for him would be a cash grab.
Yeah, cash grab could instantly enable Delirium. Besides that, Scavenger Talent, lets you self-mill. So, number one draw for Mac right now is he's looking for just straight up just a cat trap. If he ever finds that second cat, that's just game right now.
He's going to be able to go off. All right. Adriano picks up a copy of Thoughtseize. I mean, not the worst considering Mark is still holding on to that Traverse. He would be able to at least get rid of that. Now the question is, what does he want to start with? Do you want to attack first? Maybe force the opponent to use the Fatal Push? Do you want to play the Thoughtseize first to see what the... I guess he knows about all the cards in Mark's hand because since he did play the Gilded Goose he just drew. So it looks like he's going to start on the Thoughtseize first before making his attacks. Also kind of forcing Mark to use the Fatal Push first if he wants to, which means that Adriano would be able to respond by activating one of the flipped Fables.
All right, cool little play for Mark here. He sacks the cat, uses a food ability to gain the free life. Puts it in the bin knowing he can bring it back. And I guess Mark kind of forces Adriano's hand. His two best cards are Fatal Push and Traverse. Because if the Traverse ever gets Delirium, it gets a cat and the game ends.
Yeah.
So uses the push. You could have considered a scenario where he thinks the Traverse is the best card in his hand. So he tried to let Adriano potentially make a mistake, by taking the push, leaving him with Traverse in hand. But
second Blood-Tide Harvester from Adriano, and now with that flipped Fable, he can start working on getting multiple blood tokens in play, and maybe perhaps try to find a way to kill Igra that way. Wow, there's your favorite card.
The Queen, Vraska, she's here. Timely draw. Mark needed something. Things were about to get somewhat bad for him, the double Fable interaction. That's a lot of damage, so not quite as good as a cat, but Tobias definitely happy to see Vraska on top of his deck here.
Can you actually ever get enough Harvesters with Fable to kill the Igra if all the copies are getting sacrificed? You're kind of just racing the Igra getting so big that I don't think we're going to quite be able to get a Harvester in play with enough blood tokens to be able to kill it.
Yeah, technically, yeah, if you have enough blood tokens, sure. I'm not sure the game will get to that point, we'll see.
A third Fable from Adriano with the fourth copy in his hand. So he's getting a little Fable flooded, but that's not really too big of a deal since it also lets you discard cards from your hand for something else. Makes another Goblin Shaman token.
Yeah, I don't think Fable flooded is a thing in Magic. I've never heard anyone complain about getting Fable flooded, unless maybe you're stuck on 2 lands.
All right, Kiki-Jiki Reflection gets copied. I think that was a copy of Blood-Tide Harvester, which was used to kill the Gilded Goose.
Yeah, which Tobias sacked to bring back the cat. And a very tense game, honestly. The game could end at pretty much any draw step on Mark's side. And Adriano trying to kind of punch through that weird combination of cards,
I think Adriano also has to be careful to not overextend too much because that Igra is just going to one-shot him anytime.
Yeah.
And he only has 2 blockers now.
Yeah, not a ton of ways to kill a creature on Tobias' side. I think 2 push and Vraska in the bin. That's pretty much 3 out of the 5 removal spells in his deck. So only 2 fail push, but yeah, keeping 2 blockers.
Oh my god!
And yeah.
There it is! Another cat, and that's the combo. Can you walk us through it one more time? What exactly happens here?
So he has 2 cats. They're both foods. He's going to sack the one that doesn't have Summon Sickness put into the yards. And you have 1 in play, which is a food because of Igra, and the cat in the graveyard says that you can bring it back in play by sacking a food. So you sack 1, bring back the other 1, drain for 1,
and then just loop it
infinite times. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, Mark Tobias 1-0. That was easy. No Delirium needed. No cash grab. No anything. I'm just gonna draw both cats. No problem. Adriano with a pretty solid draw, but I mean, Mark just played this giant, 14/14 creature that he just didn't really have great attacks through that, and the second cat sealed the game.
Yeah, game's just a testament to how rough this matchup is, especially game one for Ragdos. We literally had the Thoughtseize, Harvester, Fabled Curve. Mark seemingly wasn't doing much.
Took a mulligan,
and still won the game. Things should be slightly different and a bit better for, well, hopefully anyways. Let's take a look at Adriano's sideboard.
If you're wondering why is Mark looking at his phone, that's really weird, right? No, this is a tournament with open deck lists, so the players do have a couple minutes before the game starts and during sideboarding to reference their opponent's deck list. Yeah, let's take a look at the sideboard. So let's start with Ragdos Demons. Adriano is looking at 3 copies of Invoke Despair, 2 Anger of the Gods, 2 Go Blank, 2 Hidetsugu Consumes All, 2 copies of Unlicensed Hearse, Anoint with Affliction, Duress, Feed the Swarm, and Withering Torment. Anything that stands out to you here that you think he's going to bring in?
The one card that really stands out is Hidetsugu Consumes All. That is a player that came prepared for this matchup, honestly, because it is a fairly fine card in a few matchups, but it really shines specifically against John's Sacrifice, and in this case, Golgari Food. And honestly, if you're not expecting these decks, there's not a great reason to have that card in your sideboard, and not only 1 copy, but 2 copies, so that card's going to be an all-star. Potentially Invoke Despair as a way to get rid of the talent, a little clunky. Depends on, how he feels about his main deck cards. Anger of the Gods, Exiles, Cat, and Goose. I don't think we're going to see that one in this matchup, though. I think he's going to rely on his other, hate cards. 2 Go Blank, that card's perfectly fine, probably coming in. 2 Hearse, that card is good, probably coming in. Anoint with Affliction, decent removal spells that Exiles, probably coming in. I don't think he's going to want the extra Duress because he has so many other good cards, honestly. He has also 1 Feed the Swarm, potentially, 1 Withering Torment, so a lot of options for Adriano in this matchup.
I think the question Adriano has to ask himself is, how do I win this matchup, right? If my pretty much perfect draw is not able to beat a very lousy draw from Mark, how do I win? How does the game look like when I win?
I think he's just going to cut, honestly, a lot of cards. He's going to cut Harvester, he's going to cut Slasher, he's just going to turn into quote-unquote a control deck in this matchup and just trying to pick Mark's deck apart that is incredibly powerful when unopposed, when your cards don't line up well. But I think we're going to see a totally different game after sideboard. And as far as Tobiash's option, he's got 4 Leyline of the Void, 4 Thoughtseize, 3 Abrupt Decay, 3 Pop Patch Formation, and the Giganta Companion. Don't think you need Leyline. We're probably going to see Thoughtseize try to,
get rid of the sideboard cards.
Yeah, hope that Adriano maybe doesn't have a great hand and maybe just 1 or 2 hate cards, takes 1, maybe deals with the other one. We're going to see that card come in. We're probably going to see Abrupt Decay come in to get rid of a card like Hearse, a Fable, pretty versatile. And Pop Patch Formation potentially as well. It kills a Fable, it kills an Annex, it also kills a Flyer, so it can kill Archfiend of the Dross. So yeah, potentially I would say 10 cards Tobiash is interested in, and maybe trim a card here and there, maybe trim a Fatal Push, maybe trim a Traverse, maybe trim a Talent, trim a Goose, a
little bit of everything. Yeah. Wow, and I'm looking at that Hidetsugu Consumes All, and I'm looking at Mark's list. Yeah, he has Cauldron Familiar, Witch's Omen, obviously, and then Gilded Goose as well. So there's so many different 1-drops that can get eaten by the Saga. That's going to be pretty...
Especially the Scavenger's Talent, Red-Black noticeably bad against Enchantment, even though in recent years it's been a little less bad. But yeah, no, that card is amazing. And that should influence also Tobiash, He might not sideboard the same way against someone who doesn't have that card. When he sees 2 copies of that card, he might trim even more of these 1-mana cards we're talking about.
And Archfiend of the Dross looks pretty good as well as a threat. Like, you just want to have flying threats, right? Like, doing it with the 3/2s and 2/2s and even Shield Dread against the big Igra was not exactly working game 1. So I think Adriano is going to be looking at trying to do the job with the flyers mostly.
Yeah, we talked about it in game one. One of the reasons why Tobias was extremely conservative was fatal push. Didn't want to get kind of locked out. We saw him kind of get locked out against Mengu when Mengu had these devils in play, and it meant that Tobias couldn't loop even though he had the loop. He couldn't do it without dying to the devils. It's a bit of the same thing against Archfiend. Archfiend, incredibly great in the matchup if it sticks, but also potentially you can trade a 4-mana card for a fatal push or pop ash formation.
Adriano with a Multi 6. I think I only saw one land. Land Thoughtseize. What is Mark working with? Also, no, he has 2 lands. He has a Traverse. There is a Witches of Enf. There is it's an Abrupt Decay, Patches Formation, and an Igra. So a little bit of everything. 2 lands.
Yeah, solid hand. That's kind of the sweet spot, honestly, in these like mid-range checks, discard decks. You ideally want to have 3 lands and 4 spells.
Right.
Is usually like what you're looking for. 2 lands, 5 spells on the draw, also fine. So Mark's probably pretty happy seeing them all having fair Thoughtseize proof hand.
Exactly. You don't want to mulligan too much against decks with Thoughtseizes and Duresses, because then you're going to keep 3 lands, maybe 2 relevant spells. Your opponent takes one of them with Thoughtseize, that has 1 removal spell. That usually ends pretty badly. Thoughtseize number 2. The new pickup is Traverse number 2. Patchwork Formation hits the bin.
Yeah.
Wow, Cash Grab is one of the better draws in this situation, I can imagine.
Yeah, interesting keep from Moscato. I think I like it. You have double Thoughtseize. You have 2 high impact cards if you do get to 3 mana. And the problem is that if you go down to 5 cards and it's Tobias who has the Thoughtseize, it's you're left with so few resources and game gets so hard. So.
Yeah, quite unfortunate for Adriano. On a mulligan to 6 already, decided to keep that hand on the strength of the 2 sideboard cards and a Thoughtseize, but Mark kind of has a Thoughtseize proof hand. That Cash Grab was a great pickup. Traverse. Do we have Delirium? There's an instant, there's a creature. I think Talent was milled. I think there's just 3 so far. So Traverse can find the 3rd land drop. Also enable Delirium in the process, because that is the 4th different card type. Wow, he goes for the cat though, so I guess he already did have Delirium.
Is that only 3? I think it's only 3 enchantment, instant, and creature, right? No sorcery?
I mean, Patchwork is an instant, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was double checking, like, okay, I guess Patchwork Formation is a sorcery. I guess I missed that. No. That has to get him a land here.
Maybe he counted Traverse in his head.
Okay, so maybe he was getting a little bit ahead of himself by playing both Traverses, realizing, okay, wait, I actually need to resolve the first one to get a land, then the second one is going to have Delirium. Make sure you tap all the mana. You did cast 2 spells that cost 1 green and a cat, so that is 3 mana total. Cat plus Oven in play. And Adriano, 2nd land drop, unfortunately comes into play tap, so won't be able to do anything this turn. Mark does the cat and Oven loop at the end of the turn, drains Adriano for 1. Another Patchwork Formation is the draw.
Note that Mark hasn't Thoughtseize Adriano yet, so he doesn't know what Moscato is holding. We see that spicy Saga though.
Wow, that would be absolutely brutal here. Oh my god, no 3rd land!
You can tell to the way Moscato drew that card. He's like, come on, 3rd land. Like,
please, one time. I mean, he does have a reasonably long time to try to live, although, yeah, with double activation every turn plus the cat attack, he doesn't even have a blocker. Yeah, we're looking at like maybe 2 more draw steps. Oven number 3.
Let's see if Mark decides to, sandbag that 3rd oven, or if he goes for it.
Wow, he does actually do that. Wow, well played by Mark there. realizing that one of the cards I'm going to horribly lose to is Hidetsugu consumes all, and there it is. We have that for you on the left side of the screen. That would deal with Mark's board completely, although he will be able to leave that cat in the graveyard for now.
Gonna ping Moscato for a few more points of damage, and that was a huge draw step. Mutavault on top of everything, kind of nice.
All right, couple cat and oven loops. Let's see where we end up. Adriano is at 9. I think it might be a little bit lower than that.
Yeah.
And now does Mark have a way to get some of those cards out of his graveyard before it's too late and the Saga is going to exile everything next turn?
So I think right now the only way he can do that is by using Paw Patch Formation to draw a card and make a food, bringing back the cat from the graveyard. So we might see that line. He has Abrupt Decay if he just wants to get rid of the Saga straight up. That's, you know, maybe a more straightforward option. And also just Paw Patch Formation destroying the Saga. The upside of the food line, getting the cat back, is that you do get to draw a card. So we see Tobias just valuing that draw way more than just getting rid of the Saga.
Wow, okay.
He's like, I'm fine. I don't need my graveyard. All I care about is that cat. I don't care about that silly like free it's gonna flip into. I think the game's gonna be over by then. So pretty strong, you know, somewhat commitment here from Tobias. I believe that Saga also has trample, I want to say, the flip side.
Let's see if we can get that flip part on the screen.
So Cat Oven not the most effective at soaking up the damage. Ooh, Tobias found Igra, which he can cast as a 5 mana. That was a huge draw step.
Well, there it is, yeah, and just a huge body like that already is pretty good. Although Adriana is holding a Shield Dread, which would be able to at least trade with it.
And we see Tobias' decision of drawing there and not just getting rid of Saga, paying off big time, just drawing that Igra a turn ahead. That could be the difference between a win and a loss here.
All right, Adriano with that Fable is going to be able to ditch 2 cards here. Try to find that 4th land drop. Towards the tower and Bloodtide Harvester. Hit the bin. Another Thoughtseize. Yeah, a little too late for those Thoughtseizes here, unfortunately for Adriano. Now the question is, do you want to add something big to the board with Shieldred? Would you like to play the Thoughtseize here to make sure your opponent, you know, doesn't have a great way to try to find the cat next turn?
Well, he definitely values Thoughtseize because he kept the first one over Torch and a Harvester. He did have the option to discarding the Fable and decided that first Thoughtseize was higher impact than just a removal spell or a Harvester.
Goes for the Shieldred here, though. Okay. Mark is gonna activate the Witch's Oven. Wow, just casually draws the second cat again, and I think that should be the game. I don't see any way for Adriano to interact. No mana open.
Yeah.
Cat in play. Wow, that's it. Congratulations to Mark Tobias, 10-2, beating Adriano Moscato in a matchup that, yeah, as you highlighted, looked pretty bad for the Rakdos Demon deck.
Yeah, no, great win by Mark. I thought he played really well. You can tell he knew what mattered, whether it was in game 1 or game 2. Just great decision making.
Yeah.
Probably a little frustrating on Moscato's side. You know, such a bad matchup game 1, and then game 2 when you have all these good cards that come in, you get stuck on the mulligan, and so, you know, it's always frustrating when you feel like you didn't get a chance to use your cards, and you even came really prepared. You know, the 2 Hearse, the 2 Go Blank, the 2 Saga specifically for that matchup, and probably a little disappointment, but it's the way it goes.
Yeah, and we do have a backup feature match for you, and I wish I could tell you exactly, but I didn't make notes for this round. I think it was table number 3 between Sergio and Alfie playing Rakdos Prowess, which Frank, by the way, highlighted as a deck that put 3 copies into the top 8 of the Australian/New Zealand regional championship a couple hours ago. So we wanted to take a look at that, and he is playing against, I think it's another Ragdos Demons deck. So if we're ready, we can just jump over into that action. And yeah, I'm kind of interested in seeing how many of the aggressive decks make the top 8 here, and how many of the Demons deck may make the top 8, because before the tournament, everybody was excited about, you know, Unholy Annex. Look at how crazy powerful that card is in Standard. You know, is it gonna have the same impact in Pioneer, or are we gonna see the aggressive decks dominate? Is it gonna be the Phoenix decks? And looking at the top of the standings, there's not that much aggro.
Yeah, Ragdos Prowess was sold to me as one of the only 2 playable decks in the format. I talked to the French team, I talked to the Polish team, and, you know, independently, they both told me the same thing. They were like, yeah, we think just the only real tier 1 decks are Izzet Phoenix and Ragdos Prowess. We saw Izzet Phoenix 49% win rate on day 1. Ragdos Prowess, I believe, around 50% win rate, so not bad, but not that domination I was promised, kind of.
Yeah. Okay, so Ragdos Demons against Ragdos Aggro with Sergio on the play. Turn 1 Duress. This is, I believe, game number 1. So this is our backup feature match. That probably means it's going to go pretty quickly. I mean, as it usually is the case with the Ragdos Prowess decks. Either way, you either win quickly or lose quickly. So turn 1 Duress, we're looking at no targets? Oh, no. One of the Ancestral Angers got discarded. Okay, so Alfie with a pretty solid draw goes for a turn 1 Swift Spear, puts both players at 19 because of the Sulfurous Springs. I swear to God, every time we watch the Demons deck, they have the turn 1 discard, turn 2 Bloodtide Harvester, turn 3 Fable Draw, and they're still about 50% win rate.
Yeah, definitely a good start for Sergio. Even had the rest, you know, not even taking the 2 damage from Nazi is always nice. I would assume Ragdos Prowess is maybe a little favored in game 1. And, you know, what typically happens with these mid-range decks is they're a little behind game 1 against most of the field, and then they get to tailor their strategy after sideboard and win some percentage points there. So
Sergio with the actual perfect draw for the matchup, I think. Duress turn 1, Harvester turn 2. He has 2 lands, Fable, and a Shieldred for turn 4, so pretty much picture perfect for him. Alfie goes for the plot mechanic on Slickshot here, opting not to attack.
Yeah, Sergio's list looks fairly nice in the matchup. He's got the traditional 4 push. He's got an extra 2 Torch the Tower, 2 Go for the Throat, and 1 Anoint with Affliction. I believe that's more removal than most Ragdos lists usually play. He doesn't have a ton of 4 drops, pretty low to the ground, only 2 Shelly. And he's got the Slashers, which can be a decent road bump too. So no fear of missing out, and no Archfiends of the draws, but yeah.
Okay. So more of a red-black mid-range deck?
Yeah, everyone's list is a little different, honestly. It's hard to know which list is better. Do you want the curve to be a little cheaper? Do you want to be like Moscato and rely a little more on the 4 drops?
There's like 5 different Ragdos variants, right? There's Prowess, there's Demons, there's regular Ragdos mid-range, there is...
Well, Demons is mid-range. Pretty much every mid-range. There's the Prowess deck you mentioned. There's the Demon that we're seeing mid-range. We kind of saw Moscato. You know, this is kind of one archetype. You've got
Prowess.
You've got Ragdos Transmogrify. You've also have the Ragdos Cauldron deck.
Ragdos Prowess is the aggro one.
Was the combo kill. So you've got 4 different Ragdos deck that are fairly popular.
Turn 3 Fable, Sergio continuing with his great curve, deciding not to attack with the Bloodtide Harvester, opting to, you know, make sure he preserve his own life total. Just kind of want to make sure that he gets into a position where he plays that Shieldred at a healthy life total, and at that point it's going to be pretty hard for Alfie to try to fight through that unless he finds a lot of instants and multiple copies of Slickshot, for example.
Yeah, this is looking pretty off with a Prowess deck. I mean, honestly, almost no matter what deck you're playing, if your opponent goes the rest Harvester Fable and they're on the play, you're probably not in great spot.
Yeah. All right, turn 3 for Alfie here. I don't think he has a third land.
Yeah, Alfie didn't even have the turn 1 Heartfire hero for, you know, potential silliness. Was
right.
One-shot kill out of nowhere.
All right, so Slickshot makes it into play, attack with both of the prowess creatures, and now it's up to Sergio if he wants to block. I think, given that he left that Harvester back, do you think he is looking at blocking here? Does playing the Slickshot, actually putting him on the battlefield, change anything? Would you rather keep the Harvester around to try to kill him next turn?
I'm not sure. It obviously doesn't look great when you do the good old no attack, no blocks, but sometimes it's worth just giving up the damage just to reassess on your opponent's turn and reevaluate and give yourself the option to block depending on what happens.
Yeah, I think the fact that Slickshot is now in play kind of changes things for Sergio. Opting to, I think, not block, saving that Harvester for next turn to try to kill that Slickshot. Or is he still in the tank? No, he's still in the tank, actually. All right, I think that means he takes the damage. Does Alfie want to play any of his instants?
We talked about the variations with the Rakdos deck, but even just within the Prowess deck, that's also an archetype where you have a bunch of choices to make. We see in Bennett's list, he has 4 copies of Turn Inside Out, which is the +3/+0 pump spell that gives you a manifest if your creature dies. You see a lot of lists play Infuriate in that spot, which is +3/+2, just valuing the extra toughness in combat, or to potentially dodge a card like Knockout Blow after sideboard. You obviously have the 4 Monstrous Rage, that's just the best one. And 4 Ancestral Anger, that's a card that doesn't always make the cut as well.
So Turn Inside Out was played on the Slickshot to deal some more damage. In the meantime, that Swift Spear grew big enough to outduel the Goblin Shaman token from the Fable, but since Sergio has the 4th land in hand already for the Shield Red, he doesn't really mind all that much. And a Heartfire hero was the follow-up. So Sergio down to 11, but I think he's going to be pretty happy about that, considering he's going to play Shield Red, which is pretty good in the matchup.
Yeah, Sergio made an interesting play because he's basically really valuing kind of tempo. He blocked with the Shaman token on Swift Spear, knowing that a single pump spell on the Slickshot not only deals a decent bit of damage, but just, you know, the 1 Prowess trigger is good enough to get past the Shaman token. So super conservative play from Sergio, and that's usually the kind of plays you make when you feel kind of good about the game. You feel like you just need to soak up a little damage and not get yourself too low.
Yeah, at that point, it's not really about the cards. You already feel like you have a pretty good board position. So let's see what ends up happening here. I think Sergio is looking at that blood token, using Harvester, killing the Slickshot. I think that's the one thing that really matters, making sure he doesn't die to flying next turn. And now it depends on what Alfie wants to do. Wow, he actually picks up a copy of Fatal Push. So he does have a way to get Revolt. That would be a great answer for the Shield Red.
Yeah, Revolt, not trivial. In the mid-range deck, you've got, you know, Fable tokens, Blood tokens, etc. In the Prowess decks, a little trickier to get that Revolt. You don't have too many natural ways. I think Kumano faces Kakazan, flipping is one, and honestly, that's about it. You can sack a creature to burn together, but you usually only want to use that card to kill your opponent, not just to get Revolt and kill a Shelly. So you might have to chump attack a creature to...
I was just gonna say, like, do you just have to do it? Would you rather just play another haste creature, maybe kind of hold back for a turn, see what happens next turn?
Yeah, it looks like what Bennett's doing. He's stuck on lands, kind of playing that 2/2 and hoping that Sergio runs out of gas, but that's going to be pretty tricky with the blood token and a couple cards in hand.
So Fable's going to flip. That's another blocker for Sergio.
And I want to say he has 2 removal spells in hand. I feel like I see a Fatal Push and a copy of Anoint.
Yeah, this is the kind of situation where you just need to play your cards carefully if you're Sergio, and it kind of feels like you do have the path to victory because your cards are just so much better in this situation. Thought seizes the play, sees another Emberheart challenger. Fatal Push and...
Burn Together, Callous, Sellsword, the adventure cards.
Let's put that up on the screen here.
That card represents a lot of damage, but I think we're going to see him just go for the Fatal Push probably.
That'd be an answer for the Shieldred, so that hits the bin.
Note that Burn Together is not your classic fling effect. It's not a sacrifice in the casting cost, so you actually can respond with a removal spell. The card targets, and then the creature deals the damage and dies, so not especially ideal if your opponent's holding a instant speed spot removal.
Yeah, the Ragnar's Prize is really good if you can close out the game in the first 3 or 4 turns, but the longer the game goes against a mid-range deck, the lower your chances usually.
Yeah, let's not forget Serio did have that Dream Curve as well on the play.
Yeah. Double Sulphurous Springs, also not ideal for Alfie now, taking a bunch of damage in the process, plus also losing life to the Shieldred. Claim to Fame here gets back the Slick Shot.
Yeah, definitely one of the highest impact card you can draw in that spot.
Okay. Couple of Prowess triggers. I don't think we really have great attacks here, though.
I agree. Even have a Mutavault to potentially get in the way.
Yeah, this might be a situation where Alfie just kind of has to just only leave it up to the Slick Shot. Question is, does he want to play anything before he attacks? He does. He plays the Burn Together part of the Kalos Sellsword.
Yeah, just praying Sergio's last card in hand is not a spot removal. We have the bad news, though. Oh, he has a couple cards in hand, my bad, but point stands.
I think he's indicating that the Heartfire hero would be sacrificed, or is that the...
He's targeted the Heartfire hero.
So that'll get a counter. That'll grow to a 2/2. That'll be able to kill the Reflection, plus the trigger from the Heartfire hero would deal 2 more damage to Sergio. So I think he's very much incentivized to use a Fatal Push if he has one. Although at the same time, the Slick Shot's growing.
Yeah, the Slick Shot is growing. He is going to gain a life, a couple life from Shelly on his draw step. He still has the Blood token. If he gets to 5 mana, if he draws a non-tap land, he can just deploy the Annex. I believe he has in hand just as a 6/6 demon right away to get a blocker for that Slick Shot. But now he decides to another, I would say, conservative choice. Just he's like, that's fine. I don't really need my Fable. I don't have much to copy. It doesn't really matter. I'm just trying to stay alive here, get rid of the Slick Shot. That's a play that lets him kind of break the next few turns, even if he gets somewhat unlucky. He doesn't have to worry about the Slick Shot potentially killing him. So I kind of like that. Not sure I love that first Chum Block with the Shaman token, but I like the conservative play here. Sario's just in a great spot.
Unholy Annex gets played. Activate Mutavault to give myself a demon.
Yeah, a little drain.
Wow, yeah.
Extra 2 life from Shelly. And Bennett's really looking for, I guess, Angers at this point. Like, if you can chain maybe Ancestral Angers, that would be some of the better cards you can draw. Especially with that Ember Heart.
Yeah, I think Sergio has pulled away enough here that Alfie really does not have a lot of ways to get back in the game. I think, just drawing multiple Angers in a row is pretty much the only way.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised he played the land first and pumped Emberheart, flipped a land which he then couldn't use. And decided not to offer the trade. I guess because he's just dead on board at this point. He's at 5, so he can't even afford to attack.
Yeah.
all right, fair enough. He figured he needed to hit a spell anyway, so might as well play the land first. That makes sense.
I think both players are kind of just going through the motions right now. Sergio activates the Mutavault. Attacks with both, offers the trade, plus the chump block by the Swift Spear. Yeah, I mean, if you're ever at a position with the prowess deck that you're going to have to chump your opponent's creatures while they're at 17, it's probably not looking too good for you.
Yeah, I feel like that's the luxury of the super aggro deck, to just play these games out when you know you're literal 0%, because you don't risk, you don't risk of timing out. So might as well make sure your opponent actually kills you and whatnot.
All right, congratulations to Alfie for picking up game number 1. I'm sorry, to Sergio for picking up game number 1. I'm already looking at sideboarding. Alfie is looking at 4 Thoughtseize, 2 Fatal Push, 2 Chandra's Defeat. Why are there so many copies of Chandra's Defeat in player sideboards? I feel like this is the 5th time I'm looking at one.
Well,
what red cards?
Prowess is one of these matchups.
Just for prowess? Can you use it for something else? Not really.
It is especially efficient. I want to say there's something else. I forget now. I'm sure it'll come back to me. But
it's really narrow for a format as wide open as Pioneer. But anyways, 2 copies of Chandra's Defeat, 2 copies of Hazoret the Fervent. That's interesting. Claim to Fame, 1 Obnixilis, the Adversary, Rending Volley, and a Heartless Act are the options for Alfie here.
Yeah, lots of choices. Does he value the Thoughtseize highly enough to bring them in? Fatal Push is an option. Hazoret is an option. Obnixil is an option. Third Claim to Fame, if you're not too worried about Graveyard Hate, is an option, as well as Heartless Act, even though the Heartless Act especially shine against Archfiend of Dross.
Is Thoughtseize a card you would entertain bringing in, or is this a matchup where you feel like, if you ever start playing the same game as your opponent, you start playing the mid-range game, then your deck is probably not very well equipped for that?
Honestly, I don't have a good answer to that. It can be a little tricky, and you might want to just play to the board. It's maybe more of a card when you're worried about cards that are a massive swing. A card like Knockout Blow comes to mind, where it's not easy to play around and it is huge blowout. So maybe more these type of cards, and you might be right that you thought he's a Ragdas deck and they kind of like a bunch of the same, multiple removal spells, a Fable and an Annex, and what you take, it's not super appealing. It's more for cards you don't have an answer to with your other cards, whereas I feel like, just having maybe a few removal spells, bring in these Hazarets, these Threats, Obnixilis is maybe a better bet for the Ragdas player.
All right, then Sergio, Ragdas Demon. Sergio has 4 copies of Unlicensed Hearse, so he's pretty much ready for all the Phoenix players. He has 2 copies of Archfiend of the Dross in his sideboard. That's interesting. Hidetsugu Consumes All. That could be a card that could come in to destroy the 1 mana non-land permanents. There's 2 copies of Invoke Despair, Towards the Tower, Extinction Event, 1 Reckoner Bankbusters, Feed the Swarm, and 1 copy of Duress.
Yeah, I think we are definitely going to see Torch the Tower, and besides that, honestly, it's kind of dealer's choice. I'm assuming he'd want to at least get rid of all his Thoughtseize in this matchup, even though it's not as embarrassing as it is against a traditional burn deck. Hidetsugu is an option, getting rid of the 1-drops, but that card can be a little slow or kind of miss. Archfiend of Dross would be tempting, but we saw the 1 Heartless Act in Alfie's sideboard, which means that if you play Archfiend of Dross, you can just use the remove free counters mode on Heartless Act, and you basically just instantly empty your Archfiend. So that one's probably a little risky. 1 Extinction Event is interesting, and the rest is interesting as well if you think Thoughtseize is, that the damage on Thoughtseize is too much, but you still want some kind of discard maybe to get rid of a Fatal Push.
Yeah, I think both players have a problem with Thoughtseize here. As you mentioned, Alfie playing his Thoughtseize means that his opponent is very likely to just show him a couple of removal spells, a couple of, you know, the same card. So it is unlikely to have a huge effect. And similarly, if Sergio plays his own Thoughtseize, then Alfie is just going to, you know, show him 4 creatures and 2 pump spells. So what are you going to really pick? It's going to be interesting seeing how they sideboard exactly.
Yeah, I've not played. I think I've played maybe one league was the Rakdos Prowse deck, so I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah, lots of different ways to go.
Yeah, it's mostly that Thoughtseize decision. Do you bring them in or not?
But I think if both players draw well, as they did in the first game, then Sergio has to be a favorite, especially on the play, because his cards just kind of seem more impact. But then again, with Alfie on the play, he does have access to, you know, some of the super fast opening starts before Sergio is even able to start putting creatures on the battlefield. When he does, then that's going to be an opening for Alfie to, you know, go for a big attack with all the instants. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, some of the better draws you can get with the Prowse deck is that these multiple slick shot draws when your opponent's keeping mana up for spot removal, and you just kind of plot a bunch of slick shot, putting them in that super awkward spot where they have to keep a lot of mana up every turn to not just die to a big swing.
All right, looks like players are just about done shuffling.
Yeah, feels like they took their time in a matchup that they should both be really ready for. 2 of the most played decks in the format. Rakdos Demon was the 2nd most played deck in the format after Izzet Phoenix, and I believe that Rakdos Prowse was 4th or 5th most played deck in the field.
Reminder that we're playing 14 rounds of Swiss of Pioneer. We had 8 rounds on day 1, with Andrea Mengucci and Mark Tobias being the 2 undefeated players. Today we're playing 6 more rounds, so 14 rounds total. And after that, we're going to cut down to top 8, at which point the top 36 players are going to be qualified for the Pro Tour, but the top 8 players are going to battle it out for 2 slots for the World Championship. And then the finalists are going to battle it out for $20,000 and a title of the European champion.
Exactly. So 12-2, definitely top 8. 11-2-1, definitely top 8. Potentially a few X-Frees are going to make top 8. So not all is lost for the loser of this match, assuming they have decent tiebreakers. But
yeah, and I can tell you, round 1, Lorenzo Terlizzi picked up a victory over Andrea Mengucci, and those are 2 playtest partners playing the Jund Sacrifice deck. So they're both now at 11-1. Which means what there's going to be 2 rounds to go. So if they can pick up a draw, then that should probably be good enough to lock them for the top 8. So Jund Sacrifice looks like it was a pretty good choice, not just for this weekend, but also we mentioned the fact that in the South American Regional Championship last week, there were 3 copies of Jund Sacrifice. So perhaps there is a new sheriff in town.
Yeah, was it a fluke? Was it just, once again, it's 2 of the better players. You know, it was 2 of the better players in that lost RC, Martin Dominguez and Matias Leverado. Here we've got, the 2 Italian players, also arguably, maybe top 10 players in the room, something along these lines. So always hard to say if it's the good players running hot or if it's the deck.
It's always good when it's a combination of those. You play well, your deck delivers.
Yeah. I don't have the numbers in mind, but I want to say Jund Sacrifice was slightly sub 50% win rate on day 1, 49, or...
Okay.
I might be wrong. They might have been 52, 53.
All right, looks like both players are ready. Alfie looking at 7 cards. I think he might have already been on a Multi 6. Wow, has to send it back. All right, so a little bit more shuffling. Let's take a look at the standings in the meantime, though. I'm going to open that up here on my screen. So before this round, this is round number 11. So let me click on that. Before this round, we had Andrea Mengucci as 11-0 as the only undefeated player, with Lorenzo Terlizzi at 10-1 as the only player with 1 loss. So now both of them are X-1, and those are going to be the only 2 players with 33 points or more. After that, from the 3rd position, it was a bunch of 9-2 players. We had Gerardo Delia, Jesus Hernandez, Mark Tobias, Sergio Gimenez, Stefan Schutz is one of the players that was at a lot of the feature matches. Adriano Boscato is here. We have all the way down to 17th are players with the 9-2 record, and then we're looking at players with a bunch of draws. Elliot Bussaw, Igor Marquez, 8-2-1, and then everybody else at 8-3. So yeah, I think 11-2-1 should be pretty safe for the top 8. But I think given that Andrea has been doing a lot of winning, I think that's going to open up the doors for a couple of X and 3 players, depending on how the tiebreaker situation shapes up.
Yeah, I think we said maybe a couple. It might end up being more than a couple X3s, but yeah, Mengu and Lorenzo virtually locked up. They can literally just probably lose the next round and then just get an ID in round 14 and make it. Looks like we might have a non-game here. Bennett's going down to 5, I believe. I hope it's not 4. 5's going to be rough enough because Sergio, we saw his hand. He's got 3 lands, red and black mana, a Go for the Throat, a Fable, 2 more cards, just rock solid hand. So not like Bennett can do much and has some, gotcha card. Maybe if he curves exactly, I don't know, like stuff into turn 4 Hazoret, that could be one way he ends up stealing the game.
Yeah, for sure. You know that joke when, your opponent mulls to 6, you're like, yeah, that's unlucky. They mull to 5, you're like, no lands again. Then they mull to 4, and you're like, oh my god, you're playing Tron.
Yeah, classic.
All right.
Kind of could get a bit of that, oh wow, so lucky he mulled to 4. That meant that he could attack with Hazoret on turn 4. Because he had no cards left.
Yeah. The calculated mulligan. Heartfire Hero, turn 1 for Alfie here, and an immediate... Is that a Fatal Push?
Oh, Fatal Push off Blackleaf Cliff too, so no damage for Sal here. That's just a Dream Start against the mull to 4.
Turn 2 Challenger, swing for 2, but I think that means Alfie's down to 2 cards.
Yeah.
So not ideal. If Sergio has any kind of reasonable draw here and a reasonable curve, this is going to be a really hard game for Alfie to win. And another removal spell on Sergio's own turn. What is he playing around?
Not that it matters, but I don't think there's a great reason to cast Go for the Throat here. You could argue that you don't want Bennett to trade a pump spell for a card of the top of his deck. That would be a beneficial trade for him, but that's so narrow that... I want to say, it's kind of one of these spots, the game's kind of almost over. Even though Bennett has the backup,
Claim to Fame.
Challenger of Claim to Fame plus a 1-drop. And if Sergio's out of removal spells and Bennett can hit some pump spells, he can maybe crawl Slasher, though. Slasher comes down, Death Touch Menace. And that's a great answer to a potential pump spell. Fame targeting Challenger, unfortunately not a land.
That's kind of unlucky for Alfie. He was really looking for a 3rd land drop here.
Or a 3rd land or a 1-mana spell.
Or spell,
might have a land in hand, you offer to trade, you have the Slasher that comes back in a couple turns, and you don't have much of a clock, so that's likely to happen. And we can see it's kind of like all good options on Jimenez's side and all terrible options for Bennett at this point.
Yeah, has to play his last card in hand, the Ramana Prince, and pass the turn. No good attacks available. So Sergio has all the time in the world, although he is down to 13. So yeah, land Hazoret, that could still be a thing. Maybe Sergio's going to break on the next couple draw steps, although with double Fable, that is very unlikely to happen.
Yeah, he has Fable, he has a Death Touch Flacker. Gotta hope Bennett kept in these Ancestral Angers in the deck and needs to kind of a miracle chain here.
Was that a Planeswalker? That looked kind of like Ob Nixilis or something. It looked like a red-black card. Giganta to hand is the play. Pass the turn back to Sergio. Fable goes to chapter number 2. He has another Slasher, Fable, Bloodtide Harvester, and a land in hand. Looks like he is deciding to get rid of one of the Fables. Fable flooded.
Yeah, you could honestly keep all the cards and just go Harvester Fable again. That seemed like it would be perfectly fine. Or Slasher Harvester. I feel like discarding Fable here is a little fancy.
I agree that I would be also kind of like, you know, making sure I'm not going to flat out. The Fable is going to be able to help me out with that. Try to find maybe a Shield Dread, some of the bigger cards. Wow, he actually gets aggressive, attacks with the Unstoppable Slasher here.
Yeah, I see why Sergio does it. You know, he already has his turn mapped out. Harvester plus second Slasher, attacking with a Slasher.
Wow.
I get Flip Fable next turn.
And a chum block by the Swift Spear. Second Slasher. So Sergio just decides to go aggressive. Let's get this game over with. Slash number 2 plus Blood Tide Harvester. Pass the turn back to Alfie.
Yeah, I like it. Not give him that, you know, chain miracle. We're talking about the anger into fatal push, man.
Yeah.
Who knows? But so I like Jimenez not giving Alfie like a window there.
Yeah, looks like the Ragnar Demons deck is able to turn the corner here pretty quickly. Obviously held by Alfie's multi 5.
4.
Was it 4? It was 4. Yeah, never
Yeah.
mind. Never mind. Slick Shot. Yeah, unfortunately for him, he only has Giganta and one more. All right, there's the anger. So there, you know, something's happening.
Yeah.
Draws a card, reveals a. That's another anger. Okay. Are we doing it? Is there any way? Is there any way that over the next 2 attacks, Alfie finds 13 here?
Damn, that is...
I mean, that's a start.
It almost feels like if he only mulligan to 5 instead of 4, you know, kind of that, that spot where...
Couple extra damage. Yeah, one more extra card. So what happens? The Slick Shot is already a 3 power. I think the pumped card was the Challenger, though. So that has Trample. Prowess 1. Anger number 2. Okay, on the Slick Shot, so Alfie just kind of goes all in, wants to deal as much damage as possible. Fatal Push is the pickup. More triggers, and now let's see where we are. So the Challenger is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 power with Trample. And the Slick Shot, what, it was 2 cards played. And so that's 1, 4, 5, and then 2 more from the anger, right? So that would be 7 through the air.
Yeah, assuming the Slick Shot was played before the first anger. That is correct.
So at least Alfie is making it exciting. Let's see. Okay, attack with both. Now that the players are doing the same math we just did.
So that's 12 damage if the creatures go unblocked. Note that Sergio does not have lethal on the swing back.
Mm-hmm.
And doesn't have an answer to Slick Shots. Unless Harvester has a blood token.
I think there's a blood token a little bit off the screen on the top, which, So Sergio kind of needs to draw into another Slick Shot plus anger next turn.
Yeah, Sergio's probably going to look up to soak up some damage. He's probably figuring out, okay, how much damage do I want to soak up? Do I want to soak up
Slasher trades?
Yeah, do I want to soak up free trample damage? Do I want to soak up the full... You know, he could maybe double block the Challenger and just not take any trample damage there. Was Slasher plus what I believe is a Fable token. That would be an option. Take 7, go down to 6, untap, kill the Slick Shot, leave Alfie was a Giganta mystery card and a draw step. I think that's what we might see, given how conservative Sergio's been, but he might be trying to figure out math over the next couple turns.
I think Sergio is looking at his sideboard right now, trying to figure out exactly how he sideboarded, what is he drawing into.
Exactly.
What are the outs? Can I win next turn? You know, how am I going to plan this? And this is a great way to do it. If you're going to make your decisions, don't just think about what's going to happen in the combat. Think about the next couple of turns. What is my plan? How am I trying to win the game? What are the outs that Alfie has right now? I should be trying to, make sure that given I'm up 3 cards, there should be no way to let Alfie win this game. So let's make sure that I limit his outs to as few as possible.
Yeah, it's not always obvious you're trying to limit your opponent's window, but you don't want to play too conservative either, and give him more time. It's tricky. Okay, does go for the full block there, the full trample damage soak. Goes down to 6. 7 damage from the slick shot.
All right, let's see. Second Blood Tide Harvester. I think they kind of shortcut it through making the second Blood Token. All right, Blood Token is there. Harvester gets sacrificed. Slick Shot dies. Let's also flip the Fable. Where are we now?
Okay. A little sloppiness, but nothing bad.
Let's make sure we pay for the Slasher. Okay, what is happening now?
The Slasher was in play, and he kind of picked it up, and
oh, that's the second Slasher. Okay, no, never mind.
We're good. We're good.
Yeah. Okay. So the second Blood Token came into play. It's getting used to ditch one of the lands, draw a new card, Slasher attack, pass the turn. All right. And now let's see Alfie. Does he have anything?
That was a great draw because one of the cards I was worried about is either claim on Slick Shot or just a Slick Shot plus a pump spell, and we see Torch the Tower is nice little insurance against that.
Slick Shot plus a pump spell would kind of do it, right? Slick Shot plus Monster's Rage, that's 6. That's more than 6. Slick Shot plus another Ancestral Rage is also enough. So yeah, it's actually really impressive that Alfie was able to get to a position off of a multi-4 where Sergio is dead to, a pretty reasonable combination of cards that Alfie could have. All right, back to Sergio, who's lining up his attacks. Another pathway is the pickup. So activate the Kiki Reflection, target my Harvester, get another Blood Token, use the Harvester to make Giganta into a 1/1 towards the tower, finishes it off. No board for Alfie, which means this should be a lethal swing. Yeah, there we go. There's a handshake. Congratulations to Sergio Jimenez, moving to 10-2 with his Ragdas Demons deck. And yeah, commiserations to Alfie there for, multi-4, that was kind of unlucky. And even then, he was still able to make a game out of it.
Yeah, congrats to Alfie for giving us a game despite the multi-4 for sure. Made it somewhat close.
And this is one of the rounds when if you're Sergio, you're feeling like, oh my god, that my draw was perfect game 1. My opponent got a little unlucky, game 2. Can this last one more round? I'm so close. But I think already being 10-2, that should be very, very, very close to locking you up for the Pro Tour slot.
Yeah, no, definitely a relief. Gonna need at least one more for top 8, and we'll see what happens, I guess. But that was an interesting match. It makes me wonder if I would think Demons is slightly favored against Ragdos Prowess, but seeing these games, even though the Prowess side lost, a multi-4 almost, making a comeback. Despite the really solid draws on Jimenez, both games we saw, Duress, Harvester, Fable. Second game, I believe we saw Cut Down go for the third Fable.
Yeah. Wow, that was, every mana used every turn. That's how you want to play Magic. That is going to be it from us for round number, that was 12, right? So there's 2 rounds left. As we mentioned, about the 11-2-1 record is what you should be looking for to make the top 8, but also some X and 3s with the highest tiebreakers should also make the cut. But even if your favorite players, friends, already picked up their 3rd loss, they're still playing for those Pro Tour slots. There's 36 of them for Pro Tour Chicago. So we're going to go on a little bit of a break, and we'll be right back with Felipe and Arne for round 13.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.
Hello everyone and welcome back here to the Ultimate Guard Regional Championship. I'm Felipe, joined by Arne, and we're really excited to bring you now round 13 of this tournament, and we are getting closer to that top 8. Just as a reminder, we have a total of 14 rounds of Swiss, so this one and one more, and then a cut to top 8. And we know this time players start to make the standings mat to see where exactly they are standing and what score exactly they need to make it into the top 8. And we are going to have two players that are in a very good position to make it into top 8 as our feature matches, and this win could be all.
Yeah, absolutely. Like round 13, the second to last round to go. You know, these matches really matter. Before you were just trying to accumulate points, but now it's getting down to the thick of things. And we have Lorenzo Terlizzi finally in the main feature match here. He's been, as Mengucci said, the mentor behind the John Sacrifice list. They both championed 2 11-1 scores. They're leading the field in the first and second position. And he's up against Celestia Company in the hands of Matti, and excuse me because this name is hard to pronounce. I try it anyways. Tynsnimi? I assume that's a Finnish name. It does look like that. Yeah, on Celestia Company. So in for an exciting match.
And I'm excited for this one because Celestia Company is a deck that Frank said that really overperformed yesterday, but every time that we get it on coverage, it doesn't perform that well. So let's see if this is going to break the curse and see the Celestia Company make a win. On the other side, we did see the Giant Sacrifice deck do pretty well consistently here on coverage during the week. As you said, Lorenzo, Italian, very talented Magic player, so young, 20 years old, and already made it into the Pro Tour. Great results there as well. So I'm excited to see these new talent make it here in the regional championship. Yeah. And I'm not sure if our players are ready, but if so, we will move on to them as they get started for this round. Very exciting, in fact. And Arne, tell me, what do you think of this Celestia Company? Because we talked about the new card from Duskmoor, Enduring Innocence, and it feels like it is a very strong card there. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're playing Llanowar Elves and small hate-bear creatures. One way to sort of dismantle that type of strategy is just going removal, kill the elf, they don't get to the company, and then you develop your own powerful game plan. And there's a lot of removal in this format. But Enduring Innocence comes in there, being this hard-to-remove creature that will just keep the train rolling and just basically mean that the Celestia Company deck won't run out of cards. So that's a huge addition from Duskmoor. I am really happy to see here Lorenzo into play, also to see Celestia Company. So this is definitely going to be a very interesting match. And I feel like Giant Sacrifice being almost the deck of the weekend. Last week we had the South America Regional Championships and 3 players made it to the top 8 with Giant Sacrifice. And keep in mind, at that tournament only 4 players registered this deck. So great results there. And here I feel like it's not that many either. It's not that many, and they are doing very well on the same list, both at 11-1. That's an incredible accomplishment. These as they decide about mulligans here, these Italian teams. We have with Elia and Moscato both on Demons crushing this event, and Terlizzi and Mengucci both crushing as well. What an amazing storyline, honestly. Oh, we see a mulligan 2-4. Oh no. And yes, it's a Finnish player here, Matti, a very Finnish name. I'm Matti Kuisma, member of Team Handshake, a very strong player on the Pro Tour. So I took a guess there, and I guess I was right. Very good guess there, and it looks like Lorenzo does have a bit of removal. We see a fatal push in end. Both of the perfect start here. Mana Dork is the perfect way to start this game here for this Celestia Company, because there are so many 3-drops in the deck. Wow, that's amazing. Flame of the Firstborn. Oh my god, that's disgusting. Sorry, excuse my language, but that is absolutely... He mulligans 2-4, which is already like, oof. And then you go claim, generate a mana, cast Deadly Dispute on turn 2. Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay. And Matti did not want to keep playing that game. I mean, I understand when you don't have much and then you just play your elf and you get it stolen and get more value for your opponent. Oh, that's crushing here for Matti. And Arne, I didn't expect us to be talking about sideboards this early. Well, no, me neither. Is this a record for fastest game? This was a turn 2 concession by Matti. I mean, honestly, no fault to him, because like I think if I would have played an online arena game and that would have happened to me on a mulligan 2-4,
I probably would have left the game as well. Just maybe a record on coverage for fastest game finished ever. Who knows?
But I have to say, because sometimes people really talk about these players that let the game drag on forever instead of just conceding. This was the fastest concession I ever saw. Matti was like, there's no point. Let's start fresh. Let's not get too mad about it. Talk me about the sideboard for these players.
Yeah. Let's hope for better mulligans for Matti next game. So we have Lorenzo Talizzi. He has the 4 Fortsies. They're going to be okay-ish. I think he's really looking at the 2 Torch the Towers in the sideboard to bring in. They're great against Enduring Innocence and against the small elves, of course. And that's about it. So he has Haywire Might, but looking at a Celestial Company deck, I suppose you could use Haywire Might to exile Enduring Innocence, but that's the only... there's some portable holds in the sideboard he could hit with that one. Some unlicensed in case he expects Matti to bring in unlicensed in this matchup. Unlicensed is reasonable. It's not as good as Leyline of the Void or Rest in Peace would be, but it does annoy the Jund player a little bit at least. It does annoy the Scavenger's talent, level 3, which could be pretty important. Yeah, so he doesn't have much to bring in. He also doesn't have much to take out, to be honest. He, his deck is very well equipped for, honestly, as a matter of fact, Jund Sacrifice with Mayhem Devil.
Yep.
Cheap removal, claim the firstborn. Very well equipped against small creature decks. So Celestial Company, this is a very important match. 10-2 and 11-1 here. Is not where you want to get paired against. What does Matti have in the sideboard here? He has 3 copies of Brutal Kafar. That one's okay. That one can take out a Fable of the Mirror Breaker Goblin Shaman token pretty effectively, but otherwise not that great. But maybe you need it, honestly, against those Mayhem Devils. And then 2 copies of Gideon and Ella of Zendika could come in. I do like the portable hole a lot. It's going to be very nice against Scavenger's Talent. 1 copy of Dromoka's Command in the sideboard. That's going to be good. Maybe killing a creature via the fight and then making Lorenzo sacrifice one of the talents or the Fable of the Mirror Breaker. And yeah, another Planeswalker. We have 1 copy of Wandering Emperor. So I could see that the Planeswalkers come in. They're quite good against sort of like the Claim the Firstborn, the removal package. And yeah, looking at what he takes out, I feel like Archon of Emeria, for example, is maybe a card that's not as effective in this matchup. That's more for the combo decks, more for Phoenix. He could trim on those. Maybe Kellen is something he can reduce on. Elite Spellbinder is a one-off in the main deck. I think that one's going to go out because it's so vulnerable against the Devil. But yeah, I mean, the 8 Elvish Mystics is 8 1-toughness creatures. That is breakfast for Mayhem Devil. So similarly to...
saw there how good it was. Just steal it, get some mana as well.
Yeah, that's amazing. I feel like this is a downhill battle, and starting from mulligan to 4, that's definitely not a great start for Matti. So yeah, he has to hope for mediocre draws and really nice on-the-play curves where an elf gets to live, so no fader push from Lorenzo on turn 1, and then he can sort of power out his free drop on turn 2, and then potentially a company on turn 3, and that has to happen, because otherwise, if they play a long game, the Jund Sacrifice deck is going to win.
And let me tell you, Arne, before the game started, I was exactly telling these that Selesnya Company did so well yesterday. It overperformed. We keep telling how the deck is great, and then every time that we get it featured here on coverage, it feels like something just doesn't happen correctly, and these players are just getting quite unlucky here. I really want to see this deck shine and show why it's so strong and why it overperformed yesterday. I think,
well, if I had to guess, it could be that it's a tricky deck to play against, and if you play wisely against it, if you're experienced and you know the matchup, then you sort of are better at playing around the various things, and maybe the players on day 2 are just that much more better, that much more experienced, so they play around these tax effects better, and therefore the Celestial Company deck has a harder time.
That actually makes a lot of sense, and we have Lorenzo already with a Cauldron Familiar into play. Matti on the play, since he did lose the last game. Ooh, a Talia, okay. That's going to make a lot of the cards from Lorenzo more expensive.
Yep. I already see a Mayhem Devil in Lorenzo's hand. I think there's also a Fader push. That is going to likely take out this Talia, potentially. I mean, the Devil can also do that down the line. For Matti, I think I see a 3rd land, an Anointed Peacekeeper, a Dromoka's Command, and a Collected Company, okay. And then I think there's another white spell. I think it might be a Portable Hole. So he has a pretty nice hand.
Fatal push the Talia, that costs 2 because of the Talia. 1 damage with the Cauldron Familiar, and Mati goes down to 18 life.
Fountain Port on turn 2. Maybe Lorenzo has some mana problems.
Lorenzo does Overgrown Tombs, I think. I mean, I for sure see...
Well, we're gonna see his hand now.
Anointed Peacekeeper, let's reveal. And with Anointed Peacekeeper, you don't really have to choose a card in hand, right? You can just choose, even, for example, if there's some activated ability of something, just choose something that it's already on the board.
That's a fantastic point, Philippa. That is actually would come up if there's a Scavenger's Talent deployed that hasn't been leveled up yet. You would make that level 2 cost 4. The level 3 would cost 5. That's a great point, yeah, absolutely. Here we're likely going to see Heartless Act be named. To be honest, actually, I could also see the Devil to be named in case you really want to force out the Heartless Act there and sort of basically play the game for Talitzi. Because by naming the Devil, you make the play very clear for Talitzi and give him no choice.
Unfortunately for us, we have to guess, as we are not quite sure what the players decided here.
I think he pointed at the Devil.
Okay, so that makes sense.
Maybe not. Oh, he's going to play a Harvester. All right. Well, that is actually a pretty nice draw here because Talitzi was kind of flooded with the 3 extra lands. So now you can get rid of that Zokensan end of turn with the Blood Totem activation. Ah, no 4th land. That's unfortunate. We just drew a Llanowar Elf. So he can go for Peacekeeper again and name Heartless Act, or, well, vice versa, whatever he didn't name on the first one. He could also go Llanowar Elf plus Portable Hole. I think if he named Mayhem Devil, then I kind of like the Portable Hole plus Llanowar Elf line, because that ensures that you have 4 mana for company next turn. And the Devil can't come down on turn 4 and sacrifice the Blood Immediate to kill the Elf, because the Devil right now costs 5 mana in hand. And then Talitzi has a little bit of an awkward turn next turn, where he just has like the Heartless Act, and can maybe not use his full 4 mana, which is good for Mati, of course.
So we see there, exactly as you said, the Portable Hole taking care of that Blood Tide Harvester, now attacking with that Anointed Peacekeeper that does have Vigilance for 3 life, and playing the Elf here, so exactly as you planned. Looks like Mati is following your thought process as well.
Yeah, I have a headset connected to him. I'm actually telling him his place. He's listening to the broadcast now. We're kidding.
That's why they have headphones.
Here we see Zokensan discarded. I'm just predicting every step of the way. Okay, I'll stop. I'll make it more exciting by just letting the... No, I mean, these are very obvious. Oh, he's thinking about it. He's discarding... I'd be surprised if it's not Zokensan. Maybe he took out the Igra, and then he doesn't have any green. That could be the case. No, he's picking the Zokensan.
And I'm not quite sure what the card was top deck. I think it was a land as well. Okay, so a lot of lands there for Lorenzo. That Mayhem Devil costs 5 because of the Anointed Peacekeeper.
I like how Mati played this game. Every step of the way I would have done the same. Very nice. And Lorenzo now just can't use the mana very effective. He could make a fish with Fountain Port to use up all of his 4 mana. But I think he's just kind of forced into probably getting rid of the 3/3, honestly. Or just passing the turn and seeing what Mati does.
Let's see here what Lorenzo decides to do. Lorenzo that has a lot of experience with this deck. As we said multiple times before, the inspiration for Andrea Mengucci to bring this deck for this tournament as well. Both doing amazing here this weekend. Heartless Act, the Anointed Peacekeeper.
Doing it main phase, interestingly enough. Respecting something like a Dromoka's command, putting a counter. And yeah, that was really good for Mati, because now he can just play to the board with the company. I mean, he's going to pass the turn most likely. And then Lorenzo is going to play a Devil. Oh, now we're actually going to see a different play. Okay.
Another Anointed Peacekeeper.
All right, well, we know what that's going to name.
And they're tapping one elf to playing another. So getting their ramp going.
Yeah, I'm not sure Well, so far I've been agreeing with Matti on his plays, but with that one I'm not so sure. I guess maybe he was anxious about Igra. But the thing is, with 4 Aven Interrupter in your deck, you can just pass the turn with a Collected Company up, and then if your opponent plays something scary, you just Company in response, and find the Aven Interrupter and even get a sort of like an extra turn there, and then it's plotted, and then you play the Peacekeeper.
Oh wow.
And then with the Interrupter, you can make it an extra cost 4, so you can really annoy your opponent that way.
I mean, this deck does that sometimes. It has a lot of taxing effects.
Yep.
Skyclave Apparition can also be quite a good card against cards like Devil.
He will get rewarded if he companies and finds Skyclave, I guess.
Paying the 5/4 Mayhem Devil, because as a reminder, Annoying Peacekeeper did say Mayhem Devil, meaning that now it costed 5 mana. Enduring Innocence in end.
That's actually a kind of good draw here. I think I wouldn't be surprised if Matti goes for an attack, and then after blocks, which likely are not going to happen, we'll put a counter onto the Anointed Peacekeeper, and then Dromoka's command fight the Mayhem Devil and make the Innkeeper 4/4.
And going for that Innocence. Attacking with an Anointed Peacekeeper. Also that Vigilance quite good.
Absolutely. All right, and there we see it. Very nice. And now last card in hand, the Collected Company with a pretty good board state. And I think Talitzi, it was just on, what, 2 lands maybe? Last time we saw his hand.
Not a lot going on for Lorenzo. That really needs a good top deck.
Yeah, like something like a Fable of the Mirror Breaker, a Scavenger's Talent.
Is that a Fable?
I think it is.
You called it out, Arne. You were forecasting.
Yeah, I mean, now he can cycle away those 2 lands. This was really important to draw at this turn. If he had like another brick here, I think things would have gotten completely out of hand with that Collected Company.
It's still not going to be easy, especially with that Enduring Innocence on the board, because that's a lot of card draw, especially if the Collected Company does eat 2 creatures. Sometimes it can just not get anything.
Absolutely. And we see a Giganta returned there, of course the Companion.
Top deck land. And now, when do you do the Collected Company? What phase exactly?
Because you have Innocence in play, you could draw into, I guess, another cheap spell here if you do it now. But Elite Spellbinder is still in the deck.
So going for Collected Company here, we already see...
All right, easy choice, 4 non-creatures and 2 creatures.
So we have the Skyclave Apparition that can take care of something. The Elite Spellbinder is not really going to do much, I believe. Because there's... Oh, there's the Giganta.
Yeah, costing 7 mana 5/5. Let's go.
Also card draw from the Enduring Innocence here.
Matti not forgetting any triggers.
Another Collected Company off the top there.
The advantage bar, where do you think would it be right now?
I think it's finally time for the Selesnya Company to shine.
Yeah.
I mean, we gotta be rooting for Matti. Lorenzo is an amazing player, but that game 1, I just felt so bad for Matti.
Yeah, I agree with you. But yeah, Lorenzo is a very talented young guy, very eager to win as well. And now we see a Fable of the Mirror Breaker, hopefully hopefully for him, finding him 2 fresh cards, and hopefully for us, something nice, so we can keep sort of having a great game here.
Cat on the graveyard. We know that that's quite important with this deck, and there's a Scavenger Talent there.
Yeah, that's a good one. That could return the Devil, actually, huh?
Nice pickup there from Lorenzo.
He is very low on life already, though. So...
And I think that last card is the Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's it, honestly. Because he can play another Fable, but he's staring down. If he blocks the 2 biggest creatures, he's going to take 7 damage in total. That's 6 life. maybe I'm missing something, but I don't think so. I think that's just it. The tax effects, making Giganta cost more, making it awkward. On turn 3 for Lorenzo, on turn 4, like we really saw all these taxing effects in action. And that's what you want to do with the company deck. You play smallish creatures, but they make it so difficult for your opponent to effectively enable their own game plan. You know, what Lorenzi did this game was more like what you do in a limited draft game. It wasn't very impressive at all.
Yeah. Can Lorenzo just level up twice the scavenger talent here? And then with the meal, perhaps trying to find something?
Maybe if the goblin would have been blocked, then with the food token that he gets from a creature dying, he could have then gotten the devil back this turn, and maybe getting the cat back, and maybe do something that way. Yeah, but it's just, he doesn't have enough mana to do everything. It's just, I don't see any lines. Like, he could play Fable, then he has 1 blocker now. He could enable the talent that he gets the devil back, but he doesn't have anything else besides the devil as a blocker, and he has the treasure to sacrifice to kill the spellbinder. Actually, let me think about this. So then he blocks the 4/4, takes 6 still. He needs another way. He needed Matti to block the Goblin Shaman. So heads up play by Matti for not blocking the Shaman. If that would have happened, he could have gotten the devil into play by sacking the Fable. Oh no, actually, never mind. He doesn't even have enough things to sacrifice. I don't see it. I'm trying to find it, but I don't see it.
End step, sacrificing the only 3 permanents available, and that's going to enable, first of all, making some food tokens, and then there's going to be 6 cards milled, so maybe if there's 2 cuts and an Igra.
I did miss something. He's going to get a food now. I did miss that. Sorry about that. He doesn't need to Goblin to die. He can just sacrifice to get the food that way. So this means he can get a cat back, have 2 blockers and kill this elite spellbinder, chump block the 4/4 and block the 2/1 or the 2/2. Yeah, he does survive this turn. Great stuff. Yeah.
Scavenger talent is a very good card after all, right?
Absolutely.
Making the foods as well.
Absolutely. And we have a collected company now. This has been a cool game.
Both players, I feel like, playing really well this game. And you can see when you get to these round 13 and players are 10-2 and 11-1, some of it can be luck, but a lot of it is skill.
Absolutely. And this is a very, very high stakes game. The winner of this game will likely advance to the top 8. Not immediately, but with a score of 12-1, you're locked. And with a score of 11-2, you're very, very likely to be in the top 8 as well. $11 wins is sort of the number for this tournament. I think that's.
I feel like some will make it, some won't. So it might not be guaranteed.
It might not be guaranteed, but I think most at least will make it.
So we have the cat that sacrifices the food token, 1 damage. Okay, and we get a Coco in response. So let's see. Maybe trying to find a Skyclave apparition.
Talia, Kellen.
Enduring Innocence.
Enduring Innocence, the pickups. That's 2 more card draws. There you see the power of Enduring Innocence.
That card is really, really good. Oh, 2 removal spells there. The Werefox and Skyclave apparition.
Oh yeah, this game is turning out to be very interesting. The cat coming back here, milling himself another time. And now has a chump blocker, and that chump blocker will actually generate another food because Scavenger's Talent just does it all. So he's just going to block these 2, take 4 damage, go down to 3. And then he can untap with a Mayhem Devil and play against all these small creatures. Actually, this is...
And now with that Scavenger Talent completely leveled up and the engine going, we might see even a combo soon.
Yeah, he's missing both Igra and...
A cat.
A cat, but he does have a lot of looks here with all the sacrificing.
And this game might be actually turning right now for Lorenzo.
Yeah, it's great game to watch. Such a back and forth. I feel like Matti was sort of on the front foot the entire game, making Lorenzo's turns awkward. But yeah, now Lorenzo might be clawing back into this.
Drawing a card there. Lorenzo is thinking. Actually, I feel like the card that Lorenzo might have picked up, if I'm not wrong, is Sokenzan, which that could create 2/1/1s that then you could sacrifice towards the talent. But I'm not quite sure if that's the card in hand. One of it, it's Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
All right, okay, I was just mentioning to production that Lorenzo should have a token in play, and there you go. They were probably looking through the stack of tokens, and couldn't find the illusion token.
So let's get the cat back from the graveyard, pinging Talia. 2 cards in the grave. We're looking for a cat and a Nigra to go to the graveyard so Lorenzo can combo this game.
Lorenzo can use the Fountain Port to sacrifice the illusion, get another food. Yeah, not bad, not bad. Scavenger's talent is just absolutely incredible. It's just such an innocent, small 1-mana enchantment that just does it all for these food decks.
It's definitely a very good card.
On the other hand, we have Skyclave Apparition and Werefox waiting to enter the fray, so this devil certainly will get Skyclave next turn, I would assume.
And I'm thinking that Lorenzo is thinking of all the options that he has to not get to the next turn and try to close the game as soon as possible.
Yeah, but maybe he's able to get there. Yeah, he's gonna sack the illusion. I like that.
That's going to, first of all, ping from the devil. That's going to mill 2 cards from the talent, make a food token.
It's like puts like 4 triggers on the stack at the same time. Oh, he's killing the Enduring Innocence. Huh. I would have killed an elf, but I mean, I haven't really thought this through too much, so.
2 more cards go into the graveyard. And Lorenzo still has Fable of the Mirror Breaker. And that Scavenging Talent is at level 3, so in the end of the turn we can see 3 permanents getting sacrificed, and that's going to get a lot of triggers going on for Lorenzo.
Wait, did he actually draw a card with that Fountain Port there, or did he not? Did he miss his draw?
He might have missed his draw, because I remember the 2 cards in hand being Fable and a land.
All right, I notified the judge should be notified soon. We might actually be on a tiny bit of a delay here, so it might be difficult to actually fix this in real time. But we'll
also just is a missed trigger, so.
Well, that one is not a missed trigger. I mean, is it? Are you drawing a card from a Fountain Port? I don't know what the ruling there is.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That's why the judge is there on the floor, so hopefully they will be able to help us out on autocorrectly ruling here. But looks like more cards now going to the graveyard.
All right, I was told that they're working on it. The judge is being informed. And maybe we'll have a bit of a judge call in a moment, because I don't know how this will be resolved either.
So Lorenzo does have 2 cuts in the graveyard now, 2 Cauldron Familiars.
Oh, okay, so it's just missing the Igra. I mean, last look at the sports state now. The Elf is gone, the Talia is gone, so many creatures decimated there. You just see the power of Mayhem Devil in this matchup. Skyclave Apparition coming down. You kind of have to decide between Talent and Devil. It's going to take the Devil, all right.
And let's see here if Lorenzo wants to do anything in response, because there's still the food, so the cat can come back from the graveyard.
Yep.
Just letting that resolve, taking the Mayhem Devil.
2 draws from the Enduring Innocences. Ah, another Skyclave, but he doesn't have another play. Everything costs more than 3 mana in his hand or as a land. Oh, that is brutal. If he would have been able to keep one of those elves, he would have been able to play another Skyclave and target that Scavenger's Talent. That would have been amazing for him to come back into this game. But now, yeah, the advantage bar is all the way to the other side again.
And this Selesnya Company deck does have quite a bit of 3 drops, which usually it's great with a card like Collected Company, but then it also leads to these situations.
Oh, you see Lorenzo, he's being told by the judge right now that he missed that Fountain Port trigger. Yeah, we were on a bit of a delay. The match is like 1 or 2 minutes behind, so it took a while for them to get that info in there. Thanks again for chat also notifying us.
I mean, 13 rounds of Magic, at that point you must be pretty tired, right?
Yeah, look at this deck. He has like, he does one action, he has 3 triggers. He does another action, he has another 3 triggers. I mean, on Magic Online or Arena, this would be much, much more, you know, relaxing and easy to play. But here you have to not only focus what's the best play, you have to focus on not missing a single trigger. And trust me, I've been there. You've probably been there.
I've been there a lot. but trust me, I made a mistake once of playing this Sacrifice deck in paper, and I said never again, this is not for me. As you said, a lot of triggers happen in this deck. It's extremely difficult to pilot deck. That's why I feel like also some players do really well with it, because they get rewarded for playing so optimal. But at the same time, you can really mess up playing this deck.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a tricky deck to play. I've never played something like it in paper Magic, actually. I've only played it online. So yeah, it does make me a little bit hesitant as well to pick the deck up, because there's just, you know, long drawn out tournament day. You'll miss some triggers, and that might cost you.
But here really paying off for Lorenzo playing this deck, doing so well in this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Andrea Mengucci and Lorenzo both at 11-1, leading the tournament.
Very close to that top 8.
Yeah, and also Andrea Mengucci was your fantasy draft pick, wasn't it?
That's true. I picked Mengucci first and highly rewarded. All my other players that I chose didn't make day 2. So Mengucci being the last one carrying me on our fantasy draft. But Arne, you are leading it up. You also made some solid choices there.
Well, you're very, very close behind me though. And I, similar to you, have only 1 player left remaining in the tournament. All others didn't make it to day 2, but they had pretty good records. So that gave me a lot of points. On day 2, but it's a tough cut. 6-2 is not easy to make. So 5-3s, lots of 4-3s. In any case, the last one remaining I do have is Stefan Schütz, sitting at 10-2 as well. I think playing on table 3 or 4 right now. Again, 11-2. That is the spot to be in. That's likely a top 8, even with 1 round left to go. So yeah, we're watching win and wins.
Excited to see also who wins that caster fantasy draft.
Look at that.
Oh.
A glimpse into our viewing area. Fanfinity was so kind to put out some chairs and have a big screen with a viewing area. Really nice value for the visitors as well and the other players.
I love it. I honestly feel like these events are the best part of Magic. I mean, it might sound quite cheesy, but for me, the gathering is all that this is about. That's why people are watching. That's why we are here commentating, why these players are playing. That's what makes this game different than all other games, is also this social aspect of it.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, you get to meet so many new people at every event. You get to catch up with your friends. I think we have one level 3 judge coming in here to really make sure that if this is rewindable, essentially, like, you know, it happened like a turn or 1.5 turns ago. So does he get the draw? Does he not get the draw? Let's go.
Also, the thing about it is that cards were milled in the meantime. A lot of things happened, as you said, so kind of difficult to track back where all of this happened.
Yeah, I'm not a judge myself. I never. So yeah, I'm sure we are in very good hands here with the Fanfinity judge team. to figure the situation out and sort of to figure out if he can get the drawback or not.
Arne, did you know that we are also live on YouTube this time? YouTube and Twitch. And I want to know, people from home, while we have this bit of a break and the judge call is betting made, where are you watching from? Because I'm actually really curious where people are watching us from. Let us know in the comments, either on YouTube or Twitch, wherever you are watching. I'm always curious to see, because at this time, the people from the US, Brazil, they might be already waking up, starting to join the stream.
Yeah, there's Japan. We have Japan here on the YouTube channel. We have 1,100 players watching. Australia, United States, Malaysia, Russia, Brazil. Are you guys kidding me? This is just, the entire planet is watching. Mexico City in the house. We got some Swiss here. Florida, France, Mordor. I don't believe you. The hellscape of the United States. Okay, someone's a little. Italy, Hungary. Let's go.
And it looks like the head judge needs to go there and also check. It's a bigger ruling, so the head judge is going to go there and just figure that out. But glad to see so many people from different places of the planet watching us, and I hope you are enjoying this show. As a reminder, this is the first time that we have the Ultimate Guard Regional Championship, so our first efforts to make this coverage, so hopefully everyone at home is enjoying. The technical team behind, big shout out to them. They've been trying to improve, and I'm sure that the next tournaments will be even better.
Yeah, I mean, I can already, exactly, like we have, hey, look at Mengu there with Marco Vasallo. They're excited. Mengu was 11-1. He's already watching his friend here, his teammate. So he looked pretty happy. Perhaps he already advanced to the top 8. And leave a like, leave a follow, guys. This is going to be the channel for European Magic coverage, Ultimate Guard Live, Fanfinity. Great projects coming up with the Magic Spotlight Series, the new big tournament series where you can qualify directly to the Pro Tour. And the Regional Championship in Prague next year.
Oh yeah.
Very exciting.
And then Bologna as well. So just as a reminder, the top 36 players of this tournament will make it into the Pro Tour Chicago. So maybe we'll see some of these faces right now, because with this score, they kind of already made it into the Pro Tour, or almost, right?
Oh yeah, I think, I'm not exactly sure, but top 36, I believe 9-4-1 or something like that is the cut for top 36, and here we see we can take a look at the prize pool. Winner takes home $20,000. Final is 12K. That's a lot of money here on the line, and even all the way down to 64th place, we get $500. So it's great value to qualify for this prestigious regional championship here in Europe. And do you want to tell the viewers what do we have here? Oh, okay. Well, we're already going back to the game, I guess.
Let's see, I think the edge judge is there. For those of you entering now, there was a mix triggered on the fountain port. So the fountain port was activated, but a card was not drawn. I'm not sure if it's a mixed trigger or how do you call it in the judging terms, but in the end, an edge judge needed to be there to call the ruling, and that's what we are seeing here. But yeah, amazing prizes overall. First and second place get a World Championship invite, which is the biggest Magic tournament every year, and yeah, that's where all Magic players that play competitive Magic want to be.
Yeah, and again, I think with 10-2, these players already qualified for the Pro Tour. I'm fairly confident in saying that.
And it looks like we are going to go back to the game really, really quickly. So just a few more seconds and we should be going back. Just as a reminder, this is round 13. We have 14 rounds of Swiss, so just this one and one more. And then a cut into the top 8. Players here already played a lot of Magic. Yesterday we had 8 rounds of Swiss. Then there was a cut to the top 76 players that made 6 and 2 or better made it into day 2. And today we had 6 rounds of Swiss and then a cut to top 8. A lot of Magic overall, Arne.
Absolutely.
And Mati here on the left is playing Selesnya Company. Lorenzo on the right playing Jund Sacrifice. Lorenzo, a young Italian player that has been doing extremely well in the Pro Tour, regional championships, and that actually inspired Andrea Mengucci to bring this deck. The fun story is that Mengucci was like, you know what, I'm already qualified for Pro Tour Chicago, so I'm just going to go with that deck since you say it's good, but looks like we are back in the game, so let's take a look at that.
I think I see an extra card in Lorenzo's hand, so I think he gave him the card back.
Another mana dork there, and This turn can be quite crucial here for Lorenzo.
Oh, wow. That extra card was a good one, huh? And that, I think, is game. 2 cats in the grave?
Igra and 2 cats, that should make it. Let's see. And here Lorenzo is explaining exactly how this combo works. And...
Wow. All right, well, that judge call turned out to be a bit of a time stretcher there, but it's okay. I mean, couldn't have known that Igra would have been on top.
If the Igra wouldn't go to end, he would go to the graveyard, so then you could get it with the scavenger talent. So it actually didn't change too much, just the way that the game would play out.
Congratulations to Lorenzo. He locked himself up the top 8 slot, 12-1. What a stellar record. Absolutely amazing stuff. Likely joining his friend and teammate Andrea Mengucci in there. What a story.
Congratulations here to Lorenzo, very good player from Italy. Mati still has a chance, I mean, still has one more round to play of Magic, so everything can still happen. And I'm telling you, Arne, this was such an exciting game, and why I love to watch Magic. At one point, we were watching this game too, and we were saying, Lorenzo, you know, there's no way Lorenzo can come back from this. The game was over, and Lorenzo managed to win that game.
Drew that Fable. Then that Fable drew into the talent on the chapter 2, and boom, he was back in it. Absolutely amazing stuff. And yeah, being Matti, now at 10-3, sort of in the tiebreaker scrum. If he wins his last round, he could still make it in the top 8, and congratulations on making it to the Pro Tour, because I think that is fair and safe to say, and that is an incredible feat as well.
And I feel like we're going to have an interview with a winner here, Lorenzo, a fantastic Italian Magic player. So I'm excited to see in a bit what Lorenzo is going to have to tell us. What would you ask Lorenzo if you were interviewing him?
How difficult it is to work with Andrea Mengucci. No, I'm kidding. No, Mengucci is great to work with. I'm just teasing a little bit. We're all friends, and I guess, yeah, like what matchups he liked going into this. I'd be curious to hear. You know, I've heard some people say that Jund Sacrifice isn't that great against Rakdos Demons. Maybe he doesn't think so. Maybe he has a good plan for that matchup. And honestly, just ask him about he feels. You know, 12-1. Okay.
Let's see then, because he is ready for the interview. So let's take a look at what Lorenzo has to say.
Lorenzo, we saw Mengucci weekend. Now we see you winning X&1, lost the first round, won every round after that. And you're kind of the reason Mengucci's doing so well, right? Tell us about Jund Sacrifice, where it came from, if you've been playing the deck for a while or something pretty recent.
Yeah, first of all, the deck is insane. I mean, I've always played Sacrifice, like since it came out in Standard, from November 2019, something like that. And now I've been playing it also in Pioneer, top 8 in the RC last year in Athens, which was also the last RC I played. And from then, like, Vampires came out, and, you know, Sacrifice was unplayable. But now, after the ban, I was qualified to Lille because I was already qualified to Pro Tour Chicago. So I was like, why not? Let's go to the RC. It's Pioneer, I can play Sacrifice. And yeah, like now it's insane because we have Igra.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you just saw the match, in the feature match, but I just won the final game by top decking Igra. And when you have 2 cats, you can just loop them with Igra because it makes every creature you control a food. So the cat, the Cryholdro Familiar that you control is a food.
Yeah, we've seen
the one in the graveyard. You can activate the one in the graveyard with the Cryholdro Familiar you have, and you just loop them, and it's just insane. It's super consistent, and especially now, it's very well positioned in the meta game.
Yeah, it's true. Sometimes it seems like you don't have much going on, and then you get the talent, level it up, and then turn later, the game's just over.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that was super impressive. You had that little incident. You forgot to draw a card, trying to make your life harder than it is, but I guess they were able to fix it. And yeah, talk to me about that one key turn you attacked was the Shaman, and I feel that if he blocks there, you maybe don't have enough permanence to. That was kind of.
I think my opponent misplayed there. They should have blocked the Goblin Shaman, because one nice thing about talent is that also at the end of turn, you know, you have to sacrifice 3 other non-land permanents. And in that case, I had the Goblin Shaman to sacrifice and to get the food to eventually bring back the cat. But if my opponent instead blocked, I would have still have had the 3 non-land permanents to sack, but not the food at the end of turn to bring back the cat, which eventually saved me and made me win the game.
Yeah, that was a close spot. Maybe they were playing around, I don't know, Fatal Push or maybe Devil Triggers, but yeah, no, super impressive. So you said you didn't even play the deck that much before the tournament. You kind of just picked it up.
Yeah, kind of. Like I mean, I was already qualified to the World Championship in Las Vegas that was held 2 weeks ago. And so at the start of September, I tried a little bit of Sacrifice, but I just played it for like 10 days because then I had to focus on the World Championship, which was standard. So I just abandoned the deck, even though my win rate with it was insane. I like 5-0'd 4 leagues in a row, then 4-0'd one and lost the finals to Trophy again. So insane win rate. I also top-8'd like 2 or 3 challenges in a row. So
yeah, no, putting your money where your mouth is. You and Mengu just already locked for top 8, doing great, amazing. Yeah, good luck for the top 8, and thank you so much. Back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Gabriel, and also Lorenzo. I'm excited to see more of Lorenzo this weekend since he's going to be making it in the top 8. But we have more magic for you. We have quite a fun backup feature match here. So why don't you tell us, Arne, what we are going to see?
Well, it is Green White Company again. The storyline has been already that Green White Company has been not having a great day, but still people at Exit 2 in the running, already qualified for the Pro Tour. We have Celeste Company in the hands of David Dunica against Rakdos Demon in the hands of Gerardo De Elia. And Gerardo, notably, is one of the 2 Italian players who really posted on social media about their Rakdos Demons deck. They shared their list on Patreon. That's Adriano Moscato and Elia. They're both having a really good tournament. I think Moscato was before this round at 9-3, and Elia is sitting at 10-2. So both still live for top 8, and Elia, with a win here, is likely in the top 8. Same goes for David Dunica, of course. If we take a look at the list real quick, pretty standard stuff for Dunica. He plays 1 copy of Tristani Free Whispers. Wow. But besides that, the usual Werefox Bodyguards, 2 copies, Able Interrupters, a Voice of Resurgence, pretty standard Skyclave, Apparition, Celeste Company.
Really good things here, and I really have to question if this is the time that we are going to see Selesnya having the time to shrine on the other side.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I'm looking right now at Elia's deck list, and he does a 4 Fatal Push, 2 Torch the Tower as well in the main deck, lots of removal, Blood Type Harvester, big demons. I was about to say, if Dunica is on the play with an Elf and has a sort of like a good curve out, and Elia maybe doesn't have the answer for the Elf on turn 1, then things could get out of control. But there's the Fatal Push.
There it is, the push. I mean, the thing about this Selesnya Company's deck, as you said, is very good to curve out the Elf into a 3rd drop, but here Rakdos having a lot of answers. We do have Talia now making all those non-creature spells cost 1 more, so that might delay a bit what Gerardo has to do.
Certainly a good follow-up. So the worst thing that could have happened is sort of like the Elf gets killed and you don't have a free drop. Sorry, you don't have a turn 2 play because you have a hand full of free drops. But he does have the Talia at the ready. And Elia is considering his options now. I saw a Torch the Tower and another Fatal Push. Oh my god. That is nightmare news for Dunica, who is actually, I'm just seeing a fellow countryman here. Germany has done pretty well. I think we have Mark Tobias at 10-2 or something in that department. And Dunica should have locked up his Pro Tour qualification with that 10th win as well.
But speaking of countries that do well, I mean, their Lia here is from Italy, so we do have another Italian player. We already have Mengucci and Lorenzo doing quite well, so a 3rd Italian player here.
Yeah, absolutely. The Italians seem to have mastered Pioneer.
Ooh, so we have here an Archon of Emeria, and Archon of Emeria also a very interesting card, and can delay a bit what Delia is trying to do.
Yeah, but the Elia just has everything. He can go minus Blood Type Harvester on the Talia and then use Torch the Tower with the bargain to kill off the Archon and yeah, just pass the turn with a Fatal Push up, and the opponent doesn't have a board state.
That's true, because sacrificing that Blood Type Harvester is not a spell, so it can definitely do that, and it looks like that might be Fatal Push there, the Archon of Emeria, and that is gone. Mutavault here as the land for the turn. That land does work quite well in this Rakdos Demons deck with an Oli Annex being played. making the Muta Vault a little bit of a demon and starting draining the opponent.
Absolutely. Oh, there we see it, the Tristani. I'll get it up on the screen for you guys. I think it's a card from Call of Mana, actually. Has a few abilities, can give Death Touch, can give Double Strike, and Vigilance, yeah. 3 mana, 4/4.
Very interesting card, not playing in all of the Selesnya Company decks, but it looks like working pretty well here for the Vid this weekend.
Oh, wow, actually. So Elia used Fatal Push instead of the Torch that I suggested, which actually might have been the correct line, because all creatures besides that one Tristani died to 3 damage. But he got punished big time using his Fatal Push instead of the Torch there by that 4/4.
So let's see here what Delia can do now, since there's no answer for that Tristani there. But we are going to have an Oleanex trying to draw some answers potentially. And also making that Muta Vault into a creature to then being able to drain potentially.
Great stuff. Oh, he probably did a little bit of a shortcut there.
Yeah, I think.
Now explaining to Dunitsa why.
Playing the land to activate the Muta Vault, I think that's what he did. He just shortcutted a bit.
Yeah, like take 2 from Blood Crypt, but gain 2 in the end step, and so basically just Dunitsa taking 2.
And passing the turn here. Now, an Oleanex is a difficult card to deal with. Does the Vid have answers in the deck to deal with that?
He does. He does have, let me take a look here. It has 4 Skyclave. Yeah, I was about to say 4 Skyclave in there. And he has 1 Boseiju who endures. He's keeping his cards close to the chest. I think I see an Archon and some green cards maybe. I think there's a Company, but maybe Company and an Elf.
That's a Company for sure on the top. There is not a 4th mana yet.
Yeah, so he's thinking about playing Elf or playing the Archon. I kind of do like the Archon, and he decides to go with the Elf instead. I mean, yeah, just assuring that you find that, like, to assure that you have that mana for Company next turn, certainly.
And paying that 1 white to be able to, or green to be able to give Vigilance to the Trostani there as well.
Yeah, now Gerardo, plentiful options, 4 spells in hand. I see a Slasher, a Fable, a Torture Tower, and an Archfiend, and a Blood Type Harvester.
That's quite the end there for Delia, exactly as you said. No 5th mana though, so not able to do something like the 6/6 Demon Flyer from the Oleanex.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing maybe a Fable plus a Torture Tower on the Elf. I think with Dunitsa missing the land drop, and Elia is aware, you really want to prevent Dunitsa hitting that 4th mana and being able to Company. Oh, he's going for the Blood Type so he can drain too, preserving his life total. That's fair.
Blood Tide, activating the Muta Vault, so then we get a bit more drain, as you said. And now the Vid kind of hoping maybe for that 4th land drop to be able to deploy that Collected Company. Attacking with Trostani, 4 more damage goes through.
Oh, he's just passing a turn, so he must have drawn an instant speed free drop, which he has either Aven Interrupter or Werefox Bodyguard.
Attacking for 3 with the Blood Tide Harvester. The Vid goes down to 11 life. Okay, and we got that 5th land drop now, being able to create a 6/6 flyer, and that's quite scary.
Yeah, and also draining for 2. The players are speeding up here. No play from Dunitsa, that's huge. He indeed drew Aven Interrupter, and Gerardo playing around it very nicely by not playing a spell, just activating a room. There we go, a concession. Or at least going to game 2.
So we have here Delia taking that first win here on round 13. So Rakdos Demon starting ahead. And what did you feel like this match, this game in particular, and what are we going to see post sideboard?
Yeah, I mean, it really comes down to having those cheap removal spells. And Elia had Fatal Push, Torture Tower, which not good news for the Celestia player. Again, if the elf dies turn 1, the deck is just so much less explosive and can sort of fall apart a little bit. So for Celestia Company, we are looking at 2 copies of Gideon. I think they're going to be very, very good here. And we're looking at 3 Brutal Kafar. I think they're going to come in as well. You just want to deal with those tokens, especially because they're going to be gone forever, like the Goblin Shaman and the Demon token. And you can also take out, you know, 3/2 Harvester in a pinch, maybe a 6/6 Archfiend of the Dross or a Shieldred on the other side. And then there's also 2 more copies of Bodyguard. They might come in as well. That's a lot of removal though, and then 1 copy of Wandering Emperor. I could see Elia taking out some of these Archon of Emerias. I don't think they're great. He could take out some of these Aven Interrupters, maybe some Kellens. Yeah.
I mean, Celestia Company really not having the best day here on the coverage would...
Has it lost every single time?
Yeah, I feel like so. And I mean, frankly, quite surprising because as we talked, Frank did tell us that the deck did overperformed yesterday. It was one of the decks that overperformed compared to other decks like Izzet Phoenix. But as you said, and very well, you made this point last round that maybe this Celestia Company also, because we are in day 2, players are more experienced, they know how to play around this deck better, they can actually get rewarded by knowing how to play around these taxing spells of the Celestia Company.
Yeah, exactly. I think the more, I mean, that's just an assumption, but yeah, the more skillful the player, the less they run sort of into these Aven Interrupter effects, the more they keep hands that actually are able to play around those sort of taxing effects a little bit by having an opening hand with a removal for an elf, for example, mulligan towards that, or just having more mana sources, because mana is quite important against the company deck with Talia and Archon of Emeria to tax on your mana. So I think the better the player, the harder it is for the company decks to sort of punish them. All right, let's take a quick look at the sideboard from Rakdos Demons. This is actually a deck that I copied on Wednesday and made a YouTube video on and played with. So they kept their list. They posted it on social media. It was all out in the open public. Anybody could have picked it up. So and have Moscatos or Elias great Rakdos Demons deck list for the tournament. And yeah, I played with the deck myself a little bit. I really liked it. So there's 2 copies of Anger of the Gods. That is the big sideboard card that also Izzet Phoenix is running for exactly this matchup. Anger of the Gods, 100% going to come in. And in addition to that, we might see a Annoyed with Affliction. That one's very likely to come in. And then maybe a Feed the Swarm. But yeah, that's about it. And not many sideboard cards, but there's not much in the main deck that's bad. You take out the Duress, and then maybe you shave on some of those 4-drops or Unstoppable Slasher, because they line up a little bit poorly against those 3-mana exiling effects. That's about it.
We see some of these decks playing the Feed the Swarm, others playing the Withering Torment. Why do you think one's deck plays one card, the other deck plays the other? In this case, this particular deck is playing one of each, so a bit of a mix.
Yeah, so I think that comes down to, I mean, Feed the Swarm is a little bit cheaper but painful, so maybe you don't want to draw multiples. I guess Withering Torment also does pain you. I honestly can't explain you what reasoning there is behind splitting them. I guess they just wanted a 2-drop more in the curve. The deck is very 3-drop heavy if you look at it. There's 12 3-drops, so just curve considerations playing the Feed the Swarm there, even though it is a sorcery. And yeah, they're great against one of the tougher matchups for this deck, which is the Enigmatic Incarnation stuff, the Zur stuff, and potentially, you know what, actually, the more I think about this, they might also be pretty good in a mirror match because they take out the best card in the mirror, which is Unholy Annex.
And also Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Absolutely.
That's great. I mean, excited to see how the players sideboard here. I'm always curious to see some of the decks that we saw a lot on day 1 kind of fell through. I haven't seen a lot of Zur. I haven't seen a lot of Incarnation here today as well.
Yeah, I feel like the metagame at the top tables is a lot of Rakdos Demons, 2-gen Sacrifice players leading the field. Couple Phoenix players. We have on table 5 Stefan Schütz, who unfortunately, well, I'm saying unfortunately, he's a good friend of mine, and I also picked him as a fantasy draft, but he did lose to Rakdos Demons, and congratulations to Sergio Jimenez, moving up to 11-2 on table 5 there, so likely in the top 8 with that record. Nothing is a lock yet. I mean, there might be a tiebreaker situation where people play, and then Sergio could end up being 9th. So, but again, 11 is sort of the sweet spot.
And honestly, Sergio, that you talked about advancing as well to the top 8, a very good Spanish player, so I'm excited to see more of him in the top 8. And it looks like players here already going for mulligans, and we saw Delia there mulligan as well.
I do want to mention when you said that, like Max Penskoffer is actually also doing very well with Sewer on table 3 right now, so still X and 2.
We might see it still take the tournament, so that's
Absolutely
exciting. Fatal push there on the elf. I mean, I feel like that happens all the time.
Yeah, the on the play elf taking out here, no Talia this time, so no 2-drop.
You know what they say, bolt the bird in Pioneer is push the elf.
Yeah, Elias, I think Elias on 6 cards here, but being on a draw, it doesn't hurt too much.
3 mana, and we have Anointed Peacekeeper here, so let's take a look here at what Delia has in hand.
So the way Peacekeeper works is actually a little bit unintuitive. So Elia is asking maybe a judge now, because you cannot respond to the ability. It instantly enters and then it happens. So it's not like Elite Spellbinder where you can respond. And Elia is asking for that, but I'm very certain about that. So for example, he has an Anoint with Affliction in hand, and he cannot cast it before the Peacekeeper sort of resolves that ability. It will resolve, and then David can name the Anoint with Affliction if he wants to. They just I understand Gerardo is just really trying to make sure that he doesn't, like, this is again playing for top 8 likely here, 11 wins being the sweet spot, so just calling a judge to make sure.
Always good to make sure with these interactions if you're not completely 100% sure how it works. A judge in these tournaments is more like a person that can guide you, that can help you, and it should be looked that way with the rules, of course. And it looks like the judge there is explaining exactly how that Peacekeeper does work and showing the Oracle text.
Oh, I see. The card is probably in German.
So we're getting the Oracle text there for the card. And okay, let's see, take a look at the end. We see that there's an Oli Annex, Archfiend, 2 Archfiend of the draws, taking the removal spell there.
No
Anointed
surprise.
with Affliction.
Yeah, no surprises there. The removal has been taken, makes sense, because otherwise he would have been able to, cast it here. Then the Peacekeeper is gone anyways, and he can free up his entire hand. So there was really not much of a choice there. And now Elias' hand doesn't look that enticing, but I mean, he's still at 20 life. He can go Annex, go to 80, and then take free from the Peacekeeper, go to 50, and then play a Demon potentially on turn 4, gain some life back.
And that Anoint with Affliction coming from sideboard. Delia doesn't have any main. A very good removal spell against a lot of the meta right now.
Yeah, it's sort of like the little big brother of Torch the Tower.
Yeah, exactly.
The big brother, yeah.
And an Oli Annex, one of the strongest cards right now in Standard and apparently also in Pioneer. Elite Spellbinder there. Taking a look again at the end. Nothing new for us, just a land there.
He's going to take the Anoint, which is going to get exiled now, which costs 6 mana. So this Anoint won't be cast for a while.
Quite the expensive removal spell there. Attacking with the Anointed Peacekeeper, he does have Vigilance for 3 points of damage. Let's draw a new card, and I feel like that's another land there. But look at that Archfiend of the Draws not only is a 6/6 flyer, it works extremely well there with an Oli Annex. So it's a Demons. Delia is now going to be draining the opponent for 2 in the end of the turn and drawing a card.
Yeah, we saw Javi Dominguez take down the World Championship in Standard with this combination of cards. And yeah, it also is dominating Pioneer today.
And I'm quite surprised how good this deck is doing in Pioneer as well. Did you know once an Oli Eat got previewed how strong he was going to be, or did you have an idea?
The Annex? I didn't necessarily see it right away, but as soon as I saw it in play and played with it myself, it became very apparent to me that the card is extraordinarily powerful, and I think we're going to see a lot of it both in Standard and Pioneer for the next months and maybe even years to come.
5 mana available. Attacking there for 6 in the air.
Already turning the corner. That's not a good sign for David.
And look at that, another 6/6 flyer. And that's going to be difficult to deal with. 2 more life points drained and drawing a card there.
Gerardo is just like, I'll make my... All right, well, there we have it. Congratulations to the Italian. That's a big, big, big win for him. Very well done.
I'm curious to see how many Italians we are going to see in the top 8, because it feels like the Italian team just doing great.
Yeah, absolutely. We have the team of Lorenzo and Mengucci, and now Gerardo likely also entering the fray. His teammate Moscato, I can check up on him in the standings. He was 9-3, so he was a little bit low on the tables, but maybe he has good tiebreakers, and if he wins the last 2, he might be in as well. Let me see, is this match already finished? It's not reported yet. Oh no, actually he did win. He's 10-3.
Oh wow, and congratulations to Gerardo to taking here a win and making one step closer of winning this tournament. We had some amazing matches this round, Arne.
Absolutely, yeah, crazy stuff.
Any highlights for you?
I mean, the continuous storyline of Celestial Company just losing feature matches, it's cursed. Reactus Demons, great to see Gerardo advancing there. That's my pick to take down the tournament. So yeah, hopefully my predictions come true. Well, but I'm always happy to have good matches, and we definitely had those.
Both me and Martin User predicted that Izzet Phoenix would be victorious. There's still some Izzet Phoenixes around, but not doing too well overall in the tournament. I mean, a lot of players decided to bring it. It was the most played deck yesterday. Today, that fell to the 3rd most played deck of day 2.
Oh yeah, it's not looking great for Phoenix players right now.
And actually, I think now we do have Frank and Martin User ready for a segment there. So let's take a look at what they have to say.
Thank you, Felipe. I'm sitting here with Frank Karsten, and Frank was able to look at the decks from day 1. We wanted to take a little bit of a break from all the, top tables action, the most serious, most competitive decks. Frank was able to find some decks in day 1 that looked very promising, maybe something to work on, if you're looking for some inspiration maybe for your next local tournament in Pioneer. Frank has some tips for you. What do you have, Frank?
Well, Martin, I selected 3 decks that looked spicy to me. Okay. And indeed, neither of them managed to make a deep run in the tournament. But still, all of them won several matches at a regional championship, which is a very high-level event. So all of these decks show the depths of Pioneer and basically what is possible in this awesome format. So let's start with the very first one, which was Rakdos Goblins, played by Ben Ford. Now, Goblins, really a fan favorite creature type. This particular deck can have very aggressive and fast starts, but it also has some awesome synergy. For example, with Call of the Death Dweller, bringing back Goblin Chain Whirler with Death Touch, you can just sweep the opponent's board. Or with Cacophony Scamp, you can sacrifice it to Skirk Prospector, get a red mana, get a death trigger to ping down something on the opposing side. Get rid of Runfeld Hordemaster, an additional trigger, go deeper into your deck. So this is an awesome strategy if you want to combine spicy synergies with aggressive action.
Worth noting is that it's yet another Rakdos variant. There's like 6 or 7 different Rakdos decks you can play. What about deck number 2?
Yeah, this was not really like a Thoughtseize Fable deck, but yeah, it just shows how deep it goes. Deck number 2, Dimir Proft's Eidetic Memory, played by Remo Baldi. Now, we've seen Proft's Eidetic Memory already in the various Izzet Phoenix decks, often as like a one-off, but here it basically starts with what if we start with 4 copies of Prof's Eidetic Memory and then play as many cards that draw cards to then, well, grow your creatures as possible. Look at the creature base. There's Steamcore Scholar, that draws cards. Yeah. There's Ledger Shredder, oh yeah, that draws cards. Duelist of the Mind, well, when you're Thoughtseizing your opponent, also draws cards. So in this deck, Prof's Eidetic Memory is a +1/+1 counter machine. And yeah, this was a sort of strategy that also definitely caught my eye when I looked over the decks on day one.
Yeah, and playing cards that draw more cards, you had me at draw more cards. So yeah, that sounds good to me. What about deck number 3?
Deck number 3, oh boy. How about Kona Rescue Beastie? So this Celestia deck is able to play Kona Rescue Beastie, maybe on turn 3 with an elf, and then immediately tap it to mount a Seraphic Steed, or perhaps crew a vehicle. So then you enable the Survivor right away, and you can put Portal to Phyrexia or Atraxa onto the battlefield. Really, really spicy action, kind of reminiscent of a personal show and tell. Potentially as early as turn 3 in Pioneer. Okay. Really cool. And I also love how there's like a bunch of thoughtful one-offs. For example, what if you draw Atraxa without Kona? What do? Well, you just Court of Calling for Enduring Vitality and then cast it from hand. There were a lot of cool ideas in this deck. Okay. And I love to see all this innovation that is possible, especially with all of the new cards, because you know Kona came just from Duskmourn. Who knows, with a bit of more perfection, maybe at the next Pioneer tournament, this could be the key to victory.
Yeah, and you might be even able to find a Celestia build that actually wins a match. So we have
it won several matches. I liked it.
No, I'm just joking. We have obviously been seeing Celestia not do all that well this weekend, but perhaps this could be the right build to try in the future tournaments. Thanks again, Frank, and back to you, Philippa and Arne.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor, aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.
Welcome to one of the craziest Magic events ever. A vintage cube draft with cards worth over $65,000, but the twist is you get to keep whatever you open.
Let's do a vintage cube where you keep the cards. This is the most exciting event in a really long time.
They're giving away what? A black hook? We are basically cutting off an edge. The beauty.
That part should not be on camera.
Adrenaline's pumping. I was just kind of in shock. It will take lots of luck.
We haven't even sleeved the cards yet.
I'm a little nervous, yeah.
My watch detected a shock, and it was like dialing 911.
Welcome back. My name is Martin Yuza. I'm here with Gabriel Nassif. And this is the first stop of the Ultimate Guard European Magic Series. We're here in Lille playing the regional championship. And this is what, round 14? That's the last round of Swiss, right?
Last round of Swiss. We're going to see a little win-in.
Yeah, we have 2 win-in matchups for you. I think the first 2 tables managed to take an intentional draw, which means that the next 4 tables should be playing for top 8. So these are 2 of them. This would be table number 3, which is a match between Gerardo D'Elia and Francesco Messina. They're playing Ragdos Demons and Mardu Greasefang. Do you have any experience with that matchup?
Yeah, or do I? I have one league was Greasefang, and my experience playing Greasefang was boarding out the combo every game and just trying to win with the mid-range plan.
Okay.
And I've played a decent bit of Ragdos Demon. I'm guessing it's somewhat of a close matchup. We just saw Gerardo in the feature match last round win against Company. We saw a tiny bit of Mardu Greasefang on day 1. That match against Luca deck. Greasefang was not successful there.
So talk to me about some of the new developments in the Greasefang deck, because from people probably remember is that this deck used to be Golgari Splash White. Was it always Abzan? So what is this new Mardu build?
So the new Mardu build got improvements from Fear of Missing Out, just another good outlet. You get to potentially discard Perhelion and 2 Greasefang on free. Also works really well with Fabled, gives you a really good mid-range plan, as well as the new Overlord, the Black Overlord, which...
Belmerk.
Yeah, kind of plays the roles of Grizzly Salvage. Not the most reliable card, but does help you find your combo. And I think it's a little worse at putting Perhelion into play on turn 3, but it has a better mid-range plan, a better plan B.
Right. Okay. We have Francesco lead with a turn 1 Thoughtseize. And what does he see? Torch the Tower, Thoughtseize, Archfiend of the Dross, and Unholy Annex plus 3 lands. Kind of a pretty nice draw from Gerardo. Lands and spells, Thoughtseize. Looks like Unholy Annex is the choice. Francesco wants to write down the cards as well before we pass the turn back to Gerardo. Let me put the Overlord on the screen so you know what's going on.
Should tell Gerardo that Francesco doesn't have kind of a nut draw. If he did, he would probably just take that Thoughtseize and let Gerardo tap out for an Annex on turn 3. Who cares if you're bringing Mango Perhelion? So we might be watching a somewhat of a slower game here. Maybe more of a grindy game in a mid-range battle.
If you're Gerardo, what kind of cards are you looking for in your opening hand? What do you have against that combo? Do you have anything that deals with the graveyard? Is Thoughtseize kind of your best card because that lets you know what's going on, disrupts the combo?
Yeah, probably Thoughtseize is one of your better cards not to get nut drawn. The removal spell doesn't line up super well. We see 4 Fatal Push, need a Revolt trigger, which you technically can't get until turn 3, turn 4. Torch the Tower, same deal. You don't have anything to really sack until turn 3. So if Francesco has a nut draw, you're only relying on Thoughtseize to break it up, or your 1 copy of Go for the Throat, your 1 copy of Heartless Act.
Okay. So we kind of see both decks have the same sort of base with, red-black cards, Thoughtseize, Bloodtide Harvester, and Fable actually on Francesco's side, which is how the Demon deck usually starts their game. So yeah, the Ragdos cards have been really popular this weekend, and it's just, yet another format where red and black mid-range cards have been, doing a really good job lately.
Yeah, and we can see why Francesco didn't take the Thoughtseize. He had a somewhat Thoughtseize-proof hand. Whether you take my Harvester, I have turn 3 Fable into potentially the combo on turn 4 with Greasefang. You take one of my free drops, I still get to go 2 free drop. So I'm just going to take your Annex, try and hope you kind of don't get any card advantage engine and play that game.
So both players exchange Thoughtseizes. Francesco with that turn 2 Harvester. Nice curve so far. Gerardo is forced to just pass turn 2. He does have that Torch the Tower to deal with the Harvester if he so chooses. And now what does Francesco have? So he has a bunch of lands in hand. There's a Greasefang, I think.
Yeah, and it almost feels like Gerardo might have missequenced his land drops, and Oh, it is a sulfurous spring. My bad. I thought it was a verge.
Right.
All right.
So Torso Tower deals with the Harvester that gets exiled. Blood token still on the battlefield for a future, discarding of Parhelion.
And Francesco decides to deploy Greasefang, well aware that there's not that many ways to actually get rid of a Greasefang, as long as Gerardo doesn't have a way to trigger Revolt.
So both players were able to discard the other person's sort of 3-mana engine. Fable, lets you get ahead on mana a little bit, lets you discard some cards, look for more action. Unholy Annex is the card that the Demons deck is looking for to draw some cards, start putting Demons into play. And now we're kind of watching, plan B from both of these decks.
Yeah, and we see Gerardo's hand pretty fretting. An Archfiend and a Shelly, so
wow, okay.
Francesco is definitely on the clock here, needs to find Parhelion, but just another land. We saw he got a Thoughtseize, hit a Thoughtseize.
Yeah, attack for 4. I think Gerardo is going to be fine taking that, considering he has a huge 4-drop next turn. What about that blood token here? Do you like to use it right now, cycle one of these lands, look for more action, or would you rather try to draw into Parhelion, as that is your most likely route to victory?
Honestly, that sounds like fairly complicated math, and without having played the deck a ton, I don't have a good feel for that spot. Well, okay, that's a little confusing.
I think now Francesco kind of reconsidered, like, okay, you now have the Archfiend, so even if I do draw the Parhelion, it's not going to be that great. He did have the choice of, untapping, seeing what he draws, and then using the blood token. Unfortunately for him, draws one more land, passes back to Gerardo, who also has a couple lands, but his Archfiend is a lot more threatening than the Greasefang right now.
Yeah, a little questionable given the fact that he knew about the Archfiend in hand. So I thought like I would have sacked the blood token on my turn, but yeah, this is getting real bad real fast. Feels like Francesco basically needs Overlord into milling Grease, into milling Parhelion, but even that might just not be enough.
That looks like a Vanishing Verse, so that deals with the Demon pretty clearly. Attack for 4 puts Gerardo to 6. So we do have a nice damage raise going on here. Another land for Gerardo, but he does have the Shieldred, so that should kind of seal the deal here, I think.
Still has a Shelly. I believe the land might even be a Mutable, or is it a black? No, it's just a red-black dual land. Yeah, I mean, cutting it somewhat close with Archfiend, but it looks like Gerardo should be able to cross the finish line.
Francesco goes to 4. Shieldred puts him to 2 in his draw step.
And I think Francesco's literally drawing to Overlord, milling Parhelion at this point.
Wow, another land. Francesco scoops them up. Gerardo up a game. That was pretty quick. Both players kind of just, didn't really do anything too crazy, but as long as the Mardu Greasefang deck doesn't get the combo, then yeah, that was kind of not that hard for our Demons player to, get through.
Yeah, they kind of traded discard spells, and Gerardo just drew more actions and more relevant cards. We saw what happens when a combo deck gets kind of picked apart. Your left was Greasefang, not the worst card in the world of 4/3 for free, but that doesn't match, Archfiend of the Dross or Dreads.
All right, let's take a look at the sideboards here. Mardu Greasefang, so you're obviously just more concerned about your own game plan, finding the combo and going off, but you did mention a, possible sort of transformational sideboard, this kind of mid-range plan. What do you think is going to be going on Francesco's side of the board when he's looking at 2 Unlicensed Hearse, 2 Reckoner Bankbuster, 2 copies of Vanishing Verse, 2 Portable Holes, 2 Duress, and then 1 Lauren, 1 Cathar Commando, Elish Norn Goblank, and Anoint with Affliction?
Yeah, tons of option. He can potentially bring in Vanishing Verse if he wants extra removal, Bankbuster, especially on the play to play a bit more of a grindy game. Loran is really nice against Annex and decent against Fable. His own Goblank is an option. It really depends what kind of game plan he wants to go with. I think it could be dependent on your opponent's sideboard. If you see someone who has a lot of graveyard hate, you could consider that
literally just boarding out your combo and just playing kind of the same deck as your opponent, you know, Mardu mid-range. And we see Gerardo has 2 Go Blanks, 2 Hearst that are most definitely coming in. And then after that, an extra Anoint with Affliction, a really nice removal spell against a Greasefang deck. The rest, I think, is pretty bad in this matchup. Withering Torment, free mana for Dark Banishing if you're desperate, but a little expensive. So definitely Anoint, definitely 2 Hearst, definitely 2 Go Blank, and maybe that Dark Banishing Withering Torment can, you know, potentially get rid of a Fable too, or even an Overlord.
Okay.
So not an overwhelming amount of graveyard hate, but a decent bit. And I'm telling you, I'm kind of biased because I played 1 league with that deck, and I was just...
Things that didn't go well?
No, it went not that bad. I think I went 3-2. I won a lot of sideboard games. I just never got the combo in game 1 and got frustrated. I was like, my opponent's going to have a lot of graveyard hate anyways. I'm just going to trim all my Parhelion, maybe keep in, you know, a couple Sky Sovereigns, keep in a few Greasefangs, and just try to win with my mid-range plan.
Do you feel that Greasefang is perhaps like one more busted vehicle away from, you know, being a tier 1 deck? Because there's just 4 Parhelions, right? Like, we're playing 2 copies of Sky Sovereign console flagship, but that is not really what you're looking for, you know, in your perfect hand.
Yeah, Chariot's definitely a big appeal in the Greasefang deck. In the Absent version, it's one of your better plan Bs. After sideboard, you also have Bankbuster. I'm not sure if an extra density in vehicles is really a problem, and it would have to be almost as good as Parhelion. Parhelion is really just so perfect for the deck, so powerful. It accrues just for the right amount of power.
Yes.
So, I mean, sure, that deck would maybe play 6 Parhelions, 6 or 7 Parhelions, main deck if it could. But then your sideboard games become that much rougher if you have these cards.
I'm curious to see the Overlord of the Baelmerk, because that's an interesting card, but like you said, it's certainly no Grizzly Salvage. Like, that card helps you, you know, hit your land drops, you can play it at instant speed. And the Overlord is, yeah, I mean, it does kind of help you in these longer games, you know, when your opponent has a lot of hate for your graveyard, you know, for that mid-range B plan, but it still kind of looks a little, you know...
It's a little so, in my experience, it doesn't come up a ton that it actually, like, either, you know, turns from impending to a creature, or that it gets hard cast and starts attacking. Extremely rare, but it is decent at enabling. It is a worse Grizzly Salvage on turn 2, and that's one of the downsides of the Mardu version. It is less consistent at comboing people on turn 3, but it is the build that's been doing well online and in tournaments in general. I think the Absent Greasefang win rate has been fairly abysmal recently, so I don't think that deck's really an option. The Mardu version is a little more appealing. Fear of missing out can be really cool. We even saw it on day 1, get the whole like extra attack step with Parhelion in play, which was kind of cool to see. Just Sarah Angel combo, you know, Vigilance combo was my fear of missing out.
All right, looks like the players are ready for game number 2. Just clarifying something with the table spotter.
Definitely a little rough for Francesco to lose game 1. You know, you're playing Greasefang. You're looking to capitalize on these game 1 games where people don't have graveyard hate, people don't have the right removal suit. You know, we're talking how these Fatal Push and Torch can be awkward to kill a Greasefang, and losing starting down a game is not where the Greasefang player wants to be.
Yeah. Reminder, we're playing 14 rounds of Pioneer before we cut to top 8, and this is the last Swiss round. So these players are directly playing for a slot in the top 8. After that, we're going to have a top 8 players announcement before we continue with the top 8 right after that. And reminder, top 36 players get a slot at the Pro Tour in Chicago. So even if these players, you know, even if the player that loses, they're going to pick up their 3rd loss. Not all is lost. They're still going to get to play the Pro Tour, which I think for most players at the tournament, that was the ultimate goal. But also in the top 8, the 2 finalists qualified directly for the World Championship.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely your primary goal when you're coming to these tournaments to top 36, unless you're one of these top tier players who is somehow already qualified for Chicago. I heard up to 8 players in the top 36.
Wow.
That are already qualified for Chicago, meaning there's going to be pass downs. There's always some math going on in these last rounds. See if maybe instead of playing the match, you just want to take an intentional draw because you're basically getting the same result without the risk. I was talking to a friend who was in that exact situation. He did some math. He figured, okay, I draw, the worst I can be is 40th. There's 36 invites, but I also heard there's at least 4 people qualified for the PT, so that passes down to 40 players, maybe even a few more. So a lot of that going on. It's, it is what it is. It's fine. It's just the same for everyone.
Looking at the top of the standings, I think both Andrea Mengucci and Lorenzo Terlizzi are both qualified. Stefan Schutz is qualified as well, to my knowledge. I think that was Jean-Emmanuel Depras was one of the players in the top, 30, 40, 50-ish players. So, yeah, I think at least 4 players should be quite happy if they finish right below the top 36 threshold. But back to the game. Gerardo is looking at another hand of 7 cards. Wow, that was a multi 5. Puts 2 cards back, keeps a Unholy Annex.
Looks like he had Annex, Thoughtseize, at least 1 land.
Not ideal.
But kind of what you're looking for on 5.
Right. So some disruption, one of the better 3 mana cards. Turn 1 Blood Crypt, take 2 Thoughtseize, you go to 16. I mean, that's also relevant, right? Like, the more damage you take, Parhelion is what, 13 damage in 1 swing?
There's that, and we just saw game 1, Greasefang attacks for 4 every turn. Yeah. There's Harvest or Fable. It does add up for sure.
I guess you can make the argument that once you take a hit from Parhelion and they make the 2 Angels, that the game is kind of over next turn anyway, even if you do survive the hit. So Thoughtseize looking at 3 lands, Vanishing Verse, Fable hits the graveyard, and is that a Bitter Triumph?
Yeah, we're going to see a bit of the same strat in reverse. Gerardo's seeing there's 2 reactive spells and 1 engine. Takes the engine, hopes Francesco keeps drawing reactive cards or lands and flood out.
Wow, turn 2 Mutavault and Unlicense Her, so we have that anti-graveyard technology ready for Gerardo.
It is nice for Francesco that one of his removal spells is Vanishing Verse, meaning he has an answer to potential turn 3 Annex. Lets you get rid of it without Gerardo even drawing the card, which is super nice, as opposed to a Fable where you can get rid of it, but they get the token in the first place.
All right, so turn 3 Gerardo does have access to his own engine, the Unholy Annex, and he does have an Archfiend of the Dross in hand, plus lands number 3 and 4, I believe. So pretty solid draw for him, despite the multi-5. He does have a nice 1, 2, 3, 4 mana curve.
Yeah, he knows Francesco has answers for both turns, though, so he might try and tax his mana, try and get at least a tiny bit of value out of the Annex, maybe at least 1 draw.
Wow, just passes the turn back to Francesco without playing anything.
Yeah, decides to just kind of tax Francesco's mana. Doesn't want to just play Annex, get it Verse, play Archfiend, get it Bitter Triumph, and you play it into Francesco's hands.
Francesco shocks himself, plays the Sacred Foundry untapped, passes the turn back. So both players kind of just sitting on, reactive cards, not really doing much. License Hers gets rid of the Thoughtseize. Untap land number 4 for Gerardo. But I mean, those removal spells are not going to, disappear from Francesco's hand, right? Like, eventually you're going to have to play something.
They're not, but you could bait with a slightly worse spell. I think we're going to see the Archfiend come down, because that one is just kind of toes between Triumph and Verse. So maybe play the Archfiend, get rid of the Triumph, and potentially starts just attacking with Mutavaults.
Okay.
And kind of force, well, not even force, like Verse doesn't get rid of a Mutavault.
So Archfiend hits the battlefield. Francesco considering his own options. I think he has a Takenuma in hand. So perhaps one of the things he could be considering is channeling that at the end of turn, maybe trying to hit both Parhelion and Greasefang. That'd be kind of nice.
Yeah, looks like we have a judge call.
think Francesco might be asking the Oracle text on something.
Yeah. Given the cards in play and in hand, I really wonder what the judge call could be about. I don't feel like there's any super tricky interactions going on, but let's see if we can find out more. All right, we've got our judge in charge of the feature match area.
Yeah, it looks like the players just have a question for the judge. It's something like an Oracle text, like perhaps, one of the players is using foreign versions of a card or, something along those lines. When you're not sure, it's always good, to ask a judge. That's what we do as well. There's a lot of different card interactions that sometimes don't come up too often. When you're not sure, the judges here are to help you. There's nothing wrong with raising your hand and asking for help.
Yeah. Looks like Gerardo has his sideboard in hand, so maybe he was offering to just show him a version of the card in English.
Oh, right. You might also be asking, yeah, sure, what does this one card, that was in your sideboard, what does it do exactly, and what's the mana cost? Perhaps I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah, let's play detective here. What could it be? Is it possible he's asking the interaction between Takenuma and Hearst? That one seems fairly obvious and straightforward.
That could certainly be that. Takenuma lets you pay for mana to channel, use the ability, and discard it to your graveyard, mill 3 cards, but part of resolution of that ability is bringing the card back, right?
Yeah, so maybe he was just double checking that he can't get screwed by the Hearst, which he cannot. Mm-hmm. It's just kind of one motion, There's no trigger, there's no
option for Gerardo to use the unlicensed Hearst before he picks up the card.
I want to say he bricked. Looks like 2 lands and a Fable. Not ideal. Did get him closer. It looks like he was drawing 2 lands in the next couple turns.
Yeah. Wow, so not great for Francesco so far. Feels like we're watching a lot of feature matches where the decks are kind of just breaking on doing their thing. Perhaps that, signals that playing just a regular mid-range proactive deck is never a bad idea.
Yeah, it's a classic, the mid-range deck is a little more consistent, a little less flashy, a little harder to come back from unfair draws. Greasefang has these potential broken draws that can end the game basically on turn 3. And you see the flip side of that where the Greasefang player is kind of just spinning his wheels and not doing much, kind of an awkward draw both game 1 and 2.
And now Francesco is in a really awkward situation because he only has 1 black source. There's only that 1 swamp plus the tapped Concealed Courtyard he just played, and his hand is both Vanishing Verse and a Bloodtide Harvester that he wasn't able to play because he values holding up that mana for the Vanishing Verse. And I kind of agree with that because otherwise he would get into a lot of trouble if he didn't kill that Archfiend this turn, because Gerardo can also just play land number 5, add another demon with the Ritual Chamber into play.
Francesco, who decides to discard Perhelion to save the free life despite a Hearst in play. And we see Gerardo's patience paying off with the Annex. He actually goes for the Demon mode right away, which means that even if Francesco does get rid of the Annex, he's left with a Demon behind. If he gets rid of the Demon first, he gets to keep the Annex in play, unlock the second part of the room, and start drawing cards. So we can see now why he didn't play the Annex on his 3rd turn, and it's paying off.
Yeah, the patience paid off. You're going to get the Demon out of this, plus possibly some extra cards. So good play by Gerardo. Picks up another copy of Unholy Annex. That unlicensed Hers is up to 6 counters, by the way.
Yeah, slowly but surely.
Vanishing Verse gets rid of the Demon. And now what do you like here? You want to draw some cards, or do you just want to tap 5 for just another Demon? Yeah.
I mean, I want to draw some cards, but I think putting the Demon in its place is probably the better line.
Okay, yeah. Gerardo just wants to jam the threats. Adds another big threat into play. Francesco uses that blood token to ditch That was another Parhelion, I think.
Yeah, and we get to these spots in the game where there's not even anything great. Francesco can still draw.
Yeah, he does have a Grease Fang, but that Unlicensed Hearse, unfortunately for him, is going to be able to deal with that. Go to combat? Yeah, I don't think so. In response.
Great play by Gerardo. Saw the line. But seriously, good patience, good play. He knew about the verse, the triumph. He sequenced properly. Francesco not really held by his draws.
Yeah, remember that was a multi-5 for Gerardo.
True.
You know, getting max value from his cards.
And you see Francesco is the one was the draw to 2 losses and draw, which, you know, if Gerardo had lost this round, which he's probably not going to, he might have made it in on X and free, but for Francesco, it definitely means no top 8 unless he can make a big comeback in game 2 here.
But remember, for Gerardo, this could also mean that he might be playing for a higher seed in the top 8, which comes with, you know, playing first. So that is also pretty relevant for him if a lot of the players on the first couple tables took an intentional draw.
Yeah, great point. I mean, obviously, you'd rather lock up the top 8 and have maybe a worse seed, but there is an upside of Gerardo kind of getting pared down, having to play. Now he wins, and you know, all these people who were ahead on him on the standings had to, you know, took the draw, and he's going to be one of the top seeds beyond the play in the top 8. Congrats to him.
Yeah,
well played.
Well played. Exactly. Well played by Gerardo Delia. Despite that multi-5, was able to extract the maximum value out of his cards. Obviously, Francesco, you know, his draws did not really cooperate. That Unlicensed Hearse in play was a little bit too much in that last game. But yeah, well played by Gerardo, and he's going to be able to move to 12-2, which yeah, definitely locks him up for top 8.
Yeah, getting it done in the feature match last round, backup feature match, this round main feature match. That's also cool.
Yeah, and I think we have another backup feature match for this round for you. But before that, we have an interview, I believe, with Gerardo that just locked up the top 8. So as soon as we're ready, we can send it over to the interview, and right after that, we're going to be returning here so we can show you one more match between Mark Tobias on Golgari Food and Connor Hughes playing Celestia Company.
Hello everyone, I'm here with the winning of this match, Gerardo. First of all, congratulations on locking this top 8.
Thank you very much.
Is it the first time that you locked the top 8 in a regional championship?
Yes, the first time.
So you must be really excited. Tell us, why did you choose the deck to bring here this weekend?
Because this deck is so solid, so you can win many games without play first or win the die roll, so it's a solid deck. I think mid-range, I'm super confident with this, and I love that deck.
Did you ever made it to the Pro Tour, or this is going to be your first time qualifying?
I qualified, I think 5 times or 6, I don't remember, and yeah, some other big tournament like the MOX.
Oh, great. What about World Championship? Would this be your first if you do end up first or second place?
Yeah, it can be my dream. It's a dream.
I can imagine, and you can accomplish your dream here today. You are one step closer now. And just let me, one more question, Gerardo. What decks are you wanting to face in the top 8, and the decks that you really don't want to face?
I don't want to face Sacrifice, because only my 2 losses yesterday and today are from Sacrifice. And I hope I can play versus an aggro deck or a creature deck, because I have a lot of removal, a lot interaction, so can be good.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Gerardo. And once again, congratulations on locking this top 8 of the regional championship. We will see more of Gerardo in the top 8.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
That was really cool. Congratulations to Gerardo. I love when, you know, people can make their dreams come true, and, like, you know, being able to you know, qualify for the World Championship after years of trying, you know, playing the Pro Tour for a while. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, no. So what I heard is Gerardo's rooting for Connor in our next feature match. Wants Mark to lose, wants Connor in the top 8. He knows he already has, like, Italian's kind of crushing. I think Gerardo's from Italy.
Yeah.
Mengu and Lorenzo.
Yeah, pretty good.
In our top 8, playing the Sacrifice deck. So at least 3 Italians in our top 8 here.
Yeah, so this is our second feature match for the round, as we mentioned, between Mark Tobias on Golgari Food. He was our undefeated player from day 1. but he so far already picked up 2 losses in day 2, so he's going to need to win this last round. He's playing against Connor Hughes, who is on the screen right now, and he is playing the one deck that was not doing particularly well in feature matches so far, Celestia Company.
Yeah, not only is he playing a tough matchup, he's going to have to defeat the Celestia Company feature match curse. I don't know if he knew. He might have refused a feature match if he realized what he was getting into, but hopefully, I don't know. You know, Mark's great player, and, you know, rooting for him as well, but it would be nice to see the company deck actually win.
Yeah, for sure.
Do a thing in a feature match.
All right, chat, please tell us, did Arne and Philippa have a match where Celestia actually won on the stream? Because I don't think that happened for us yet. I don't think it won a game yet, but yeah, we'll see what happens here. Both players actually on the 10-3 record already, but they should have good tiebreakers because they were on table 4. So Mark, turn 1, Witches of, and it's not the Fatal Push, so Llanowar Elf gets to live. Are we gonna see company finally with that, you know, mythical 3 mana on turn 2 draw?
Looks like a solid hand. Looks like he's got options. We see a Skyclave. We see the second white source. He might also have an Endurance Innocence. Enduring Innocence, I'll never get it right. It's fine. People know what I'm talking about. Looks like he's gonna decide to lead with Athalia though.
Yeah, I think Izzet has a Skyclave Apparition. I think there is a Archon of Emeria, a second Llanowar Elf, so he is able to use his mana really nicely.
Yeah, it is a sacrifice deck, but Connor doesn't have to worry about Mayhem Devil and losing all these 1 toughness creatures to just a few pings, so that part is nice. He does have to worry about Mark's deck that's designed to just find the combo faster. Cards like Cash Grab, Traverse the Ulven Vault, etc.
Look at this, by the way. Mark played a Black Pathway with 2 basics in his hand. One of them is a Swamp. And my first thought was, what is happening? But this really shows that Mark is really well prepared for the tournament because he is playing around Archon of Emeria that Connor hasn't even showed him yet. Obviously, Mark knows it's in his deck, but this is a really good, you know, subtle play that a lot of people are not even going to notice. But Mark is already playing against the Archon by keeping the basics in his hand.
That's definitely heads up and definitely something that you only pick up after you've kind of gotten screwed, I want to say, by the Archon.
Yeah.
Kind of thing you have to get got like once or twice and be like, make that mental note. You know, Mark's always practicing on Magic Online before the tournaments, always coming up with his own decks. He's actually, you know, one of the players who wish these tournaments were not open deck lists because he likes to show up with these, you know, off the beaten path brews, sometimes completely original decks, and he feel like he would be better off, you know, if these turns were just kind of old school closed deck list.
To be honest, I prefer that too. I think that really, you know, rewards the brewers. That's how Magic was supposed to be played. You know, you bring something cool. Sometimes you have a transformational sideboard. You know, sometimes you're playing some interesting deck choices that your opponents are not expecting. But I mean, I understand why it's a thing. Why, you know, open deck lists, they help to prevent scouting. They help, you know, coverage be able to show the deck lists on the screen throughout the tournament. We know that, you know, all the people tuning in are interested in seeing the deck list. So yeah, that's just a small concession.
Yeah, do you think it evens the playing field, or does it give an even bigger advantage to the good players who are able to exploit? Because on the one hand, you could argue the good players are able to exploit the information better. On the other hand, you could argue that someone who's not as prepared gets to kind of catch up by seeing the list and seeing the cards that are in your opponent's deck.
It certainly goes both ways. Yeah, there's upsides and downsides. I mean, in the end, it is what it is. We have to work with that, and that's just how it is.
You didn't answer my question.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah. Oh, and we just had a power outage in the entire hall. Hopefully we're still live.
Lights down.
4th copy of Llanowar Elf drawn for Connor Hughes. And the lights are back, so hopefully you're still with us.
Maybe it's someone's birthday, you know, they were just...
All right, looks like we're still live. All right. Shout out to the production team, by the way, for, you know, I'm not even sure how it is possible we're still live considering all the lights went off, but shout out to the CSL team.
Yeah, CSL's just been great. They've been just providing the great coverage all weekend and super high quality stuff, so
yeah,
definitely shout out to them.
Connor switched to elves now, 4 land elves, and not sure what the last card played was this turn.
Let's see who can figure it out first.
Tyvar? That looks like Tyvar, right? Tyvar, the pummeler.
Ooh, that card is really good. I had it in my seal deck one time, and whenever I drew it, I won, and whenever I didn't draw it, I lost. That's how I know it's really good.
All right, in the meantime, though, Mark is able to use his Gilded Goose to ramp up to Igra on turn 4.
Yeah, we see an Igra. We see, I believe, 1 cat in the yard. Reminder, you need Igra in play and 2 cats. 1 cat in play, 1 cat in the yard, or if you have 2 cats in the yard and a food or creature that is turned into a food by Igra, you have an infinite loop, infinite damage. Tobias, not quite there yet. Let's see if Connor can try and stop him from looping or kill him before he gets there. And Tyvar is potentially a lot of damage. Green free, creatures you control get +X/+X until end of turn, where X is the greatest power amongst creatures you control. And it's also kind of a card advantage. Oh no, it's not the one that lets you play. It also just a hard threat to remove because it gives itself indestructible by tapping another creature.
So, how much damage does Connor have access to here? He can activate Tyvar by tapping. If he doesn't have a land, he has to tap 3 elves, so everything would get what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 7 creatures on his side of the battlefield, and they all get +3/+3. So he has to tap 3 of them, so that's 12, 17, 20 damage coming through, and the Igra blocks the 6/6.
Yeah.
Is that just lethal? Am I missing something?
He might be double checking his map. There's a cat that can come back and chump. Note that Tyvar is not your usual overrun.
Yeah,
doesn't give trample.
It does turn that goose into food, which would be able to bring back the cat.
Connor decides not to play the Archon there either.
Another Gilded Goose for Mark. Makes a food token.
Does he also have a Collected Company in hand, potentially?
Yeah, he could have a Collected Company. He could have Aven Interrupter. Mark passes the turn back to Connor. Okay. He did have the Aven.
Looks like it was just a bluff by Connor, unless oh, okay, no, he does have an Aven and an Archon. I thought it was 2 Archons. That makes more sense.
Take 1, play the Aven. Kind of naked, just a 2/2 flyer, but I mean that kind of might be enough if he draws a land here, pumps the creatures with Tyvar.
Yeah, good read by Mark. I believe Mark had Cash Grab in hand and decided not to just main phase it. Note that the Igra deck can just kill at instant speed, so if Connor does tap out, Mark can always go for the Cash Grab and hope to hit that last cat to get the kill.
Yeah, Mark really must have been expecting the Aven because he has both a Traverse and the Cash Grab, right? So he could have started with Cash Grab, tried to get Delirium, tap the Gilded Goose, sack food. I guess he would be 1 food short of going for the kill if his...
I do not envy Connor's seat. He's got some tricky math to do because if he attacks with everyone and doesn't have lethal, odds are that Igra is just going to grow and be itself lethal. So not only, I guess, yeah, you just have to either be able to keep blockers back or at least 1 blocker back or have Mark dead on your attack. And I feel like Connor doesn't quite have lethal. We might just see him send the Aven, play Archon, and pray.
Two points of flying coming through. There is the option of chumping with the Gilded Goose, bringing back the cat. I think Mark is saying no blocks. Connor goes in tank. Does he want to pump with the Tyvar? Looks like no is the answer, so Mark goes to 10.
It is an instant speed ability on the Tyvar.
There's the Archon. Mark says no problem. And I think the last card in Connor's hand is a second copy of Thalia, so that's obviously legendary. Unable to really make that any relevant. There's the cat. Wow.
Connor knows he's seen the combo before, and it's a scoop.
Yeah, Mark Tobias yet again finds the second cat just in time to turn the game around. 1-0. So reminder again for everybody, this is round 14. Both players are playing directly for a spot in the top 8. And Mark Tobias is currently up a game. Let's take a look at the sideboarding. Selesnya Company, Connor Hughes, what are we looking at?
So he's got access to Pop Patch Formation, which is an option. Disenchants for the Scavenger's Talent, probably not quite good enough. A couple of copies of Portable Hold, cheap, efficient removal, versatile, might be coming in. 2 Unlicensed Hearse, almost definitely coming in. Graveyard Hate for the Cat Loop. A couple Werefox Bodyguard. Decent card if Mark doesn't have access to a ton of spot removal. Spellbinder is okay-ish against Igra specifically, making it really expensive. Couple copies of the Wandering Emperor, not so great. 1 Brutal Cathar and 1 Gideon, ally of Zendikar. So I would guess 2 Portable Hold, 2 Unlicensed Hearse, potentially 2 Bodyguards and a Brutal Cathar, depending on whether or not he feel like these cards are better than what he has in his main deck. And then on Mark's side, 4 Leyline of the Void, no good. 4 Thoughtseize, potentially. 3 of Drop Decay, almost definitely. And 3 Pop Patch Formation, getting rid of the Hearse. The flyers in the white-green deck are not super high impacts once they're in place, so not the greatest card in the matchup, but I would guess a Drop Decay coming in and maybe a few Thoughtseize as well if he wants to.
All right, interesting sideboard options. I do want to say one more time, like, really well played by Mark. You know, those subtle things, you know, holding on to those basic lands, just playing around the Archon of Emeria towards the end, you know, holding on to that cash grab. Despite playing one in his main phase earlier that game, he did recognize that Connor is most likely sitting on the Interrupter, realized that, yeah, I might have a instant speed win, so might as well just kind of hold on to it. If my opponent decides to go for the kill, I still have something I can do it in instant speed. So really well played by Mark there.
Yeah, it's somewhat tricky, honestly, to sideboard because neither player has terrible cards in the main deck. You know, I was going through the list and nothing is super obvious. I'm assuming Mark's gonna be a little better prepared in this matchup because Company was one of the most expected decks, whereas for, you know, his opponent Connor, it's a little trickier. He maybe had a plan for John Sacrifice. Maybe Mark's deck diverges a tiny bit, more combo oriented, doesn't have cards like Fable of the Mirror or Fable of the Mirror Breaker or Mayhem Devil. So we'll kind of see what they come up with and try and get a feel as they draw the cards and play the cards.
Yeah, and Connor continuing the feature match Selesnya Curse. I think Selesnya is something like 0-9 in the matches that we have seen. We did mention in one of the previous rounds that Frank was showing us some of the statistics from day 1, where the Selesnya Company decks went 12-3 against Lotus Field, for example.
Yeah.
So perhaps there was a lot of, you know, good matchups included, and that's how they got some of the wins.
Yeah, no Lotus Field left to farm in the field, unfortunately for them. It's going to be a stat like can't win in the feature match, undefeated in the rest of the field.
Yeah. I mean, there are some Company decks doing well, right? Let's take a quick look at the standings. So this is round 14. So standings round 13. Top 2 players were Lorenzo Terlizzi plus Andrea Mengucci, both on John Sacrifice. Then 3 and 4, Gerardo Delia plus Sergio Gimenez, both on Ragdas Demons. Then we have a 4-colorser, Marduk Greasefang, Golgari Food, and Izzet Phoenix. Actually quite interesting. I was one of the casters, you know, saying that I expect Izzet Phoenix to do well. I expect it to be, you know, the most successful decks in the tournament, especially considering how many of the great players are playing it. You know, Jean-Emmanuel Depras, Stefan Schutz, a lot of the top players in the field chose to play Phoenix, but we don't have more than one copy in the top 16.
Yeah, it's basically only Stefan Schutz that can still make top 8 if he wins, right?
Exactly. And there's no company in the top 8 provisional deck list right now, standings, I mean, and there is one in 9th place, one in 10th place, one in 15th. So company doing really well, just not quite top 8. Let's see if Connor Hughes can change that.
Maybe that's the key. You just actually don't want Elf turn 1 in that deck.
Yeah. All right, so Connor, turn 1 tapped land, passes back to Mark, who opens on a Gilded Goose. So let's see if Connor has a Thalia or a Kellen on turn 2.
I believe he has a choice between Thalia and Portable Hole.
Wow, interesting. Goes for the Gilded Goose.
Bold the Bird, the classic. Hold the Goose. One of the many variations.
I think Mark is a little goose flooded, if I can see his hand. All right, Goose number 2 plus Witch's Oven passes the turn back to Connor. You see Elite Spellbinder, Paula's Worlds winning card from the Worlds in Honolulu. So Spellbinder takes the Deadly Dispute, so that goes to, I think, does it stay in hand or does it actually get exiled with like a luck counter or something? Okay.
It goes to exile. It's especially good against Shark Typhoon because then you can't cycle the Shark Typhoon anymore.
Oh, right. Yeah, you're right.
You pay 8 mana for it. This is not.
You would know.
Yeah. I would. Deadly Dispute, 4 mana. Deadly Dispute. Mark's still going to have time to cast it at some point in the game, not the end of the world. I feel like Spellbinder is a little underwhelming in this deck. I also don't like that it doesn't trigger the Enduring Innocence.
Yeah, especially in a format where, you know, Mayhem Devil plays a big role. There's a lot of 1-mana removal spells that cleanly deal with it. So yeah, just the thought in general, the idea in general of playing 3-drops in a format where players have so many 1-mana removal spell cards like Fiery Impulse, Torch the Tower, Fatal Push.
Yeah, only one in his main deck, none in his sideboard. He just kind of happened to throw it, and it's fine. It's flying over the potential cat, so that makes sense actually to keep in your flyers in against a cat deck.
So for Connor, Enduring Innocence is the follow-up with Llanowar Elf, instantly drawing him a card. So not a bad turn 4 for him. What does Mark have?
I believe the answer is it all. Double talent, untap land, another Deadly Dispute at already, potentially a Fatal Push. Scavenger Talent sometimes feels like almost a 1-card engine.
Yeah, so Mark's able to deploy both talents, level it up to 2.
Yeah, both levels, all 3 levels, super relevant. You know, the getting the extra food when your creature dies, the self-mill to mill the cats, the Egra, find your combo, and then the 3rd level to bring back the Egra when you've self-milled it, sacking free permanent. It's usually pretty trivial to have the free permanents to sack, especially in Mark's deck was the Vinelasher Reaper, I believe it's called a free 2, just never a problem.
Mark mills himself for 2, mills your favorite card, Vraska Golgari Queen, which is one of the super flexible sideboard cards. Follows that up by playing Fatal Push on the Elite Spellbinder. Back to Connor, hits with the Enduring Innocence, the 2 life point swing, not particularly relevant for him to go up 2 life because Mark has an infinite combo.
Note that talent does not bring back Vraska, only brings back creatures with that 3rd level ability.
Okay. Enduring Innocence, Thalia draws a card. 3 mana pass the turn back. Okay.
So you could argue that if you're going to have some kind of high impact one-of, you might want it to be a creature for these scenarios, but I do love Vraska. Card's just fantastic in that deck and gives you that little flexibility. It's kind of an anti-hate permanent too, can get rid of a Hearse or Rest in Peace.
Yeah. And I think one of the reasons why Mark is also running it is it also helps with Delirium, right?
True. It's nice to have the extra type for cash grab. I would probably just play more Vraska. I was playing that deck.
Yeah.
Just slowly turn it into black-green mid-range.
Trail of Crumbs, add some Vraska.
Yeah.
Does Mark actually have Delirium? He has a Fatal Push in there. There's a Goose. There's Vraska, so at least 3. And I'm not sure what the last card is. Perhaps it's the Deadly Dispute from the early turn. So he's 1 short from playing the Travers to be able to grab whatever he wants from his deck.
I wonder how bad Trail would be. I mean, I'm sure he's tried it, but especially with 4 Goose, you would think the first copy is kind of nice.
Yeah.
You maybe never want to draw 2, but the first copy can provide you a ton of card advantage and kind of solo the game in some of the slower games.
All right, so all Mark is able to do is level up that second talent, passes the turn back to Connor, who has a second Enduring Innocence. So he's going to start drawing a lot of cards. But does he have enough to beat Mark before he's able to find the combo?
We see he's a little flooded, but one of these lands is at least a Boseiju, which is nice. Especially with Thalia, means a 1-mana instant speed disenchants.
Okay, so Mark chumps with the Goose. Before damage, he's going to pay 1 more mana thanks to Thalia, play a Deadly Dispute. He's going to mill some cards.
Yeah, and we get to that spot where Mark doesn't even have to top deck anything to win the game anymore. All he has to do is mill the right cards.
Right.
And he will eventually mill the right cards if given enough time.
There's the Avon Interrupter.
I have the feeling the game might just end here.
There it is. The Igar gets milled. Do we have enough? So we just level it up to 3 and sack some non-land permanents, and that's it?
Mark's missing the second cat, but I think
right.
it should be trivial. The first level of the talent only triggers once a turn, I believe, getting the food, but the self-mail is just every time you sacrifice a permanent. I think there's still 2 foods in play. You can, sag the cat a few times. So
yeah, Connor's tapped out, so Mark knows that the coast is clear.
Connor needs to, as we say, dodge the world, and here's the Traverse for the second cat.
Wow. All right, well, congratulations to Mark Tobias, Golgari food. So he moves to 11-3, and considering that his tiebreakers were really, really good, considering the 8-0 start, I think he should be in a very, very good position to get that top 8 spot. Commiserations to Connor, our Celestia player, who was not able to break the curse yet again. But being at 10-4, looking at the standings, I think he should be pretty safe to still get that Pro Tour qualification.
Yeah, it's it's probably what you come here for, the PT invite. But once you're so close, it's always disappointing. You always want to keep winning, obviously. So consolation prize is nice, but I'm sure right now he's a little disappointed. Tough matchup too. Tough matchup. He drew decently, but it wasn't enough. And we have seen that food deck be really impressive in the right matchup. So
yeah, and I mean, yeah, Mark played great. He has a sort of a new deck that perhaps most people are not really expecting in this exact form. Perhaps they're not used to playing against Travers. Some of these cards, different card interactions. So yeah, I mean, congratulations to him. Top 8 with your own sort of brew, even if the deck is kind of a known quantity, is always a great accomplishment.
Yeah, he's had some top finishes in the past. He's had some really good starts and near misses in the RCs the past few years. Off to strong starts a few times. Today, maybe he fell at some point. Oh, no, it's happening again. I said have back to the wall, but he rallied and he's in the top 8. He's going to be playing for $20,000 in that world invite.
Yeah. All right, we're going to take a little bit of a break before we can gather all the top 8 players in the feature match area. I think there might be one more match going on before we can do that. So we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll come back to you to tell you who is playing in the top 8, and then we're going to get it over with. Get the 2 Worlds finalists, 1 winner, the new European champion. So thanks for being with us. We'll be back in just a little bit.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.
Welcome to one of the craziest Magic events ever. A vintage cube draft with cards worth over $65,000, but the twist is you get to keep whatever you open.
Let's do a vintage cube where you keep the cards. This is the most exciting event in a really long time.
They're giving away what? A black hook? We are basically cutting off an edge. The beauty.
That part should not be on camera.
Adrenaline's pumping. I was just kind of in shock. It will take lots of luck.
We haven't even sleeved the cards yet.
I'm a little nervous, yeah.
My watch detected a shock, and it was like dialing 911.
Tripping and tripping and tripping. We live and we learn. We crash and we burn. We're alone in this world. We rise and we fall. We're one for all. Pick yourself up off the
All right, welcome back. Because we don't want to make you wait for too long before we get the final standings, we have some fun stuff to talk about. Foundations, which is the new standard set, is pre-releasing this weekend, and it's actually a set that's going to be legal for the next, I believe, 5 years.
5 years in standard, yep.
Yeah, so these are some of the new cards that are going to be in Foundations booster packs that if you are interested in playing, this set, you might play a pre-release this weekend. You might try it on Magic Online. It's coming up on Magic Arena, I think, later this week. And some of the new cards are pretty cool. What caught my eye was the Siren of 7 Deaths, which is sort of this new Wormcoil engine. Does that look like a playable card to you in Standard or perhaps Modern?
I feel like overall it's kind of a worse Wormcoil engine in a vacuum. I believe it is an Eldrazi though, so it does have the benefit of being able to be cast with the Temple. That's an upside.
Mm-hmm.
We also see Jens card. I know a lot of people were a little bit disappointing, because Mark Rosewater, I think, teased that there was going to be a reprint of one of the invitational cards. He said not the best one. I'm not even sure which one he means. Does he mean Dark Confidence, Snapcaster Mage? But we got Solemn, so that's cool.
One of the other cards I wanted to mention was that Soulstone Sanctuary, which is a land that has an ability for 4 mana. You can turn it into a 3/3 creature with all creature types, which means it goes really well with Unholy Annex. But the next slide we have here, Foundations pretty much has a mono-red sort of aggressive deck in the set that you can sort of build as a way to get into Standard. If you're a new player or if you have somebody that is interested in getting into Magic, I would advise them to pick up, some of these new cards, play Foundations Limited, and then perhaps try to build a constructed deck with these mono-red aggressive cards.
Yeah, Bull Lightning, pretty iconic card. Burst Lightning, super good removal spell, burn spell. Pyromancer as well, so lots of good stuff there.
There's Bolt Wave, which I think is kind of a new Lava Spike, so it's gonna be pretty easy to build this like budget, red aggressive deck. So as an entry point to Standard, this could be a pretty cool idea.
Yeah, extra copies of Lava Spike. I believe Burst Lightning not Pioneer legal yet, so that's a nice little addition.
And now something that I thought could be interesting for Standard at a higher level. We have both Tolarian Terror and Enigma Drake, but there's also that card from Bloomborough. I think it's a 7 mana 5/5 that when you play it, it has flash. You can play it at instant speed. If you play it, you get to tap your opponent's creature, and it also gets cheaper for every instant and sorcerer you have in your graveyard, just like Tolarian Terror. Can you see a deck like that being a player in Standard?
And Martin already breaking the next Standard format for you, just... Don't even have to do the work. Yeah, there's a lot, the Hottie Gen, that deck, the Oculus deck, these decks could use, there are some strong decks already, but if they get upgrades, even better, so.
Yeah, some more mono blue stuff that could be interesting in a deck like that, or perhaps building this, mono blue flash deck. Could be interested in some of these spells. Essence Scatter, Flash Freeze is going to be legal in Standard for the next 5 years. I'm not sure how I feel about that one.
Now that Fable is gone.
Yeah. Plus we
get Spectral Sailor too, which could be a nice addition to these Dimir Flash decks, Dimir mid-range decks, or any blue tempo deck.
Yeah, exactly. Both Sailor and Cutthroat are great, starting point for a blue Flash deck. So let's see what we have on the next slide. What about some elves?
Green elves?
Yeah.
People are a little wary of having Lanor Elf in Standard. They're a little scared green might be too good. We'll see if there's the kind of supporting cast to go with turn 1 elf, but some cool cards. Genesis Wave.
Yeah.
That card you used to see playing Standard, can do some really messed up things in the late game, so pretty cool cards.
Yeah, we have Llanowar Elf ramping into Elvish Archdruid. What's the best to do with your mana? Genesis Wave. And the last slide is also something really cool you can be doing in Standard in the next 5 years. We have both Demonic Pact and Harmless Offering. How does that work?
I mean, basically Illusions donate.
Yeah, exactly.
Looks broken to me. Why look anywhere else?
All right, that was it. That was some of the cool cards that we're going to see in Standard with Foundations. And I think with that, we might be ready to announce the top 8. Do we have the slide ready? Okay. Let's see. So we have, this is going to be the top 8 bracket. Let me see if I can find the actual standings for now. So we have Lorenzo Terlizzi playing John Sacrifice place, followed by Gerardo Delia on Ragdas Demons. Third place is Andrea Mengucci with John Sacrifice. Number 4, Sergio Jimenez playing Ragdas Demons. Then we have Max Penskoffer playing 4-color Zur, so one of the decks you highlighted before the tournament.
You got one in the top 8, let's go.
Yeah, number 6 is Mark Tobias playing Golgari Food. We just saw him in the feature match area. Stefan Schutz on Izzet Phoenix, so the dream is not dead yet. And finally, number 8, winning the tiebreaker lottery is Denny Windhard, also playing Ragdas Demons. So congratulations to the top 8 players.
Yeah, I know some rematch. You know, we saw Mengu against Mark in the feature match. A lot of exciting matches, and I get my echo because there's a big screen. It's actually really cool. They set up a big screen in the room, and people can watch the top 8 live now. So
yeah. So this is our top 8 bracket. We're going to be back. Okay, no, we're actually going to send it right to the casters. We're going to send it to Filipa and Arne. They're waiting in the feature match area. So back to you.
Hello everyone, welcome here to the quarterfinals of this Ultimate Guard Regional Championship. I'm here joined by Arne. 554 players joined us here yesterday. They qualified to be at this Regional Championship, and we finally have our top 8. And what a stacked top 8, Arne.
Absolutely amazing. We have Mark Tobias and Andrea Mengucci and Lorenzo Terlizzi, the 2 lonely X1s at the end of the tournament. Amazing stuff. And we also have, is there? Anyways, I'm hearing myself twice right now. Maybe it's, sorry about that.
I think they're putting our voices out there of the crowd, so I want to hear you cheer if you're actually hearing us outside.
Yeah, I'm hearing myself. Okay, that explains that. Well, hello everybody in the audience here in the venue. It's really amazing that we have this entire viewing area. But yeah, I was confused for a second because I was not notified by that. So we have, yeah, stacked top 8. 3 Italians, Terlizzi, Mengucci, and Delia, which is going to be our main feature very soon, against Stefan Schütz, the Austrian player, good friend of mine, and a really strong player on the Pro Tour for a long time, now 4 years, I think, and a member of Team Handshake, one of the best teams in the world. No wonder to see him succeed here. And then we're rounding out our top 8.
So one very exciting thing is that Phoenix was the most played deck here yesterday, right? But not a lot of Phoenixes rise from the ashes, except this one from Stefan. So I think we are getting ready here. Our players are getting ready for our main feature match, but we also have a very good backup. So
absolutely, we have a banger of a backup. We have Mark Tobias against Andrea Mengucci, 2 of the most accomplished players here. Mengucci, just how many PT top 8s? Like 6 top finishes or something in that department. Incredible player, of course. And then Mark Tobias, again, coming here with his new combo brew, Golgari Food, which I found very impressive.
And 4 different decks overall that we're going to showcase here in this quarterfinals. So very exciting to see the Pioneer meta being very wide. We saw a lot of different decks here. We were saying that 76 players made it into day 2, and we had 25 different archetypes here on day 2, which is very good and showcases how Pioneer is a very healthy format right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And to round out the top 8, we have Max Penskoffer on 4-color Zur, or 1 Zur player in the top 8. We have Sergio Jimenez on Ragdas Demons. Danny Weinhardt also on Ragdas Demons. I know him. He's also from Berlin, the city I'm from. And last but not least, or did I mention everybody? I think we got it through. Yeah, Lorenzo Terlizzi, of course. So we have 2 John Sacrifice, 3 Ragdas Demons, 1 Izzet Phoenix player, the last one standing, and we're going to watch him soon, and 1 4-color Zur and 1 Golgari Food player. So Demons certainly seems to be the deck here.
Well, we did the caster prediction and the casters voted which deck would they think that would win this tournament or do well. Me and Martinusa voted for Izzet Phoenix, and I mean, based on day one, we were in the right path because that was the deck that most players chose to bring for this regional championship. Although you, Arne, what did you choose?
Yeah, you see it on the screen right now. I did choose Reckless Demons. I played this deck recently to prepare myself for the coverage, and I was very, very impressed by it. Just going Thoughtseize into, you know, removal, Blood-Type Harvester into one of these two enchantments that you see on the screen right now. Yeah, extremely powerful. It's sort of like the Black Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Unholy Annex is truly incredible. And yeah, we also see the two Jund Sacrifice players with the incredible story, mentor and student, Mengucci and Lorenzo Terlizzi. Such a sweet, sweet, sweet thing to happen. And I want to also speak about Gerardo Delia, who chose Reckless Demons, posted it on X and told them, like, here's my Patreon. And he was working together with Adriano Moscato, which I believe made 9th or 10th place in the event as well. So really incredible stuff.
A lot of incredible stories that we've built here during this weekend. A lot of nice players coming back. We had a player that was 0-2 and then ended up making it in the top 8, right?
Oh, absolutely. Max Penskoffer starting out 0-2. Terrible tiebreakers, of course, so he couldn't like sneak in on X3, but he just won out 11 wins in a row. Absolutely amazing. Congratulations to him. He's going to the Pro Tour and he's playing now for a world slot.
And I feel like Lorenzo also started with a loss in this tournament and just climbed way, winning every game until we see him here in this top.
Is that for real?
I believe so. I think I saw that some on X. I might be wrong though, but that is incredible. Just showing never give up. Sometimes a tournament doesn't start too well and then you just ended up bringing back and make it in the top 8. Now, one very exciting thing, 2 players from this top 8 will end up on the World Championship, which is the biggest tournament of the year. And isn't that exciting, Arne?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, making it to the Pro Tour alone is a dream of many players. Making it to the World Championship is on another level. And here you can really jumpstart your career and go get your one-way ticket to the World Championship by bypassing 545 other players and being the last 2 standing in the event. Really amazing stuff.
And we have here thank you so much, Frank. We have here our top 8 player survey. So let me take a look here. Let's start with our main feature match that we are going to showcase. So I can take here Gerardo's and you can take here Stefan. So starting with Gerardo, let's see here. He's from Rome, Italy, and he qualified via the RC in Rome. So very nice, starting from the local game store, now here making it to Pro Tour and maybe World Championship. So it just starts at your local game store. You can play on one of these regional championship qualifiers and be here, be on the feature match, be on the top 8, living the competitive Magic dream.
Absolutely.
Previous Magic accomplishments: 4 times Pro Tour competitor, 1 time MOX competitor, and many results in MTGO. So very good there, choosing Rakdos mid-range demons to bring here for this tournament. What about you, Arne? What do you have to say about Stefan?
Yes, Stefan, how did you qualify? I don't know, he says. A little bit of humor in there. He's from Austria, 28, very, very accomplished player as well. He's a MOX champion and a MOX finalist this year, which is incredible. And he played 4 MOX in total. Many of you might not, or some of you might not know the MOX. It's basically the pinnacle of Magic on Magic Online, and it is extremely, extremely difficult and highly competitive to get into the MOX. It's an 8-player tournament for a lot of money, also world slots on the line, and he made it 4 times to that event. Really astonishing. And
Fantastic.
Here we see it on screen already. And he did lose a couple PT top 8 win-ins, sadly. That's what he wrote as well, but I'm sure he will get one at one point.
So here our player Gerardo, that is bringing the Rakdos Demon, chose the best card of the weekend in his deck. And what do you think is the best card of the weekend?
Well, I'll take a wild guess and say Unholy Annex.
The answer is Unholy Annex, but wait, and Arcfiend of the Dross. So.
All right, well, there you go. Yeah, I talked to Adriano before just now 10 minutes ago, and he was also like, he loves those 4-drops, he loves the Archfiends and the Shieldreds. He thinks they are very well positioned against the top 3 decks that they expected, which are Green White Company, Rakdos Prowess, and also the Izzet Phoenix deck, so no wonder. All right, Stefan says why did you choose this deck? I didn't have a lot of time to test afterwards, so I went with my comfort choice, which happens to also be broken. Period. Tristan Wilder-LaRue is a talented artist, is the last sentence he wrote there. So a little shout out to Team Handshake or former Team Handshake member Tristan, who I also tested with for the online Pro Tours, and yeah, great player. And I think he was the big proponent of artist talent, bringing it up at the States Championship in the United States, basically saying like, yeah, 4 is the way to go. I think at that point people didn't quite believe him yet. I think at this point people play 4.
I love to see it, and Gerardo here, our Rakdos Demon player that we're going to see featured, said something that I really love. So why did you choose this deck for the weekend? And he told us that together with my best friend Admano Musaro, we played it a lot and found a really good deck list from the metagame. So I just love the part of like testing with your best friend. Magic is all about the friendships that you make, and ended up doing so well. I'm sure his best friend is really proud of him right now, making it here into the top 8. And I had an interview with Gerardo that told me that he did qualify for the Pro Tour multiple times, but it would be his dream to qualify for World Championship. So it all starts here.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's 2 matches away, but he has a tough opponent. Stefan Schütz, still my fantasy draft, by the way. We are still competing against each other. In that regard, you Mengucci, I have Stefan, and yeah, so he has a tough opponent ahead of him right here in this matchup.
So I'm going to now throw a question to Twitch chat or YouTube chat, because we are streaming on both platforms. Lorenzo Terlizzi, just write the player that you think is going to win this tournament. So you have Lorenzo, Danny, Sergio with Rakdos Demons, Max with 4-color Zur, Gerardo with Rakdos Demons, Stefan with Izzet Phoenix, Andrea Mengucci with Gen Sacrifice, or Mark Tubayesh with the Golgari Food. Let us know, who are you rooting for? Who do you think is going to win this tournament? Arne, I'm going to ask you the same question.
Ooh, well, I'm not prepared for that question. Who's going to take this one down? Maybe the Zur deck, honestly. I feel like we have a sea of Rakdos Demons. Great matchup for the Zur deck. Then we have some of these Gen Sacrifice decks. That could be a little bit tricky. The Zur deck has some good interaction, but maybe can win it off. Honestly, I'm just rooting for good games, great matches. The top 8 is stacked. We have, yeah, I'm excited.
I love that answer. I'm also rooting for fantastic matches, which I'm sure that the players will provide. We saw them here before in the broadcast all weekend long, and all of them showed us amazing plays. So I am really, really excited to see who takes the trophy here and what 2 players end up being on the World Championship, because I feel like that's something really important as well with these tournaments, a direct pathway into the most competitive tournament of the year.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess I got to shout out real quick my 3 fellow countrymen. Yeah, Germany on the comeback. I think we have Danny, Max, Penskoffer, Danny Weinhardt, and also Mark Tobias here in the top 8.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, 3 Germans. And I feel like I've been kind of lonely at the recent Pro Tours in terms of representing my country. So I'm glad we have a little bit more Germans on the Pro Tour soon.
3 Italians as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So tell us how this works, because one of these players is going to be on the play, right? Based on the standings of the here.
Oh yeah, so Stefan is 7th place and Delia is 2nd. So Delia can choose to play first, which he will 99% of the time will do.
And it looks like our players are getting ready to start this game. A lot of pressure, and 2 decks that were the most played decks of the weekend, Izzet Phoenix and Rakdos Demons. Izzet Phoenix was the most played deck on day 1. On day 2, Rakdos Demons was the deck that was most played.
Yeah, Rakdos Demons is sort of the winner of this tournament so far. 3 copies in the top 8. Noteworthy, Celeste & Company had a really, really good day 1 conversion rate into day 2. Funnily enough, I think it lost every single feature match, and we had it every round in the feature, and it kept losing feature matches. And it did lose against Mark Tobias in the hands of the Golgari Food Master, played against, I think, Connor Hughes, who playing a winning in, and Connor didn't get there. So yeah, no company in the top 8. Day 2 wasn't kind to that Lanois Elf and friends.
And some people asking if they can see the deck lists. I think they are available on MTG Melee, right, Arne? They should be available. This is an open deck list tournament.
Absolutely.
So feel free to check all of these deck lists A lot of different archetypes making their way into Pioneer. I gotta say, I knew that an Oleanics was a good card, but I underestimated. I didn't expect to have so many Rakdos demons here on the top 8. But my biggest surprise is Jund Sacrifice, because we did see that last weekend on the South America Regional Championship, we had 3 copies of Jund Sacrifice into the top 8. And now kind of doing the same here in the Regional Championship of Europe.
And I guess now with the voice of ours on the main stage, the headphones that these guys have on are actually quite handy, because otherwise they would probably hear me talk, and we don't want that.
And just for your information, as always, the top 8 doesn't have a timer. So unlike the Swiss rounds, which have a 50-minute timer, these can go all day long. Hopefully not, because we have flights to catch tomorrow, but...
Yeah, I'm sure we'll be fine. There will still be a judge around to, if the pace of play decreases too much, they will advise the players. Otherwise, they will get a warning. I actually did get a warning at Pro Tour Outlaws of Thunder Junction because I was taking a bit too long at one of the turns.
That happens. I mean, a lot of decisions to make. And looks like we are already going into the mulligan decisions here.
Yeah, so Delia, is Delia mulliganing to 5? Because we see Stefan putting 1 card back, so Stefan is on a mull to 6, confirmed. And Delia is perhaps going to 5 here. He's probably not feeling great about that. Funny little thing here on Stefan's player profile, we see the chosen best card of the weekend for him, Anger of the Gods. Well, he told me he was playing against Green-White Company a total of 5 times in 14 rounds, so that's a third of the tournament for him. And Anger of the Gods is quite crucial in that matchup for him.
So I guess we already know who wiped out all the Selesnya Company players out of this tournament.
Yeah, I can take a look at his MTG melee profile. Did he beat every single one of them? 2-0, 2-0, 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. Yeah, he went 5-0 against Green-White Company.
Crushing all the Collector Company enjoyers' dreams.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Delia keeping his 5-card hand, putting 2 cards to the bottom.
And Stefan here still deciding on what to do. We do see a Phoenix in end as well as a Picklock Prankster. Some lands as well. Turn 1 Thoughtseize. Okay, let's all take a look there. A Consider. We have Lightning Axe, Phoenix, Picklock Prankster, and 2 lands. Prankster is such a nice card as well. Quite recent from Wilds of Eldraine, but making the way into Izzet Phoenix right away.
Yeah, I honestly didn't see that one coming. I didn't. When I first looked at the Wilds of Eldraine spoiler, I was like, no, whatever, maybe a fairy deck. But yeah, it turns out really good in this Izzet Phoenix shell, and people caught on to that quickly.
Ooh, look at that top deck, Torch the Tower. Great removal piece.
So we're looking at, I think, a Mutavault, a Blood Crypt, and Archfiend of the Dross as the last 3 cards remaining.
Does Stefan have a lot of ways to deal with the Archfiend of the Dross? Because that card is quite big.
He does not. He has a couple bounce spells. Let me take a closer look at his list. Oh, never mind. Oh yeah, he does have 2 Brazen Burrow in the main deck. And then he can, I suppose, use like 2 Fiery Impulses to get rid of it. But Archfiend of the Dross is one of the best cards against Phoenix, maybe in the entire format. Just that crucial 6 toughness to go around Lightning Axe.
And we saw there Stefan playing a Consider and then an Opt, scrying to the bottom and drawing a card, 3 mana available. I think there's a Spell Pierce there as well, perhaps.
Yeah, and he just drew the Artist Talent.
Oh, wow.
Yep, Engine Online.
One of the cards of the weekend. And we have the Archfiend of the Dross, that's a 6/6. Did you ever see a player lose because the Archfiend of the Dross doesn't have counters left?
I hope you don't. I hope you're not doing this on purpose, because I did lose quarterfinals of an important tournament that way.
I didn't know, I swear.
Rubbing it in.
I'm sorry, Arne.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly am a witness, first-hand witness of that happening already. So that's funny.
Torch the tower there, and then I guess we're seeing also that lava axe, lightning axe.
The lava axe would be just going to the dome, would be a sweet one too. Spell Pierce being discarded, and there's the demon gone, but as you can tell, Stefan Schütz kind of left with nothing, just a Phoenix and a land. Had to use a lot of resources there, and was kind of hoping for a cantrip, right? Because he does have one Phoenix already in the graveyard, but didn't get there. Or a Treasure Cruise would have been great.
Drawing a card, it looks like on the other side, Gerardo with a lot of options. There's Fable of the Mirror Breaker, there's also another Arcfin of the Dross.
Yeah, I getting the Archfiend out seems like a good idea. I like not playing the land and keeping it for the Fable next turn. Although, to be fair, he might want their land in play to go Mutavault attack plus Fable next turn.
Arcfin of the Dross entering with 4 oil counters on it.
Oh, that was a huge draw. Really, if Stefan would have drawn a land there, that would have been pretty bad for him, but Opt is exactly what he is looking for. Can he chain some spells? He has 2 lands in hand. This is big. Oh, he found a sleight of hand. Wow.
That is pretty good, especially with that Artist Talent on the battlefield, being able to loot more and more cards. And this deck is quite good at getting some nice end selection.
Yeah. He's really looking for Treasure Cruise here.
Oh, you called it, Arne.
Oh, man. You know, yeah.
You just asked for it. 1 mana, draw 3 cards, seems pretty good.
Yeah, it's a good Magic card.
Have to exile here 7 cards from the graveyard, but that's no problem when there's an Artist Talent on the play. 7 cards go into exile. First, let's discard draw from that Artist Talent, but deciding not to discard and then drawing 3 cards.
I don't know if I love that play. I feel like I would have liked to see him not play the land and just discard the land. He already cast 3 spells, so he doesn't need the 4th land, and he might actually draw a land, but I guess with the Consider in hand, he can just, if he floods out with that Treasure Cruise, which he kind of did, drawing 2 lands, he can use the Consider now to ditch one of the lands, so works out.
And look at that, 2 Phoenixes rise from the ashes.
Yep, but they're gonna stay on defense.
And again, that Arcfin of the Dross is quite the card. A big threat there, 3 oil counters on it now. And there's a Shieldred, which is quite good against Phoenix with all the card draw.
Oh, yeah, Shieldred is good. Very good against Artist Talent.
Double block there from the Phoenix. There's a bit of life loss because of the Arcfin of the Dross.
Delia, again, on a multi 5 here, but fighting a good fight against Stefan, to be fair, who was also on 6, also down a card.
Considering before that Shieldred resolves. Deciding what to do with that card there.
Yeah, he's really looking for Lightning Axe. That would be the best one. He took a Fiery Impulse. Okay. This might be a painful turn for Stefan.
And tap, draw.
Going on to 12.
And this is going to start draining quite fast.
Yeah.
I mean, look at that Treasure Cruise. It looks great, except the part when it loses 6 life.
Yeah, this is not looking... I think he has to go for it, though. Yeah. He's gonna go... He's probably not looting at that point if he goes for the Treasure Cruise, so he will likely just go down to 6. See what he finds. Maybe he finds removal, and then he can kill the Shieldred, and then consider and start looting again. Like if he finds a second red card, he will kill the Shieldred and get Phoenixes back and stabilize sort of on like 4 life. Something like that, 6 life. Yeah, I think he has to go for the Cruise. I'm not sure how many cards he has in the graveyard. Maybe he doesn't have enough to fully go for a Cruise right now.
I see at least 6 cards. But there's Phoenixes there, which I'm sure that Stefan does not want to exile. So other than that, 4 cards.
Yeah, I think it looks like he has 5 in total, besides the 2 Phoenixes, so 7 in total, 5 non-Phoenix. So maybe he has to start with Consider? Oh, I see what he's doing. Okay.
Dealing some damage there for the Shield Red.
I think discarding Consider. I would have liked to discard Talent there, to be honest. But I mean, Stefan is one of the best Phoenix players on the planet, so he surely has a plan. And I'm not saying that lightly, by the way. Like, he is really incredibly good with the deck.
And look at that. It's a second Fiery Impulse.
Yep. And there he goes to 9, and he's getting rid of the Shield Red without casting Treasure Cruise. What a turn for him, amazing. Now he can draw free, get 3 Phoenixes, get 2 Phoenixes back.
Oh, wow. Quite the turn here for Stefan. And as you said, a very experienced player with Phoenix, knowing that that Fire Impulse, the first one, was the choice there.
Yeah, that really played out, turned out very, very well for him. I mean, he knows his deck inside and out. He's got to be feeling pretty great right now. A grip full of cards, another Treasure Cruise looming, 2 Phoenixes coming back, and Delia just on 1 Fable of the Mirror Breaker in hand.
And look at that, 2 Phoenixes. Will they attack? Both of them attacking here for 6 damage. And Gerardo down to 12. There's a Fable of Mirror Breaker, and there's Mutavault into play, but these Phoenixes are a 2-turn kill.
Yeah, Elia's under a ton of pressure. Maybe Unholy Annex, the 5-mana side of it, making a 6/6 demon is a way to claw back into this. But he needs to find stuff very soon. Torch the Tower, I guess, is another draw for him to exile one of these Phoenixes. It's 2 copies in the main deck.
Fable of the Mirror Breaker here, making a Goblin Shaman and attacking with the Mutavault. Also trying to enter the race here against Stefan. Oh, there's a Brazen Borrower in hand.
So Stefan has access to 2 copies of Proft's Eidetic Memory, which is sort of replacing the Galvanic Trespass combo as the new combo kill. So what he can do here is he can, you know, chain through his deck, cantrip, cast Treasure Cruise, and then cast the Profts at the very end of it. And with all these Talents triggers, he might just be able to put like 10 1/1 counters on one of these Phoenixes this turn.
Oh, wow.
And that is his main game plan at this point. I mean, he's quite deep in his deck already, probably 30 cards deep. So two copies of Proft left. He's looking for those. Also, Delia tapped out, so he knows he can just cleanly go for it. Doesn't have to worry about the Torch the Tower.
Draw 3 cards for 1 mana. That seems quite good. And Stefan deciding to play 2 Brazen Borrower in the main deck here for this Phoenix deck.
Yeah, I think that's a great meta call. Some people play Into the Floodmaw nowadays as well, just 1 mana option to bounce non-land permanents. It's really good against these 6/6 permanents. May it be Igra, may it be the 2 demons that the demon deck can play, so very nice to have there. And also sometimes handy against enigmatic decks, just flexible card, another body for the 2 Profts he has in the main deck. So I do like the Brazen Borrower.
So we see here the Pickland, the Prankster, Picklock Prankster.
All right, he's going for Picklock. So he's just trying to find the Phoenix number 3 and 4, I guess, perhaps. He found 1. He still has a land drop to give.
Look at this, so many card selection here for Stefan.
Yeah, he has, I don't know how many cards, but he's seen like maybe 10 cards this turn.
And let's attack for 9, leaving Gerardo at 3 life. Let's see if Gerardo does draw something. No, but we still have the Fable of Mirror Breaker second chapter. Discarding 2 cards, drawing 2 more cards. I mean, it's Fable of Mirror Breaker. That's going to be a game, and Stefan taking here the first game with Izzet Phoenix. And wow, what a game there, Arne.
Yeah, I feel like that was sort of a presentation of what Phoenix is capable of, how many cards it sees with talent, cheap, efficient removal. He had to 2-phone himself against that Archfiend of the Dross, or even 3-for-1. I believe he had to cast a Lightning Axe at a 1-mana removal, but didn't matter. Treasure Cruise able to get all the cards back.
What a card. And let's talk about sideboard. This is an open deck list event, so both players have access to their sideboards. What do you think maybe here first we can talk about Stefan might bring against Gerardo?
All right, so Stefan has 2 copies of Annul, which is, I think the idea behind it is not necessarily that you want to bring it in against Rakdos decks. You bring it in, of course, against the Enigmatic or the Zur deck, which one of them is in the top 8. But yeah, I think Annul is actually quite good here because it does hit Unholy Annex and Fable of the Mirror Breaker, 2 of the best cards in the matchup, and also the 2 copies of Unlicensed Hearse that Delia is bringing in. So that one I could see coming in. Abrade and Prismari Command, both are one-offs in his sideboard. Those 2 are definitely justifiable to destroy hers and just deal with Bloodtithe Harvester and the Goblins and the Kiki Chiki, of course. And a 3rd copy of Brazen Borer. I think that one's also gonna join the fray. Just more ways to deal with the annoying 6/6s, which are pretty much the most troubling cards.
And on the other side, what we might see against Phoenix?
All right, we're looking at 2 copies of Goblank, 2 copies of Unlicensed Hearse, maybe a Duress, and that is about it. To bring out, might consider bringing out some of these Fatal Pushes. There's no more Ledger Shredder, which has left the Phoenix, most of the Phoenix decks this weekend. So Fatal Push not really that crucial, and Go for the Throat Hardest Act similarly not that great. So he might be trimming on those, and maybe trimming on Unstoppable Slasher. I could see that one leaving the play. It's just not that great against the spot removal. Taking 2 stun counters will put him behind.
And Unlicensed Hearse, Frank Castner was telling us yesterday, was one of the most sideboarded player cards here this tournament. Does that surprise you? People coming prepared for graveyard decks like Phoenix.
I mean, it doesn't surprise me at all. The card is great. It's colorless. All the decks could play it. Yeah, Phoenix is, was the enemy #1 going in. And, I'm looking at the top 16, the standings right now. There's only 1 Phoenix player in the entire top 16. We have a couple of them in the top 32, but, well, these Unlicensed Hearse on those sideboards definitely did their work and made a lot of Phoenix players succumb to that sideboard hate card.
Another sideboard card that we also saw being one of the most played this weekend was Mystical Dispute, which we already talked about. There's some there as well, but not quite for this matchup. Very interesting overall.
Yeah.
And you said that Rakdos Demons was going to be the victorious deck for the weekend. I said there was going to be Izzet Phoenix, so I feel like there's something personal about this matchup for us.
Well, I'm hardly rooting against Stefan. He's a good friend of mine. I actually picked him in my fantasy draft, where I used to have Mengucci here in the top 8 in the running, and I have him. So I kind of, want Demons to win, but maybe Stefan not to lose. But yeah, I'm again here for great matches, and maybe take a quick moment here and congratulate our top 36 at qualifying for the Pro Tours. Many of them perhaps first timers getting finally have their dream come true and qualifying for the Pro Tours. So congratulations to all of you.
It must be a memorable moment for these players. Top 36 is not easy. There were over 500 players that qualified to be here. First of all, they had to win a tournament at the local game store, or they had to qualify through a Pro Tour to be here. And now that they made it and they are playing another amazing players as well against other amazing players, they still managed to make top 36 of the tournament.
Absolutely, and this was not an easy easy tournament. You had to qualify for it, as you said, and the day one cut was pretty harsh as well. 6-2 is not easy to accomplish. We saw a lot of great players falling short. I know that from my fantasy draft, top 5 picks, 4 of them didn't make day 2. Yours as well, 4 of them didn't make day 2. It's very, very strong players. Unfortunately, didn't get there, but yeah. We do have a pretty packed top 8 in the end as well, and as you said, every single one of them that made top 36 here, you can pat yourself on the back. You did well.
You're qualified for the Pro Tour Chicago, and Arne, you're also qualified for that Pro Tour, right?
Oh yes, indeed.
Oh, so you might play against some of these players that we are seeing here, which is extremely exciting. What format is going to be the tournament?
I think they don't have it. They haven't announced it yet. They mentioned they will announce it very, very soon. So. Yeah, it could be Pioneer, it could be Standard, it could be Modern. Who knows?
What do you hope for?
What am I hoping for? I'm always hoping for Standard. Standard is my favorite constructed format of the 3, but I would also take Pioneer.
Pioneer looks very good right now, and we have players ready here for this game number 2. Now with Gerardo being on the play.
Both are keeping 7, is that correct? Looks like it.
And Stefan already shocking.
I see an licensors over there. That's probably tempting to cast on turn 2.
There's 2 of them.
2 of them, well.
And a Shieldred as well.
I think with 2 of them, you just play into Spell Pierce. Oh, and Null, let's go. What artwork is this? Maybe before I was born.
Okay, we know you're young, Arne.
Just gotta slide that in there. I've never seen that artwork, sorry. I mean, I'm just being honest.
2 mana up here. Thoughtseize. So let's take a look here at what Stefan has.
Stefan has a response. No? Oh, we got the Annul on the screen. Let's go.
Prankster here, and there's 4 cards being revealed. One of them being Annul as well. And choosing the Annul once again.
Well, Annul is a little bit worse when the opponent knows about it, but yeah, looking at the hand, it makes sense. He didn't want to have another cantrip. He just wanted a reactive card that deals with, you know, the 2 best, or one of the 2 best cards. Yeah, Unholy Annex in favor of the Mirror Breaker, which are, yeah, great.
And that prof's looking really good, right? This card can be really, really strong.
It can be very powerful. I kind of refer to it as the new Crackling Drake. It just builds you a Crackling Drake in conjunction with Picklock Prankster. Of course, like right now, it's a little clunky, it doesn't really do much, but in a pinch, you can just pay 2 mana and cycle, which, you know, is fine in the early game. I mean, it's not great, but, you know, you can still do that.
And there it is, choosing the props to go to the graveyard. And now, with the field open, trying to get that unlicensed Earth on the battlefield.
Can I just please, like someone in chat saying it's Urza Saga, and Urza Saga is from 1995. I was born 1997, so that is the Annul. So it was before I was born, literally.
Okay, I was born in 1994, so I guess it was after I was born. Okay, you're young, Arne, we get it. I'm just saying that it's kind of funny that I actually was right about that. I just guessed. Oh, Saga was 98, someone says now in chat. Okay, maybe we have to get a fact checker in here to really confirm it. All right, and Licensors in play now. Ooh, Unstoppable Slasher. That's one of the most played cards from Duskmourn here in the tournament.
Yeah.
A very difficult to deal with card, but Phoenix does play Torch the Tower, which does help because it exiles a creature. Let's draw a card here, and we're going to start getting some counters on our creatures here.
Yeah, the Slasher is problematic to say the least. We're looking at 9 damage here, essentially, from 1 hit. It's pretty bad.
Let's opt 1 to the bottom. Oh, look at this draw, Treasure Cruise. That card can be so strong with the props.
Yeah, the Hearse is doing good work of the graveyard, though. It's gonna make this Treasure Cruise a little bit expensive. So we see a Fatal Push and an Unholy Annex, a Fable, and a Go Blank. 3 free drops and a 1-drop. Interesting decision here. The Picklock Prankster, of course, could get out of hand, but Delia does have a hearse in play. I mean, I think the first thing I would do here is I would just attack and see if Stefan blocks. If he does block, easy play Fable. If he doesn't, I might reconsider my options. Not sure. He does go
Fatal
for a Fatal
push right away, and look at these. Look at the amount of damage that this unstoppable slasher is going to deal. First taking 2 points of life, and then half of the life of Stefan.
I don't know if I love that from Gerardo. I mean, using just 1 mana when you have free drops in hand. So for example, if next turn he draws a land, he would have loved to cast Fatal Push plus one of these frees.
Stefan down to 7 life. Prismatic Command here.
Oh, that is a great draw for Stefan. Whew, things are turning around here. Discarding a null now.
Consider land, paying 1 life, down to 6 life now. Opt. Ooh, Brazen Borer there. And now we have a Phoenix back from the graveyard.
Yep, staying back on defense.
Attacking a quick block there from Stefan. Now the Unstoppable Slasher does have 2 stun counters on it, and we have a go blank.
I think I looked at Stefan's face when that happened, and it didn't look like he was happy. And
But very quick to decide what to put on the graveyard, so that Treasure Cruise right away. I mean, it's no good if all the cards are exiled and a land.
so noteworthy if some of you are not aware of the interaction with Proft. Unfortunately, it goes on the stack that you get the counters at the same time as the Phoenix. So when you target, there's no Phoenix in play yet, so he couldn't have grown the Phoenix.
Otherwise, it would be really, really good.
Oh yeah, oh my god, that would have haste damage out of nowhere.
Oh, another go blank?
That is pretty devastating for Stefan here.
Oh, wow. There's a Brazen Borer, there's an Otawara, and another card I'm not quite sure.
I think it's 2 copies of Brazen Borer.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's looking grim for him. And
Mana, we might see a Pity Theft here. That is it.
oh, he's smart, of course. Yeah, that's a smart play.
And
yeah.
now playing the Brazen
Playing the one from
Borer.
hand. Great stuff.
That way only exiling the Otawara.
To no surprise, Stefan eking out every single advantage or thing he can get.
And I mean, those Brazen Borers can start dealing quite a bit of damage. Already 1 on the battlefield, and we know another one is coming. That's 3 damage in the air every turn. And then 6.
Yeah, Delia is kind of bottlenecked on mana here, now playing the Fable.
Fable of the Mirror Breaker here. So we are going to see a Brazen Borer coming back from the adventure. And now it's a 2-turn clock for Stefan against Gerardo.
Wow, Stefan, oh my god.
Wow, and Phoenix as well. 9 damage.
Damn.
Leaving Gerardo down to 3 life. That's going to be very difficult to deal with. Does Gerardo have anything in the deck that might work against it?
Well, he's going to draw 2 extra cards here. He needs cheap removal or blocker plus Fatal Push or something. No, that doesn't even do it.
All those cards fly as well.
He needs like an Anger of the Gods. I don't know if he boarded that one in.
Taking some time to see the cards there. There's a Torch the Tower, but that's not quite enough.
He needs 3 copies of Torch the Tower here, and he only has 1. So he has a... Yeah, no, I think that's the end of the road. Wow, I did not expect... I thought we were going to game 3 after that go blank.
Brazen Borer is a strong card.
Yeah, it definitely is.
And I mean, Gerardo can see the writing on the wall, but I did interview him earlier and he said being in the World Championship would be his dream. He already made it to the Pro Tour multiple times, but congratulations here for Stefan for being our first winner of the quarterfinals with Izzet Phoenix.
Congratulations to him. Now you see a little bit of a smile. He's super, super focused, you can tell. Congrats to the Phoenix Master.
Stefan now is 1 win away from the World Championship.
You know what, actually? I think Stefan might actually already be qualified for the World Championship. I have to reconfirm that maybe, but he was Mox finalist in the most recent Mox, which qualified him for the World Championship, I believe, already.
Oh, wow.
So I don't know exactly. I think we never had the situation ever in the regional championship here.
I don't believe so.
That we might have a pass down? Is that even possible?
I'm not sure how that works, but I mean, we never happened before.
I didn't think about this until now, but I think Stefan is already qualified, yeah. Carl is saying it in the chat right now that he's already qualified, yeah, for the World Championship. So he's just playing for the money, huh? Just coming here for the monies.
Imagine to be that good. Just like, yeah, I mean, I'm qualified for the Pro Tour World Championship. I'm just here for the fun, for practice, for the cash prize.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable. But I think that we have another backup feature match here with a fan favorite as well. Someone that the crowd really likes and knows very well.
Oh, you think so?
I think so. Tell us a bit about it. So I think we're going to have
Andrea Mengucci, of course, is the one we're talking about, playing against Mark Tobias, Golgari Food versus John Food. Which of the two food decks is going to prevail, I suppose, is the big question here.
And we already saw these players, not sure if these exact players, but John Sacrifice versus Food today, right?
I believe it was the first round. They were both 8-0 going into day 2. And Mengucci took it down 2-0 with those Mayhem Devils, preventing the Igra combo from happening.
And I mean, I'm not surprised. We have here also the players survey. So I'm going to give you Mark's one and I'm going to keep here Andrea Mengucci. So for those of you that don't know, Andrea Mengucci is an Italian Magic player. And how did he qualify via RCQ? So again, it starts at your local game store. And a lot of things that Mengucci already accomplished in the Magic scene. 6 Pro Tour top 8s, 4 WMC top 4s, Mythical Invitational Champion, and decided to play John Sacrifice. And the reason why is because of its good versus the most popular decks of the meta, Phoenix and Rakdos. And what was your best card of the weekend and why? He said Giganta. It's so free and so good.
I didn't expect that one to be. I would have guessed Scavenger's Talent maybe, but hey, Giganta, there you go. I mean, it's your commander, it's your free card, and I guess why not? All right.
Before we get into Mark, just to say that we have an interview ready with the winner here, Stefan. So let's take a look at the interview.
Yeah, I'm here with Stefan, the man who was wondering what he was doing here earlier in the weekend. Are you glad you came, or?
Yeah, I was doing fine, I guess, for my expectations, which was just like to have fun. But mostly like I was already qualified for Worlds next year. I'm already qualified for the next Pro Tour. So at first it felt a little bit weird because I had to play against people that I know and friends that I know that I had to beat on the way to the top 8. But yeah, I mean, now I'm happy that I did that, but
it is a tough feeling. I've beaten people who I don't know and crushing their dreams.
Yeah, I mean, it's also like if it would have happened later in the tournament, I would have conceded the match. But
yeah,
I want them to be qualified too. But if it happens on day 1, like there's no reason.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna play my tournament. Why would I be here otherwise? Like, yeah, I'm happy I played my pet deck.
Yeah. Phoenix broken? Because some people say broken, but then you look at the win rates, like 50-50.
Broken in a way of like what the deck does. Definitely not broken in a way of looking at the win rate. But I do think it's very good still, even when it's like extremely expected. There's a lot of play to it. Yeah, I just won my match for 3 RC invites.
Wow, you're really done it.
That was my goal for the weekend. I wanted to be in the top 4 because apparently being top 4 qualifies you for the next 3 RCs. So yeah, I got there, I guess, and now it's just bonus.
All right, congrats on reaching the amazing goal of
Thank you.
next few RCs cut Worlds, who cares, and $20,000. Anyways, thank you so much, fun. Good luck in the rest, and back to the booth.
Okay, great interview. We are back for more action here on the booth. So we do have our backup feature match, and it looks like it's already on game number 2. We have Andrea Mengucci versus Mark Tobias, and I think we are ready to jump into the game. Looks like Mark is ahead 1 game. And why don't you talk us a bit about Mark as well?
Yeah, I have Mark's top 8 player survey here. So how did you qualify Magic Online, apparently? Previous Magic accomplishments, he said none. I don't think that's quite true. I guess a humble guy. Just wanted to keep it short there. And why did you choose this deck for this weekend? Very consistent, he says, and hard to interact with combo deck. All right, there you go. What was your best card of the weekend and why? It was a team effort. Oh, that's kind of sweet.
Oh, yeah, that's sweet. Love to see it. I mean, both players here ready. I mean, unlike Stefan, I think none of these players are qualified for the World Championship yet. So this win is 1 step closer for making that dream come true. And we saw Jan Sacrifice and Golgari Food doing pretty well all over the weekend. A very strong deck, but also very difficult to play. And it's been a lot of hours. These players have played a lot of rounds of Magic. Looks like Andrea Mengucci now on the play, and with the Thoughtseize right away.
Yeah,
Abrupt Decay, Oven, Deadly Dispute, Land. And can you see what that card is next to Takanuma?
I think that's the scroll, the Vine Reap Mentor.
Oh,
mana
yeah.
free to make a food. So a really nice looking hand, honestly. But it is a mulligan to 6, to be fair.
It's the Squirrel versus the Vampire. Jan Sacrifice does run instead the Blood-Tide Harvester as a 2-drop.
I do like the pick of Deadly Dispute there, sort of preventing Mark digging deeper towards his other combo pieces. Deadly Dispute, I think, is one of the better cards in Mark's deck, also ramping out a turn 4 Igra potentially. There we see a Haywire Might taking away that Witch's Oven right away.
2 mana, and there it is, the Mentor making immediately that food token. It also makes another food token when it dies, so that works pretty well with the Scavenger talent, then making additional foods even.
Players playing at a crisp pace, you love to see it.
Fable of Mirror Breaker, one of the strongest cards, and one of the reasons that this deck does play red as well. Attacking with the Vine Reap Mentor for 3 damage. Land Abrupt Decay on the token. And Gilded Goose. Another difference between these 2 decks.
Oh, absolutely. Always a difficult decision what to Abrupt Decay, the Goblin Shaman or the Fable, if you have the choice to. Mark deciding that the extra treasure is too dangerous, especially, I guess, considering that there's also Mayhem Devil and Igra on the other side. He wouldn't want to have an Igra hit the battlefield here on turn 4.
And tell us how the combo works. Why exactly Igra? What does Mark or Mengu need to have to enable this combo from going on?
So you need 2 cats in the graveyard and an Igra in play, and 1 food in play or a cat in play, because all your creatures will be foods when Igra is in play, and then you can just sack a cat into a cat and do that infinitely with each other with the 2 cats, and then I suppose a team effort happened there, and Mark wins the match. Of course, Andrea has the same combo, but it's less focused. For example, Tobias plays Traverse the Open World as well to find the combo pieces.
And on Mengucci's side, we do see Mayhem Devil, and 1 Devil is not enough to stop the combo, but we did see before that 2 Devils are enough.
Yes, 1 Devil is not enough to stop the combo, but 2 are definitely. And I think Mengucci has the 2nd Devil in hand here.
And that eventually that reflection of Kiki-Jiki, once he loses the Summon Sickness, can also start copying those Mayhem Devils. So that's additional damage every time that either player sacrifices something. The
2 of them already played as well. So we make and Mengu took it down 2-0. So what I think this comes down to, so Mengu is a better mid-range deck, so he has a better alternative plan, and Mark is a better combo deck. He's a lot better at assembling a combo and getting there. But yeah, in these like scrappier games, where there's not that many resources, like the Deadly Dispute was taken away from Mark, I think Mengucci actually has the upper hand. And here, with untapping with Fable and 2 Devils in play, he's got to be feeling pretty good about his position.
Thoughtseize. So let's take a look here. Traverse is the only choice there because the other land, the other card is a land.
Mengucci already quite low on life, but doesn't really matter against the green-black food deck. They don't have any crazy drainage. To be fair, there could be a cat coming into play, but with the Devils in play, the cat often from Mark's side is not very effective.
And looks
rather
like
unpleasant for him.
We have now a copy of Bloodtide Harvester, and that copy is going to sacrifice to take care of the, I think, the mentor here. Now Mark Tobias can do something in response, but decides not to and just creates another food token.
I wonder if Andrea announced that those devil triggers. I think he might have missed them. I mean, it's
by sacrificing the token, yeah.
I think he might have missed them. Maybe not. Oh, I see. He basically chose to kill both creatures, I believe. I don't know what exactly happened.
Yeah, I think they're just talking about it.
Maybe a bit of a misunderstanding there.
Yeah, I think it was with the number of foods.
I think Andrea might have just communicated to kill both in some order. Yeah, looks like it.
And passing the turn here, and Mark really needs something. There's an Igra in end, but not enough mana, and it looks like, yeah, this is going to be a concession there. Andrea Mengucci now taking one game, which means that we are going to have a game number 3. And let us know, Twitch chat, YouTube, I know that we are streaming on multiple platforms. Who are you rooting for? Andrea Mengucci on Jund Sacrifice or Mark Tobias on Golgari Food? So let us know. Two very interesting decks, I must say, and Igra is such a good card. We talked about this, but if we came from the beginning of the tournament, the Artist Talent seemed like the talent, the card of the week, but now I'm more inclined toward the Scavenger Talent that plays in these decks.
Yeah, that's certainly my takeaway from this entire event, is that Scavenger's Talent is an incredibly powerful card. And yeah, we see 3 of them, 3 players playing them in the top 8. Talitzi and Mengucci on the same 75, an incredible story. I mean, from the outside looking in, this might look like, oh yeah, this is just some European tournament, but really there's like, I would say half of the field are like very strong grinders here. It's not easy to make day 2, it's not easy to make the top 8. It's very, very difficult to see both of them here so successful with this deck is a great sign.
And yesterday I was interviewing Mengucci after he won one of the rounds, and I said he already qualified for the Pro Tour, so now you have to take the World Championship, and he kind of laughed a bit. But now it looks like it's close to happening. He just needs to win this game and one more, and he will be in the World Championship.
Yeah, absolutely. And you will get closer to winning your fantasy draft.
That's true. Although
Lots at stake.
You are still also up for it with your choice of Stefan as well.
Yeah, I have to look where I'm at in the fantasy draft standings after this.
Game number 3. Now we'll see the Golgari Food being on the play, so things can change a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I see a Leyline of the Void there shuffled into the deck. Of course, that's a sideboard card. Quite good at disrupting the cat oven shenanigans. But you know what? Leyline of the Void, not that great in that game that we just saw, where it's like a little bit more scrappy. people are just putting stuff to the board and there's like a Fable and a Devil, they don't care about Leyline of the Void at all. So if Mengucci can assemble, like if Mengucci has that turn 1 Thoughtseize to take away something important like a cash grab or a Deadly Dispute that really gets Tobias going, he can maybe again have like one of these Fable into Devil and just play it fair, and then Devil takes over.
Incredible. And I mean, a lot of talented players here in our top 8, I have to say. It was an incredible weekend so far, and I cannot wait to see who takes it all, the money, the fame, the glory, and the World Championship invite.
Yeah, I've had a blast. I've had a blast here with you in the booth, just watching matches. I mean, I'm doing this kind of for the first time, and I'm really enjoying myself. Of course, it's also icking me to be playing, but I can't say that I'm not having a blast here as well in the booth.
Yeah, very fun to have you here as well, Arne. You're doing a great job, and it's so an honor to be here with you as well. You are an amazing player, and you can see a lot of great plays that these players are doing because you've been in their shoes. You know what's to be there. You've been in this feature match a lot of times.
Yeah, exactly, and those guys as well. I feel like what is happening here, I think Mengucci kept his 7. And Mark Tobias mulliganing down to 6. You know, you're sitting there, you're looking at your opening hand, it's not great, it's game 3 of the quarterfinals, it's elimination. Mark right now is like, oh, come on, give me a good hand. I just want to have a Gilded Goose in hand on turn 1 or what have you, Deadly Dispute on turn 2. You really don't want to mulligan to 5 in a spot like this.
Definitely not. It's going to be quite rough. And both players, I mean, both experienced players that have been in the feature match several times. Otherwise, I can imagine how this would be so stressful after such a long weekend. But both of these players handling the pressure quite well.
It looks like Mark is keeping. It has a Blooming Marsh, a Takenuma, a Traverse. I see a Scavenger's Talent. That is one of the best cards in the matchup.
Oh, wow. Scavenger Talent. I love this card. Excited to see it here.
We might just have another Scavenger's Talent on the board. Yep.
Oh, it's a Scavenger Talent mirror here.
Big draw for Mengucci. Haywire Might.
Vine Rip Mentor, also a very interesting card that before this tournament I thought only played in Bloomborrow Draft, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm fully with you there. I did not expect this when constructed. So yeah, again, this, from looking at Mengucci's hand, might develop into what I described, sort of like a more scrappy game where, you know, Torch the Tower will trade with that Mentor. Haywire Might will take out that talent, and then just a better card quality on the Jund side, with Blood Type being a great card, Fable and Devil being strong, might take over.
Cash grab, we already know it's going to create a food token because there's that squirrel on the battlefield already. So let's see here what Mark decides to bring. Looks like Vraska, the Golgari Queen, a card that I haven't seen in a while before this tournament. And Mango taking a look there at Vraska.
Oh, Mango, come on. You played a lot of green-black mid-range when Vraska wasn't standard. You have forgotten what it does?
It's been a while.
It's been a while. It's been a while. I'm just kidding. Oh, we got the Japanese extra.
Yeah, I mean, that
screen.
doesn't help much. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, Torture Shower took out the Mentor. The Vraska is quite good, I think, in this matchup. Being able to kill the important permanents away.
Ooh, we have a cat here. Cauldron Familiar, draining for 1. And second Scavenger Talent. So now every time that a creature dies, we're going to be creating quite a bit of food tokens.
Yeah, and that cat is actually kind of annoying here, because if Mengo wouldn't have had it, Mark Tobias had a nice play of killing off the Blood Type, but now the cat is in play, so he can't really do that, so he's going for a plus, drawing some cards.
This Vraska Golgari Queen, also quite a nice engine here, The +2 is very strong, can sacrifice another permanent. If you do, you gain 1 life and draw a card. We know that Mark Tobias has another Scavenger talent in hand as well. So 4 damage there to the Vraska. Now down to 2 loyalty.
Mengu has some good options. Probably untap Blood Crypt, activate Scavenger's Talent, and Haywire might the opposing Scavenger's Talent. You don't even have to do that immediately. You can just leave open the Overground Tomb and then do it whenever.
And Andrea Mengucci considering his options here.
I guess Witch's Oven is also appealing.
Going for that Witch's Oven here.
Yeah, I could see him slow rolling the Haywire Might for another turn. If he wants to activate the talent. No, he's just not going to activate the talent. That's fine too.
Play it there, tapped land. Making sure that he's not forgetting anything. Sacrificing the cat. And that's going to create not 1, but 2 food tokens there.
Yeah, 3 actually.
3 actually from the Witch's Oven as well. 2 Scavenger talent. That's a lot of food.
Yeah, it's a lot of food. Heads up play by Mengu doing it in his own turn, because now if he sacrifices the Haywire Might, he gets 2 additional food.
Looks like we have the second Scavenger talent here for Mark Tobias. And Cauldron Familiar. A lot of the same cards on the board right now.
Yep, just missing the Witch's Oven.
2 cards in hand.
Ooh, but I think the last card in hand for Tobias is actually Deadly Dispute.
It is. Activating that, the Might on one of the Scavenger talents, creating 2 more foods.
Excuse me, Deadly Dispute and Traverse. But I knew about the Traverse, but I just saw the Deadly Dispute, which is fantastic here.
Activating that Golgari Vraska Queen. Drawing a card there, it's a land. None of the players founding Igre yet, or at least not being able to play it yet.
I think Enchantment Instant Creature, so Mark is 1 off Delirium. So that's a lot of food on Mengucci's side.
Yeah.
Mengucci cuisine after all, he knows his way around food.
3 mana available here for Mark. And really thinking what to do. This is quite a complicated matchup. Bringing back the cat. That's going to drain for 1.
Now he's going to cast Deadly Dispute. Tapping correctly, yep.
2 mana. Deadly Dispute. Drawing 2 cards, getting 1 food and 1 treasure. And now the Traverse, and now showing that there's Delirium, I believe.
Oh no, I think he thought he had it, but he doesn't, right? Am I seeing something wrong? You saw him stopping there a little bit.
So there's a sorcery, an instant, a creature.
Well, the sorcery isn't in the graveyard yet. It's cast. Am I missing something? Talent is an enchantment. Abrupt Decay, Fatal Push, Cash Grabber, instant, and creature. That he just, yeah, he just. I think he might have messed up there. Well, it's been a long day already, you know. I've certainly been there. I've done mistakes in the feature match area. Well, all humans after all. These guys have played fantastic Magic all day long.
Well, it's been a long day, as you said. It's been a lot of rounds for these players. They played 14 rounds of Swiss this weekend, and now they are in the top 8. This is going to be the last game that one of these players will play for the weekend, at least at the regional championship.
This is still a really interesting game, though. Mark has the option to jump the Harvester here to keep his Raska alive by returning the cat with the food token. Someone in chat pointing out that cat is talent is exiled. Talent is actually exiled. You see it under the clock. Mark had to build a talent, and his other talent is exiled, so everything's correct.
And I think the draw here for Mengucci was a fountain port.
Well, that's a really good one here. That allows him to draw 2 cards per turn.
The cat to block, creating a food token there. And there's a Leyline Void of the Void on Mark Tobias' hand.
I know Mark. You know, he's been around. He's probably going to be pretty upset at him for himself for messing up with the traverse. I hope he can get a grip on himself here, because he's by no means out of this game. Only one mistake doesn't mean you lose the game immediately. So just refocus and focus on what matters.
Did that ever happen to you where you were like in an important match and you just made a crucial mistake and that really threw off for the rest of the game, or do you usually are able to pick up yourself up after that?
Well, I rarely do mistakes, but when that happens, yeah, no, of course, yeah. I mean, I had to. That's wrestle with yourself in a way, and sort of just tell yourself, hey, you're human. You're just making mistakes. You're just bound to make mistakes. Oh, Andrea is hungry today. 7 food in play.
Mark drawing a card here is a Bosejo. That's an interesting one, but...
Yeah, he can activate this Raska one more time here to draw an additional card. He might activate the talent before doing so. Oh, he's going with the ley line, huh? I mean, Mengu's graveyard right now is just like a Blood Tithe and a Haywire Might.
But there's the 2 Scavenger talents that are already a level 2, so that can start milling a lot of cards as well.
Yeah, so Leyline of the Void is not like rest in peace, so the cards do stay in the graveyard. Mengucci activating in response in case he finds another cat. Heads up play.
Trying to mill as much cards as possible before this Leyline of the Void enters the battlefield.
And Mengucci can just activate Scavenger's Talent next turn and get that Haywire back out of the graveyard by sacrificing 3 food tokens. So that way he has an answer to the Leyline. Oh, a -3 here. And with that Bosejo in hand, I think I know what I'm going to see next. Bosejo is going to take out that talent, perhaps. And he's going to wait until Mengucci spends 3 mana to activate it. That is also pretty reasonable.
Drawing a card, what is it? Not exactly what Mengu really wanted to see here. A land there is not what he's looking for. But there's more possible draws with that Fountain Port in play as well. Three mana, and let's try to get that Scavenger talent now with level 3, but we do know where Mark has to answer that, and that's the Bosejo.
Yeah, so we are right now in Mengucci's second main phase. Before that goes on the stack. And Mengucci just letting it happen. Interesting. He could have milled Tobias, I guess. Milling yourself doesn't really do anything with Leyline in play. Well, this is turning out to be a very interesting game, but now one player does have talent and the other does not.
There's a Leyline of the Void on the battlefield as well.
Mengucci might have done a slight misstep. I mean, this was maybe difficult to anticipate, but he could have left the Fountain Port untapped here and then fetch up an untapped Swamp, so he's able to draw another card with that Fountain Port in this turn. Did Mengucci forget to attack? Oh, I suppose an attack doesn't do a whole lot here because he can just get back the cat, block, and then get a food, which turns out to be the same. So attacking it doesn't do anything.
What card does Mengucci need? Maybe an Igra would help him here?
Igra, Mayhem Devil, maybe another talent. Talent is honestly a great draw here still.
Deadly Dispute.
Deadly Dispute. Oh yeah, he has a lot of good top decks.
And now Mark Tobias is the one that has Scavenger talent at level 3.
But not enough fodder to sacrifice.
Not yet, at least. And Andrea does draw another land.
I mean, if it wouldn't be for that Fountain Port, Andrea would be looking not great, but he's drawing 2 cards per turn with that one.
Yeah, a lot of food to sacrifice. Cannot sacrifice the cat because of that ley line of the void there. Another Witch's Oven.
That's not a good one here.
Oven would be great if it wasn't, once again, not for that ley line there. And playing the land and passing.
But right now, Mark is... Oh, that was a big one. I think I just saw a Traverse. And yes, now Mark, double check, but you do have Delirium. He's going to make sure.
Now, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice.
Yeah, he's not going to... He actually
not fool me twice.
He actually has 5 types even. Look at that. Well, he's very close to winning this game now. He just needs to find another cat.
Look at that big cat there. Igra, Eater of All. Such a strong card. Attacking here with the cat. Cauldron Familiar.
I think Mark probably would have won this game already if he didn't have done that misplay with the Traverse. Because he would have kept the Traverse in hand, and at this point he would have gotten the cat and would just win the game. But he's in a commanding position here. But by no means this is over.
Sacrificing one of the foods with the Fountain Port to draw an additional card.
Oh, Mark is missing the Igra trigger. I mean, again, it's been a long, grueling day.
A lot of hours of Magic. We start to get tired. The players are getting tired as well.
Oh yeah.
It's a lot of hours, especially these decks. There's a lot of triggers in these decks, a lot of pressure being the feature match as well.
Someone in chat pointing out that Leyland doesn't make a trigger. That's actually something I didn't notice. Thank you, chat. So, Mark not missing a trigger. Tokens don't go to the graveyard. I guess, or yeah, I guess that's how it works.
So a bit of a nombo there, but...
I'm not actually sure. So we have some different opinions in the chat. In any case, the size of the Igra is not all that important if it's a 6/6 and 8/8.
It does not have trample.
Exactly. Andrea has some interesting choices here with Haymire White. He's thinking if he wants to do anything with this Witch's Oven on the stack. Potentially has to exile the Scavenger's talent here because that really is the scariest card. Because it does mill Mark, and milling means more looks at a second cat.
One cat in the graveyard already. We are looking for the second one. And now 2 counters there on the Igra.
So, funnily enough, the cat is a food now. So if Mark isn't careful, I believe Haywire could exile this cat So Mark doesn't have a sacrifice outlet in play right now, so this could be a tricky play. I'm not sure if it's correct, but I believe Haywire Might can target the cat now and exile it for good. But again, very tempting to also exile the Scavenger's Talent. I mean, it's the engine piece right now. It returns a permanent. It can return the Raska Golgari Queen. It can get a second Leyline into play.
And we have a look there at the exact wording of the Haywire Might.
Oh, you're right. It says non-creature. I always forget that. It only exiles non-creature. You're right about that. Thank you, chat.
Looks like that Haywire Might blocking the Igra there. And now we are paying the 1 mana to exile Leyline of the Void. But in response, we have the Boseiju on the cat, because it's also a food.
So turns out the other way is actually the way to go. Mark is preparing to exile this cat. Because of Leyline of the Void, the cat will go to exile.
And Andrea just letting that resolve to be able to get an extra land there.
Andrea checking if he gains 2 life, but because the Haywire Might only gains 2 life if it dies, and under Leyline, no life gain.
Honestly, what a game. So many cats being sacrificed, and things not looking too good for Mengucci here.
Yep.
We do have that Gilded Goose now, making another food token. And look at the amount of counters on that Igra. Oh, wow.
I think it should have 1 less counter, because he sacked a treasure. But this is a time-shifted match, so we can't fix that at this point.
Just go. Let's see what the top deck might be here for Andrea Mengucci. You really need something good to get out of this position. There's also the Fountain Port, which will allow him to get an extra draw. We see Giganta in end, the companion. But we have to draw here, so sacrificing that food token to be able to draw an additional card. That's a Bloodtide Harvester. Creating a blood token there and immediately using it to discard the Giganta and draw an additional card. Let's see what that card might be. It's a land. Not exactly what Andrea was hoping to see here.
I mean, he could have drawn Fable, yeah.
That's game. Mark Tobias advancing here, winning these quarterfinals and making into the semifinals of this Ultimate Guard Regional Championship. Great week, all week for Andrea Mengucci, but in the end, losing here in the quarterfinals. And Arne, tell us about this match. What did you think?
Amazing last game. That's what we're all here for. We want to see some really great magic. That was a drawn-out game. At one point, Mengucci looked like he was going to win, but then just a couple. Honestly, he had many good top decks, and she just really kept drawing land after land. But that's just how it goes sometimes. And congratulations to Andrea for making it all the way to the quarterfinals, and congratulations to Mark.
You know what I'm sure that Andrea is doing? I don't know if it's still or not Lorenzo playing, but definitely rooting for the teammate here. Lorenzo playing the same deck that taught him how to play this Giant Sacrifice deck, was his mentor throughout this process and influenced them to choose this deck for this regional championship.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's take a look at the bracket now, since we already have an update on how these quarterfinals went. So let's take a look at the top 8. Okay, so it looks like Lorenzo did win, so that means that Mengucci will be rooting for him. 2-1 against Danny. Then Sergio Jimenez also taking the win here against Max. We saw the other two, Stefan and Mark, making it into top 4. So what decks are we going to see in the top 4 here?
Lorenzo on Giant Sacrifice, Sergio Jimenez on Rakdos Demons, and then we have on the other bracket, we have Izzet Phoenix against Golgari Food.
So 4 different decks.
Yeah.
That's pretty sweet. That looks amazing, and we are going to be able to see all the matches left in the day, so that's super exciting. The next one is going to be a very important round. It's the semi-finals, meaning that the players that win the semi-finals will be qualified for the World Championship, the biggest tournament of the year.
Absolutely.
Cannot wait to see what players ended up qualifying that. And we are going now for a short break, and we'll be back now with the semi-finals.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We're here with the Ultimate Guard European Magic Series. Let me just quickly remind you what's going on. This is the Regional Championship in Lille. We're playing Pioneer and this is the semifinals. I'm here with Gabriel Nassif, the French Hall of Famer.
Oh, hey Martin.
And we are ready to start the semifinals between Lorenzo Terlizzi and Sergio Gimenez, who are the two players we have not seen in the quarterfinals so far. So they're going to be competing for the final slot, which comes with qualification for the World Championship.
Yeah, I believe Lorenzo defeated the matchup he's about to play, actually, Rakdos Demons. And Sergio had to defeat the Zor player.
Okay. Yeah, I think we've seen this matchup before. I think Sergio even said that he's not too happy to play it, that the sacrifice deck just, has the upper hand in the matchup, so it's going to be interesting seeing how it plays out. I think we're ready to go straight into action. There we go, turn 1 talent.
Yeah, Lorenzo hasn't lost a match in, 15 rounds now? He lost the very first round of the tournament. I was wondering if it's ever been done, lose round 1 of a tournament, a Pro Tour or Grand Prix type of event, and just win, 15, 16, 17 straight after that. Either way, it'd be pretty amazing. And yeah, not a great matchup historically, not a great matchup in the tournament. I will say Sergio's list is nicely set up for the matchup, especially after sideboard. Game 1's definitely going to be an uphill battle, though.
All right, perfect draw for our sacrifice player so far. Turn 1 talent, turn 2 Blood-Tide Harvester to curve out really nicely. So far, the Rakdos decks have been doing really well in our feature matches.
Yeah, Rakdos Demon had a really good showing, good win rate day 1. I'm assuming day 2 win rate has been good as well. Most represented deck in the top 8. And Sergio trying to rep for the Rakdos players.
Yeah, great curve for Sergio as well with his own 1-2 of Duress and Blood-Tide Harvester. Turn 3 for Lorenzo. He wastes no time trading the Harvesters with the ability. Makes a food token thanks to the talent. And turn 3 Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Look at that. Yeah, quite possibly, is it the best card in Standard? In Pioneer, is it Treasure Cruise?
I don't know. It's tough. Maybe it's just Scavenger's talent.
Maybe it is, yeah.
That card just seems to pull out of nowhere. You don't have much going on, and all of a sudden the game's just over.
I like how Fable just allows you to keep so many different opening hands. It allows you to discard, death cards in certain matchups that you haven't been able to use, Fatal Push against control or drawing discard spells later in the game and turn them into more gas. 5 lands, Fable, and something you can play in the first couple of turns is always a keep. So that card has been absolutely amazing for me so far. Also, the same on Sergio's side. Turn 3 Fable. So both players with the perfect curve so far.
Yeah, probably not at the advantage of the Rakdos Demon player. You're hoping for the John Sacrifice deck to stumble, because if it draws well, you're just going to lose game 1 most of the time. One thing to note in Sergio's list, no Archfiend of the Dross in the main, so no ways to kind of stop the combo. Obviously, Terlizzi has Fatal Push to get rid of that card, but that would be one of the cards that could maybe stop the Sacrifice deck from doing its thing.
All right, we see Lorenzo, who is, by the way, apparently Andrea Mengucci's mentor with the John Sacrifice deck. Andrea said he wanted to try something different. He's never played Sacrifice before, and Lorenzo is one of his friends who taught him how to play his deck, and they both ended up making top 8, which is really impressive.
Yeah, Mengu lost in the quarters. He actually, the only way to stop the Sacrifice deck was just another Sacrifice deck in the hands of Mark Tobias. That's what it took for Mengu to lose in this tournament.
So Lorenzo swings with that Goblin Shaman token, represented by who else than Andrea Mengucci. Makes a treasure token, and I think he's about to level the talent to level 2. Talk to me about the talent. Why is it so important in the Jun deck?
It just has 3 relevant abilities, and they all work nicely towards your goal of looping 2 cats with Igra. You you know, get a few permanents with the first level, but where it starts really adding up is level 2, you get to self-mill, so you get to dig towards the cats in the Hydra, and level 3 means you don't even have to draw your combo pieces, all you have to do is mill them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and meanwhile, Lorenzo was able to assemble the Witch's Oven plus Cauldron Familiar combo.
Yeah, he's got...
So he's got the whole setup, right?
Yeah, it doesn't look very fair right now. Sergio, a couple copies of Torch the Tower and an Anoint with Affliction in his main deck, but not very useful once there's an Oven in play.
It's going to be interesting seeing how Lorenzo manages to play around some of these exile removal spells, like Torch the Tower, if he's going to, you know, go for all the loops with Witch's Oven, if he's going to try to play around some of these removal spells by keeping the Witch's Oven up.
Yeah, it's a calculated risk. I'm assuming Lorenzo's not going to lose his cat to an exile removal spell unless he really doesn't care.
So, Sergio, turn 4, Fable Ghost is the second chapter. What is he looking at? I see a couple of lands, there's a Fable.
I'm going to go ahead and guess he's looking at his hand and he's thinking none of these cards do anything.
Wait, I think he actually kept everything.
He's like, well,
Fable tokens attacking?
There's
Okay.
nothing good to draw in my deck in game 1 anyway, so why even bother?
Wow, that is brutal. All right, so Cat is chomping the Goblin Shaman. There's a treasure made for Sergio in the process. And now, yeah, I think Lorenzo is in the tank. Do I want to sacrifice the cat? Leave it in the graveyard, bring it back later, you know, make it killable with one of the exile removal spells. I just want to let it die. A lot of options. Looks like he's about, oh no, never mind. Yeah, looks like he's about to let it die. So the cat hits the graveyard. There's a food token.
That's from the basic level of the talent. First time each turn, I believe. Creature dies, you get a food token.
Sergio plays land number 4. He's got options. There's a Shieldred, I think. There's a second Fable. No, that's a Fatal Push, never mind. Second Fable of the Mirrorbreaker. So Sergio's working on getting some resource advantage, getting ahead on mana thanks to the treasures, setting himself up for being able to dig deeper into his deck with the second chapter next turn. What are the cards Sergio is looking for? Is it the flyers? Like, is his best shot just kind of playing a couple of demons in a row and flying over the cat? Or, you know, how does the game look like when the Ragda's demons deck win?
I feel like it's games where he gets some discard spells and disrupts the John Sacrifice draw, and the Sacrifice draw just has that awkward, you know, combination of cards that don't really do anything on their own, and you're missing pieces. But that's clearly not the case this game. And there's honestly not much you can hope for. The demon is nice, it does fly over, but it is 5 mana, so we're not even at that point yet, and the game might just be over by then. Talent on level 2 means that every time he sacrifices a permanent, he gets to mill some more. So he needs to like keep doing what he's doing, you know, use his mana, try to push for some damage, get on the board, and just hope that, you know, maybe there's some kind of really good variance, and all of the all of Lorenzo's key cards are at the bottom, you know, 5-10 cards of his deck.
Yeah, I think Sergio did have the option of playing.
I am gonna look like a fool if Lorenzo ends up losing that game, though, after saying pretty much the entire time how hopeless it was for Sergio. I don't mind though.
All right, so Goblin Shaman attacks for Lorenzo. Sergio decides to trade, so Lorenzo's up a treasure token, setting up for the future level 3 talent. Looks like Lorenzo's doing some math.
The classic tapping finger on the table.
Yeah, that's never a good feeling if you're on the other side of that. Just a reminder here, both players, this is a semifinal, so both players are fighting for that final spot, which comes with a qualification slot for the World Championship next year.
Yeah, arguably a more important match than the finals itself, honestly.
Exactly. Both finalists. If it's anything like the World Tournament 2 weeks ago in Vegas, that was $1 million tournament. So that's a pretty cool tournament to qualify for. It's like Lorenzo has access to a Mayhem Devil in his hand, which already is going to be able to do quite a lot of damage with all the treasures and food he has in play.
Yeah, it might be that kind of scenario where Lorenzo just is in a good spot, but he's trying to figure out how he, closes the door shut as fast as possible, and really doesn't give Serio any kind of window to win this game.
I think I would have been tempted if I was Sergio to play the Demon by the Unholy Annex last turn, just to kind of start, getting in there. But the second Fable is certainly going to help him, dig deeper into his deck, maybe find some more ways to disrupt Lorenzo.
He might have hoped that one of the few ways he wins is that maybe Lorenzo mets up, maybe he gets him with a double removal spell, maybe he expects one but not the second one, something like that.
Yeah, this does allow to let him keep open mana for the removal spells. There's the Mayhem Devil and another talent. I think there might be a trigger on the stack from sacrificing the treasure to help cast the talent. In response, looks like. We're going to see a Fatal Push, which should have revolved because there was a trade of the 2 Goblin Shaman tokens in combat. In response to that, looks like Lorenzo is sacrificing food to bring a cat into play from the graveyard. To which Sergio says, all right, give me a second. Yeah, so there's a 1 damage on the stack trigger from sacrificing the treasure. There's also the talents on the stack. The Fatal Push is on the stack. The cat is coming back to play. That's also on the stack. Now Sergio is responding by sacking a treasure himself. That also triggers the Mayhem Devil. So that's another point of damage. Lorenzo says, shoot you. So Sergio goes to 15 and casts a Towards the Tower, sacrificing his Goblin Shaman, killing the Kikijiki Reflection. That's another sacrifice trigger. So Sergio goes to 14. Still, there's 17 more effects on the stack, so we'll see what ends up happening at the end of this. Good luck trying to figure out who ends up with how much life.
Yeah, the players seem confused what Ori's.
So it looks like everything's about to die except for the cat that comes back. And Sergio is down to 1 card. All right, now the talent resolves. I think Lorenzo's pretty happy about this exchange, right? He managed to get all the removal out of Sergio's hand. He managed to get the Towards the Tower out of his hand. Obviously, he doesn't have access to Mayhem Devil anymore, but as long as he's milling himself with the talents, I think he's going to be pretty happy.
I was about to say that does not look like it was a great sequence for Sergio, but there's really not much he can do.
Yeah, I mean, he can't really afford to let that Mayhem Devil be on the battlefield because with all the sacrifice outlets Lorenzo has, that would be a pretty quick end for Sergio in a couple turns.
For sure.
It's like we have an Unholy Annex in hand. There it is, and I think Sergio goes for the Ritual Chamber. So there's the 6/6 Demon. And I think Sergio just says, all right, well, I'm not going to win the card advantage game. How about I just put in a big demon into play and try to attack for a couple turns? Now Lorenzo sees that the ghost is clear, no more cards in Sergio's hand, so he's going to sack the cat, end of turn, into the Witch's Oven, trigger the talent, leave it in the graveyard. All right, draw a card. Anything exciting in the graveyard? I think I only see a Mayhem Devil. But I mean, that's not too bad, right?
No, honestly, the first thing you think when you think for level of talent is bringing back the combo, but sometimes just bringing back Devil. I saw a game where Lorenzo was playing against the White-Green Company deck, and he brought back Devil, he brought back Harvester, and kind of gained value that way, and that was good enough to win the game.
All right, Cat comes back. Now, Lorenzo's milling himself with the talent triggers.
Second Cat secured, just missing Hydra.
Sacrifices another food. Another Cat comes into play. That drains Sergio down to 11, I think. Sacrifices another food. There's a Mayhem Devil, but no Igra yet. Okay. 11 life, 2 loops of Witch's Oven available to Lorenzo. Is he going to keep sacking stuff? He is. Yeah, I think he is digging for that Igra. Sacrifices the Cat one more time.
Yeah, he's not in a terribly risky situation. He's still
at number 3.
25 life. Sergio nowhere near to lethal next turn.
Makes some food tokens, brings the Cat back. There's the Igra. Is this gonna be enough? Level the talent up to 3, sacrifice some non-land permanents, bring back the Igra, and with the 2 Cats, that's gonna be lethal. So Lorenzo takes game number 1 with a pretty good draw against Sergio, who wasn't able really to put together too much, in the air that would be able to fly over the Cats. And yeah, that was kind of just a great showing of the sacrifice deck and why it's perhaps so well positioned in the metagame.
Yeah, not much he could do. Lorenzo didn't stumble, had turn 3 failable, was able to just set up his game plan, and there was nothing relevant Sergio could do in these few turns he had. But
all right,
things might change.
Yeah, let's take a look at the sideboarding. So if you're Sergio, looking at your Rakdos Demons deck, you need to improve your deck in some way, right? You need to make some changes to have a much better shot in game 2. What is Sergio looking at?
He's looking at 4 copies of Unlicensed Hearts, the full 4. He's looking at 2 Hitotsugu Consumes All, just an amazing card in the matchup. Potentially another Torch the Tower, a Reckoner Bankbuster if he wants to really play the grindy game. Maybe the rest, maybe even Invoke Despair to get rid of some of the enchantments if he feels like he can afford to have such expensive cards in his deck. And he also has 2 copies of Archfiend of the Dross, but Lorenzo, kind of a tricky build, 1 copy of Heartless Act in his main deck. So are you willing to gamble, Are you willing to bring in the Archfiend and just potentially lose to a Heartless Act on the spot? That'll be interesting to see if we see that card, but once again, I'm surprised to see 2 copies of Hitotsugu, a bit like, Adriano Moscato had these 2 copies of the Saga as well, and it's really narrow. It's mostly good against Sacrifice, but I guess these Rakdos players, they did their mapping, they're in and out for the cyber. They're like, you know what, I have enough cards for most of the more common matchups. I'm just going to dedicate these 2 slots to the John Sacrifice matchup, a really bad matchup, and maybe that card can carry me.
Yeah, I think this might also be on the back of the results of the regional championship in South America last week, where I believe we saw 3 copies of John Sacrifice in the top 8. So perhaps a lot of players, took note of that, realized that John Sacrifice is perhaps going to be a lot more popular here in Lille than it was previously, because I think I read Frank's Metagame Mentor article this week, and it was about just 2% of the field. But clearly it was a great choice with both Lorenzo and Andrea making the top 8 as I think the first and second seed. Plus we also had Mark Tobias, who is playing Green-Black Sacrifice.
Yeah. And on Lorenzo's side, we have access to Thoughtseize potentially, a couple Haywire Mites, even though that one can be a little awkward against Unlicensed Hearts. He has Obnixilis if he wants to play a bit of a different game. His own Hearse, not especially good against Rakdos Demons, a bunch of removal spells. So yeah, mostly do I want Thoughtseize to try and get rid of these really powerful sideboard hate cards Sergio has.
I'm looking at the top 8 player surveys. Looks like Sergio, 28 years old, coming from Spain, qualified via an RCQ. And as a team, we felt this deck was the strongest option for the field, Rakdos Demons. And the best card of the weekend for him was Annex, because the value engine and the 6/6 body is just too powerful. It's true that the 6/6 body is especially powerful against these Phoenix decks, which have cards like Lightning Axe dealing 5. You know, there's a lot of cards like a lot of the other burn spells that you have to combine at least 2 of them to kill a 6/6. So that was pretty good for him. Lorenzo Terlizzi, 20 years old, you know, one of the up-and-comers coming up from Italy. He qualified with a PT invite. So if you manage to qualify for a Pro Tour, it comes with the Regional Championship invite as well. And he did top 8 Worlds 2023. And also the last Regional Championship he played in Athens 23, also with the Sacrifice deck. So clearly Lorenzo knows what he's doing.
I was thinking, he said up-and-comer. I was like, didn't he top 8 Worlds already? Like, is that still considered up-and-comer?
Yeah, I mean, at 20 years old, having these results, that's really cool. So he says that the Sacrifice deck is his pet deck, and also because it's actually busted in the format. What was your best card of the weekend? It was Cauldron Familiar. Key card of the deck. The deck deals consistent amount of damage every turn, plus it's a cute cat.
Yeah, it's hard to pick one card when you're playing kind of a high synergy combo deck. But everyone loves the cat, loves the Cauldron Familiar.
All right, quick reminder: we're playing the semifinals, which means that the winner of this match and the winner of the other semifinals is gonna be in the finals, which comes with a qualification for the World Championship later next year. And if it's anything like the one 2 weeks ago, that was $1 million tournament.
All right, the players are shuffling. I think Sergio took a little longer to figure out how he wanted to sideboard. You can assume Lorenzo is super ready for that matchup.
Yeah.
Probably he's played it a bunch of times already this weekend and done quite well. Uphill battle for the Spanish players, but he came prepared, and you know, we didn't get to see a real sideboard game between Moscato and I can't remember who the Sacrifice player was, and then you know, he got stuck on the land, so we didn't get to see what happened when the Rakdos Demon players draws a bunch of hate and has a decent draw.
So the top 8 matches are untimed, but obviously the players are still expected to play, you know, with a reasonable pace. So I would say it is about time they start getting ready for the second game.
Yeah, the judges don't enforce these rules very often. I think I had one of my top 8s where
there he is.
One of my top 8 PT top 8s where the judges seriously considered just kind of giving me a game loss, and I think I would have decided the match because I was playing a little too slowly. But
no, that never happened.
I'm glad they didn't. No, they said they were like, I mean, between what they say and what they would be willing to do, clearly it's, you know, you never know, but they considered it.
Which one of the 11 top 8s was that?
I don't remember.
Yeah. Sick Brax, I don't even remember anymore. All right, looks like both players are getting ready for game 2. Sergio is going to be on the play with his Rakdos Demons deck.
Yeah, looks like a couple lanes at least, an unlicensed hearse. Imagining that's going to be a keep for both players.
All right, now the judge gives them the go-ahead, and turn 1 duress from Sergio. What does he see? There's a Deadly Dispute, 3/4 lands. There is the Heartless Act and a Fable of the Mirror Breaker. So yeah, the Heartless Act, as you mentioned, that's a great answer to the Archfiend of the Draws, because you can just remove the counters and instantly win. What do you like to take here?
Depends on the hand. I would guess Fable or Deadly Dispute. Maybe just a Fable, I would assume, since he doesn't have anything stacked to dispute yet, unless you have another discard spell and maybe you start with the cheaper spell.
All right, Sergio goes for the Fable, agrees with you. That leaves Lorenzo with not a lot of action. 5 lands, Deadly Dispute, and a removal spell. So kind of a reactive hand. He's going to hope to draw something like a Cauldron Familiar or some other sacrifice fodder for the Deadly Dispute.
I think there's actually an Archfiend of the Dross in Sergio's hand.
Oh my God, you're right. Yeah, but now that, you know, he saw it with the duress, I was I would expect him to play around that one.
That'll be a little awkward if that's how this match ends.
That would be awkward. So turn 2 unlicensed Hearse, which is great at keeping Lorenzo's graveyard at bay. Exiles the Fable back to Sergio. Land number 3, I can only imagine that's going to be a Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Yeah, just great start. The Res Hearse Fable.
There we go. Creates
starts
the Goblin Shaman token. Interesting decision for Lorenzo. I think now that your opponent knows about the Heartless Act, seems pretty reasonable to use it on the Goblin Shaman token, because yeah, it is pretty unlikely they're going to run the Archfiend into the open Heartless Act. And turn 3 Giganta into Lorenzo's hand. Yeah, pretty unimpressive so far.
Yeah, I saw Mengu said Giganta was his best card, but I didn't see Giganta do much all weekend at all, whether it was for the Jund deck or for the Ragdos Pros deck. If anything, it's usually a bad sign when you have time to cast Giganta.
And now Sergio just runs out the Archfiend, so let me take a quick look how many Heartless Acts are there.
Pretty sure the coast is clear, unless there's some weird regrowth effect that I missed. Yeah, no, Sergio's good, and he's in a commanding spot this game.
Just 1 in the 75. Lorenzo plays a Witch's Oven, immediately use it as a sack fodder for the Deadly Dispute. Draws 2 cards, creates a treasure, plays another tap land, and passes the turn.
Yeah. Under tons of pressure. Not going to be assembling the combo anytime soon with the Hearse in play. Lorenzo in a really, really bad spot, and we can see the, you know, it's kind of a combination of the sacrifice deck stumbling a bit, getting picked apart, and on top of that, Sergio having access to some sideboard cards.
All right, how about the Unholy Annex or Ritual Chamber play here? What do you like? Just another demon?
Doesn't matter what I like. Looks like Sergio likes the demon, and then looks good to me.
Yeah, just jam some flyers. Lorenzo floods out, and that's it.
Fast, yeah.
That was a very quick game too.
20-minute game 1, 2-minute game 2.
So this is what it looks like when the Demons deck wins.
Yeah, when it goes well for one side and poorly the other side. There's like other extreme.
A little bit of disruption. 2 giant flyers.
Yeah, I guess the difference is it goes much faster when the Ragdos Demon side wins. Because I feel like in some ways game 1, sure it took 20 minutes, but it felt like the game was more or less over after turn 4, turn 5. Just took a little while.
Let me take a quick look at Lorenzo's path through the tournaments. Lorenzo actually lost round 1. That's impressive, because Lorenzo is 13-1-1 right now, or 14-1-1, whatever that is. He lost round 1 and has not lost since. And the deck he lost to was Orzhov Demons. After that, his path through the tournament was a win against Ragdos Demons, Celestia Angels, Izzet Phoenix, Enigmatic Incarnations, Azorius Humans, Izzet Phoenix, Ragdos Transmogrify, which, by the way, Frank Carson highlighted earlier. The John Transmogrify deck won the RC in New Zealand/Australia.
That list looks so cool with the 3 different big targets. You can potentially just, I want to try that deck when I get home.
Yeah. Round 9, win against the Quintorius combo, another Ragdos Demons, Izzet Phoenix, John Sacrifice, Celestia Company, and a draw intentionally in round 4 against Ragdos Demons. And then, quarterfinals Ragdos Demons, semifinals Ragdos Demons. Do you remember the metagame breakdown? I think Phoenix was the most played deck, but if you added up both Demons, Mono Black, and Ragdos, I think we got to a little bit over that.
It was 16% Phoenix, 13% Ragdos Demon. There was very little Mono Black midrange, but yeah, probably if you add up Mono Black midrange, Orzhov midrange, which is mostly Mono Black splashing card like Vanishing Verse and Rest in Peace. You might be right that the black midrange decks were the most popular decks in the format.
Anything that surprised you this weekend, or what deck would you personally chose to play?
I think the biggest surprise for me is I expected Phoenix to perform a bit better than just stone 50-50. I guess I was surprised Company did so well on day 1 after the talking to the French players telling me they thought that the deck was basically unplayable. So going into the tournament, I thought the Company deck was actually decent.
Okay.
and I thought Prowess was kind of unimpressive, but it was fairly popular. Didn't do especially well, so no big surprise really. Besides that, and even though 550 players is decent sized tournament, the variance is so huge. We were talking about how that company deck got paired against Lotus combo, best possible matchup 15 times. That seems way above expectation, and you've got a few things that happen like that, and you get super skewed results.
Yeah, I think to be perfectly fair to the company deck, we've mostly seen it in the feature matches play against the decks with a lot of removal, and that just didn't really seem like a great matchup. But back to the third game of the semis, Lorenzo starts with a turn 1 Witch's Oven. I think both players were able to keep their opening 7-card hands, so let's see who's going to be able to come out on top. I think Sergio has a pretty decent hand with a turn 2 Harvester, turn 3 Fable. So exactly what his deck wants to do. Lorenzo passes turn 2 with no play.
Yeah, it could be a really tense game. We saw how fast it went in game 2, how fast things can slip out of hand for the sacrifice players. Definitely a little scary. I'd be a little nervous as Lorenzo after taking such a beating.
Wow, end of turn Deadly Dispute sacrificing that Witch's Oven. That can be a good sign.
I don't mind it. You're on the play. You're up on, you get that treasure, you kind of cycle through a few cards, shaping up your hand. It's not necessarily a terrible sign.
And Lorenzo is now the first person to play his Fable of the Mirror Breaker, so he does get a Shaman token, again represented by his friend Andrea Mengucci. Sergio wastes no time, sacks that Blood Tide Harvester, gets rid of the token, plays his own Fable, and passes the turn. Yeah, so pretty good so far for Sergio.
Yeah, decent start for both players. You're right that the fact that he had to jump through, a few hoops in the first couple turns meant he didn't have that impactful turn to play, whereas Sergio had the Harvester, so he's got that Shaman left behind, whereas Lorenzo is just has a Fable.
I would also be pretty disappointed to lose a Witch's Oven this early, because it is one of your ways to protect the cat from the exile removal spells like Torch the Tower.
True, it is also way less exciting when you're facing Hearst, when you're facing the Saga. So in some ways you're even hedging against, potential devastating Saga. And
wow.
We haven't seen Hydra kind of just take over as a body yet, mostly, through the combo. And
yeah, there's the reason why Lorenzo perhaps used that Deadly Dispute on turn 2 to create that extra treasure, which now allows him to play Igra on turn 4, a little bit ahead of schedule. Sergio now is on his second chapter of Fable, deciding what to discard.
Yeah, the ward cost is not the biggest deal, sacking a food, since your own creatures are turned into food, but does Sergio even has a Doomblade here? Does he have a removal for the Hydra, or is the card just going to take over? We see Thoughtseize, we see Torch the Tower, we see an Annex. Looks like he's discarding a land Thoughtseize. I don't see anything that can get rid of an Hydra right now.
That was a Black-Red duel, and Thoughtseize discarded one land and another Annex for Sergio. Don't think that was what he was looking for.
Definitely not. He does have, follow-up Fable, maybe an Annex, activate Mutavault for some life drain, but the Hydra looking pretty scary.
All right, so Sergio decides to play the resource game again, plays a Fable, gets another Goblin Shaman token. Now, if Lorenzo wants to attack, Sergio would be able to get more treasures next turn. So he's able to develop his own board this way. But as we saw in game 1, that's not exactly how Ragdas Demons win this matchup.
Yeah, I do like that decision though over the Annex. You're way higher impact in the short term. You get that extra body. You get to dig deeper right away. So I think that's the right play. No idea if it's going to be enough. Kind of hard to see what Lorenzo has.
Or there's Scavenger's Talent. So now Lorenzo, all he wants to do is just start milling himself and find the 2 cats, which would complete the combo. But we know that Sergio has a couple of graveyard hate cards out of the sideboard.
Feels like Lorenzo has a decent bit going for him. He's got the Fable that might start copying card like Harvester. He's got Talon in play. He's at Hydra that's threatening a lot of damage.
Wow, and level up to 2 and Igra smashes for 6. So Lorenzo wants to play the damage raise game, which I guess it's pretty easy to do when you have a creature that, you know, ends up being 16/16 3 turns from now.
Yeah, Lorenzo representing Deadly Dispute here by playing Talon pre-combat and leveling it up, kind of giving himself the option to maybe sack his flipped Fable to Deadly Dispute, pump the Hydra, get some more damage in.
Wow, and Sergio blocks with his Fable token.
That could be a disaster if Lorenzo does have the Dispute, which he's repping.
And cast the Torture Tower, targeting the Kiki Reflection. He does have the Dispute. Wow. All right, lots of triggers on the stack. Igrit triggers, get 2 extra counters. Now you have the Talent. Middle 2 cards. Then you're going to resolve the Deadly Dispute. Get yourself a treasure token. Draw 2. So it looks like Lorenzo's getting his own engine online.
It does feel like that was someone telegraphed, but maybe Celio noticed and still felt like he didn't have a choice, even though it obviously doesn't look like a great trade.
Yeah, this just really doesn't look like a great matchup for the Demons deck, does it?
I think after sideboard, it's probably fine. You know, the Demons deck might even be slightly favored. But you're basically going to start out, you know, down a game.
Wow, that was a Hidetsugu consumes all. Let me put that up on the screen real quick. That could be the turning point.
It is a good card in the matchup. Does it matter here, though? You do get rid of a talent, a couple tokens. Very nice. You still have kind of, not quite the Abyss yet, not quite a creature you have to chump block every turn.
Yeah, I guess it does kind of slowly turn into the Abyss.
And it is possible that you could just stabilize with Reflection, you know, flip Reflection, just start chump blocking every turn that you draw. Sure, it grows, it becomes a 20/20, but no trample.
All right, options for Sergio. He does have the Saga. He does have, I think, 2 copies of Unholy Annex. What he doesn't have is Time.
Note that the Saga kills his own token, right? That's still a Shaman token, the proxy.
Yes.
Yeah. And I guess the Blood token too. Not a huge deal, but it's not like it's a one-sided affair, the Saga.
All right, decisions for Sergio.
Tough spots.
He does have the option of deploying both if he attacks with the Goblin first to make a treasure. Looks like his second chapter of the Fable allowed him to discard one of the annexes. Goblin Shaman attacks. Sergio gets a treasure token. I think Lorenzo is pretty unimpressed. I'll take 2. You know, I have a 10/10 on the battlefield. No big deal. Sag the treasure. I think Sergio is thinking about playing the Hidetsugu here. I mean, he doesn't really have a lot of other options.
Yeah, he has 2 Annex and a Hidetsugu. He can play, you know, any combination of these cards. Let's see what he goes for.
Land number 5. It goes for the Unholy Annex. Okay. So a little bit of card advantage. Activate Mutavault and go to the end of turn. So draws a card. Passes the turn back to Lorenzo.
Does feel a little underwhelming of a turn. He was maybe worried that if he tapped out for double Annex, he might just die to a removal spell and die to E-draw. Same deal if he goes for the Saga plus Annex play. Might just leave himself dead on board.
Lorenzo has already one cat in hand, so all he needs is a second cat, right? Can you walk us through the combo?
It's pretty straightforward. Once you have Idra in play and you have 2 cats, you basically have lethal.
So they both turn into food, and then you can loop them out of the graveyard?
Yeah, basically. I think the only way would be lethal if you had to cast them both and you have Summon Insignis and you have no ways to get the first one in the graveyard. No sack outlet, no cat already in graveyard. No ways to discard it from your hand.
Yeah, looks like Lorenzo might be pretty close to assembling the combo here.
Yeah, because what Idra does turns your cat in play into a food. So you sack it to bring back the one that's in the graveyard, and you keep going, just looping the 2 cats.
So Lorenzo starts with a Blood-Tide Harvester, gets himself a blood token, uses that to ditch the cat, mill himself for 2, and draws another land, looking for that second cat.
Yeah, just huge sweat for Sahil. Like every mill could be his last one.
Yeah. Land number 6.
Winner of this game goes to the World Championship.
Yeah. Plus, don't forget, the winner of the actual tournament here gets $20,000 and a title of the European champion. 3 mana talent level up to 3. Now Lorenzo has the decision. Does he want to attack with the Igra? Does he want to just pass the turn? Oh no, never mind. All right, Igra attacks first. Let's go.
10-10 for now. Not quite lethal, and probably no way to make it lethal.
How many answers does Sergio actually have to a 10-10 creature in his deck?
Good question. He has 2 go for the throat in the main deck.
Okay, he's not going to kill it with a Fatal Push.
Nope. And after sideboard, he has a Feed the Swarm that's probably not coming in this matchup, and potentially an Extinction Event.
Wow, so it's just the 2 go for the throats, essentially, and maybe an event?
Yeah, I guess that's Invoke Despair in very specific scenarios, but he does have Force Slasher. I don't know if he keeps these in. Okay. They're really bad against the cat. They're decent blockers for Idra. Not sure that's how you want to approach the matchup and be like, okay, be so defensive and have a card to Chumbla or to
planning for when you already have Igra in play. That's not a good way to try to solve the matchup.
I'll say the Slasher does get better when you have Graveyard Hate because you actually have ways to get rid of the cat, so it might actually be, effective and add up in the long run.
So look like Lorenzo did level up the talent to 3.
What do you think is a player's win rate once they start tapping the table with their finger?
Yeah, probably like 95%.
In the history of Magic, when a player has started tapping the table with their finger, doing some quick math, how often have they won the game?
Yeah, you're either super far ahead or you're super far behind, and you're trying to find the Hail Mary. Wow, he's actually activating the talent, sacrificing a food token, a Blood-Tide Harvester, and I think a treasure.
Yeah. Is he going to have a food left in play to start the loop if he ever melts the second cat?
Gets himself a food token, a blood token from...
I would assume
he brings back the Harvester. Okay, so he brings back a Harvester.
And I believe the 6-sided dice is to... symbolize the finality counter. I believe that's what the talent does. You bring back a permanent, but it does have that finality counter, which means that if it goes to your graveyard again, it is exiled.
Then put Scavenger's talent on the screen real quick so you know exactly what it's doing. He does have the Blood-Tide Harvester, but the 6 cards he milled did not have a second cat in there. So he's just forced to pass the turn.
Yeah, Saya on taps to live another day, live another turn.
Right, Fable flips. What do we have? 2 lands, Fable. Oh, it's 2 lands, Hitotsugu, and another Annex.
Correct. Blood token at the disposal too, if he wants to try and cycle for one of his cards.
What's Sergio's plan here? Is he just kind of hoping that Lorenzo bricks in the next couple of turns? Is he trying to play the card advantage game?
I think one of his plans could be to try and find some graveyard hate and just neutralize Hydra with Fable. You could obviously try and find a removal spell, but even if he finds a removal spell for Hydra, it does feel like he needs an answer to that talent.
Lorenzo is also at 12.
Yeah, I was going to mention that. That's 2 hits of a Flying Demon, potentially.
You also, with double Kiki Reflection, there's that little fireball trick, right? You can do at the end of your opponent's turn. You can kind of copy the reflections, copy each other. So for every mana you have, you end up with an extra reflection that's going to live through your opponent's turn. And then you can attack with quite a lot of damage next turn, but looks like...
Yeah, that can be a lot of damage, especially if you make a bunch of reflections on tap and then you start, with these reflections, start copying a 6/6 Flying Demon. All of a sudden you have, potentially, I don't know, 30, 40, 50 points of damage in the air.
So the Hidetsugu consumes all, hits the battlefield, and now we're going to see what happens.
Yeah, that is...
Lorenzo's going to have some response.
Step 1. It's honestly not looking terrible for Sergio right now, but...
Yeah, the fact that Lorenzo bricked on finding the second CAD by milling,
all it takes is 1 CAD, and you can tell the way Lorenzo's flipping these cards that he's just trying to summon that second CAD to the top of his deck.
Yeah, I think Lorenzo milled about quarter and maybe or even third of his deck in the last couple turns. He's about 30 cards deep, so pretty reasonable chance he finds a second CAD. He brings it back into play by sacking a food, so there's going to be the 1 life point of drain.
Yeah, it is possible he trims some of these cats. It's possible he doesn't have all 4 in his deck after sideboard, because as good as the combo is, it is a card that just goes to close to 0 once Sergio has a hers going.
Yeah, this game is actually a lot more exciting than I think I gave it credit for originally. Like early on, it just looked like Lorenzo was going to be able to find the combo, win really quickly. But the last couple mills have not been super kind to him.
Yeah, no, that game's been really tense. The first 2 games were one-sided affairs, and we get a really kind of a nail biter for that third game.
All right, so Cat comes back, Hidetsugu consumes all, hits the battlefield. Now the Shaman token's gonna die, the Talon's gonna die. All the tokens, the Cat is gonna die as well. Or?
I'm not sure what Lorenzo is asking here. Because the Cat is back in the yard, but the other permanents are still in play.
Yeah, it looks like we have a judge question.
A little sub-game of, can we figure out what the judge call is about?
All right, Detective Nassif, can you figure out what this is about? There's a cat in the graveyard, so clearly Lorenzo's asking about something with the Hidetsugu and the cat.
Hidetsugu says, destroy each non-land permanent with mana value 1 or less.
Yeah, that should kill all the tokens, that should kill the cat, that should kill Talent, blood tokens. I think maybe perhaps the question is about the Kiki Reflection, because when you flip the Fable, you get sort of a token. But I think the mana value of that is the mana value of whatever is on the front of the card.
Yeah, Lorenzo would know that the Fable is a free mana permanent. All right. Looks like Lorenzo got the answer he asked for. Maybe it was, maybe he was asking how many counters the Hydra gets, if there's something a little confusing about that situation.
I think that what the judges are telling me is that Lorenzo's asking if there is an option for him to still take something back and like play things a little bit differently. If there's an option, if there's still a window where he gets to maybe change a decision. But I think the judge just said that this was not possible. So we're gonna resolve the saga here. The first chapter is gonna destroy everything. And now the question might be, I have both a creature in play and a talent on level 3. Does that mean when both of those go in the graveyard at the same time, do I get to make myself mill 2 more cards? That I believe is the question right now.
Or no, maybe he's asking about the food token from the very first ability.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is those like abrupt decay or rest in peace. Do I get to put the abrupt decay in the graveyard? Does it get exiled? How does that work?
Yeah, the fatal push on Voidwalker.
Yeah.
Versus lightning bolts on Voidwalker. Somehow it's not the same.
Yes.
Not the same result. One gets exiled, one goes to the graveyard.
And it's certainly better to ask the judge. I always ask a judge. I'm always like, okay, this is why you're here. Please help me out.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Our crowd, look at Arna.
Arna sleeping in the feature match area, getting ready for the finals.
He's
Is
there.
Peter.
Arna looking good, look at that. Old dress shirt. All right, back to the game. The head judge, he wants to be part of the top 8 too. Get some calls,
all right,
some ruling.
Yeah, let's see what the ruling is. So looks like the ruling is when the Hidetsugu ability resolves, destroying all the non-land permanents with mana value 1 or less, it destroys the cat and the talon. But as a result, Lorenzo still gets to make the food token, which actually is quite relevant because now he has an easy way to bring the cat back at the end of turn or later on if he finds the second one to start his combo.
Yeah, I agree. You never know. You do have the Harvester, that's a food, but it has a finale counter, and you wouldn't mind.
Wow, is that a go for the throat?
Oh, it actually is.
Is this game? Is Sergio turning this around?
Sergio looks like in a decent spot.
So one play Sergio has available is one of the reflection can copy the other. That would give him, an extra creature, which is food. And if he wants to kill the Igra, he has an extra food lying around that he can sacrifice without really costing him too many resources.
Yeah, the question is, does he want to get rid of it right away? Can he afford to wait and see potentially? Ideally, it would be nice to scoop up that Idra with the second trigger of the saga, exiling all graveyards. Make sure it's really tough for Lenzo to ever reassemble the full combo, but yeah, it's starting to look better and better for the
Wow, yeah. So Sergio activates the Kiki reflection, makes another copy. So exactly what we just said. I'm gonna make myself a token, target your Igra. I have to pay the ward ability, so I'm gonna sacrifice my food, which is the new token. Your 40/40 creature, whatever it was, is now in the graveyard. And Lorenzo is actually down to a cat and a Blood-Tide Harvester and 1 card in hand.
Does have access to Giganta. I'm not sure how relevant that is. That is a Mayhem Devil, though.
Oh, no, never mind. He actually has 4 cards in hand.
Yeah, a Devil. Is that an oven? That'd be quite good. Lorenzo playing it close to the chest, kind of having a hard time figuring out what he has in hand.
What an exciting game. This has been really back and forth. I thought Lorenzo had this locked up 4 turns ago.
I feel like this game has been quite close the whole time. It did look like Lorenzo was pulling ahead, especially with that deleted suit player in spots of the bargain. That felt like quite a good trade for the Italian player, but Celio keeping up. It also did look like Celio was somewhat breaking. He was discarding Annex, drawing more Annex, lands, not a ton of super relevant cards, but he was able to time that saga well, sandbag it a bit, find that go for the throat before it was too late.
Using something like Trail of Crumbs could be a good sideboard card for these, you know, Jund decks or the Golgari food decks for these like grindy matchups?
I would think, you know, first copy or two could be nice in these games, even in the main deck sometimes, but no one plays that card anymore, so I'm assuming it's just too slow. It looks like it'd be really nice in a game like that, but again, something like Phoenix or one of the really aggressive decks, you don't have a ton of time. Does seem like it might be better in the Tobias build was for Gilded Goose.
Yeah. Yeah, Mark's version is really, really interesting. He just decided to cut the red from the deck and just, you know, all about the green-black combo. I have Travers the Ulvenvold, help me find the right combo pieces.
Looks like Lorenzo has big plans. He just shocked land into play. Ooh, that Den. I had not even noticed there was a Den of the Bugbear in play. Jimenez down to 12. Maybe he decided that Devil in hand didn't do much for him right now. He'd try to just get value out of that Den, and even though it's far from his ideal turn, just figure it's his best option this turn and hope to draw something good next turn.
All right, attack with everything before blockers. Kill that Reflection. So that's an attack for what? 3, 6, 7, 8. So that actually puts Sergio to 4. I'm going to be honest, I missed the Den of the Bugbear as well. It looked like a green-red duel to me. So what a swing in the game again. Sergio is down to 4 now, staring down 4 creatures on Lorenzo's side of the battlefield with Mayhem Devil in hand.
Yes, second trigger. It would have been nice to be able to get rid of that cat as well. Killing a response, no removal in Sergio's hand though. Looks like it's devolving into a pretty scrappy game here. If Sergio has anything left, he can put a demon into play.
Yeah, but now if Sergio has a big demon that he could copy with the Kiki-Jiki at the end of Lorenzo's turn, he could also set up for lethal next turn, so...
That's really close to lethal. I think he has 8 damage this turn alone. Making a demon, copying it, draining you for 2 at the end of turn.
Right.
That's 8 damage.
Oh yeah, we still have the Unholy Annex on the bottom side of the screen. Yeah,
There's
you're
one
right.
in play and one in hand. He can play either, really use either. Problem is if he does that, he's just dead on the backswing. So not an option right now. But if he just makes a demon and says go, is that enough to live? He goes back up to 6. He's got 2 blockers.
He's got 2 big blockers, possibly the Mutavolt as well, right? Although I don't think he has quite enough mana to do that.
I think, yeah, he doesn't have enough mana to make a demon, activate Mutavolt, and copy the demon. And I think his last land in hand is a Blood Crypt.
But that drain from Unholy Annex should be really helpful here. If he does get a demon into play, that would put him up to 6 at the end of turn and Lorenzo to 8. Sergio rearranges his lands for the 7th time. Oh, let's see. I mean, this is the key point of the game. This is the key turn.
Yeah, I'm not sure what his plan is. Was on tap Blood Crypt there, though. Unless there's something I missed. I think he's just triple, quadruple checking that he doesn't have lethal somehow.
All right, looked like Sergio starts by...
Yeah, no, I think no matter how you twist it, that's only 8 damage. He was thinking, okay, make a Mutavolt, attack for 4, play the second Annex, drain you for 4, up to 8, still dead on the backswing. So I think the judge asking him to make a play. On-timed round doesn't mean that the players just get to think for as long as they want. They do still have to play at a somewhat reasonable pace.
One of the...
Wait, is that a second hit at Sugu consumes all in hand? I feel like I never noticed that card.
So one of the options that Sergio also has is play a second Annex, activate his Mutavault at the end of turn to drain Lorenzo for 4. And then next turn, he might be planning on getting the Demon from the Ritual Chamber and basically giving it haste with the Kiki Reflection by making a new copy with haste.
Yeah, looks like that's the plan he's going with. Play second Annex, activate Mutavault, drain for 4, still have the Mutavault to block potentially, as well as the Reflection. Does he want to attack with the Mutavault, or is he content with just a 4 damage?
Draws 2 cards, drains Lorenzo twice, so he puts himself to 8. Lorenzo goes down to 6, and he passes the turn with 2 mana up, though.
Big draw step. What does Lorenzo even need?
I think Lorenzo really needs to put together either his combo right now or have a Witch's Oven plus a Mayhem Devil to stop that Kiki Reflection from...
Yeah, some kind of sack outlet with the Devil he has in hand. I think he just drew a land.
What a game.
Yeah, that game's been so close, almost an hour. Had like a super long game 1, blazing fast game 2, and this one's been just back and forth. Not really sure, you know.
Yeah, I think Lorenzo just had a window to find his second CAD with that talent on level 3 for a couple turns. He did a lot of milling. I think he's down to about 25, 30 cards in his library, but he just wasn't able to find the second copy of the CAD.
Yeah.
Activates Den of the Bugbear. Yeah, I don't think that's enough.
That's looking a little desperate, yeah. Checks the graveyard. Not even, that's the exile pile.
Just to remind you, this is still just semifinals number 1. We still have the match between Mark Tobias and Stefan Schutz waiting for you. All right, activates Den of the Bugbear. Attack, create a token that's attacking. Everything swings at Sergio, who activates his Mutavault. So he has 2 blockers available. Does Lorenzo have anything to say about this before blockers?
Yeah. I guess Lorenzo's trying to get him to trade off both creatures, maybe scare him into blocking.
Wow, he says blocks are fine. So Mutavault jumps in front of the Den of the Bugbear. And what about that Kiki Reflection?
Can Lorenzo represent lethal if Reflection blocks a 1/1 and Sergio goes down to 3? I don't think so.
Yeah, this way Sergio would take 5, and I think he's kind of trying to count. Is there a way for you to perhaps play post-combat Witch's Oven, maybe another CAD, you know?
Yeah.
How would you be able to do that?
Yeah, I feel like
the last 3 points.
I feel like that's what Lorenzo was trying to do there, just scare Sergio into trading of the Fable for the Harvester. Just Hail Mary.
Sergio, before damage, activates the Kiki Reflection to give himself a Mutavault token. Don't ask me how this works. At the end of the turn, it's gonna...
So what happens?
Is it a land? Is it a creature?
He gets an untapped land, I believe, though.
2/2 creature land? It should be untapped, that's for sure.
He gets the land. He gets an untapped Mutavault. That's a land that he can activate if he wants to. I'm not sure why it's tapped, though. Yeah.
Okay. So he does have a... So is it a land? Is it a creature? Is it a 2/2 land? What is the copy look like?
It's a land that's not activated. I don't think it matters much, but I'm not sure what he's accomplishing, and that could be a devil trigger, actually. That could lose him the game.
Oh, you're actually right. Oh, my God.
Because the token gets sacrificed, and the Fable already took 1 damage. But Lorenzo decided not to play the devil, not to shock the land, because he's just dead on board if he does that. Wait, no, he is dead on board if he does that. He goes down to 4, and then all he has to do is make
play the demon. Wow, but you're absolutely right. That would have gotten sacrificed at the end of turn and would have triggered the Mayhem Devil. This is why we have a Hall of Famer here in the booth.
So if Lorenzo had like a painless untapped land there, that like kind of
could have
super backfired.
That is unreal. Yeah, this is why Gabriel Nassif is a Hall of Famer.
I might have done the same thing. I might have been like, ooh, look at me copying my mutable.
Well, yeah. I mean, free value, right?
What's the worst that could happen?
What's the worst that could happen, yeah. And now Sergio is trying to figure out what's the best target for my Kiki reflection. Do I make a demon first? Do I copy that, give it haste, attack? Do I do that with the flipped Hidetsugu?
Yeah, he's trying to figure out what he needs to play around. Sergio, what's the most you've ever lost on a Fable activation?
Wow. That would have been insane if Lorenzo had an untapped land and played a Mayhem Devil and killed the Kiki Reflection, and then next turn perhaps, found a Witch's Oven or something. That would have been insane.
Does Sergio actually have a trivial lethal play here, or is he still just figuring out, okay, what can screw me here? What can Lorenzo have that kind of breaks up?
So yeah, what goes through your hand right now? Do you think it's reasonable for Lorenzo to ever have a removal spell in hand? If you're Sergio, are you thinking, yeah, but if he has a removal, kill my demon? Like, is there any chance that's
extremely unlikely? The reflection is tapped though, and I'm not sure why.
Perhaps that was just an attack for 2.
Okay, yeah.
Play a demon, play a Mutavault, and now I have double Annex in play. So if I just pass the turn, that should be it.
He's just hedging against any kind of removal spell, basically. It looks like he's just gonna deal lethal with the Annex triggers.
Yeah, I think Sergio passes the turn with 2 demons in play. That's it. Wow, congratulations. Sergio Jimenez, Ragdas Demons, moves on to the finals and qualifies himself for the World Championship in 2025. What a game. That was
so tense. The whole time was just trying to figure out who was ahead, what could happen, and it was just such a close game. Maybe the best match we've had all time.
Yeah, and as you said, Hidetsugu second consumes all was absolutely crucial in that game, killing the talent, killing all the tokens, making sure that Lorenzo can't just untap, with still a bunch of stuff on the battlefield, play a Mayhem Devil, kill your board. That was close.
Yeah, no, the Ragdos mid-range deck did what it does best, managed to pick apart the John Stack strategy there and take over was the card advantage of Annex and Fable.
I was not a believer, but that Hidetsugu, that completely turned the game around. And then, it's Unholy Annex in the finals yet again.
Yeah, just literally textbooks, Ragdos Demon, removal, discard, interaction, good sideboard cards, good sideboard choices.
Yeah.
Hidetsugu, the Hearse in game 2, and then Annex, Fable taking over while, a little luck. We'll never know. Maybe we can find out later how many cats there were left in that deck. How unlucky potentially Lorenzo got on these mills, not finding the second cat for the kill. But congrats to Sergio. That was amazing.
Well played, and well played by Lorenzo as well. Getting himself in the top 8, helping Andrea, learn the deck, get him into the top 8 as well. But I think we're ready for the second semifinals between Mark Tobias playing Golgari Food. Against Stefan Schutz playing Izzet Phoenix, and I think we're going to move straight to game number 2. And Mark is up a game here, so the players should be just about ready for game 2. As a reminder, Stefan Schutz is actually already qualified for Worlds because he won one of the Mox championships on Magic Online earlier this year, which directly qualifies you for Worlds. So he already has, the easy feeling of, I don't really need to win here. I'm just playing for 20K. Mark is the one who is going to be a little bit more nervous thinking about the Worlds invite, which, $1 million tournament, even if you end up going 8-6, that's still, a finish good enough for $10,000.
Yeah, no, for sure. Stefan, one of the first players qualified for Worlds, and an interesting matchup. We've had both players in the feature match a lot, but I don't think we've really seen the Sacrifice decks go up against Phoenix and vice versa. So I'm not too sure who's ahead. I think that the Sac players like their Phoenix matchup.
I'm not quite sure. I didn't actually talk to Mark about this matchup particularly, but we can ask him, after the match.
I feel like game 1 should be favored. Phoenix, does a lot of cool stuff, but not especially good at stopping what the the food deck, especially Tobias' versions, tried to do in game 1. You know, maybe a well-timed torch, maybe a spell pierce on a deadly dispute, or one of Mark's key card can slow him down. But we see Mark up a game. Start was Leyline, turn 0, Leyline of the Void. Haven't seen that all weekend, and
that's pretty good. Yeah, Mark's sideboard is actually very straightforward. He has 4 copies of Leyline, 4 copies of Thoughtseize, 3 copies of Ever Up Decay, presumably to kill the rest in pieces and unlicensed hearses from the opponents to make sure his graveyard is online, and 3 copies of Paw-Patch Formation.
Yeah, really interesting, because potentially, you know, he could bring in all 14 cards if somehow that's his plan, to dilute his deck and turn into that weird black-green control deck or hate deck. But I doubt that's what Mark's going to try and do. And on Stefan's side, a couple Anger of the Gods, Exiles Creature. Not sure how effective that's going to be, though, against the sack effects. You know, it's fairly easy to protect your cat from Anger of the Gods. And a Null is interesting. Counters Talent, counters the Oven, but it counters 1 mana card. It's more appealing when your 1 mana counter spell counters, you know, an Overlord, an Up the Beanstalk, a Fable, an Annex. When you're hoping to have it early in the game for one of the 1 mana cards, not as appealing. Third Path Iconoclast, Negate, Prismari Command, Abrade. So some artifact hates, a tiny bit of graveyard hate, 1 Crypt. So
yeah, and that Leyline is looking really powerful, stopping Stefan from being able to fuel his graveyard for the Treasure Cruise that is so important in his deck. He was able to play Artist Talent that got quickly killed by the Paw-Patch Formation. So currently Stefan with nothing to show on his battlefield, just casting some cantrips, but not fueling the graveyard in the process, which is so crucial for the Phoenix deck. And it is Mark who develops his board with Traverse the Ulvenvold, finds another land, casts his Scavenger Talent, makes some food tokens in the process while the Goose dies to a removal spell, and it is back to Mark for turn 4 now. He is holding a Boseiju, which could be a great card to have later on against another Artist Talent, but looks like he just values making the land drop more, levels his own talent to level 2, and passes the turn.
Yeah, this is looking decent for Mark. That's actually a rematch of round 8 of the tournament. Both players were undefeated, and Mark was Stefan's first loss in the tournament. And extra bad news for Stefan, one of his only losses on day 2 was to Terlizzi, so not done well against the food decks this weekend.
Stefan uses Picklock Prankster. Look at the top 4. He picks up a card, plays the Prankster here. Yeah, not quite super impressive for Stefan here. I think the Leyline, that's got to be one of the best cards to have against the Phoenix deck, because they tend to bring in cards like Abrade. They tend to bring in, you know, all these removal spells that tend to deal with artifacts, but having an enchantment that deals with your graveyard is a lot harder for them to deal with.
Yeah, the way the Phoenix player usually deal with Leyline, they try to set up a big turn with Brazen Bower, bouncing your Leyline, untapping, getting out my Phoenixes in the yard. They can also just play the Profs game, just Profs, cantrip a bit, make my creatures big. The hope is when your opponent starts with Leyline, maybe the rest of their hand is not ideal. It always feels so unfair when not only your opponent has the turn 0 Leyline, but they have a functional draw. You know, you're like, okay, my opponent's basically on 6 cards, and surely they can't have that Leyline and have a perfect functional draw. And when that happens, that's the worst case scenario, and it's really hard games to win.
All right, so Mark, 4 lands available. He has the Vine Reap Mentor, which is the 2-mana 3/2. You're mostly used to seeing this in Limited. Let me put that up on the screen real quick.
You read my mind. Limited All-Star. Speaking of Limited, the first time I played against that Black Talent card, it was in Limited. I was like, what the hell? How am I ever supposed to beat that card? Even in Limited, that card's kind of a house.
I like how the Mentor just, you know, fits the curve so well. You cut red from your deck, so you don't have access to Bloodtide Harvester, but the Mentor just replaces that kind of nicely because you do need food tokens. It is just a nice creature to trade with against the aggressive decks, and it just fits the deck really nice.
Yeah, I agree. Just nice curve play against something like Celestial Company or Ragna's Prowess. Make sure you really never have an issue with permanence and having stuff to stack to your talent too. All right, things looking grim for Stefan. Can he turn it around? Can he find something?
And I think it's interesting that Mark is essentially playing the mentor over Trail of Crumbs, just kind of, you know, realizing, yeah, it is better to curve out with a card that affects the board right away that can trade for something else, rather than Trail of Crumbs, which could be better in the long game.
Yeah, just values impacting the board. Feels like he has enough of ways to find his combo fast enough. He doesn't need the extra card digging of Trail, you know, between cash grab and the Black Talon. That's more than enough.
And Stefan is forced to use his Petty Theft on the Brazen Borrower to bounce the Scavenger's Talent instead of the lane line. Attacks for one more with the Prankster, but looks like he's just playing fair Magic, which is not a great sign with the Phoenix deck.
Yeah, locked out of Treasure Cruise for now. We see one in hand.
Yeah, Mentor gets in there, take 3. Also, bouncing the ley line here is not as appealing when Mark can just untap and play it again. There's the Igra, so a couple of food tokens available for Mark. All he's looking for is just 2 copies of Cauldron Familiar.
It does feel like in some ways they're playing a game of limited, you know, kind of
yes.
Slightly unfair game of limited. One player has a busted Mythic in his deck, but...
Yeah, one player has the Eldraine block limited constructed. The other person has the Bloomburrow starter pack.
Yeah, not just classic scrappy games. Stefan couldn't get Artist Talent either. You know, it would have been a good combo with Brazen Boar. You know, deploy Artist Talent, bounce Leyline, try and have a big turn, bring back a bunch of Phoenixes, but it all feels like maybe a little too late for Stefan this game.
Yeah, with that talent in hand, I think Mark's going to be able to start getting through his deck, getting closer to the cats, and Stefan just doesn't have anything going.
Yeah, I think he really needs to find Profs would be one of the better cards, but nowhere to be seen, just has to hard cast a Phoenix.
Yeah, and Stefan realizing, all right, I'm not going to get anywhere without a graveyard anytime soon, so I'm just going to hard cast these flyers, and I'm going to start getting in there through the air and hope that's going to be enough. Although with Mark having 2 food tokens in play that he can simply, you know, essentially turn for an extra turn, that's going to be a pretty hard damage race to win.
I think Toyash is also really close to lethal. I think he has 13 on board right now, right?
Yeah. It's a 6/6, 2 food tokens, so he can make it into a 10/10, plus the 3/2 Mentor can get in there as well. And yeah, now Mark is the one doing the tapping on the table with his fingers. So I think he has an Abrupt Decay. Is there a way he can win this turn? Stefan is at 14, so Shock myself, goes to 12, Abrupt Decay your blocker, sack the 2 food tokens. I mean, he can just attack for 11.
Is that just lethal?
Abrupt Decay the Prankster. Oh wait, that's another food token. It triggers the Igra as well, so now he can crack the food tokens. Wow, that's it. Mark Tobias, 2-0 Golgari food, qualifies himself for the World Championship. Congratulations to Mark. Well played, well done. Mark's been playing really well throughout the tournament. His deck is really cool, so congratulations to him. He's going to be playing the World Championship this year, but Stefan, obviously, you know, a little sad to not make the finals, but as we mentioned, he is already qualified for Worlds as well. So congratulations to him as well on a great season. And yeah, Mark is going to be representing Golgari Food in the finals against Sergio Jimenez with Ragus Demons.
Yeah, Mark hasn't shown a ton of emotion this tournament, but we saw that smile, you know, that relief, that smile.
Yeah.
Qualified for the World Championships. I don't know, 2 German players, maybe they're friends, maybe, you know, Stefan's kind of in back of his head, you know, money is nice, but also not dream crushing another person is, you know.
Yeah, and Mark is one of the best combo players out there. One of the players that I kind of really want to see what he's playing. Like, he always has a really cool deck choice. So yeah, well done all around. Congratulations to him. We're gonna take a quick break here. We're just setting up for the finals. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with Philippa and Arne for the finals.
Welcome to one of the craziest Magic events ever. A vintage cube draft with cards worth over $65,000, but the twist is you get to keep whatever you open.
Let's do a vintage cube where you keep the cards. This is the most exciting event in a really long time.
They're giving away what? A black hook? We are basically cutting off an edge. The beauty.
That part should not be on camera.
Adrenaline's pumping. I was just kind of in shock. It will take lots of luck.
We haven't even sleeved the cards yet.
I'm a little nervous, yeah.
My watch detected a shock, and it was like dialing 911.
Hello everyone and welcome to the finals of the Ultimate Guard Regional Championship. I'm Philippa, joined by Arne, and we are going into the final line. Very exciting. 554 players qualified to be here this weekend. There are 2 players remaining. They already qualified for the World Championship, biggest event of the year, but now they get a chance to get a trophy. And here we have the bracket, or all went down. So Sergio Jimenez versus Mark Tobias, the last standing. And tell me about these players, Arne.
Yeah, well, what an amazing accomplishment, getting to the finals here and qualifying for the World Championship directly and the Pro Tour. They have to be feeling great, but there's still the trophy on the line and some cash. Sergio Jimenez, the last remaining Rakdos Demons player in the field, 3 copies in the top 8, 1 in the finals, but he's up against no slouch, Mark Tobias on Golgari Food. So this is going to be an exciting match.
And you know, we had the caster prediction of what deck would do well. You're the last one standing. You voted for Rakdos Demons. Nobody voted for Golgari Food. And I have to admit, I was not expecting to see it here in the finals. But I love this list that Mark decided to bring. And it's really exciting. I think our players are getting ready for the most important match of the day. Such a long weekend, so many rounds of Magic, 14 rounds of Swiss, and a cut to top 8, and it all ends here. I hope everyone at home has been enjoying this broadcast. It's been so much fun, Arne, to be here all weekend long alongside you. And also our other casting duo, Martin Yuza and Gabriel Nassif. I hope everyone at home has been enjoying some competitive Magic. I feel like Pioneer is in a good state right now.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw Izzet Phoenix, sort of the king of the hill, going in, but it clearly got dethroned. John Sacrifice taking a huge spotlight, Green-White Company being in there, and now Rakdos Demons against Golgari Food.
I love it. So many different decks. Phoenix no longer on the race, and a lot of us thought that Phoenix would be the deck of the weekend, but quite didn't perform. Do you have any idea why Phoenix didn't perform too well this weekend?
Yeah, I think Phoenix just isn't that well equipped against these Scavengers Talent decks. So that alone is a problematic matchup, and then also the Green-White Company deck being quite good against it.
Okay, looks like players are get ready here for the last match of the day. And both amazing players, they showcase how well they talent their decks, and it all comes down to this. And we can see there the trophy for the European champion. Do you have a big collection of trophies at home, Arne?
I have a big, I wouldn't say I have a small collection. It's quite difficult to win a trophy in the end. But yeah, those guys are playing for one right here. Pretty exciting stuff. Looking at Sergio Jimenez's deck list, of course we see 4 Unholy Annex and 4 Fable, choosing to go with 0 copies of Archfiend off the draws. That is, oh no, actually there's 2 in the sideboard actually. but none of them in the main deck. And Archfiend of the Draw, similarly to the Mayhem Devil, is quite good against the combo of Igra and the cat.
We also see two Blades of the Oni. Some of these Rakdos demons decided to bring this card as well. A good way to, for cheap, get a demon into play. We also saw a lot of Mutavaults becoming a demon to also get that extra value from the Unholy Annex. One of the cards of the weekend. The other card on the other side, we could say Igra, one of the cards of the weekend. Scavenger Talent, one of the cards of the weekend. So a lot of good developments here in the European Regional Championship.
Yeah, I honestly wouldn't be surprised that with Mark Tobias' impressive showing with Golgari Food, a deck that I didn't have on my radar at all coming into this weekend, I wouldn't be surprised to see this, you know, in the Magic Online Leagues, in the Explorer ladder. This deck seems like it is here to stay, very consistent, clean deck list.
Oh, and we are already getting into action with that Thoughtseize turn 1, revealing 3 lands, 1 Gilded Goose, 1 Deadly Dispute, 1 Cauldron Familiar, and 1 Fatal Push. Taking the Deadly Dispute, and we saw how much that card does provide value for these Golgari Food deck.
Yeah.
Turn 1, Gilded Goose.
I remember joking around back when we played the Historic Championships that Deadly Dispute is the black Expressive Iteration, because back then we had like Golgari Food and Izzet Phoenix with Iteration and Dispute sort of being the black Expressive Iteration.
So we do have Bloodtide Harvester now here creating that blood token. A land there, we are going to see the cat come into play. Cauldron Familiar going to drain for 1 life. We need 1 more cat and an Igra for the combo.
Yeah, Mark is sitting on 3 copies of Fatal Push. Yeah, that's not great. He's looking for Cash Grab, Deadly Dispute, and so on. What can Sergio do here?
There's also no oven, which means that if that cat gets exiled with the Torch to Tower, it's gone forever.
Tobias could respond with Fatal Push if that happens. So Sergio, having seen his hand, is aware of that fact and will likely...
Trying to take care here of that Gilded Goose, and that does get destroyed. And now follow up by Torch to Tower on the cat, and this Torch to Tower does exile. So as you said, we might see a Fatal Push on Mark Tobias' own cat.
Yeah, I don't know if, like, Sergio could have done this in the upkeep. I guess he wanted to get this clean attack in. But he kind of made Mark spend his 1 mana there, which you're always happy about, of course, spending your mana.
Here. We see that Sergio also has a Go for Throat in hand. Oh, Scavenger Talent, and we saw how much this card provided value for Mark Tobias in the past. So we have the Scavenger Talent and immediately leveling it up, level 2 now.
Yeah, and Talent is in a way a poor man's oven, because you can return the cat here and then block and get another food back. So actually,
not too bad.
Yeah, not too bad for Mark, because in this exchange he gets to deal 1 damage, gain 1 life, and gets to mill 2 cards. So I wonder if that might have been a misstep by Sergio to attack there.
Sacrificing that blood token to be able to discard a card, draw a card. Discarding a push, drawing a card.
Again, I want to draw attention also to, you know, it's late in the day. These players have been in the hall for 10 hours. They're in the finals. They played great to get here. And I mean, I know for myself, my fatigue would be kicking in big time at this moment. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're a little bit fatigued.
As you said, long hours of Magic. It's been a long weekend. And I mean, in the end, both of these players qualified already for the World Championship, which I'm sure was their main goal here. But of course, now that they've gotten so far, they also want to take the trophy home. Attacking here with the Mutavault and the Bloodtide Harvester, blocking with Cauldron Familiar.
Yeah, Mark is pretty happy about these exchanges. The talent is... So the problem for Sergio here is that the talent, he can't remove it. It will stick around and it will accrue value. and mill over Mark's deck, finding him that second cat.
So it sees, and I think putting the Igra in the graveyard might even be a benefit for Mark at this point, eventually.
Yeah, and he doesn't even do it. That's a heads-up play by Sergio.
Drawing here. Ooh, Cash Grab, that's a great card. So let's mill 4 cards.
What he really wants here is a Vine Reap Mentor, and there you go. Oh, Oven, interesting. Maybe that's better? I guess that's probably better. So that will accrue 2 foods per turn, essentially, with the cat in the graveyard. The Vine Reap will give him a food immediately here because of Cash Grab's text. If you return a squirrel, you get an extra food. But he doesn't have an extra land to play the Vine Reap right now. So yeah, I think going with the Oven is a good play there.
And there it is, the Oven. And look at these now. Mark is going to start milling quite a bit of cards with these Cat and Oven synergy. Vraska and Cash Grab are milled this way, sacrificing the cat. Food token. I think here just rethinking what to do. And passing the turn.
Interesting. So if he would have sacrificed there, he would have gotten 2 food.
Maybe thinking about Torch the Tower, some way to exile the cat.
Okay.
Sacrificing it now. 2 food tokens are created.
Yeah, I guess there's 2 copies of Torch and 1 copy of Anoint in the main deck, so perhaps playing around those there.
Fable of the Mirror Breaker. So we're going to make a 2/2 Goblin Shaman.
Always a good draw. It's like there's never a point in the game where you're not unhappy to draw Fable.
That card can generate so much value. I mean, there's a reason why it's banned in Standard. Milling 2 more cards, another cat in the graveyard.
Yep.
That's actually huge for Mark.
Yeah, but he drew the second Igra. Oof, that's awkward. He's not going to be happy about that. He might actually try to get back a Gilded Goose here, potentially, to be able to cast one of these Igras. He doesn't want them in the hand. He wants them in the graveyard.
How many Igras does this deck run? 4 Igras, so there's still a couple in the deck.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good for Mark. He's also, for some reason, at 20 life still, and Sergio at 7.
But we watch as well a game on last round, Sergio versus Lorenzo, where things look pretty good for Lorenzo, and certainly Sergio took on the game, so things can still switch here.
To be fair, that was in a post-board game where he did 2 Consumes All, which is by far and away the best card for Sergio in the post-board. In one of the post-board games, he did have access to that, and here there really is not much he can do. He can try to maybe draw into an Holy Annex, get a 6/6 Demon down, but these small beats, they're not really going to get there against the cat.
That cat is a perfect blocker.
Tobias also has another Fatal Push in hand.
Sergio here attacking with the Goblin Shaman, Mutavault, and Bloodtide Harvester. Mark bringing back the cat, milling 2 more cards. Still no Igra in the graveyard. Now let's see here how Mark decides to block.
I think I would have liked for Mark to sacrifice one of the cats in his own turn to get the 2 foods.
Think about double blocking the Goblin Shaman.
Just to get the most foods, because like the ability on Scavenger Talent limits only to once per turn. You get that food when a creature dies. So now he's gonna get his food, but he could have made one in his turn. So he had 1 extra, deciding not to.
Unstoppable Slasher, that's a new card from Duskmourn and quite a powerful one. But again, like these cats block pretty well.
Yeah, it's difficult to get through them on the ground.
Sacrifice the cat, 2 more cards in the graveyard, still no Igra there. Drawing for the turn.
He's also close to draining Sergio out. Put him down to 4 here.
2 more cards in the graveyard. Oh yeah, Sergio down to 4.
Yeah, a couple Blood Crypt Sharks, Fancies, and just the drains adding up.
Sacrificing here once again. 2 more cards in the graveyard. These cats, they are slow, but they drain for sure.
And there's the 4th land, so now you could think about getting a goose into play, I suppose. But honestly, yeah, he might just even think about getting an oven into play. I don't know what he's thinking about, but he has plentiful good options. He's certainly very far ahead here.
And really interesting because not a lot of people decided to bring this Golgari food deck this weekend, and Mark did it, and look how far he's got.
Yeah, he was grinding Magic Online leagues. He played a ton with the deck. I think he racked up a couple of trophies there as well. And yeah, he has plenty of experience, and he really likes his matchup against most of the top decks. Although if you ask Mark, he usually likes his matchup against all the decks in the format.
That's good, I guess. If you don't have any bad matchups, then you can just win them all, and it looks like it's exactly what he did here this weekend.
Well, he definitely proved us all. He definitely proved it right here and now. And he's looking pretty good here in game 1 as well.
Sergio thinking about what the attack is going to be here. Getting that. Mark at 18 lives, so still quite comfortable.
Yeah, I think at this point Mark has a lethal next turn even without the Igra.
There's an anointed with affliction.
I suppose maybe Sergio could use that anoint to good effect on this exact turn because the Witch's Oven is tapped. All right.
2 more cards go into the graveyard. And the cat here might just block that slasher.
We have a response. Mark has that fatal push at the ready, so he could kill his own cat.
We saw it before, and we might see it again, and there it is. Fatal push the cat again. And those are quite a bit of foods now that Mark is able to generate.
Nice thinking. I mean, he could get another cat back, block the slasher, which dealt a lot of damage. I would be tempted to do that, but he's trying to figure out, I guess, how he has lethal.
And it looks like we might be frozen now, at least here the shot. Too many triggers on the stack.
All right, we're back.
There were too many triggers on the stack, and we were out for just a second, but we didn't miss much.
Mark, considering his options, he's taking all the damage. Wow.
It's quite a bit of damage, but we know that Mark might have it. Ooh, there's an untapped land, right? So that means that Igra, or no, is it a tapped land? Untapped, so 5 mana Igra, and that's going to be game. Mark Tobias taking game number 1 here of the finals of this Ultimate Guard Regional Championship with Golgari food. But you did tell me, Arne, that the job gets much harder post-sideboard because the Rakdos deck does have some interaction against the Golgari food deck.
Absolutely. So the Rakdos deck is rocking 4 copies of Unlicensed, which could mess with Scavenger's Talent and Delirium. So definitely an option here. 2 copies of Archfiend of the Dross. I think that one's just going to come in because it stops the combo from going through. Every time you sacrifice a creature, take 2. That's not going to work out. You die first. Mark by you. And then the big one is the 2 Hidetsugu Consumes All. Swipes away the Gilded Goose, the Witch's Oven, the Cat, and most importantly, the Scavenger's Talent. Also, I see 1 copy of Extinction Event in there. Could bring that in. That is a somewhat clean answer to the otherwise pretty annoying to deal with Igra. Reckoner Bankbuster in the sideboard as well. I kind of like that one. I think the matches are going to be a little bit grindy. And Feed the Swarm can also bring that in to deal with Scavenger's Talent. And also blow up an Igra in a pinch. Another copy of Torture Tower might replace a Fatal Push. Fatal Push not looking too great. Torch definitely looking better here. Cards to take out. I'm looking at that Blade of the Oni. I don't love the Unstoppable Slasher. Sergio is playing 4 of them. I think they're kind of bad into the Cat. Just get chump blocked. And maybe he takes out a couple of the pushes and trims a little bit here and there.
On the other side, what made Mark Tobias bring post-sideboard against this Rakdos Demons deck? I'm sure that he was prepared for this matchup since Rakdos Demons was one of the most played decks of the weekend.
Yeah, I actually was just talking to Mark about this, and he told me he went 5-0 against Rakdos Demons in the tournament.
Oh, you have some inside information. Tell us all about it.
Yeah, he likes Abrupt Decay, he likes Paw Pet Formation. He's going to bring some of those in, and to respect the most powerful card from the other side, Hidetsugu Consumes All. He's going to shave a little bit on some of his 1-drops. He's going to take out some Gilded Goose and trim a little bit here and there to make his deck. You know, with a combo deck like this one, you always want to stay on plan. So a good way to introduce some of the sideboard cards is to trim a little bit here, trim a little bit there, so that you still have a coherent plan.
I really think it's fun here that Sergio, when asked, why did you choose this deck for the weekend? As a team, we felt this deck was the strongest option for the field. So love to see that the players really think in team. And you've been on a team. Actually, I saw a video recently of your testing team for the Pro Tour and how important it is to have, for the World Championship actually, and how important it is to have a team nearby you, supporting your decisions, really thinking together.
Having a team, having people, like-minded players to work with, to play test with, to brainstorm with, to exchange all the ideas with, the brews, to sort of have that back and forth, bouncing back ideas. It is immensely important to be able to be successful at these tournaments. You see it over and over again that successful teams, get there, have good ideas. Look at Lorenzo and Mengucci, right?
That's for sure.
They work together. Look at Moscato, who in 10th place here, and Gerardo de Elia, who lost in the quarterfinals, unfortunately. They work together. Working together it makes a huge difference.
I completely agree, and working on team really makes these things happen here. Even it doesn't need to be for the Pro Tour, it can be for an RC. An example here with Sergio qualifying for this tournament by an RCQ in Spain. So very important to build in your community. It doesn't need to be a testing team of professional players. It can just be in your local town with people that enjoy to play the game. And it looks like we are ready here for game 2, and Mark is up a game. It's the finals of the Ultimate Guard Regional Championship. The format is Pioneer. Both players already qualified for the World Championship and the Pro Tour. And we have Totzi's turn 1 here by Sergio.
All right, we're looking at 2 lands, a Traverse, Scavenger's Talent, Cash Grab. Pretty well-rounded hand, I must say. Depending, I didn't see Sergio's hand. If he has a Hidetsugu, he might leave him with the Oven and the Talent. If he does not have a Hidetsugu in hand, he probably will take the Talent. Otherwise, I might look to take the Cash Grab if I have the Hidetsugu, but no, he takes the Talent.
Totsi is taking that Scavenger Talent. We saw how powerful that card has been all weekend long. 1 mana and Witch's Oven on Mark Tobias' side. And top draw, top decking another land here.
He has a Blade of the Oni, he left that in the deck, interesting. And he has a Thoughtseize and an or 2 copies of Archfiend of the Dross? It could be 2 actually. Or maybe it's a Go for the Throat, the other one.
Land, 2 mana, and that is the Blade of the Oni. 3-1, but most importantly, it's a demon.
Yep, a small little demon, nice to curve into Unholy Annex with to start draining on turn 3 already.
Already attacking here for 3. And Totsis again, a lot of end disruption here for Sergio post sideboard. And again, we are revealing the same cards we already saw. And the last one, I'm not sure if it's an Abrupt Decay or Vine Reaper Mentor.
I believe it is an Abrupt Decay. And that is a nice one in this matchup, taking out Unholy Annex on the cheap, while also blowing up Unlicensors. Very nice sideboard card in the format right now, honestly. If you think about all the talents being so good, Favor of the Mirror Breaker still around, really a good one.
I love to see some of the removal that we saw C play in the past, now making a comeback.
Yeah, Abrupt Decay is a sweet one. I used to play that in like Buck Delver 7 years ago in Legacy.
Still making his way here into Pioneer, a format that didn't exist 7 years ago.
Yep.
But Tots is here. What is Sergio going to choose? A difficult decision. The cash grab can also get a lot of advantage as well.
I guess he's trying to like make it a little bit awkward here for Mark to use his 2 mana. Mark's just gonna Abrupt Decay, assume. Oh no, he's gonna sack his album, alright.
Oh wow, and we saw this play before.
That's the most shiny token I've ever seen in my life.
Definitely brightening up here our day. And we do have a third land now for Mark Tobias.
Does he have Delirium or oh, he has 1 short, but he's close to Delirium.
There's a Vine Reap Mentor into Tobias' hand as well.
Yeah, I think he's planning to play the Mentor and the Traverse to get that land. The treasure is great here with the Igra. Get it down ahead of curve. Maybe Sergio was meant to take the Deadly Dispute there. Hard to say.
Vine Reaper Mentor, a card that before I only saw in Limited, but making its way into Pioneer. Such a cute squirrel and powerful as well.
Yeah, I mean, 2 mana, 3/2 that makes it permanent. I've seen that card before. That's a good one. So I guess that's a recipe for success.
And this one also does something when it dies, which is great.
Yeah, really good in the deck.
Ooh, Arcfiend of the Dross. That's such a big creature, 6/6. You saw there a double block on the Blade of the Oni. It does have menace, so the double block is required. But Mark making some tokens on the way. That Arcfiend of the Dross does deal quite a bit of damage when creatures die, so Mark Tobias down to 14 life.
Oh, interesting. Mark didn't go for the Traverse, huh? Just playing the cat out instead. All right. Fatal Push was a nice pickup for the draw step, considering Archfiend of the Dross is in play.
And Mark here really considering what to do, bringing that cat back from the graveyard, draining for 1.
Most importantly, enabling Revolt.
And there it is, taking care of that. Arcfiend of the Dross. Fatal Push is a good card.
Yep, indeed, especially in decks with a lot of sacrifice.
Did you know that it was one of the top 3 cards in this tournament? I mean, except lands in the main deck.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, to be totally frank.
Alongside with Fable of the Mirror Breaker and Thoughtseize.
Mark is really slow rolling this Traverse. I guess he's under no pressure. Just a minor miser Mutavault over there.
Mutavault there. A very good card in this deck in particular as well, with the Unholy Annex working really well, becoming a demon and enabling that drain in the end of the turn. Of course, Sergio does not have Unholy Annex yet, unfortunately, but it might be relevant later in the game.
Mark playing it conservatively.
Just passing the turn here. It looks like Sergio also not finding much.
Yeah, Sergio on 2 lands in hand. He really has to find a Fable here.
I go for Trode, but that doesn't do much. Ooh, and look at this pickup for Mark to buy a Scavenger Talent. We know how powerful that card is.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good for Mark, but for anybody who watched the last match, the semifinals between Sergio and Lorenzo, Lorenzo was able to make quite the comeback there, so maybe you can, with a couple of good top decks, maybe an Unholy Annex into Hidetsugu or something like that, maybe you can make a comeback.
Let's see what Mark does decide to bring back with that reverse. A land immediately putting it into play.
All right, he's like, oh, I had enough. I'm going to convert this Traverse finally into a land. I think he was holding on to it because of wanting to get a cat, the second one. Because he already had the Igra, so he wanted to assemble the combo, but he just never drew the 4th land. Passing the turn without activating a talent, keeping up Abrupt Decay for an Annex, and another land off the top. Brutal.
And I was surprised to know that actually Abrupt Decay does work on the Unholy Annex, right?
Absolutely. If it is on the 3 mana room. If it is on the 5 mana room, it does not work. But nicely enough, the Decay does deal with the 6/6 demon and does deal with the small Annex, so it does it all. Yeah, the attack with the Mutavault, someone in chat is pointing out, it was counterproductive here. Because again, the talent is in play, so the cat can just drain for 1 and block.
That Scavenger now.
It's unreal. Look at that. He has another land. He just keeps top decking lands. I mean, this Demon's deck plays 4 Annex, 4 Fable. You know, just incredible free drops that run away with the game. Sure, at this point, you know, Mark already has the Abrupt Decay, now picked up a second copy of Abrupt Decay. So, you know, like Sergio, if he just draws 1 Annex, not good enough, but yeah, it's brutal to see something like this in the finals.
It's definitely brutal. I mean, Sergio needs to be happy already. Already got an invitation for the World Championship. I'm sure that's the main goal. But getting so far and not taking the trophy must feel bad. So really fighting through this match to try to get something other than a land. Yeah,
I do agree. I mean, the biggest accomplishment is already behind them. The World's qualification is locked up.
We have Igra here, and there's 1 cat on the graveyard, so we need 1 more to be able to finish up this game. Also, Sergio not really finding any graveyard hate against Mark. We didn't really see a lot of sideboard cards here. So we do have the go for Trode on the Igra. Needs to transform that Multavolt, activate the Multavolt to be able to sacrifice a food because of the ward cost of Igra.
All right, he drew an Unholy Annex, so if he makes a 6/6 demon here, that can be fatal pushed, but then the Annex at least can't be dealt with by Abrupt Decay.
So we do have there the 6/6 demon.
Is Sergio gonna make a comeback here? I think I would play a land at this point, yeah.
Marco also has fatal push, so quite a bit of removal for that 6/6.
Yeah, the 6/6 is gonna die, but most importantly, the Annex sticks around to sort of like claw Sergio back into this game, drawing him
back. That cat. We need 1 more cat in the graveyard. That's the card that Mark is looking for. Draw a card. Deadly Dispute. That's an interesting one.
That's a good one.
Fatal push the 6/6. Attacking with the cat. Deadly Dispute the cat. That goes to the graveyard, creating another food and a treasure token as well. Milling 2 from the Scavenger Talent. And now drawing 2 cards. Quite a bit of value.
One of them being the cat, so I think that sets up for a kill next turn. So big draw step for Sergio. He has 2 lands in hand. Can he find Hidetsugu consumes all? A Licensors would be an out.
And let's see if Sergio does find any answer or if it's going to be 1 more land. This is a huge draw step here for Sergio. So let's see what the card is. It's another land. Oh no. This must feel so soul-crushing for Sergio here.
I mean, again, he made it to the finals. He got the world qualification. He got a good paycheck to go home with.
I mean, he's definitely a landlord right now.
Oh yeah, he's certainly a landlord. Yeah, I think what Mark can do here with 2 cats in the graveyard, he activates the talent, puts it on level 3, and then returns the Ikra into play by sacrificing some of these permanents, and then that will result in a win.
And let's see here how Mark also goes through the turn.
As you said, you're probably just smiling a little bit at over this. I mean, it's, you know.
Level 3 there on the Scavenger's talent. Another cat. And let's sacrifice 3 permanents in the end of the turn. And let's start milling.
I think there's another food trigger. Yep. Oh, he starts to mill his opponent.
And is that game? Oh, that is game. Congratulations to Mark Tobias on being the winner here of the Ultimate Guard Regional Championship. What an insane run that Mark had all weekend long with Golgari food, and no one of the casters predicted that this was going to be the victorious deck of the tournament, Arne.
Absolutely amazing stuff. Yeah, I was impressed in round 5 when we had him first on the Micha match, and I was like, wow, this looks cool. And now he's taking home the trophy, winning the entire thing. The head judge is already like, here, that's yours. Really, really, really cool. You know, you bring sort of your own brew to the tournament, a deck that nobody has on their radar, is playing. Lots of the people you played in this tournament were like, oh, okay, what is this? Looking at the deck list, oh, okay, cash grab, really? Wine Reap Mentor, what? And just, you know, making it work with this brew is super cool. Great accomplishment. Congratulations to Mark.
Great weekend here. We had so much fun on the booth with you all watching on Twitch, on YouTube. We're really appreciating you making us company. We're still going to have an interview with the winner as well. So, I mean, a lot of fun weekend. And Arne, it's been a pleasure to be here on the booth. It's the first time that we are casting together, but it was a really enjoyable experience.
Hey, likewise. I had a blast. You're a great co-commentator, and I think we did a good job. And I think the production, I would say, does amazing. I mean, I follow a lot of the coverage, of course, over the years. I've watched probably thousands of hours of coverage, and the production level, the team here, they did an amazing job. And yeah, it's for myself, it's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure. I'm loving it.
I mean, big shout out for Funfinity, the organizer of this tournament, on doing so amazing on organizing it. We did have some technical difficulties in the beginning with the live totals, and they were so quick to fix everything and make sure that it was the best experience possible for the viewer. And I can only hope that it gets even better from the next one. So a lot of exciting things. The next one is going to be in Prague in January, and then also another one in Bologna. So a lot of ways that you at home can qualify to be here in the regional championship. So if you saw this tournament and you thought, oh, I want to be in the next one, you can do that. Just go to your local game store, sign up for one of the regional championship qualifiers, win the whole thing, and then you can be here and maybe get a qualification for the World Championship, just like we saw Sergio and Mark doing today.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's really been a blast. This Pioneer format, I didn't, going into this, I was like, okay, we're going to see a bunch of Izzet Phoenix mirrors, maybe some Fable of the Mirror Breaker action and the Rakdos Demon stuff. But turns out there was a lot of surprises.
A lot of
Sacrifice
surprises.
Doing very well.
Yeah.
Golgari Food taking home the trophy.
Speaking of trophy, we did a little caster fantasy draft where we picked 5 players for our teams that we thought might do well here, and we got awarded points by how they performed in the tournament. And Arne, you won that one.
Look at that.
Did end up getting the most points. We see that. And Gabriel Nassif, right after you, I got third place with Andrei Mengucci making it in the top 8, awarding me a lot of points as well. And Martin Yuza falling a bit behind there, but only picking Pro Tour champion, so great choices for everyone there. And I really like this little game that we also did. And just things are just getting set up now for the interview with the winner. And it looks like it's ready. So let's take a look here for the interview with the winner of the regional championship.
All right, I'm sitting here with Mark Tobias, the European champion. Mark, how does it feel right now?
Can't complain.
Yeah? I mean, you played a deck of your own design just like every time. How did you arrive at this build?
Well, when the Igra combo got spoiled, I was like, yeah, this is so difficult to interact with because, I mean, it's an instant speed combo, and you can combo for every food you have in play. So I figured, all right, if I have a lot of food and I get my graveyard full, then what are they going to do about it? Yeah.
So we saw a lot of Phoenix this weekend, saw a lot of Celestia Company. Is this deck really well positioned in this type of metagame? Would you recommend for people to play it moving forward?
Well, if the opponent's plan is to cast creatures and kill yours, then they're going to lose most of the time, yeah.
Okay, that's a good answer. Anyone else you worked with? Anybody you want to give a shout out to?
No, just me.
Okay. So this is the best start to the...
Shout out to my girlfriend, though, who's been amazing this entire weekend, to be fair.
This is the best start to the 2025 season. So following this victory, do you have any special plans or any goals for the rest of the season?
Well, I'll try to continue winning, I suppose.
Okay. Well, best of luck in the rest of the season. You certainly have a great head start. Congratulations again for winning the tournament with your deck of your own design. Just like every time, showing up with a combo deck, showing people how it's done. Congratulations to Mark. Thanks to everybody who tuned in this weekend. Thanks to everybody who participated. Thanks to CSL for great production, Ultimate Guard, Fanfinity. Thanks to the casters. We hope you enjoyed the show. We're going to be back from Prague at the end of January with the next regional championship. So thanks again for tuning in, and we'll see you next time.
Thanks for having me. See you.
Of life well lived, for instance, give it all. Tripping and tripping.